Since the phrase Divine Sequence 001, Undercover appeared in Jiang Xia's mind, he felt that he was no longer a normal person. And no matter what he ate or how much he ate, he felt no sense of fullness. Hungry, he was so hungry that he was on the verge of losing his sanity, until the day of the school beauty's 18th birthday party, he caught a whiff of a familiar scent from her and learned what it meant to be full. After that, he discovered that many people around him had a similar scent: family, friends, doctors, sanitation workers. No. He was not one of them. He was an undercover agent. Chapter 1, No matter how much he eats, he never feels full. In late autumn, at night, the stars were brilliant. In an outdoor camp behind the ancient city, a group of students preparing for the college entrance examination were celebrating their school beauty class leader's 18th birthday. Tonight, Li Sitong was indeed dressed beautifully, and the boys around her looked at her with youthful excitement. Even those who didn't have a crush on her before felt a surge of emotions upon seeing her tonight. Only one boy named Jiang Xia, sitting on a folding stool, looked at her with a strange expression. 3 days ago, a message appeared in Jiang Xia's mind. Divine Sequence 001, Undercover. Jiang Xia didn't know what this meant, but based on the experience he accumulated from watching numerous TV shows and novels over the years, he speculated that he had stepped out of the ranks of ordinary people. The first change this message brought him was related to Li Sitong. Ever since the message appeared, he felt a familiar aura emanating from Li Sitong. This feeling was hard to describe, as if one beast had encountered another and sniffed its scent. The scent is right, it's a kindred spirit. It was somewhat inexplicable. Additionally, Jiang Xia had felt extremely hungry for the past 3 days. And no matter how much he ate, even to the point of vomiting and stretching his stomach, he was still overwhelmed by the fatigue brought on by hunger. Chapter 2, The Way to Feel Full. This year, Jiang Xia was in his senior year at Xinghe No. 1 High School and originally had a warm and harmonious family, along with a quirky younger sister who was 6 years younger than him. But 3 years ago, his father's car accident shattered the once happy family. During his hospitalization, his father fell for a woman who was also hospitalized. Jiang Xia lived with his mother, who often traveled for work and was rarely home. He despised that mistress deeply. She had a son his age who was also quite annoying. On his sister's 12th birthday, Jiang Xia took her out to eat. As they were leaving, he overheard the mistress's son muttering, "Two fools, instead of appreciating their rich mom, they like hanging out with that yellow-faced woman." This remark was like lighting a powder keg, and Jiang Xia rushed over to confront him. Jiang Xia had rarely fought, but that day he was exceptionally fierce. Like Lu Bu descending to earth, using any means necessary to attack that chubby boy, ultimately achieving a resounding victory. It was after this fight that the message appeared in his mind, Divine Sequence 001, Undercover. The extreme excitement kept Jiang Xia awake all night.
Chapter 3, Similarity. Similarity everywhere. The overwhelming desire to survive made Jiang Xia's 10 fingers tightly clutch the ground. Li Sitong had great strength. His 10 fingers rubbed against the ground, drawing blood. When Jiang Xia reached Li Sitong's feet, he saw the tentacle that had dragged him over was Li Sitong's right hand, which returned to its original form after bringing him over. Shu Kun stood upright in place, blood streaming down his face. And only when the 3 tentacles that had pierced into his head withdrew did his body fall backward. The tentacle in Li Sitong's mouth also turned back into her original red, tender tongue. With blood at the corners of her mouth and rapid breaths, her face was flushed. After wiping the blood splatter off her face, she suddenly crouched down and grabbed Jiang Xia's collar. With a cold gaze and an annoyed questioning tone, she said, "I asked you to come over and hold me just now, why didn't you?" Jiang Xia opened his mouth, but it felt like something was blocking his throat, and he couldn't utter a word. "Do you think I would dare to come over in this situation?" Originally very angry, Li Sitong suddenly smiled wickedly, leaned closer to Jiang Xia, and licked his face from bottom to top with her bloody tongue. Then she leaned close to Jiang Xia's ear and said in a very seductive voice, "Don't be afraid, my dear, I won't hurt you. You probably still haven't realized what has changed in you, but don't worry, you'll know very soon." Chapter 4, Partners in Predation. In the hotel suite, Jiang Xia sat on a birdcage bed. In front of him was the class flower and class leader, who was undressing under the pink ambient light. She took off her down jacket, revealing a white turtleneck sweater that accentuated her graceful figure. Although Li Sidong had just turned 18. Her body had developed well, and had everything it should have. Jiang Xia sat obediently at the edge of the bed, his entire back soaked with cold sweat. His mind was racing, constantly thinking about what Li Sidong was. Was the original Li Sidong's body consumed by a monster, and had it taken over her appearance? Or did a monster kill Li Sidong and take on her form? What about me? Am I the same kind of thing as her? Li Sidong kicked off her sneakers, tore off the red scarf around her neck, and placed her toes on Jiang Xia's chest, gently kicking him backward. Jiang Xia's hands tightly gripped the sheets, and it felt like a heavy hammer was pounding in his head, making a booming sound. Oh no! The class flower and class leader was in the same room with him, and something indescribable was about to happen, which sounded extremely tempting, with a lot of room for fantasy. But Jiang Xia couldn't muster any interest at all. Who knows what kind of monster Li Sidong really is? Does her body structure even resemble that of a human? Chapter 5. Entangled by the otherworldly demon. Jiang Xia spent the entire morning in a daze. He didn't absorb anything the teacher was saying, and he felt like he had no need to study seriously anymore. At 11:40 a.m., the class bell rang, and the math teacher dragged it out for another 5 minutes before finally dismissing the class. As the teacher stepped out of the classroom, Wang Fei, sitting at the back, came over and hooked his arm around Jiang Xia's shoulder. Let's go eat together. Wang Fei had a sunny appearance and exuded a masculine aura. Nothing seemed off about him from his looks. Jiang Xia, perhaps due to the changes in his body, now had an exceptionally keen sense of smell, and he detected a faint, almost negligible smell of blood on Wang Fei. Jiang Xia, let's go eat together. Li Sidong stood on the podium, her hands in a hand warmer. As soon as she said this, the previously noisy classroom fell silent instantly. Everyone looked at Li Sidong, who had called Jiang Xia to eat, in disbelief, and then glanced at Jiang Xia in disbelief as well. Wang Fei, still holding onto Jiang Xia's shoulder, seemed reluctant to let go and joked while looking at Li Sidong. Did I hear you right, class leader? You asked Jiang Xia to go eat? Li Sidong didn't say anything, just looked at Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia patted the hand on his shoulder and quietly said, sorry, Wang Fei, while brotherly bonds are important, I can't turn down the class leader's sincere invitation. Chapter 6. Bus crisis. Most of the bus was filled with students from the first high school. When Wang Fei sat down behind Jiang Xia with a blank expression, Jiang Xia shuddered, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. He wasn't scared out of his wits, but his heart felt uneasy. Just thinking that Wang Fei was coming to find a deserted place to eat him made his body hair stand on end. His mind raced as he thought of ways to cope. According to Li Sidong, the demon seeds wouldn't reveal themselves in public, so Wang Fei definitely wouldn't act on the bus. For now, he was safe, but what about after getting off? Remaining still would be the most foolish choice. It wouldn't be wise to confront him directly either. Of the 36 strategies, fleeing is the best. Just as the bus was about to close its doors, Jiang Xia immediately stood up, wanting to rush out, but before he could fully stand, he was pressed down by a strong hand. Wang Fei leaned his head close to Jiang Xia's ear and whispered, don't move, there are awakened ones on the bus. Jiang Xia's eyes flashed. Awakened ones? So Wang Fei came over for the awakened ones. After all, the nutrients provided by awakened ones were greater than anything else. He can't be referring to me, can he? Jiang Xia muttered in his heart. Chapter 7. Dangerous girlfriend. The mistress was a woman in her 40s, wealthy but not a businesswoman. She simply inherited her late husband's fortune. She lived in the Qiufengbi Yuan, the second most expensive housing area in Xinghe City, where there were luxurious two-story villas. Jiang Xia vaguely remembered that several years ago, his father took them past the area and pointed at Qiufengbi Yuan from a distance, saying he would work hard to ensure they could live there one day. He did work hard, and he succeeded, but all he could do was rely on others. Jiang Xia had a key card that his father had given him, which he never threw away, just in case his sister called him one day saying she needed him, so he could enter without any obstruction. After entering the villa area, Jiang Xia headed straight for the mistress's home. He had already messaged his sister before coming, and as soon as he rang the doorbell, it opened. A little girl about 11 or 12 years old, wearing a Lolita dress, hugged Jiang Xia tightly, her face beaming with joy, her big eyes sparkling with tears. "Brother, you finally remembered you have family, that you have me as your sister. I almost forgot what you looked like since we last met." Jiang Xia felt a black line on his face. His sister was known for her quirky personality and often said things that left people speechless. Chapter 8. Who gave you the confidence to be so sure of me on the second floor, side bedroom? Jiang Xia did not expect that the fun thing Li Sidong mentioned was actually surveillance. The computer monitor displayed the living room of another villa. A sexy woman in a red dress sat on the sofa, playing with her hair, while chatting flirtatiously with a young man with dyed yellow hair. The air filled with a hormonal and ambiguous atmosphere. Is the fun you mentioned just spying on others' privacy? You men love watching what happens next, don't you? This is a live broadcast, not something you can watch just by paying for a membership. How come you understand it better than I do? Jiang Xia turned his eyes to the woman on the screen. No matter what, her figure was indeed stunning. This is the surveillance from the villa across from us. The villa across? Jiang Xia was surprised and didn't understand how Li Sidong could have surveillance from the opposite villa. It seemed there was one of their kind inside. Presumably one of the couple. Li Sidong crossed her arms, looking at the woman inside, and said calmly, "The villa across is also my dad's. Also used to keep a mistress. This woman got involved with my dad 3 months ago." Jiang Xia was taken aback. Chapter 9. Something spitting out of the fish's mouth. Li Sidong stood up and said, "You go in through the front door first to distract her. I'll climb in through the back window and ambush her from behind. Do you want to hear what you're saying? You think too highly of me. With my current strength, I probably can't even hold my ground in a face-to-face encounter, and besides, I'm really hungry and can't muster any strength." Jiang Xia smiled wryly and waved his hand, showing no sign of wanting to express his thoughts. This kind of thing shouldn't be about showing off. Li Sidong smiled faintly. "Don't worry, this woman won't be too strong. She won't kill you in one encounter. The reason I want you to cooperate with me to ambush her from behind is not because we can't defeat her, but because I don't want to make too much noise. It's best to resolve this without alarming anyone. More importantly, I want to give you a chance to gain some experience. I think this matter can be deliberated over time." Jiang Xia had thought about going to battle himself, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. He didn't even have time to prepare, psychologically or otherwise. He was just here to check on his little sister. "Okay. Do you not trust me?" Li Sidong's eyes narrowed, cold light shooting from the narrow slit. No. How could I not trust you? I just haven't prepared myself yet." Chapter 10. The first awakened appears. The living room was dead silent, with only the faint ticking of the wall clock breaking the stillness. The air was filled with a rust-like smell, and the imported handmade wool blanket was soaked with asphalt-colored blood. Leaning against the sofa was a young man who had died a tragic death, his face unrecognizable, blood and flesh a mess. The 2 legs of the fish-headed monster lay scattered in the living room, neatly severed by a sharp blade. After Jiang Xia uttered the words "awakened," the man in black fell silent for a moment before speaking. As expected, it was a woman. "You're also an awakened." 2 minutes ago. After coaxing Jiang Xia out of the villa, Li Sidong returned to the surveillance room. 2 days earlier, she had already placed a parasitic demon inside the body of that fish-headed woman. Cultivating such a parasitic demon was very troublesome. Generally, the same kind wouldn't notice its presence. Not even that woman herself. Before encountering Jiang Xia, Li Sidong hadn't even thought about killing this woman. The original plan was to wait a few more months until this woman completed her first evolution, then strike. easily taking her down with the help of the parasitic demon inside her. But Jiang Xia's sudden appearance made Li Sitong change her mind. She suddenly wanted to see Jiang Xia fight this woman. The thought of Jiang Xia entangled with that woman excited her uncontrollably. Chapter 11, Taking a Gamble. Alcohol. Why do you want to give me alcohol? Jiang Xia pretended not to know, praying that Li Sitong would come to save him quickly. Drink it, the woman said. I'm allergic to alcohol. Jiang Xia shook his head. Most demon breeds would immediately reveal their true form after drinking high-proof alcohol. You only have one way out: prove you are not a demon breed. Wanting to survive in this chaotic world, the woman held the same idea as Jiang Xia. Never trusting anyone. The more Jiang Xia refused to drink, the more she suspected his identity. She raised her curved knife, pointing the tip at Jiang Xia, signaling him to prove himself quickly. Jiang Xia remained unmoved. He couldn't even handle a sip of beer, let alone this strong liquor. If he drank it, he'd be exposed on the spot. But if he didn't drink, given the woman's stance, if he couldn't prove he wasn't a demon breed, she would not hesitate to kill him. It's over. I'm done for. What is happening? Why is there an awakened here? Li Sitong, where are you? Not sensing the presence of any similar beings nearby, Jiang Xia felt a chill in his heart, uncertain if Li Sitong had already run away. If you are allergic, I will take you to the hospital. If you don't drink, in 10 seconds, I will have your head roll. Chapter 12, Almost forgot I'm an awakened too. I'm leaving. Sensing something was off, Jiang Xia turned to run, but was grabbed by Li Sitong, who choked him by the neck. Baby, I'm your boyfriend, your legitimate boyfriend, you can't treat me this way. Jiang Xia struggled and shouted. Just one sip, come on. Just one. Do you want to hear what you're saying? Jiang Xia tried to pull Li Sitong's hand away, catching a glimpse of her smile. And then looking at the drink being brought to his lips, the image of Pan Jinlian feeding medicine to Wu Daolang suddenly flashed in his mind. A liquor this strong could kill people, okay. What's wrong with this crazy woman? Baby, just one sip. How about you drink one and I drink one? No. Li Sitong said with some displeasure, those couples on the street, when their girlfriends feed their boyfriends, they never refuse. Why are you being ungrateful? Jiang Xia pressed Li Sitong's hand and said seriously, listen to me, let's not hurt each other, put the alcohol down, and I'll treat you to milk tea. The kind with giant pearls. Li Sitong snorted, that woman just now wanted you to drink, and you were ready to drink. But now that I want you to drink, you refuse. Am I not even as good as that woman? Chapter 13, Little Dragon Man. Jiang Xia took a deep breath and tilted his head, pouring the drink into his mouth. Gulp. The moment the amber liquid slid down his throat, Jiang Xia realized he had underestimated the power of this alcohol. If he had to name this drink, he would call it hellfire. The scalding liquid slid down his throat, as if he had swallowed a piece of burning coal, burning a liquid fire path down his esophagus. When it hit his stomach, it felt like a hot lead block had been stuffed inside, and the temperature continued to rise. Jiang Xia couldn't take it anymore. It felt like a fire dragon was about to burst out from within him. He pushed the woman off his lap and rushed to the bathroom, bending over to vomit. A layer of hot sweat broke out all over him, his ears buzzing, and his nerves felt like they were being pierced by 10,000 silver needles. Jiang Xia felt as if he had one foot in the gates of hell. His consciousness nearly slipping away, and his vision seemed to be veiled in a thin film, blurry and indistinct. The bloodline of the demon breed within him seemed to be activated by the strong alcohol, and his muscles were violently swelling. Jiang Xia grasped the edge of the toilet. With just a slight exertion, the porcelain toilet was easily ripped apart like tofu. The buzzing in his ears continued for a long time, and the burning sensation in his abdomen made Jiang Xia unable to help but cry out in pain. Chapter 14, Uninvited Guest on the Bus. Jiang Xia sat by the window. As they passed the section from last night, that peculiar smell once again invaded his mind. He hurriedly shouted for the driver to stop, shouldered his backpack, and rushed off the bus as soon as the doors opened. Beneath him was an intersection. The area wasn't very bustling, and he could see that there weren't any tall buildings within a few hundred meters. The narrow road caused heavy traffic, and every day after 5 o'clock, traffic police would come here to direct traffic. Going straight ahead led to Churfing-Bun, while heading right and down led to Xiyun District. Not being familiar with the area, Jiang Xia didn't rush to the source of the smell, but cautiously opened his phone map to check the nearby areas. Following the direction towards Xiyun District led to an industrial area, with rows of factories resembling a forest of steel, and tall chimneys puffing out white smoke like an old man smoking a pipe. Hundreds of thousands of working families in Xinghai City relied on this industrial area for their livelihoods, and the smell came from this direction. Jiang Xia looked up and could clearly sense the direction of the smell. After confirming the direction, he zoomed in on the map with 2 fingers. Chapter 15 Caught You. Bao, are you there? A head sneakily poked in. Upon seeing it was Li Sitong, Jiang Xia breathed a sigh of relief, his anxious heart finally calming down. What are you doing here? Jiang Xia asked again. How do you have a key to my house? It's just opening a door, it's not difficult. As for why I'm here, of course, it's because I missed you. Li Sitong walked in with a smile, making herself at home, and casually took off her sports shoes at the entrance, switching to slippers. Approaching the kitchen door and seeing the chaotic scene inside, Li Sitong wondered, what are you doing? Killing a chicken. Jiang Xia's eyes flickered. He absolutely couldn't let anyone know that he could fill his stomach with livestock blood. If word got out, he might be taken for research. Yes, killing a chicken. I plan to cook you a pot of chicken. Ah? Li Sitong was momentarily taken aback. Looking at Jiang Xia with interest, seemingly a bit skeptical, you're going to cook for me? What's wrong? You don't believe me? Li Sitong stared at Jiang Xia, seemingly sensing something. She stepped forward, grabbed Jiang Xia's collar, and leaned in to sniff near his mouth. You're lying. You bought this chicken to drink its blood. You want to see if animal blood can fill your stomach. Chapter 16 Cinema Encounter Buzz. Hearing the low voice behind him, Jiang Xia's scalp tingled, and his heart raced. Awakened one. Damn it, could he really be an awakened one? He and Li Sitong turned around simultaneously, and when they saw Yang Ji's eerie grin, their expressions darkened. In unison, they exclaimed, Are you sick? Yang Ji immediately retorted, I'm not sick, you two are the ones who are sick. You two are lovesick at such a young age, learning to date. Jiang Xia quickly replied, No, who said we were dating? Don't quibble. I saw the class monitor leaning on your shoulder just now. Yang Ji continued, Also, last night I saw you two in a taxi. And the license plate number was Jiang B, T1089. Tell me, did you two go to a hotel? The entire cinema was empty except for the 3 of them. So speaking loudly wouldn't have any repercussions. Just as Jiang Xia was about to argue, Li Sitong suddenly linked her arm with his and proudly declared to Yang Ji, Yes. Jiang Xia and I are dating. What, are you jealous that Jiang Xia found such a beautiful girlfriend? Huh? What? Me jealous? Yang Ji pointed at himself, breathing heavily, his expression somewhat comical. I, Yang Ji, have always wandered through a sea of flowers, untouched by a single petal. What kind of beautiful woman haven't I seen? Why would I be jealous of him? Chapter 17 Sudden Incident Jiang Xia and Yang Ji had been close friends since middle school. Their relationship so good that they could talk about anything, from beautiful girls around them to global issues to cosmic astronomy. Several times when Jiang Xia was short on cash, Yang Ji generously sponsored him, often treating him to all-night gaming sessions at internet cafes. Jiang Xia didn't think his abilities could save the world. He wanted to save whoever he wanted and protect whoever he wanted. But now that he was in this situation, he still wanted to protect his best friend as much as he could. He's my friend, let him go. Jiang Xia said calmly, looking at the chubby girl. The chubby girl scoffed dismissively, pulling Jiang Xia's hand away. He's your friend, not mine. Jiang Xia remained calm, saying, we didn't know each other before, but now we do. Give me some face, let's just be friends. Who knows, we might need each other in the future. The chubby girl shook her head with a smile. If he were your family, I might give you some face. But he's just your friend, I can't do that. If everyone talked to me like you do, saying someone is their friend and to let them go, I'd starve to death. The chubby girl paused before continuing, unless you introduce me to a better man. One I can definitely get a date with. Chapter 18 Hero blocking Jiang Xia's way was the chubby girl from the cinema. Jiang Xia cursed inwardly, damn. How did this chubby girl get involved with Wang Fei so quickly? Didn't I just recommend Wang Fei to her? Jiang Xia had a bad premonition and forced himself to remain calm. No way, you two got together so fast. Wang Fei sneered, it's not that we got together quickly. It's that I've known her for a long time. She became my girlfriend a month ago. Surprised? What? Jiang Xia's head buzzed. He had never expected that the chubby girl had known Wang Fei before. So when he recommended Wang Fei to her, he thought he was saving Yang Ji, but instead, he had inadvertently exposed his own position. No, something was wrong. Jiang Xia realized this was a diversion. Li Sitong was likely tricked away. This was a hunt targeting him. Also, when did Wang Fei's taste become so unusual? Jiang Xia glanced back at the chubby girl and asked, how did you know her? Jiang Xia planned to stall for time to find a way to escape. He was unclear about the strength of Wang Fei and the chubby girl. But regardless of whether they were strong or weak, he was certain that he had no chance of winning in a one-on-two situation. Chapter 19 A bunch of lunatics. Wang Fei warily scanned the surroundings before looking at the newcomer. Friend, in this world, it's enough to take care of yourself. Mind your own business will only bring you trouble. Trouble? Ha ha ha. The newcomer laughed while placing his hands on his hips. I'm the least afraid of trouble. I'm giving you 10 seconds to leave immediately. If you run fast, you might still live through this. Wang Fei's gaze fell on Jiang Xia, filled with resentment and unwillingness. He let Jiang Xia go last night, because he didn't have a good opportunity to act. Tonight, Jiang Xia should have been doomed, but suddenly, a Cheng Yaojin appeared out of nowhere. After thinking for a moment, Wang Fei nodded, all right, I'll give you this face, shall you, let's go. Just like that. Jiang Xia was let go. Wang Fei felt quite unhappy about it, but he still thought it was better to be cautious. As the saying goes, a stitch in time saves 9. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he caught a glimpse of the newcomer's legs, which seemed to tremble from panic. Instantly realizing what was happening, Wang Fei grinned, bluffing. Without giving the newcomer any chance to react, Wang Fei moved his feet. And his hands transformed into claws and charged forward. Damn! Wang Fei's sudden attack caught the newcomer off guard, causing him to retreat repeatedly. I hope you've thought this through. If you fight me, you'll die. Chapter 20 Life and Death Beyond Measure. Initially, seeing Li Sitong made Jiang Xia feel that he could survive this time. But when the Li Sitong in front of him blurred and split into two, Jiang Xia realized this was just an illusion caused by the man-eating flower's venom. And that glimmer of hope shattered like a bubble. Whoosh! The man-eating flower spat out several thorny blood vines that wrapped around Jiang Xia's face. The thorns cutting into his skin, as the blood vines sucked the blood seeping out. The entire mass of the man-eating flower trembled violently. Why? Why is your blood so nutritious, making me so excited? What exactly are you? So much nutrition, you make me feel so good, so good. Jiang Xia watched as the two Li Sitongs beside him split into 4. The 4 Li Sitongs smiled at him and said, Darling, can't you hold on any longer? Do you want me to help you? I want to help you, but I can't. Deep down, Jiang Xia understood that the Li Sitong appearing in the illusion was actually what he desperately desired. He wished for Li Sidong to show up and save him. When he realized this, a sense of shame washed over him. Am I really only able to rely on Li Sidong? Do I have to accept death without her? Without her, am I just a fish at the mercy of others? Chapter 21, Nightmare. Jiang Xia calmed down for 2 seconds, took a deep breath. His eyes suddenly sharpened, and his claws stabbed down fiercely. Ua! Wang Fei's remaining right eye widened, his body stiffening like a shrimp arching its back. Phut! Jiang Xia exerted more force, and his claw completely sank into Wang Fei's chest, feeling the hot, throbbing heart inside, forcefully rejecting and pressing against his claw. There was no fierce resistance, as he had imagined. Wang Fei struggled a couple of times before his pupils dilated, completely motionless. A warm current surged within him, even more than when he killed the chubby lowly. Jiang Xia withdrew his claws, slowly stood up, and stared at Wang Fei's corpse for a long time, feeling a mix of emotions. Actually, he wouldn't have let Wang Fei go even without Li Sitong's words. He knew that if Wang Fei survived, he would definitely come after him again. Well done. Li Sitong patted Jiang Xia's shoulder, a hint of admiration in her eyes. Damn! So thrilling. Too thrilling. Yang Ji, looking as if he had survived a disaster, glanced at Wang Fei on the ground. This bastard is stronger than I imagined. Thankfully, it was a close call. Jiang Xia retracted his demonic form and asked Yang Ji, why are you also a demon seed? Me? Yang Ji sighed. I originally wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, but the result was alienation. There's nothing I can do but reveal my identity and integrate with you all. Chapter 22, Mysterious Mission. Last night, after hearing what Li Sidong said, Jiang Xia knew there was definitely a bigger crisis waiting for them. But at that time, Li Sidong didn't seem to want to explain, so he didn't ask. What happened? Li Sidong, don't worry, as long as you and Yang Ji do as I say, nothing will happen. Jiang Xia, tell me, so I can have some peace of mind. Li Sidong still didn't say, only sending an address. Drunken Dream Hotel, room 801. You and Yang Ji must arrive there before 10 o'clock. The Drunken Dream Hotel is that couple's hotel that seems to be a gathering place for demon seeds. 10 o'clock, and Mom's flight seems to be arriving at 10 as well. Just as Jiang Xia was thinking about how to tell his mom that he couldn't pick her up, she happened to call. She said the weather there was bad, and the flight was delayed, possibly arriving tonight. Coming out of the room, Yang Ji, who was sleeping on the sofa, was already awake. Curled up in a blanket playing games, his mouth spewing expletives. Are you guys not fully developed in the brain? How many times do I have to say it? Rush C1, C1. Is C2 your dad or your mom? I seriously suspect you're all bots. That tank at the street corner is almost going insane. Can you go blow it up already? Chapter 23, Huge Conspiracy in Room 802. A woman in office attire, her feet wrapped in black stockings, was lying quietly on the bed, her figure graceful and flawless. Her hands were bound behind her back, and her mouth was covered with black tape. As if she had been kidnapped. No, not as if, she had indeed been kidnapped. Damn. Right on time. Yang Ji was staring, his eyes wide, swallowing loudly. Wait. Who is this? Jiang Xia felt like his head was about to explode. Yang Ji walked to the edge of the cage bed, the distance very close. Carefully examining the woman on the bed, the sound of him swallowing growing louder. One was a man wearing a hood, and the other was a woman bound to the bed in black stockings. The scene felt completely incongruous. Standing at the door, Jiang Xia suddenly felt like he was watching the beginning of a short film. The woman on the bed clearly had awareness. Upon hearing someone enter and noticing someone standing beside the bed, especially after that vulgar remark, she trembled in fear. Yang Ji, still unsatisfied, withdrew his gaze and walked in front of Jiang Xia, placing a hand on his shoulder. Ah Xia, I have to say, you found a great girlfriend. You even arranged this kind of feast for me. Jiang Xia was utterly speechless. Chapter 24, Life Hanging by a Thread. Yang Ji slowly said, Director Huang initially wanted to kill Li Sitong, but she didn't fall for it. Yet that doesn't mean Director Huang will let her go. And Wang Fei died at our hands, so unless we resolve this matter, the three of us will indeed die. Why does Director Huang want to kill Li Sitong? Jiang Xia asked, puzzled. I don't know. Yang Ji was also unclear about the intricacies. He didn't even know what relationship Li Sitong had with Director Huang. Jiang Xia narrowed his eyes, pondering deeply, gradually realizing, so she captured Director Huang's wife to threaten him. Director Huang is a devoted husband, and as long as his wife is in our hands, the initiative is in our control. Instead of waiting to die, why not take the initiative? Yes, that's it. But I don't know what Li Sitong really wants. Does she want to reach some agreement with Director Huang? Or does she want to kill him? Yang Ji exhaled a long puff of smoke, filling the entire restroom with a haze, making Jiang Xia very uncomfortable, forcing him to extinguish the cigarette. Not to say more, but Director Huang's wife is really quite good. Yang Ji stroked his chin, licking his lips, looking quite unsatisfied. Judging by his expression, it seemed some inappropriate images were already forming in his mind. Chapter 25, Twisted Mindset. In the hotel room filled with hidden dangers, silence reigned. So quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Each person's heartbeat was different, their thoughts varied. Jiang Xia, it seems my guess was right. This woman is here for Director Huang's wife. If she wants to negotiate, she must control Director Huang's wife. A head-on confrontation won't work. I can only outsmart her. Director Huang's wife, what happened? What on earth happened? I don't want to die, I don't want to die. The hand gripping my throat, why does it feel like it's not a normal human hand? Awakened one, I was careless, I let him control my sister. I should have killed him earlier. He must be the guy from the villa the night before. Yang Ji, the awakened one controlling me seems to be a woman. Dying under the peony blossoms, even as a ghost, one remains elegant. The woman in black spoke with her usual coldness, let her go. And I can spare both of you. Jiang Xia wouldn't be threatened in return. He and Yang Ji were in danger, but she was likely in greater danger. I should be the one saying this, maybe we aren't your match, but this hotel has at least dozens of demonic beings. If they find out an awakened one is here, you will be the one in trouble. Chapter 26, Money still has some use. Jiang Xia rolled his eyes at him, I see you as lace, your whole family is lace. Can we not be so abnormal? Can we think a little more healthily? There's no helping it, my thoughts are just too skewed right now. Yang Ji patted his head. He didn't understand why his personality had become like this, even his thoughts had subconsciously turned dirty and inappropriate. Back to the point. Jiang Xia said seriously, she's so determined to come to this place in broad daylight to save Director Huang's wife. I think her relationship with Director Huang's wife is unusual. Maybe they are family. Yang Ji snapped his fingers, now that you mention it. Director Huang's wife has a younger sister who is quite beautiful. She came to the school with her before to find Director Huang. I think her name is Ju. And she's a student from second high, also a senior. Jiang Xia nodded slightly, if she really is Director Huang's wife's sister, then everything makes sense. He also had some impression of Director Huang's sister, vaguely recalling he had seen her a few months ago. It had been too long to remember her exact appearance. But her figure was quite similar. This information could be worth 10 million. Chapter 27, Friendly Kin. Jiang Xia's mother is a bridge engineer, and has been with a construction company in Xinghua City for nearly 10 years. The company is large, with business spanning much of China, and has participated in several well-known projects domestically. Song Qiuyue, a name that is still relevant today. She looks like an ordinary middle-aged woman. But her figure is great, even after having 2 kids, she hasn't lost her shape. Plus, with good skin care and dressing skills, she stands out among middle-aged women. Since divorcing his father, many divorced men have pursued her, and even many male colleagues at work have shown her various attentions. In this regard, Jiang Xia understood well, and never interfered in his mother's romantic life. He also hoped someone would accompany his mom. So he often told her to find someone suitable to get married, as long as the person was right and she liked him, he had no objections. After all, his mom is also a person, and she is still young in her 40s. Although he is her son, he shouldn't be too selfish. In the 3 years since her divorce from his father, she has had meals with several men, but this time, this man is undoubtedly the highest quality Jiang Xia has seen. Just from his appearance, he is well-groomed and handsome, and the blue suit he wears seems tailor-made for him. His elegant demeanor makes him seem like a gentleman representative, and the Rolex gold watch on his wrist indicates he is wealthy. Chapter 28. Crisis from Mom. Chen Kai's words puzzled Jiang Xia. Died at their hands. Who? Wait. No. Why does it feel like this man knows a lot about me? Who? Is there anyone else who died at your hands today besides him? Are you talking about that Huang guy? Chen Kai looked at the mirror. Adjusting his tie, he is an excellent companion, his hunting ability is among the best I've seen. I once thought that if given enough time to grow, he would definitely be one of the strongest peers. Hearing Chen Kai refer to the word companion, Jiang Xia stepped back, feeling alert. Noticing Jiang Xia's movement, Chen Kai smiled. No need to be so nervous. I didn't say I wanted to take revenge on him. I've long thought of killing him. Even if you don't do it, I would have acted in a few days. But I was quite surprised that you killed him. Something even I find difficult to do, you little kids manage to accomplish. After speaking, Chen Kai paused and added, sorry, forgive my inappropriate wording. People like us shouldn't be judged by age. I didn't kill him. Don't be so modest. Your little girlfriend has already told me it was a joint effort. Chapter 29. Changing relationships. Shu Kun, Wang Fei, and the grade director Huang Haifeng, within just a few days. 3 familiar people around him had perished, and they had direct or indirect relationships with him. It felt like this was not the world anymore, but rather the relationships between people. Hunter, prey, it's either you die or I die. Jiang Xia didn't know what role he played in this game, he just wanted to survive, to keep his family alive. He was prepared for his relationships with all his friends to change, ready to switch between the identities of prey and hunter at any moment. But he had never prepared for changing his relationship with his family, not even daring to think about it. A bottle of liquor conveyed a lot of information. He didn't need to say anything, his mom seemed to already know about the changes in this world. She didn't have the aura of kin. Not kin nor a hidden demon. If she were a hidden demon, she wouldn't need to test her son's identity with a bottle of liquor. Her identity is likely to be an awakened one. Awakened ones, even if more attractive to demonic beings, have better means of self-preservation than ordinary people. This seems to be a good thing. Jiang Xia was indeed a bit happy, but after the happiness came worry. Chapter 30. Simple and Brutal. The cafe is located on the south side of an artificial lake, which belongs to the Baiyun district where Jiang Xia and his companions are currently staying. Crossing the artificial lake, to the north is another district. The cafe is called New World, a recently opened establishment with good decoration, but it doesn't have a lot of foot traffic. As soon as he entered, Jiang Xia clearly sensed several kin auras. The staff inside were all kin, and several young people leisurely sipping coffee by the window were also kin. This scene inevitably reminded Jiang Xia of a certain Japanese anime he had watched before. The worldview is quite similar to the current reality, where the protagonist accidentally becomes a monster. In a state of hunger and confusion, he is taken in by a cafe, where the staff are all monsters. However, they maintain their humanity and never harm others to fill their stomachs, instead opting for some compromises. But I wonder if this cafe is somewhat similar to the one in the anime. Is the film reflecting reality? In a corner, Chen Kai has been waiting for a long time, dressed just as elegantly as last night, holding a fashion magazine in his hand, with a cup of black coffee on the table in front of him. Chapter 31. The pervert lists the soft music in the cafe is comfortable, but Jiang Xia frowns. He thinks killing Chen Kai would make things much simpler. Li Sidong stirs her coffee with a spoon. It's necessary to kill him. He takes food too seriously. And once he selects something, he won't easily give it up. Perhaps he won't just target your mother, but will also capture your sister, enjoying your sister before your mother, forcing her to watch him eat. The more fear and breakdown the food exhibits, the more excited he becomes. Jiang Xia slightly furrows his brow. Is he really that perverted? He knows Chen Kai is twisted, but he never expected him to be this extreme. It's simply psychologically warped. He had invited a few people from headquarters to dinner before, and I was fortunate to be among them. At that time, the scene was a man tied to a chair, while his wife struggled on the table. The more the man screamed, the more exhilarated he became. He mentioned that he spent over 2 months developing feelings for that woman. Just thinking about that scene makes a hint of fear rise in Jiang Xia's heart. It's not Chen Kai he is afraid of, but this crazy world. You wouldn't have enjoyed it with him, would you? Chapter 32. A man's knees are worth gold. Yang Ji did not. Upon hearing Jiang Xia's conditions, Li Sidong laughed. Interesting, good, I agree. But there's one more condition. What? When I'm killing these demon species, you have to watch from the shadows, and if I can't handle it, you need to come out and save me. All right. Just don't pick something too strong, otherwise, I won't be able to save you and can only watch you die, then avenge you later. Don't worry. I want I'll start with the weaklings. Jiang Xia thinks this deal is quite good. Not only can he kill Chen Kai, but it seems he is also helping Li Sidong hunt 10 demon species, while actually becoming stronger himself during the process, with Li Sidong providing protection in the shadows. Killing more demon species can also be considered as eliminating harm for the people, right? Not 10, 8 will do. The previous Wang Fei and that fat woman count as 2. From what Li Sidong said, Wang Fei and that fat woman have become her nutrients for becoming stronger. Fine. Then 8 it is. When will you make your move? Li Sidong thought for a moment. These next 2 days 1T work, Chen Kai isn't weak. I need to fully recover from the injuries I sustained while fighting Director Huang, so within 3 days. Chapter 33. Shocking words. Bang bang bang. The sounds of punches and kicks echoed in the room. A gentleman can be killed but cannot be humiliated. Yang Ji tried to resist, but after failing, he obediently took the man's phone to find someone online, secretly vowing that one day he would take revenge. The man watching Yang Ji was filled with anger. He had prepared to dine, but upon arrival, he found himself among his kind, ruining his dining mood. Unfortunately, he is not a demon, otherwise he could have eaten this kid. Time passed second by second, and when the morning light filtered through the heavy curtains, the man completely lost his appetite for dining and his patience for waiting. His gaze turned to Yang Ji. He wanted to kill this kid. Not only to vent his anger, but also to reduce the competition among demon species. Just as he was about to make a move, a phone call came in. He had 2 phones, one was the one Yang Ji held to look for food online, and the other was for personal use. The caller was none other than Chen Kai, who had promised him that as long as he listened to him, he would take him along after the world fell into chaos, and give him a place of his own. Chapter 34. Testing attitude. Li Sidong's words were like a huge question mark, an exclamation mark dropped into the room. Her statement caught everyone off guard. The man who claimed to have slept with someone's wife was stunned, thinking he had misheard. Wasn't he the one making the choices? Why was the choice to kill him? Chen Kai, sitting on the sofa, slightly twitched his eyelids. Yang Ji, hanging in a birdcage bed, held his breath anxiously. No way. Is Jiang Xia really that impressive? What kind of divine girlfriend did Jiang Xia find? Jiang Xia was first incredulous, then filled with confusion. He thought he had somewhat grasped the patterns of Li Sidong's craziness. But now, he realized he was still too much of a frog in a well. His understanding of Li Sidong was still as limited as a cicada's knowledge of snow. The man immediately spoke. "What did you say?" "Kill me." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Xia lunged at him, his sharp black claws stabbing toward his heart. Jiang Xia didn't know what Li Sidong was thinking. But he was certain that what Li Sidong was asking him to do now wouldn't harm her. It wasn't that he unconditionally trusted Li Sidong. It was that if Li Sidong wanted to harm him, she wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. At such a moment, hesitating might disrupt Li Sidong's plans. Chapter 35, The Perverted Psychology of Demon Species. Jiang Xia's heart tightened, hurriedly asking, "What do you mean? Is it not the same?" Li Sidong replied, "Of course, it's different. The ingredients carefully selected by him provide him with great emotional value during the enjoyment process. When his psychology is greatly satisfied, the nutrition he gains from consuming that person is much greater than normal." Hearing Li Sidong say this, Jiang Xia breathed a sigh of relief. Can it be understood that a person who satisfies his emotional value provides him with much more nutrition than someone unrelated to him? It can be understood like this. He spent such a long time cultivating feelings with your mother, building a good friendship, during the consumption process. His perverted psychology will excite him to the extreme. Besides satisfying his emotional value, it will also provide him with far more nutrition than several people combined. I can't explain why. I believe he won't easily give up on hunting your mother. His seriousness and obsession with food far exceed many of my kind. Yang Ji, sitting on the bed, interrupted, "Can it be understood as eating the same thing, but when you're in a good mood, your appetite is better. And you can absorb more nutrition." Chapter 36, Li Sidong's Special Psychology. Bang! A solid fist struck his head, and Yang Ji let out a scream, dropping the phone. Clutching his head and gasping for air. What time is it to still be thinking about this? Jiang Xia was at his wits' end. Just having gone through a life-and-death battle, with wounds still bleeding, he was actually looking for someone online. The losses you've suffered aren't enough, are they? Yang Ji looked at Jiang Xia with a wronged expression and said weakly, "What can I do? I don't want this either. Can't you control it a bit?" Jiang Xia sighed inwardly. He knew that Yang Ji truly couldn't control it. The mind might be manageable, but this was a compulsion, something that couldn't be easily shaken off. "All right, if you want to make an appointment, go ahead. As long as you do it with your own ability, I won't say anything. But don't go harming innocent women one day." Jiang Xia glared at Yang Ji, his tone leaving no room for debate. He didn't want his best friend to become a beast with a human face and a beastly heart. Yang Ji said seriously, "Don't worry. I'm definitely not that kind of person. If I could do something like that, I wouldn't want to live anymore." A few minutes later, Li Sidong came down from upstairs. After leaving the hotel, Jiang Xia called a car for Yang Ji, telling him to go back, rest well, and recover from his injuries. He shouldn't go to school for evening self-study tonight. Chapter 37, Love Letters from the Same Kind. After calming his inner excitement, Li Sidong asked, "You just acted when I asked you to in the hotel, and you were pretty quick. Weren't you afraid I'd set you up?" "I didn't think that much at the time. I just felt there must be a reason for you asking me to do that." Li Sidong seemed quite satisfied. "I like your trust in me." Jiang Xia was walking when he suddenly furrowed his brows. "Wait, I suddenly feel something's off." "What's off?" Jiang Xia looked at Li Sidong. "I think Chen Kai will not only not delay his plans against my mom, but he might even speed them up." "Why do you think so?" "I think Chen Kai is also enjoying the hunting process, based on what you just said about enjoying the process of achieving goals. He likes that feeling of getting closer to the prey, while the prey is completely unaware of the danger. For example, if I were Chen Kai, I wouldn't know you at first, But after I take a liking to you, I'd find ways to approach you. I'd gradually cultivate feelings with you, with the ultimate goal of devouring you. But what I enjoy more than finally devouring you is the process of our relationship improving little by little, while you foolishly remain unaware of the danger closing in. Chapter 38. A bunch of mad perverts from middle school until now. Jiang Xia had received quite a number of love letters. Although not as many as Li Sitong's, he had at least a dozen or 20. After all, he was somewhat good-looking and could hold his own against the school's heartthrob. Love letters are a way to express feelings for someone you like, and student romances often begin with a love letter. But this love letter was a bit different from the usual ones. Why? Tell me why you are with Jiang Xia. I've pursued you so many times, and each time you said you didn't like men. It made me believe it. But explain to me why today at the amusement park, you held Jiang Xia's hand. You even kissed him. I don't blame him. I only blame myself for not being capable, but I feel he doesn't deserve you. What you need is an excellent partner, a perfect hunting companion. And I can definitely satisfy these 2 points better than he can. Li Sitong, I beg you to give me a chance to express my feelings properly. After evening self-study tonight, I'll be waiting for you in the bamboo forest. If you don't come, you might regret it, because I promise I won't let you down. Chapter 39. A man's mouth, a deceiver's ghost in the dark bamboo forest. Jiang Wen seemed to feel no pain, expressionless, as he held up his left arm. Blood dripping from the severed end onto the bamboo leaves, like a leaky faucet. Li Sitong was momentarily stunned, reaching out to touch the hot blood on her face. Her eyes filled with disbelief. Not only she and Jiang Xia couldn't believe it, but anyone who saw this would find it unbelievable. A model student at school, after becoming a demon seed, could actually go this far. Just because the goddess said something casually, he didn't hesitate to tear off his own left arm. Even if the self-healing ability of a demon seed is strong, and even if this arm might grow back one day, this is not something an ordinary person could do without hesitation. This hand is yours now, you are mine, right? Jiang Wen's tone shifted from calm to slightly uncontrollable excitement. Li Sitong came back to her senses from her shock and slowly looked in Jiang Xia's direction, calling out, Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia calmed the turbulent waves in his heart and walked over expressionlessly. From the very beginning, he couldn't be considered a peeper, even if his footsteps were light. The aura of the demon seed had long been exposed in front of Li Sitong and Jiang Wen. Chapter 40. The World of Demon Seeds After 10 o'clock. The city shed its elite disguise, 3/4 of the office buildings extinguished their lights, and on the sparsely populated overpass, ambulances passed by every few minutes, their blue lights cutting through the asphalt road. The night breeze was cool, winter was approaching. In the dark alley, the dripping water from the old tube building's windows made the surroundings even quieter. Rapid footsteps echoed through one alley after another. Don't follow me. Jiang Xia stopped his steps and turned to look at Yang Ji. What's wrong with me? You asked me to come, and now you're telling me not to follow you. Where should I go? In the dark alley, the purple mask on Yang Ji's face looked particularly twisted. Jiang Xia placed a hand on his shoulder and took a deep breath. Ji, people can change, but they shouldn't become twisted. Listen to me, throw away this mask. If that's not possible, at least put your underwear over your head. Can you stop using my mask as a topic? I think this mask is quite unique. Purple. It showcases my unruly temperament. Yang Ji put his hands on his hips, looking quite pleased. Jiang Xia wanted to say something, but swallowed it back. He clearly remembered how Yang Ji dressed when he came out to save him a few nights ago, when Wang Fei blocked him. Chapter 41. An unexpected awakener. The huge iron cage door slammed shut, attracting the attention of everyone present. Just as Jiang Xia was engrossed in watching, a glass filled with amber liquid was placed on their table. Looking up, he saw a goat-headed monster in a black suit. The black goat head had no hair, and 2 horns curved like crescent moons atop its head. I didn't expect you to bring those two as well, the goat-headed monster spoke. And the voice seemed to belong to Chen Kai. Jiang Xia glanced at the golden Rolex watch on the goat-headed monster's wrist. It was indeed him, Chen Kai. Li Sitong withdrew her gaze from the iron cage, looking at Chen Kai, who had accurately found them. You could recognize us even with masks on. You can't tell your appearances with masks on, but the combination of the three of you is very recognizable. Chen Kai sat down, crossing his legs. While Jiang Xia immediately stood up, bringing a fruit platter to sit beside Jiang Xia. The three of them fell silent, but seeing Chen Kai here, Jiang Xia finally relaxed. The three of them turned their gazes back to the iron cage. Li Sitong knew that many problems were bothering Jiang Xia, and without waiting for him to ask, she began to explain, this place is a club for the magic species, which opens on the first Sunday evening of every month and the third Sunday evening, with different activities almost every week. The boss behind it is very powerful. Chapter 42, First Come, First Served. Damn. Looking at the photo of his mother displayed on the screen, Jiang Xia cursed loudly. The woman on the screen looked familiar to Li Sitong, and after a moment's thought, she realized it was Jiang Xia's mother. She slowly turned to look at Jiang Xia beside her, her expression becoming complicated. Oh no. Jiang Xia, who was sitting, threw down the fruit plate and stood up in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. Seeing the woman in the photo was a resource he had cultivated for a long time, Chen Kai couldn't help but laugh. This is too interesting. As many magic species began to stir restlessly, Jiang Xia fumbled for his phone. Damn. Still no signal. Damn, damn, damn. Looking up at the photo of his mother still displayed on the screen, Jiang Xia felt as if his heart was about to explode. He quickly stood up and dashed towards the door at lightning speed. Jiang Xia was fine until he moved. As soon as he did, countless similar beings surged toward the exit with him. Jiang Xia wanted to be the first to rush out and report the news. He was so close to the exit. But suddenly a tentacle attacked him, wrapping around his leg and pulling him down to the ground. Damn it! Jiang Xia grabbed an ashtray and smashed it on the head of the man who had knocked Jiang Xia down. Chapter 43, Urban Warfare. The familiar whistle sounded exactly like the one blown by Wang Fei. Jiang Xia thought he was seeing ghosts, his expression incredulous. Until the moonlight shone on the face of the newcomer, coupled with the strong vision of the magic species in the dark, he recognized the visitor. Chang Wen. Jiang Xia cursed, pretending to be mysterious. I knew it couldn't be Wang Fei. Wang Fei's heart was crushed by my own hands. And he could still recall the feeling of being scalded and squeezed. Moreover, after killing Wang Fei, he felt a surge of energy as an awakened one. This proves that Wang Fei must be dead. You killed Wang Fei, right? Chang Wen stood a few meters away, one hand in his pocket, the other adjusting his glasses. Who told you that? I guessed. Is there anything else? Make yourself disappear. Chang Wen got straight to the point without wasting time. What a lunatic, Jiang Xia cursed helplessly. He was utterly speechless at these mentally ill magic species. You are right, I am sick, but I feel happier being sick than I did when I was not. Li Sitong already knows that you have tortured and killed many women, you can't have her. While speaking, Jiang Xia took off his jacket and threw it on the ground. Chapter 44, One wave unsettled. Another rises. Jiang Xia was very tired. If he could find a quiet place, he could even sleep right away. Too much had happened today. In the morning, he killed Chen Kai's subordinate in the hotel, and in the evening, he witnessed his mother's identity as an awakened one being exposed at the Magic Species Club. His heart was in his throat, and his head felt heavy from extreme tension and worry. He had just had a life-and-death struggle with Chang Wen here, leaving him covered in wounds. After a hard-fought battle that left him severely injured, he had dealt with Chang Wen, and now, an awakened one had arrived. In an instant, Jiang Xia, nearly exhausted, felt like giving up and letting the awakened one do as he pleased. But he knew he couldn't die. The moment he saw the silver revolver in the masked man's hand glowing with white light, Jiang Xia didn't hesitate for a second and turned to run. Want to run? The masked man sneered coldly, raising the glowing silver revolver and aiming at Jiang Xia's back. Divine Order 098 Enforcer, the silver revolver in his hand could fire 6 different types of bullets: intimidation, disarm, arrest, cage, interrogation, execution. Except for execution. The other 5 bullets were all aimed at the magic species. Chapter 45, You are an awakened one, right? Li Zidong shook her head. No missed calls. She opened her phone, and as Jiang Xia swiped the screen, the shattered screen felt a bit awkward. Indeed, there were 2 missed calls, and the phone was fully charged. Before Jiang Xia could speak, Li Zidong took the initiative to leave the room, giving him space to make a call alone. Jiang Xia quickly dialed his mother's number. Beep. Beep, beep. Soon, the call connected, and hearing his mother's familiar voice on the other end, Jiang Xia breathed a sigh of relief. After a brief conversation, his mother said she had already left Xinghe City and was in a very safe place. She would go to an even safer place next. Once she was settled, she would arrange for someone to come and pick them up. During the call, Jiang Xia didn't probe too much about where his mother was or where she was going next. He felt that not knowing the exact whereabouts of his awakened mother would be a good thing for both of them. After confirming that his mother was safe, he said a few more words of caution before hanging up. Li Zidong was outside the door, and some things were not convenient to say. Finished. Hearing the silence in the bedroom, Li Zidong walked in from outside. Where is this? Jiang Xia looked around the room. Chapter 46, King Demon and Demon Slave. At 10 in the morning, Jiang Xia sat at the dining table wearing Li Zidong's father's bathrobe. The wound on his back was itching a bit, a sign that it was about to heal completely. Jiang Xia couldn't help but marvel at the resilience of the magic species. Their healing ability was indeed strong. He wondered if those awakened ones also had such powerful self-healing abilities. Is the fatal wound of the magic species in the heart? Jiang Xia inquired, trying to gather as much information as possible about the magic species. Including Chang Wen, he had killed 5 magic species. Among them, 2. The small octopus monster and the fat woman were completely turned into pieces. The other 3, Wang Fei, Chen Kai's subordinates, and Chang Wen, were all killed by piercing their hearts. Not necessarily. Some magic species die from a gunshot to the head, while others may not die even if you take out their hearts and cut off their heads. The best way to ensure that you kill a magic species is to tear them into pieces. For me, that means eating them. Li Zidong was busy in the kitchen preparing breakfast, removing the tops from fresh red strawberries and throwing them into the juicer, then pouring in a packet of red sauce. Soon, 2 bowls of freshly squeezed strawberry juice were served on the dining table. Chapter 47, The gas pedal is on the left, right. This call came at just the right time. Even if Dad hadn't called, Jiang Xia was planning to call him. Jiang Xia picked up the phone and connected the call. Li Zidong and Yang Ji fell silent instantly. Hello, Dad. Xiao Xia, your homeroom teacher called me and said you have a fever. Is it serious? On the other end of the phone, Dad's gentle voice came through. Although Jiang Xia's nominal guardian was Mom, Dad's number was also reserved at the school. Usually, when Mom was on a business trip or too busy with work, Dad would come if there was something happening at school. Jiang Xia knew why the homeroom teacher called Dad. It was definitely because Mom's phone was unreachable, and she didn't quite believe he was homesick with a fever. So she called Dad to verify the situation. At first glance, it seemed like the homeroom teacher had a lot on her plate, but in reality, she was quite responsible. The fever had subsided, but he was still too weak to walk, so he didn't go to school. Jiang Xia tried to keep his hoarse voice calm. Oh? How about your mom? Is she at home? She had to go on a business trip out of town suddenly last night, so she might be on a plane now. I can't get through to her. I'm out of town right now, so let me have Uncle Wen come over and take you to the hospital. Without saying much more, Dad really did care about him. Chapter 48. White Tiger. Seeing White Tiger for the first time, Jiang Xia admitted his heart tightened a bit. But he was no longer the naive newcomer to the demon world. He quickly regained his composure. "Do you want some tea?" Jiang Xia asked. His reaction was somewhat beyond what Li Sitong and White Tiger expected. "Sure, I haven't slept all night. A cup of tea would be just right." White Tiger walked over to the sofa, sat down, and crossed his legs, his pristine white suit spotless. After heating water from the water dispenser, Jiang Xia used paper cups to brew 3 cups of tea and placed them on the table. "Thank you." White Tiger politely picked up a paper cup. Jiang Xia stared at him, expecting White Tiger to take off his mask, but he didn't. Instead, he extended a black tentacle from beneath the mask, like a straw. Unafraid of burning himself, as it fell into the paper cup. After drinking half a cup of tea, White Tiger put the cup down and looked at the boy sitting next to Li Sitong. "You've ruined my enjoyment of the show. I can only apologize, after all. That person is my mom. I couldn't just let her run without notifying her," Jiang Xia replied calmly. "That's reasonable. If I were you, I would do the same. Having an awakened one in the family is a good thing. Of course, you should keep it for yourself and not let it slip to others." Chapter 49. Bustling deal. Huang Qianfu said, "I can sense that you care quite a bit about your family, but frankly, this isn't a good thing for you. It will be a significant weakness for your survival in this world." Jiang Xia replied, unperturbed, "Who said they were my weaknesses? They are just family. It's better if they can live. If they really can't survive, I can abandon them." Huang Qianfu was somewhat skeptical and continued. "A part of the safe zone in the southwest of my country has been completed, and some people have already entered. If you're interested, I have 2 spots available for entering the safe zone that I can give you." Jiang Xia was also skeptical. "Since you have spots, why not keep them for your family? I have a daughter abroad. As far as I know, she is just like us. Neither I nor my family qualify to enter the safe zone. Keeping these 2 spots is a waste. Why not give them to someone else? Trading these 2 useless spots for some excitement seems worthwhile to me." "Where did you get these 2 spots?" Jiang Xia asked. "I can't tell you that. Even if I did, you couldn't verify it." Chapter 50. Women. A red skull on the other end of the phone. Yang Jia's tone darkened. "What the hell are you talking about?" "I'm talking about a woman who just threw me a flirtatious glance." "Where are you now?" "Downstairs at your apartment complex." "Okay, we are coming down now." Outside the apartment complex, Yang Ji squatted by the greenery, his eyes not missing any woman passing by. When he saw Jiang Xia and Li Sitong coming out of the building, he stood up to greet them. "We are going to Yangbei County. Do you want to come along?" Jiang Xia asked. "What for? Looking for your sister?" "Pretty much. Of course we are going. What if you guys encounter some danger along the way? Wouldn't it be a hassle without my protection?" Yang Ji puffed out his chest. It was fine to let him come along. Li Sitong thought having Yang Ji, this hidden demon, might help in some way. While upstairs, Li Sitong had already called for a car, which arrived 2 minutes later. All the way, Yang Ji, sitting in the passenger seat, chatted non-stop with the driver. Jiang Xia sat in the back seat, wearing a mask to cover the wounds on his face, closing his eyes to rest and waiting for his injuries to heal. The scenery outside the window flashed by like slides. Chapter 51. Flirting. When Jiang Guohai said such words, the meaning was quite clear. "Looks like Mom told you early on." Jiang Xia's eyes were surprisingly calm, as if he had anticipated this. Jiang Guohai didn't speak. After a few seconds, Jiang Xia's pupils rapidly constricted. From the man before him, he sensed a familiar aura. "Dad, you." Jiang Xia's eyes flickered, his heart tightened, and his head felt heavy. The worry had come true. Among his family, there was also a demon. If his guess was correct, Dad should be a hidden demon like Jiang Xia. Surprised, right? Jiang Guohai lit another cigarette and took a deep puff. The real surprise is mine. I didn't expect you to be one too. Jiang Xia's mood became very heavy. Dad was a demon. And he didn't know whether this should be good news or bad news. His head felt like it was about to explode. Although he had prepared himself somewhat, it was still hard to accept. He had many questions he wanted to ask, but they all converged into one sentence. Can you tell me everything from the beginning? Jiang Guohai took a puff of his cigarette and began to recount. I became a demon a year ago. Not long after becoming a demon, I privately told your mom about it, and then I discovered that she was actually an awakened one. Chapter 52, Late Night Fast Food. The boy in front of him had dyed red hair, with 2 earrings on his ears, holding a cigarette, and exuding the aura of a dropout punk in every gesture. Li Sidong didn't dislike punks, but she hated this kind of non-mainstream look. Especially someone who had drunk a bit and didn't know their limits. Sorry, I have a boyfriend. Seeing Jiang Xia walking over from a distance, Li Sidong didn't want to waste any more time with this boy. Hey, don't be like that. I can tell from your accent that you're from a big city. Maybe you don't know who I am. I'm A Fei. You can ask anyone around here. No one hasn't heard of my name. A Fei patted his chest, boasting about his status and fame, as if he thought it was something worth showing off. A hint of dissatisfaction flashed in Li Sidong's eyes. I said I have a boyfriend. So what if you have a boyfriend? I guarantee you just don't know me well enough. Once you get to know me, you'll realize I'm much better than your boyfriend, 100 times better. The boy named A Fei said, burping from the alcohol, his body swaying unsteadily. Seeing Li Sidong wanting to leave, he reached out and pulled her back. His tone becoming serious. Beautiful lady, do you really want my buddy to make a joke out of me? Chapter 53, The Perverted Couple in the Room. Li Sidong checked carefully again, confirming that there were no hidden pinhole cameras. There was no way to be too careful in such small hotels. Pinhole cameras were indeed hard to guard against. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Jiang Xia asked Li Sidong, who was washing up in the bathroom, how did you guess my dad is of the same kind? Intuition. When I saw you two talking, it felt off. The main point is, I think I've seen your dad at the Demon Seed Club, or more accurately, just his back. That person was wearing a mask. And there was a fighting competition that night at the club. That guy was really strong, in less than 3 seconds. He killed a fellow who had already gone through an evolution. When I saw your dad just now, I remembered that back. Demon Seed Club. Jiang Xia was surprised. Her dad had said he didn't harm people, so how could he go to the Demon Seed Club? The demons who could go to such places were not your average demons. And according to Li Sidong, if that person really was her dad, then he must be terrifyingly strong. Are you sure that was my dad? Not sure, just a guess. Maybe it was just a similar back. Chapter 54, Evolution. Jiang Xia evolved. He hadn't expected the evolution to come so suddenly. Kneeling on the ground, Jiang Xia supported himself with his hands. It felt as if the cells in his body were rapidly expanding, and the sound of his clothes tearing echoed in the room. His body underwent demonic transformation in an instant, his eyes turned blood red, and a blue tail burst out of his pants. The front of the tail was still conical, but the end split into 6 petal-like sections, revealing a bloody mouth lined with rows of tiny red fangs. The bloody mouth opened and closed, stretching wide enough to easily engulf a head. Accompanied by 2 ripping sounds, 2 black bone blades, resembling arm knives, pierced through his sleeves and emerged from Jiang Xia's arms. At the same time, the scales on Jiang Xia's body also changed. Starting from his forehead, the scales seemed to flip over layer by layer, changing from a deep blue to a dark cyan, appearing to become harder. After the transformation, all the scales seemed to come alive, opening and closing as if they were breathing, with each edge sharp as a blade. Jiang Xia's demonic form became more robust. And the clothes that had barely fit after his transformation were now torn with large rips. Chapter 55. An excellent hunting ground. Jiang Xia leaned against the bathroom door. Curious, the principal said your code name is Eye Snake. Is your fully transformed appearance like a snake? Until now, Li Sidong had never fully transformed in front of Jiang Xia, which made him curious about what Li Sidong looked like when completely transformed. Is it like a snake? Or does she have tentacles all over? When the opportunity arises, I'll let you see. Li Sidong finished washing her face and turned to Jiang Xia. So, are you hungry? Should I take you to find something to eat? No need. I'm not hungry. Jiang Xia was not pretending, he really wasn't hungry. He had eaten enough at Li Sidong's place yesterday morning. And he shouldn't be hungry for at least 2 or 3 days. Coming down from upstairs, the three of them took a taxi to Guyue town. The map showed the destination was more than 30 kilometers away from their starting point. After nearly half an hour's drive from the county town, they arrived at Guyue town. At this time, the rain had also stopped, and the entire ancient town was shrouded in mist, with the air filled with the fragrance of soil mixed with green leaves. The ancient town was not small, located between 2 mountains, with a winding river dividing it into East Town and West Town. The sound of flowing water echoing in their ears. They got off at East Town, and to get to West Town, they needed to cross a long arch bridge, or pay a boatman to take them across in a black awning boat. Chapter 56. The strange kind. Although the woman's face was well concealed, her bright red hair was too conspicuous, and combined with her figure, it could almost be determined that she was the target, Zhong Niyue. The woman did not come out of the courtyard, but picked up a package placed at the door and closed it. It seemed she had no plans to leave in the short term. That should be the target, Li Sidong said. What should we do? Taking action is simple. Li Sidong thought for a moment. It's just that I'm not sure about her strength. It's too far away to gauge how strong she is. If her strength is completely above ours, acting rashly would be risky. I need to feel her strength up close to gauge it. Jiang Xia thought for a moment and said, I don't think she should be too strong. If she were strong, we wouldn't be able to kill her. And the principal wouldn't have sent us to stir up this commotion. That makes sense. Li Sidong nodded and looked back at the courtyard. Moreover, we are not familiar with the environment in the courtyard. We have no idea if she has set up any defense traps inside. Rushing in to kill her would not be in our favor. By night, she should come out to hunt, right? Jiang Xia looked at Li Sidong. We can wait for her to come out to hunt at night and observe. If the situation is right, we can take action and catch her off guard. Chapter 57. An unexpected interlude. A person without any kind of aura, and who could drink so much strong alcohol without any adverse reactions for such a long time, can only mean one thing. He is most likely not a demon. He had the smell of human blood on him, which is easy to explain. It could be that he was injured, and the blood smell leaked out. Or perhaps a family member was hurt, and blood got on him. Of course, there is another possibility. He is a murderer, who just killed someone in the morning and got blood on him. Jiang Xia and Li Sidong exchanged glances, neither of them paying too much attention. Regardless of what this man was or why he had the smell of blood on him, it had nothing to do with them. By the way, a Jew, where's your wife? You used to take her everywhere, right? The fat guy asked. The man called a Jew did not answer immediately. After a moment, he said, she's pregnant and has been staying at home for this period, hardly going out. Upon hearing this, the fat guy immediately said, pregnant? When did that happen? Found out a month ago. She's almost 20 weeks now. Good for you, kid. You couldn't have a child before, but now you finally did. Congratulations. Come on, let us have a drink and toast to your wife giving you a pair of twins, a son and a daughter. Chapter 58. An unexpected twist. Jiang Xia was confused. He felt the man's words were starting to become somewhat nonsensical. But he still replied, what does a pregnant woman need? Care. A Jew nodded, yes, it's care, meticulous care. She needs to be careful with everything she does, so I can't let her go out to find food, lest it affects the child in her womb. Jiang Xia's eyes flashed as he sensed something was off. If his guess was correct, this man's wife was a demon. Before Jiang Xia could make any move, a Jew's hand suddenly grabbed Jiang Xia's throat. A Jew leaned his head close to Jiang Xia's ear with a wicked smile and whispered, "Sorry, little brother, but for the sake of my child, I can only sacrifice you. After all, who told you to wander around outside at night?" Bang! Jiang Xia threw a punch at a Jew's face, intending to knock him out with one blow. However, a Jew was extremely fast. He quickly raised his other hand and swiftly wrapped it around Jiang Xia's fist. Upon closer inspection, a Jew's right fist was covered with a layer of red gauntlet, with wisps of flames swirling around it. Buzz! Jiang Xia felt a heavy weight in his head. Awakened one. Behind the stone tablet, Jiang Xia also looked confused, an awakened one. Chapter 59, First Battle with an Awakened One. In the alley filled with the aura of death, beads of sweat dripped from a Jew's forehead. He had fought against magic species before and had even killed several of them. But this time, it was 1 against 3. Not to mention 1 against 3. He had never even tried 1 against 2. Moreover, among these 3 magic species, 2 of them exuded a strong sense of oppression. He wondered how his identity had been exposed. To a Jew, this felt like a targeted hunt against him. These guys knew about what happened at his home, and that he would come out at night to find food for his wife. So they set a trap to lure him in. But how had his identity as an awakened one been revealed? Logically, only his wife knew. And he didn't think she would betray him. Is this important? Li Sitong asked. Jiang Xia replied, "With you, an awakened one, helping to find food. Your wife is quite lucky. I am more curious if she knows you are an awakened one. If she does, has she ever thought about eating you?" A Jew remained silent. After learning that his wife was a magic species, he had thought about killing her more than once. He couldn't bear to see his wife turn into a man-eating monster. Chapter 60, The Food Thief. A Jew's greatest strength was his fists, but in this narrow alley that could barely fit 2 people side by side, his fists were severely restricted. On the contrary, the magic species he was fighting had a terrifying tail that presented a significant advantage. And currently, only one of them was attacking. If the woman guarding the other exit also joined in, he would surely be killed in the alley. If possible, he wanted to run. Escape from this alley. He had already assessed the strength of these 3 magic species. The woman was the strongest, the one fighting him was on par with him. But in this narrow alley, the one he was fighting had the upper hand thanks to that elusive tail. The one guarding the other alley entrance was much weaker. He was confident he could knock out the weakest magic species with 1 punch, and then escape this alley. But before he could reach the alley exit, a tentacle suddenly landed on his neck, tightening around him like a python constricting its prey. His entire body was yanked back by the tentacle, crashing heavily in the middle of the alley, and only then did the tentacle loosen its grip on his neck and retract. At that moment, a deep sense of despair enveloped a Jew's entire being. All hope for survival was crushed by that tentacle. Chapter 61, Help Me record. A Jew did not want to die. His eyes were bloodshot and fierce, like a fish lying on a chopping board. Both hands tightly clutching his ruptured artery, with every spasm of his throat causing more blood to flow through his fingers. In the eyes of the 5 magic species, the alley filled with the aura of death was permeated with the scent of delicious food. Rapid footsteps echoed through the alley as Jiang Xia arrived beside Jiang Xia and Li Sitong, looking up at the 2 on the wall. At this moment, he did not want to be alone, standing at one end of the alley. Jiang Xia and Li Sitong's gazes were fixed on the rabbit-headed woman, Zhong Niu. In her demonic state, her appearance was unrecognizable, but the clothes the rabbit-headed woman wore were identical to those Zhong Niu had worn during the day. Ignoring her head, her figure was also remarkably similar. Unexpectedly, the now famous superstar Zhong Niu was actually one of them. Without being 100% certain of her identity, Jiang Xia attempted to bluff. After Jiang Xia spoke, the rabbit-headed woman on the wall clearly froze for a moment. What, is my voice so recognizable? My loyal fan. No. I just saw you from a distance at your door on the bridge during the day. You were wearing this outfit then, Jiang Xia replied calmly. Chapter 62, Blood Battle with a Tug. Jiang Xia's claws paused in midair. At that moment, Jiang Xia had already turned around. And as Jiang Xia lunged at her, her blood mouth also aimed to bite her. Jiang Xia relied on her incredible jumping ability to leap into the air. But her body suddenly halted mid-jump. At the same time she turned to attack. Jiang Xia wrapped her tail around Jiang Xia's ankle to prevent her from jumping that high again. Jiang Xia's eyes widened, and her entire body was pulled down to the ground by Jiang Xia, who then pounced on her, pinning her down. When fighting a fellow with such incredible jumping ability, the best approach was to engage in close combat, leaving no space for her to jump. A roar erupted from the throat of the beast, echoing through the alley, causing the residents to stand on end, trembling under their covers with faces as pale as freshly fallen snow. Jiang Xia's blood mouth revealed serrated sharp teeth, mercilessly biting into Jiang Xia's small shoulder. Jiang Xia was not willing to back down either. She opened her blood mouth, revealing red sharp teeth, and retaliated in kind, biting into Jiang Xia's shoulder. Though her blood mouth was not as large as Jiang Xia's, its sharpness and strength were not inferior, and perhaps even exceeded it. Chapter 63, The sudden birth. Jiang Xia's brutality and madness exceeded Jiang Xia's expectations. Jiang Xia realized why, despite her superior strength, she could never kill Jiang Xia. In fact, she had sustained numerous injuries and lost several chunks of flesh. From the very beginning, this guy had been fighting her like he was risking his life. He was someone who would fight to the death. Jiang Xia exerted all her strength, breaking free with one arm, raising her upper body, and letting out a roar as her blood mouth lunged for Jiang Xia's face. The attack came too suddenly, and Jiang Xia could only open her blood mouth to bite back at Jiang Xia. Clearly, she made a wrong decision. A foolish one that could even cost her life. Jiang Xia's sharp teeth were on par with Jiang Xia's, and her strength was not inferior either. But her blood mouth was much smaller in comparison. Her mouth could only open wide enough to swallow a tennis ball, while Jiang Xia's could encompass her entire face. As soon as Jiang Xia opened her mouth, Jiang Xia's blood mouth wrapped around her entire face, and her jaws slammed shut like a closing iron door, the sharp teeth piercing through her cheek. Jiang Xia could distinctly feel sharp teeth poking into her mouth. Chapter 64, Strange Brain Circuit. At the entrance of the courtyard, the scene deeply shocked Jiang Xia and the others. A black monster, dripping with slimy liquid, squatted on the blood-stained ground, chewing on an arm. The monster looked extremely disgusting. Completely black, and not very large, standing at about 1.2 meters tall. Its oval head was wrinkled, resembling a hairless rat's head. Below its pair of crimson, elongated eyes was a nose that looked like it had been sliced, and further down, sharp canine teeth were neatly arranged. Following its spine, there was a 1-meter-long tail, wet and dragging on the ground. On the ground, fragments of clothing mingled with red liquid. The monster ate quickly, hardly chewing, gulping down its food. Its belly was already swollen, yet it seemed still unsatisfied. Not far away, a woman lay on the ground, her stomach a bloody mess. But she seemed to feel no pain at all, instead looking indulgently at her child who was eating. Did she show any sorrow for her husband's death? Yang Xia, carrying Jiang Xia's corpse, couldn't hold it in and threw her body to the ground, running into the darkness to vomit. Chapter 65, Dual-sided strength in the darkness. 4 pairs of eyes collided. Awakened ones, or the same kind. The distance was too far for Jiang Xia to sense any aura. And when he looked at Li Sidong again, her eyes glowed red and constricted into snake-like pupils. Let's go. A few seconds later, Li Sitong grabbed Jiang Xia's hand. Even she couldn't tell whether they were awakened ones or the same kind, so it was best to leave quickly. When she was fighting that octopus-headed creature, she had a vague feeling of being watched. Now it seemed that feeling was not a delusion. Those two individuals on the tower had been watching them fight. On the tower, two pairs of eyes watched the three rapidly leaving the town. Should we pursue? A young man wearing a black mask asked. Pursue? How do we pursue? That woman is an alien monster, not weak at all, especially after swallowing that town mayor. Her strength must have increased significantly. The risk of confronting her is too great. I don't want to take that chance. Another middle-aged man, his face painted with heavy camouflage, was indistinguishable. His cold gaze fixed on the three leaving. And he gritted his teeth, angrily cursing, "Damn it, if I had known a month ago, I would have killed that town mayor, instead. I raised him for a month just for him to become fodder for the alien monster." Chapter 66. Special ways to strengthen. Red liquid from his fingers entered his mouth. Feeling a trace of nutrition and a slight sense of fullness within, Jiang Xia frowned. This external aid is a bit too much. The magic seed has a super healing ability, and I can also gain nutrition by consuming myself. If an arm is severed, how long will it take to regrow? Can it even regrow? Jiang Xia muttered in his heart. But it seems not very feasible, if I chop off an arm and eat it. Most of the nutrition gained will probably be used to heal the injured body and close the wounds. What if I end up chopping off an arm, stuffing it into my mouth, and the nutrition just allows the arm to regrow? Wouldn't that be pointless pain? After coming out of the bathroom, Jiang Xia changed into a loose tank top. Just as he picked up his phone to call his mom, he saw she had sent him a text message. The message said she was safe and was going to a place without signal. If there was an emergency, Jiang Xia should find his dad, Jian Guohai. She would call him in 3 days at most, 2 days at least. Jiang Xia tried to call her, but the prompt said the number was out of service. A place without signal. Jiang Xia wondered where his mom was now. Could it be in some deep mountains? Chapter 67. Ticket to safety. These were all things Jiang Xia had prepared in advance. He wanted to create a new type of magic seed identity for himself. Jiang Xia continued, "When I fight, the nutrition stored in my body seems to explode and multiply. The more intense the fight, the more nutrition increases. I hadn't paid much attention before, but last night, when I fought that Jew, I tore off several chunks of flesh from him. And that feeling was even more pronounced. Those nutrients entered my body, and as I fought fiercely, they multiplied." "Is that so?" Li Sitong nodded thoughtfully. "So. Your special way of getting stronger is through fighting. The more intense the battle, the faster your strength increases, provided you have stored nutrients in your body." Jiang Xia looked uncertain. "I'm not sure about the specifics, but that's the feeling I get. After fighting twice last night, I clearly feel that I've become stronger." Interesting. Li Sitong never expected Jiang Xia's special way of strengthening was like this. But it seems that ordinary fights won't work. It has to be the kind of battle where I fully get into the zone. Chapter 68. Newly ranked number 1. Huang Qianfu nodded, "Yes. Every awakened one who aligns with the official can obtain at least 3 safety zone tickets. They can choose to give the tickets to family or friends. After all, as an awakened one who has allied with the officials, this privilege is still there. These 2 tickets, you got them from the awakened one." Huang Qianfu nodded. "That awakened one had a total of 3 tickets. I gave 1 to someone else, and the remaining 2 are now yours." "Where is the specific location of the safety zone?" Jiang Xia asked again. Huang Qianfu shook his head. "This isn't like buying something, there's no after-sales service. I'm just giving you the tickets, you'll have to find the safety zone yourself. I'm afraid you don't know the exact location either." Li Sitong said, as she took the 2 safety zone tickets from Jiang Xia's hand to inspect them closely. Huang Qianfu remained silent, only taking out a cigarette to light up. Before the cigarette ignited, Jiang Xia noticed something unusual about the tobacco. It wasn't the usual brown, it was red. As if stained by something. With a closer sniff, a familiar scent threaded through his nasal cavity and into his brain. Seeing Jiang Xia's attention on the cigarette, Huang Qianfu offered the pack. Want one? It's a new product launched by the cafe at the lake, highly praised. Chapter 69, adding more joy to this world. The next day, Thursday, 6:45 a.m. The entire Xinghan No. 1 middle school exploded. Students mixed with teachers screamed as they rushed out of the teaching building, causing chaos in the school. Several female students fainted on the spot, and a few delinquent boys, who usually acted tough, were so scared they urinated themselves. Jiang Xia had arrived quite early. He didn't want to see any masterpieces. But Li Sidong had dragged him here, saying to come early to see what the old man could create. Standing at the classroom door, Jiang Xia looked at the body dressed in a luxurious gown, but with nothing above the shoulders. His brow furrowed, and he muttered, "This is my spot." Ah! Li Sidong covered her face and screamed, trembling all over, her body leaning against the corridor wall, as if she had been scared into a mental breakdown. Jiang Xia looked at Li Sidong, and, unable to see her expression, could not tell whether her trembling was due to fear, excitement, or if she was just pretending. What happened? What happened? Principal Huang Qianfu rushed up the stairs, with countless people screaming and fleeing past him. A female teacher, her face pale with fright, grabbed the principal's arm and stammered for a long time without managing to say a word. Chapter 70, Crazy Thoughts. Jiang Xia felt extremely speechless. Relieved that his psychological endurance was slowly getting stronger, otherwise, he would eventually be traumatized by this group of lunatics. Huang Qianfu placed a hand on Jiang Xia's shoulder, appearing to comfort him. You did a great job with this incident. Are you interested in collaborating again? I can offer you a more generous reward. Jiang Xia lowered his head and said, if you keep this up, you'll end up dead. Huang Qianfu dismissed it. If my death can bring a bit of joy to this world, then it's worth it. Actually, I think your dressing of the corpse isn't perfect, Jiang Xia said after a moment's thought. In a place like this, she should be wearing a school uniform. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Xia froze, wondering if he had also twisted psychologically to say something like that. In the police car, the male officer in the passenger seat was smoking a cigarette. Team leader Liu, what are you thinking about? Asked a young officer driving the car. Team leader Liu didn't respond, his gaze fixed on the street outside. In his mind, there was a silver revolver and a string of information, God's Order 098 Enforcer. He really wanted to join the Awakened Squad and take on missions confronting the demonic species. Chapter 71, Like-minded individuals. After leaving the school, Jiang Xia and Li Sidong walked along the lakeside road, discussing the principal's crazy ideas. He's just a lunatic, no need to pay him much mind. But he made one good point. The apocalypse has already shown its face, and it won't be long before it covers the entire world. The sunlight shone on Li Sidong's face, tinting her lips a faint red. She raised her hand to tuck her loose hair behind her ear, but the wind blew it back down again. So, during this existing time, we need to hasten our strength enhancement. Every little bit helps. Jiang Xia couldn't wait for his injuries to fully heal before continuing with the next battle to enhance his strength. Time is life now. If we don't fight hard now, when the chaos arrives, we might not even have the chance to fight. Yes, after completing an evolution, my body's defense can indeed withstand firearms and such. But barely being able to withstand is one thing, being swept by a Gatling gun is another, not to mention tanks, planes, and artillery. Especially those peers and awakened ones who are stronger than me. Li Sidong nodded. We need to speed up the enhancement of our strength. But hunting ordinary people is too slow for me. Hunting 10 or 20 ordinary people is not as effective as hunting one of my kind. Chapter 72. Continuing the conversation. The flush on the woman's face made Jiang Xia feel something was very off. His intuition told him that this woman's psychological issues might be quite severe. It's rare, really rare. Chen Yusin looked at Jiang Xia with delight and whispered. I used to be a bookworm, with many book friends, but since I changed, perhaps due to my personality changes, the number of friends around me has dwindled. I never expected to meet someone with the same interests among my kind today, especially while reading my favorite novel. I also find it strange, although I used to read. I didn't enjoy it as much as I do now. Perhaps the chaos in this world makes reading help to calm my heart a little, Jiang Xia said, shaking his head and smiling. If I don't read for 2 hours a day, I feel uncomfortable all over. Chen Yusin propped her face up with one hand, her eyes shining as she looked at the boy across from her. Even your speech has a literary flavor. It seems you really are a bookworm. It's rare to meet someone with the same interests in this identity and environment. It's a pity we can't drink, otherwise, we could celebrate with a drink. But wine is just a form of expression. I think I can express it in another way. Chapter 73, Deep Affection. The man looked at Jiang Xia, momentarily stunned. A mix of surprise and confusion in his eyes. Clearly, he had seen Jiang Xia before. After thinking for a moment, the man pulled his hand out of his pants pocket and walked up to Jiang Xia. You are Jiang Xia. Song Qiuyue is your mother. And you are? I'm Wu Dazhe. I'm a colleague of your mother. Jiang Xia nodded, realizing why he felt the man looked so familiar at first glance. Wu Dazhe was the supervisor of the department where his mother worked, a boss who had harassed her in various ways before she divorced his father. Jiang Xia knew about this because a few years ago, while playing games on his mother's phone, he suddenly received harassing messages from this guy. Not long after, his mother divorced his father, and the frequency of this man's harassment increased. Once, Jiang Xia even planned to invite Yang Ji, preparing a sack to beat this man up, but that plan was ultimately abandoned for various reasons. As for how this man recognized him, Jiang Xia could figure that out. When he was in middle school, the school was close to his mother's company, and he often went to sit there waiting for her when he forgot his house keys or ran out of money. Chapter 74, The Collision of Iron Beasts in the Deep Night, at 021. The giant tower crane stood unmoving in the evening breeze, and at the construction site, which had been halted for 7 days for safety reasons, a luxurious E300 sedan shook violently. Bang! A tentacle slapped against the windshield. After several minutes, the car stopped shaking, and a man and a woman lay on the reclined seats, breathing heavily, drenched in sweat. Click! A lighter briefly illuminated the interior of the car, after the flame extinguished. A red cigarette, but flickered in the darkness. The voluptuous woman lay sideways in the passenger seat, using her right hand's tentacle to draw circles on Wu Dazhe's arm. After turning into a demonic species, you seem to be even stronger than before. Receiving the woman's praise, Wu Dazhe laughed. Stronger than your useless husband, right? Don't mention him, just thinking about him makes me angry. Let us find a time to call him out and kill him. No, he has to live, that is what makes it exciting. Wu Dazhe chuckled, revealing his little kink. What a pervert you are. The woman scolded playfully, pulling up her clothes that had slipped down to her waist. The two fell silent for a moment. And once the woman had finished dressing, Wu Dazhe cursed, damn it, that little brat. Chapter 75, A precious scene. Wu Dazhe's voice was filled with anger. How dare you lay hands on me? Jiang Xia looked at Wu Dazhe. He had already estimated Wu Dazhe's strength earlier in the cafe, from the aura of his kind emanating from Wu Dazhe. It seemed that his strength was about the same as Jiang Xia's. He should have completed an evolution as well. Estimating the strength of an opponent through the aura of the same kind is not something Li Sitong told Jiang Xia, but rather something Jiang Xia figured out on his own. Generally speaking, individuals of the same kind can sense the strength of each other's aura. Jiang Xia made 4 classifications of different auras. The first type, if the aura emitted by the opponent does not make him feel uneasy, it indicates that the opponent's strength is likely not above his own. The second type, if he can clearly feel that the opponent's aura is not weak, It indicates that the opponent's strength is not much different from his own. The third type, if he can clearly feel that the opponent's aura is very strong. It indicates that the opponent's strength is above his own. The fourth type, if he can clearly sense that the opponent's aura is extremely dangerous. It indicates that the opponent's strength is far above his own. The aura emitted by Li Sidong falls into the third and fourth categories. When there's nothing going on, Jiang Xia can feel that her aura is very strong. Chapter 76, Naming Proposal. Yang Ji swallowed hard. Looking at the spiked pig demon and Jiang Xia firmly sitting on it, his eyes trembling, this must hurt a lot, right? Wu Dazhi stood up. But the tail that was stuck in his belly did not retract, still spinning wildly inside him. Jiang Xia's legs were tightly clamped around Wu Dazhi's strong body. One hand grasped the horn growing from the top of his head, while the other held the black hose shooting out from Wu Dazhi's mouth. The hose, covered in a slippery liquid, resembled a sea cucumber. Jiang Xia used all his strength to dig his black claws into the hose, barely managing to hold on. This was Jiang Xia's first time riding a pig, and it was quite thrilling. The intense pain in Wu Dazhi's belly made him rampage on the construction site. But no matter how hard he tried to shake his body, he couldn't throw Jiang Xia off his back. It was as if he had fallen into a deadlock. His body's defenses were top-notch. The flesh and bone on his head could even withstand a high-precision sniper bullet head-on. But now, a chainsaw was spinning in his belly, shredding all his organs and flesh, a pain he had never experienced before. The shadow of death made Wu Dazhi go all out, charging headfirst towards a blender, hoping to knock Jiang Xia off him. Chapter 77, Yang Ji's Nature. Jiang Xia sat up straight, intrigued. What method? Yang Ji said, I've been keeping an eye on some criminals. I plan to take action against them. That's fine. For Yang Ji, who doesn't he want to harm innocent civilians, Jiang Xia thought this was indeed a good idea. Yang Ji shook his head with a bitter smile. Sometimes I wonder what I'm really struggling for, but I must say, every time I uphold my moral boundaries, I feel a sense of pleasure inside. Upholding moral boundaries might just be one of your demonic traits. That is unlikely. Demonic traits usually don't come in twos. If this is my demonic trait, then how do I explain suddenly becoming so lustful? Perhaps lust isn't your demonic trait, it's your nature. All right, don't talk anymore. Nothing good comes out of your mouth anyway. Yang Ji pouted and then changed the subject. Xia, I thought about it. The safe zone isn't necessarily safe. After all, we still don't understand why people turned into demons, and it's possible that many demons will appear in the safe zone in the future. I've thought about this issue too. Jiang Xia often had nightmares about sending his sister to the safe zone, only to find it full of demons. Chapter 78, Want to Break the Law. At 2:30 a.m., the sudden doorbell made Jiang Xia alert. Could it be Li Sidong? Or maybe Yang Ji forgot something and came back for it. Cautiously walking to the door, he looked through the peephole and saw Balin. He opened the door. Balin stood at the door holding a medicine box, flustered and gesturing, her expression both nervous and anxious, but eventually calmed down. It was clear she wanted to help Jiang Xia treat the wounds on his face. No need, it will heal in a couple of days. Jiang Xia was somewhat surprised by Balin's gesture. She pointed to the medicine box, shoved it into Jiang Xia's hands, then pointed to his face, implying that he should handle it himself. Okay, thanks. I'll return the medicine box to you after I'm done. Seeing her flustered state, Jiang Xia felt he couldn't refuse her goodwill. Just as he took the medicine box, he vaguely sensed a faint aura of the same kind and noticed something was off, so he poked his head out of the house. At the end of the hallway by the elevator, stood a woman. Li Sidong was crossing her arms, her sharp gaze fixed on him. Li Sidong made no movements, just stared at Jiang Xia with a chilling smile. Jiang Xia's mind exploded. Chapter 79, Kingdom. Seeing Jiang Xia staring at her, Li Sidong knelt on one knee on the sofa and leaned in to kiss Jiang Xia. Go ahead, I'll go home for a bit. Help me take care of this matter, and there's a reward. Half an hour later, Jiang Xia arrived at the new world. Even if Chen Yusin looked at him strangely, he had to come. After all, this was a good place to find suitable targets, wasn't it? With such a large Xinghe city and a few thousand demons, it would be a waste of time to search outside. This was the best choice. As soon as he entered the cafe, Jiang Xia greeted the busy Chen Yusin at the front desk. Chen Yusin warmly welcomed him, leading Jiang Xia to a window seat, and brought over a cup of new product coffee. The coffee cup emanated an enticing aroma. Even now, Jiang Xia still felt somewhat resistant to eating such food. But he had to admit that the aroma made his appetite surge. This was a clash of physiology and psychology. Try the new product. Chen Yusin was still wearing her pink uniform, her feet in those marten boots, her face lightly made up, and even styled in waves, looking more alluring than yesterday. Jiang Xia picked up the coffee and took a sip. It tasted similar to the cup he had yesterday, and he complimented, "Not bad." Chapter 80. Another unstable mind. Jiang Xia knew that the club was founded by Principal Bai Hu. He was even more familiar with the climbing organization, as Li Sidong and Chen Kai were part of it. Climbing symbolizes becoming a climber in the new world, reaching the peak. Don't you know who your boss is? How do you know he is from the kingdom? Jiang Xia asked. It's a guess. He never allows any discussion about the kingdom in the shop. Nor does he allow anyone to trade information about the kingdom. So I guess he is likely from the kingdom. After Chen Yusin finished speaking, she continued, speaking of which, if he is from the kingdom, in a sense, I should count as well since I work for him. But I just don't have access to the core of the team. So does that mean anyone from this kingdom can easily defeat other demons in Xinghe City? Jiang Xia was curious. Knowing more about the situation in Xinghe City would benefit him. Chen Yusin shook her head. Not necessarily, there are always stronger ones. And while there aren't many strong demons in Xinghe City, there are still quite a few. In terms of overall team strength, there should be no magic species team that can rival the kingdom. They should be the first magic species organization to appear in Xinghe City. Chapter 81. The main god. Jiang Xia's actions brought a grim look to Ye Kai's face. Gugugu. Jiang Xia was completely unconcerned about the displeasure on the young man's face. Taking large gulps of coffee. Over the past few days, he learned a lesson from Li Sidong. When facing those who seek trouble for no reason, one must never show weakness in terms of momentum. Weakness only makes the other party feel apprehensive, prompting them to push even further and become more aggressive. Jiang Xia didn't want to indulge this kind of mentally unstable troublemaker. Perhaps this action would lead the other party to harbor thoughts of killing him. But Jiang Xia didn't care. Who strikes first is still uncertain. After finishing a whole cup of coffee, Jiang Xia accurately tossed the cup into a nearby recycling bin. See you, buddy. If fate allows, we'll meet again. He patted the shoulder of the person in front of him, not saying anything further. As if there was nothing left to say, or perhaps it was unnecessary to say too much to this guy. Take care. Ye Kai watched Jiang Xia's back, his expression thoughtful. At Yang Ji's house, the old man leisurely sat on the sofa watching an action movie. After Jiang Xia entered, he appeared quite stiff. Placing the fruits he bought on the way on the table and politely greeting the old man, until he entered Yang Ji's room, and completely relaxed. Chapter 82. The main god's followers. After agreeing to meet at night, Yang Ji claimed he was too tired last night, and needed to go back to catch up on sleep, leaving the young couple to stroll in Qingshan Park. As noon approached, the clouds dispersed, beams of light pierced through the sky and warmed the earth, reviving all things. Jiang Xia shared his morning's findings from the cafe. And Li Sidong nodded after listening, telling Jiang Xia to wait patiently for Chen Yusin to contact them again, as she felt that Chen Yusin knew more than just this. Upon learning that Jiang Xia had encountered Ye Kai, Li Sidong laughed. You must think he seems a bit foolish, otherwise anyone with a bit of maturity wouldn't say such things, right? That's right, I do think that what he said was a bit foolish, though I wouldn't call it that. It was definitely immature. In Jiang Xia's view, a psychologically somewhat mature person would never say such childish things. If something you liked was occupied by someone else, it would naturally make you unhappy, and logically, you would either find a way to eliminate the opponent secretly or negotiate with them in a different manner. Instead of acting like a fool and saying it outright, making it seem like he had gained a new enemy today. But then again, magic species can have all sorts of bizarre personalities. Li Sitong said, actually, his possessiveness is just nonsense. He is someone who enjoys tormenting and killing, especially relishing in torturing those with weak hearts, including his own kind. Chapter 83, The situation is chaotic in the factory area. A Bao's voice drowned out the crackling of the bonfire, sparks leaping in front of him. Great Order Main God, please accept our offerings. Take away the sins within them and purify their bodies. Creak! Right in front of him, the steel rolling door of the warehouse shook violently, as if some terrifying thing was about to descend. With a loud crash, the rolling door was torn to shreds by several tentacles, and a massive figure slowly crawled out from inside. Seeing the deity descend, a Bao prostrated himself on the ground, and the 8 other followers on either side quickly knelt and lay flat, their expressions filled with utmost devotion. Which deity has 8 legs? Jiang Xia couldn't help but complain from the bushes. The Order Main God that emerged from the warehouse was undoubtedly of the same kind. Dressed in black, oozing a viscous black liquid, a strong fishy smell wafted from far away, as if someone had splashed a bucket of seafood in his face. Its size was comparable to a household SUV, with the lower half consisting of 8 thick octopus legs, and the upper half lacked an octopus head, instead replaced by a large, merman-like upper body. It was more like they had removed the octopus head and affixed a merman's upper body to it. Chapter 84, Aunt Qin's Enthusiasm. There was another awakener in the shadows, which Jiang Xia and the others did not expect. Or rather, it was understandable that an awakener appeared. After all, while the number of awakeners in Xinghe City was not as many as the magic species, it was not so few as to be pitifully in single digits. But this awakener turned out to be in cahoots with the magic species, which exceeded their expectations. Little beauty, your strength isn't weak. That kick just now almost broke Uncle's bones. The man wearing a clown mask looked at Li Sitong, emitting a strange, cold laugh from his throat. If even you say the strength is decent, then he must be quite strong, dear, be careful. The voice came from within the factory's magic species. Dear. Jiang Xia had a face full of question marks. Don't worry, dear, I'll be careful. The clown man blew a kiss toward the factory, then looked at Jiang Xia and Li Sitong. With a sinister laugh from his throat, no matter what your purpose is, since we've crossed paths, tonight you will become the souls under my coins. Li Sitong quickly whispered to Jiang Xia, things are complicated. This awakener is most likely influenced and controlled by that mesmerizing demon, but he may not be controlled. Glancing at the same kind in the factory, she quickly added, that guy should have just completed his 2nd evolution not long ago. He will put a lot of pressure on you. Hold on. I'll come to help you after I deal with this awakener. But this awakener is not weak, so it might take some time. Chapter 85, Tactics. The 2 tentacles wrapped around him quickly tightened, filling Jiang Xia's entire body with a strong sense of suffocation. Even his hands were tightly gripped by the tentacles wrapped around his wrists, and his tail was also locked by the tentacles around his body, making it impossible to break free. His body was pulled in front of the merman, with his feet hanging in the air. This was the most severe crisis Jiang Xia had faced. Although the other party kept calling him Aunt Qin and Little Xia, Jiang Xia understood that this was a life-and-death battle, not something that could be resolved by playing the emotional card. Now that he knew she had an awakener companion, the other party would definitely not show mercy. It was either death, or being controlled mentally and turned into her slave. No matter which outcome, Jiang Xia could not accept. Little guy, Aunt is so tired, I finally caught you. From today onwards, you will become Aunt Kin's slave, hunting for food for Aunt Kin. If you serve Aunt well, Aunt might consider letting you live. Aunt Kin extended her black tongue and licked her lips, her abdomen and throat pulsating. She's going to spray black water. Jiang Xia struggled desperately, but it was all in vain. Suddenly, just as the black water was about to spew from her mouth, a massive shadow charged in through the workshop door, crashing into the merman. Chapter 86. Second Evolution. Jiang Xia discovered a way to deal with Aunt Kin. Although Aunt Kin had 8 tentacles like octopus legs, 4 of them were used for body support. Without one, her body would lose balance, meaning she could only use 4 for attack. As long as he destroyed those 4 attacking tentacles, her power would be greatly diminished, making it much easier to kill her. Now, one of her tentacles has been destroyed, and her strength has clearly been diminished. Aunt Kin, having lost a tentacle, has completely entered a berserk state, enduring intense pain as she struggles to open her eyes. Although she can see a little, everything remains blurry. After briefly opening her eyes, her eyelids uncontrollably close again. 3 tentacles flail wildly in the air, smashing the floor of the workshop into pieces. 2 of the tentacles attack in a scissor-like fashion, closing in on Jiang Xia from the left and right. Jiang Xia quickly retreats, and the 2 tentacles collide, generating a force that leaves him shaken. He can't imagine the severe consequences if he hadn't dodged and got caught by those 2 tentacles. Perhaps his entire body would be crushed in an instant. Jiang Xia deliberately creates a lot of noise to attract Aunt Kin's attention, drawing the 2 tentacles to attack him instead. Chapter 87. Spoils of War. Jiang Xia lies on the ground, his breath weak, with pitch-black blood flowing from the wound in his abdomen. Jiang Xia rushes to his side and immediately squats down to check his injuries. It's not too serious, yet not light either. For an ordinary person, this injury would be fatal. Even a deity would have no chance of saving him. However, Jiang Xia is a demon seed, so perhaps it won't be too serious. Looking at Jiang Xia, Jiang Xia weakly says, "Xia, I probably won't make it. If I die, just burn me. Also, please take care of my old man and my grandparents for me. I will bless you from the afterlife." "All right, shut up." Enduring the pain, Jiang Xia tears a piece of flesh from his left arm and throws it into Jiang Xia's hand. "Hold on." He stands up and turns to look. The battle outside the factory is dazzling, with hundreds of gold coins flying like bullets. Strangely, many gold coins striking Li Sitong do not harm her, but some leave blood marks or thumb-sized holes in her. Jiang Xia observes closely and discovers a clue. Most of these hundreds of gold coins are fake. It seems only one is real. Chapter 88. You and I are the protagonists at 2:30 a.m. Back home, after taking a shower and sitting on the sofa, Jiang Xia's injuries have mostly healed, and the piece of flesh torn from his left arm has also healed, returning to normal. After her shower, Li Sitong walks out of the bathroom wearing Jiang Xia's clothes, sitting cross-legged opposite him. She examines him with great interest, even now. "You still can't get over that mental barrier." "Who said I can't get over it? If I couldn't, how could my wounds heal so quickly?" After saying this, Jiang Xia feels a bit nauseous again. He takes a few deep breaths to forcibly suppress the feeling. Though he denies it verbally, his actions of throwing up several times along the way betray him. He shared the spoils of war, and at that time, he was quite resistant to it. But there was no other choice. He doesn't need to rely on that awakener to become stronger, but he does need to heal, otherwise, if he keeps accumulating injuries, it's hard to say whether he can survive the next battle. That awakener left a complete corpse. But it was done. Li Sitong said with a faint smile, "Actually, I quite like you like this. I'm more curious if you can keep it up, and what your demonic nature really is. Could it be just trying to restrain yourself and be a normal person? Or is it that your personality and inner self haven't been affected at all?" Chapter 89. It's very cold on hot days. Jiang Xia repeatedly waved his hands, politely declining. No, Aunt Jiu, maybe next time, after all. Our two families are just opposite each other, it's only a two-step walk. What next time? You'll probably say the same next time, if we meet. Then it's this time, come in and sit for a while, I'll get you something and ask you a few questions. Aunt Jiu remained warmly enthusiastic. Not the type to let it go after a few polite words, pulling Jiang Xia into the house. On the sofa, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Jiang Xia felt very constrained, while Bai Ling sat opposite him, both of them silent. Aunt Jiu was in the kitchen cutting fruit, dressed in a casual home outfit. Looking every bit the caring woman. Xia, there's only one semester left before the college entrance examination. Have you thought about which university to apply to? After cutting the fruit, she came out of the kitchen, placing the cantaloupe on the table and sitting next to Bai Ling. Not really, as long as I can get into college. I'm not picky, Jiang Xia scratched his head in response. What you said doesn't make sense. How can you not be picky? A good university might be linked to your life in the second half, Aunt Jiu said seriously, with the tone of an elder teaching a younger one. She had indeed taken care of Jiang Xia quite a bit. Chapter 90, Never Say Sorry from a distance of several dozen meters, in less than a second. The coldness emanating from the woman across the street enveloped Jiang Xia's entire body. Not good, run. Yang Ji stood up, intending to flee, but was grabbed by someone beside him. What is there to run from? Jiang Xia said calmly, looking at Li Sitong, who was walking over quickly. Yang Ji appeared very anxious. If you don't run, let me run. If she finds out I brought you to look at beauties on the main road, she might kill me. Seeing Li Sitong getting closer, Yang Ji quickly said, just say you dragged me to look. I can say that, as long as she believes it. As soon as Li Sitong walked over, Jiang Xia asked, didn't you say you were going to rest at home for a day? You also told me you were going to sleep at home, Li Sitong replied. That is called fate. Star River City is so big. Yet you both casually walk out and meet. This means you two are a perfect match, and the red thread of fate must not be lazy. Yang Ji, with a strong desire to survive, felt very guilty. Li Sitong crossed her arms and glanced at Yang Ji, then looked at her boyfriend. Smiling with hidden needles, squatting by the roadside to look at beauties, not even letting the older ones off. That style is quite something. I could see from far away that you were about to drool. If I hadn't come, were you planning to hit on too? Chapter 91, Attending a banquet. The person who arrived was Chen Kai, dressed in a deep blue suit, his hair meticulously styled, and his shoes shining brightly. He still exuded a gentlemanly aura in all his movements. What a coincidence! Chen Kai spoke first, smiling as he approached the two. He first glanced at Li Sitong, then shifted his gaze to Jiang Xia, his eyes momentarily widening as he couldn't help but exclaim, you seem to have gotten much stronger in just a few days. His appetite has been quite good these days, Li Sitong answered for Jiang Xia, then asked, what are you doing here? I moved. I'm now living in the nearby lakeside villa. The environment is quite nice. Chen Kai casually pointed to the villa area not far away. Li Sitong nodded slightly, you're quite wealthy. So, you couldn't live where you were before? Or did you find it unsuitable? It's not that it was unsuitable. It's just that this place is more suitable for me now. The newly opened villas haven't sold many yet, and there are few neighbors. So it's convenient for me to make a bit of noise when dining at night without disturbing others. Li Sitong was amused by Chen Kai's humorous remark. So you're a good neighbor, who doesn't disturb others. Disturbing others is bad. Chen Kai smiled and continued, by the way, since we ran into each other, come to my house for dinner tomorrow night, Lakeside Villa number 68. I've prepared a sumptuous feast. Chapter 92, A special calm. Jiang Xia's mind felt like an electric motor, buzzing and whirring. The bracelet seemed to be the same one that Bai Ling had worn since she was a child, with only slight differences in the pattern. Jiang Xia hoped that his memory was failing him, and that this bracelet did not belong to Bai Ling. The owner of this bracelet, is she a girl? He pointed at the bracelet and asked Ye Kai, holding onto a glimmer of hope. Before Ye Kai could respond, Li Sitong said, "Have you ever seen a boy wear a bracelet like this?" "Speaking of which, I think I know the owner of this bracelet," Jiang Xia said, looking at Ye Kai, trying to keep his tone calm. "Can you let me meet her?" "That might be a bit difficult," Ye Kai replied just as the sound of the villa's password lock disengaging echoed. Beep beep beep. The door opened, and in walked Chen Kai, dragging a large black suitcase. "Welcome." Chen Kai released the suitcase and walked towards Jiang Xia and Li Sitong with a smile. Li Sitong pointed at the gift box on the table. "I brought you a little gift." "You're too polite. In the future, you don't need to bring gifts when you come to my house, just showing up is enough," Chen Kai said, looking at Jiang Xia, placing a hand on his shoulder. And joyfully added, "Jiang Xia, I'm very glad you are willing to share a meal with me. Even though you didn't complete the previous hunting task. I think we can discuss your joining us tonight. I really admire you." Chapter 93, Jiang Xia is angry, "You're in trouble," Chen Kai hurriedly explained. "Hey. I need to clarify this. I noticed them first and only later met you. If I had known you first, I definitely wouldn't have targeted your people. Besides, I've never had any bad thoughts about your mother, I just want to be friends with her." "Then it seems I misunderstood you." Jiang Xia's heart was calm. What Chen Kai said no longer mattered. "It's fine, as long as the misunderstanding is cleared up," Chen Kai said, raising his wrist to show a golden Rolex. "It's 10:49 now, no rush, let us chat first and eat at 11. A Cheong, who seemed to be a foodie, chimed in, "Kai Ge, why don't we eat while we chat? I'm hungry." "Didn't you just eat?" Chen Kai shot him a look of dissatisfaction. "I did just eat, but your dinner is too tempting. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water," A Cheong said, making a slurping sound. Pleased by the praise of his dinner, Chen Kai still refused to eat early. Good food deserves to be treated seriously. The scheduled time is 11. Being early or late will affect the taste. "All right, then I'll wait a bit longer," A Cheong said, patting his stomach and leaning against the nearby sofa. Chapter 94, Pleasant sounds. As Li Sitong finished speaking, Jiang Xia's body suddenly transformed, lunging toward A Cheong who was sitting opposite him. A Cheong, already anticipating Jiang Xia's sudden move, quickly rolled to the side. As he landed, his body began to transform, muscles rapidly bulging, tearing his black t-shirt. His transformed appearance was a deep black, resembling a large black gorilla, with bloodshot eyes. A massive mouth stretched from one ear to the other, wide enough to bite off a person's head, and a long black tongue hung out, over 20 centimeters long. Every inch of his powerful physique radiated strength, and his skin glistened like black iron under the light. Cornered at the spiral staircase, A Cheong quickly threw a punch, a powerful force creating a gust of wind that rushed past Jiang Xia's face. Facing a green, conical tail aimed at him, A Cheong reacted swiftly, raising his right hand to grab it, while a claw quickly tightened around his thick neck. The sharp claws pierced through flesh, causing A Cheong to let out an angry roar, his strong body pushing Jiang Xia back. Chapter 95, No Fear. A Cheong writhed in pain, his throat emitting a terrifying whimper, as he knelt on the ground, pounding his fists against his chest and abdomen. It seemed he was trying to beat out the red liquid flowing inside him, each strike filled with force. He was in extreme agony. The red liquid felt like molten iron, burning his internal organs, his eyes bulging as if ready to pop out of their sockets. Swish! Several black tails shot out, wrapping around Jiang Xia's neck, tightening their grip. Jiang Xia's ability to spray high-temperature liquid made Ye Kai hesitant to approach. His body could endure the heat, but he didn't believe he could withstand the burning of the liquid like A Cheong. Jiang Xia gripped the tails choking him, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't tear them apart. They seemed tougher than steel, tightening the more he struggled, filling him with a powerful sense of suffocation. Ye Kai's eyes emitted two beams of green light, and at the moment their gazes met, the green light shot into Jiang Xia's pupils. Puff! Under the constriction of the tails, a mouthful of pitch-black blood was forced out of Jiang Xia's mouth. Chapter 96. Perishing in pain, Xiong rolled on the ground. His head enveloped in red flames. This fire was not easily extinguished, resembling molten steel and melted glass, adhering to every inch of his skin. Even his eyes exploded under the high temperature of the red flames, splattering pitch-black blood. A haunting whimper escaped Xiong's mouth, reminiscent of a young animal, or the eerie sound of wind scraping through a deep abyss. He desperately clawed at his face, trying to scrape off the flames. But soon his hands were engulfed by the red fire as well. Nearby, Ye Kai was in a similarly dire situation. His mouth full of flames brought his pain to its peak. Without a tongue, he couldn't scream, his eyes bulging larger than fists. The ghastly whimpers from his throat were terrifying enough to send chills down anyone's spine. The excruciating pain was about to make him lose consciousness. And he didn't even notice Jiang Xia approaching from behind. By the time he reacted to counterattack, one of his arms had already been caught by two claws. And as those claws twisted forcefully, his eyes widened even further. Crack! First, the bones were twisted and broken, then with a strong pull, his entire arm was torn off, leaving his body under his control. Chapter 97. Serpent Body compared to the second floor, the first floor living room was a complete wreck. The crystal chandelier was knocked down, and the floor tiles and walls were destroyed as if from a demolition. Several tentacles flew in the dim light, and the figure of the goat-headed demon darted between them, grinding the glass shards on the ground into powder with his claws. After several confrontations, Chen Kai was hit by a blade-like tentacle, crashing against the wall with a bang, spitting out a mouthful of pitch-black blood, leaving a dent. As soon as he hit the ground, several tentacles attacked. Chen Kai rolled to dodge the attack, his figure moving to crash through a door, diving inside. In that room were the ingredients Chen Kai had prepared for tonight. As soon as Chen Kai entered, a slippery sound of crackling echoed from inside. Within just a few seconds, Li Sidong could clearly sense that the similar aura inside had changed a bit, seeming to become stronger. She raised the knife-like tentacle in her right hand to probe inside, and as soon as it entered, the tentacle was tightly pulled. In the next moment, a powerful gripping force swept through her body along the tentacle, seemingly trying to pull her entire self inside. Not knowing what was happening inside, Li Sidong dared not rush in and quickly withdrew her probing tentacle. Chapter 98. There really is a bomb. Chen Kai glanced over quickly, retracting his extended claws and grabbing the shadow that was flying towards him. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be a Qiong. A Qiong's face was severely burned, making it impossible to discern his features. He had lost his limbs and was left with only his torso, looking quite terrifying. Chen Kai couldn't believe that a Qiong and Ye Kai had actually lost. Not only had they lost, but they had also died so miserably. Initially, when only a similar aura was left on the second floor, he thought one of a Qiong or Ye Kai had died, and that Jiang Xia had been dealt with. In that moment, Li Sidong seized the opportunity to escape and quickly put distance between herself and Chen Kai. Chen Kai glanced at Li Sidong and felt a similar aura rapidly approaching. He quickly turned his gaze toward the spiral staircase. Just as he looked over, that figure had already collided with him. With a violent crash, his body staggered. He quickly retaliated, and the tentacles behind him pierced through the body that had crashed into him with a poof. With a violent swipe of his right claw, the person's head separated from his body, smashing against the wall like a soccer ball. Jiang Xia. After the head was opened, a dragon head was revealed behind it. This was Jiang Xia, who had come up not himself, but was blocking with Ye Kai's body while hiding behind. Chapter 99. The Medical Demon. After leaving the villa area, Li Sidong gave Jiang Xia an address, instructing him to drive there. Where are we going? Shouldn't we take Jiang Xia back to let him recover properly? Shouldn't I go out and get him some nutrition to help him recover? Yang Ji couldn't help but swallow as he caught a whiff of the meaty scent emanating from Jiang Xia, filling the car. It wasn't that he wanted to eat Jiang Xia, but the smell was just too enticing, he couldn't control himself. Li Sitong looked down at the pitch-black blood flowing from Jiang Xia's wound. Logically, Jiang Xia should have already lifted his demonic state. And the blood flowing from him should be red, but it still maintains this color, which is very wrong. I suspect it's related to the toxins in the attacks from those two opponents. Given enough time and nutrition, he might be able to heal himself. But that could take a long time. It's better to go to that clinic for a quick solution. Jiang Xia indeed felt something was off with his body, logically. Even if exhausted, he shouldn't be exhausted to this extent. That clinic shouldn't be an ordinary one, right? Yang Ji asked. Li Sitong said it could quickly solve the problem. So it probably wasn't a regular clinic. Chapter 100, The Wolf Den. Lin Yuan paused, his initial expression one of disbelief. A few seconds later, his surprise dissipated. What? He's dead? We went to his house as guests tonight, and suddenly two awakeners came out. Those two awakeners were very strong, one had the ability to control dead bodies. After a Cheong was killed, he was controlled by that awakener and fought with us. As for Chen Kai, Li Sitong's ability to weave lies was first-rate. She didn't miss a beat, and her face didn't even flush. It's good he's dead. I quite disliked that guy, Lin Yuan said, then asked, what about the two awakeners? One died with Chen Kai, and the other I killed. Lin Yuan seemed somewhat skeptical, but regardless of the truth of the matter, it wasn't important to him. Then you should have shared one of the awakeners with your injured friend, he wouldn't have been hurt so badly. Li Sitong sighed. I wanted to share, but both of those awakeners had burning bombs on them, and before dying, they detonated the bombs, destroying all their flesh and blood. What? Destroyed? It was a pity that the bodies of the two awakeners were lost like that. Lin Yuan felt sorry for them. Chapter 101, The Wolf Matriarch. The knocking continued, urgent. It should be someone here to treat my injuries, it's fine. Lin Yuan's gaze fell on the surveillance screen, focusing on a seriously injured young man. If there's a problem, I'm not afraid. Li Sitong leaned back in her chair, her tone nonchalant. You all stay here. I'll handle it. Lin Yuan stood up, but didn't rush to open the clinic door. Instead, he poured a full cup of the medicine he had concocted for Jiang Xia, and then closed the treatment room door, leisurely going to open the clinic door. When the steel folding door opened, a woman entered first. She had an oval face, exquisite features, vibrant red hair. Wore a black leather jacket and a form-fitting black leather skirt, and black leather boots. There was a hint of authority in her eyes, exuding a cool and dominant vibe. Following her were two young men, one of whom was being supported. His clothes were tattered, he was biting a towel, veins bulging on his face, drenched in sweat, and looking extremely pained. The young man with an ear stud spoke urgently, Dr. Lin, please take a look at what's wrong with my friend. Lin Yuan glanced at the patient's condition. He wasn't a miracle worker, and couldn't see the problem at a glance. I'm sorry, but I only treat ordinary people here. In this situation, I'm at a loss. Chapter 102, The Extra-Similar Aura. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense. Song Minute could clearly sense a powerful aura approaching from the front, and she also noticed that Dr. Heilu was standing behind her. It seemed that as long as she made any move, the people around would rush towards her like a swarm. Lin Yuan stared at Song Min's back and said coldly, I won't get involved in your grievances, but if you dare to make a move in my clinic, I guarantee even the Wolf King won't be able to save you. Was that you speaking just now? The young man with the ear stud had just reached the treatment room door, looking at Li Sitong inside. His eyes flashing with a cold light. What did you mean by that? It was evident that the people from the Wolf Den were indeed very united. Whenever there was trouble, they wouldn't let anyone go forward alone, everyone would charge in together. Li Sitong looked at the young man with the ear stud, and before she could speak, Jiang Xia said, What do you mean? Think for yourself. If you can't figure it out, I'll give you $1 to sit on a shaking car at the supermarket entrance and think slowly. The wolf den was very united. And Jiang Xia could see a bit of that, but that didn't mean only they understood unity. Li Sitong couldn't help but laugh and slowly nodded. I agree with that statement. Chapter 103. The help called just as Jiang Xia was still hesitating whether to go in. The villa door opened, and Li Sitong's voice came from inside, "Come in." Upon entering, the villa's living room had only Li Sitong present. Two faint demonic auras were present. One emanating from her and the other coming from a small magical creature on the table. The little monster, about the size of a thumb, was entirely black and resembled an octopus. It made a squeaking sound as Li Sitong fiddled with it. Jiang Xia remembered seeing this thing once before. Also at the Chirfing Villa, in the opposite villa, where it had burst out from the body of that enchantress fish-headed woman. At that time, it had landed right on his face and kept trying to burrow into his mouth. Fortunately, he reacted in time and tore the thing apart. That should count as his first kill of a demon spawn, right? He was quite puzzled about what kind of demon spawn it was back then, and had wanted to ask Li Sitong, but every time he thought about it, he had no chance to ask, and when he had the chance, he forgot to ask. What is this? Jiang Xia walked over, looking at the little monster hopping on the coffee table. I call it a parasitic demon, created by my second special ability. Unfortunately, the demonic aura on it is too obvious, it's a failure. Chapter 104. The duty of the Wolf King. The impending storm dispersed the few pedestrians on the street. The rumbling thunder rolled through the thick clouds, and purple lightning playfully peeked out, as the raging wind descended from the sky, cleansing the earth. In the dark alley, Jiang Xia spoke urgently. The story began half an hour ago, when he planned to go out hunting tonight, looking for suitable targets. After all, relying on meeting people at hotels one by one was too slow. Who knows when he would complete his second evolution? His hunting tonight wouldn't take the target's life. He would knock them out, make a small incision on them, and take away a blood volume that wouldn't endanger their life. He planned to hunt until 3 in the morning, targeting at least 8 people. Using part of the blood for himself, and sending the rest to Jiang Xia the next morning to help him recover from his injuries. But shortly after coming down from upstairs, he felt 3 familiar auras lurking in the dark. At first, he didn't pay it much attention, thinking it was normal. He had felt at least 8 familiar auras at a street corner before. However, after more than 10 minutes, when he reached a street corner again, he felt 3 familiar auras. At first, he thought it was a coincidence and didn't suspect anything. Chapter 105. Impossible rescue. In an abandoned hospital with an iron lock on the door, Jiang Xia knelt on the ground, a sharp claw spinning wildly in the flesh of his shoulder. His hands were held, and his mouth was tightly covered by a claw, muffling most of the screams coming from his throat. The young man squatting in front of him, with a piercing earring in his left ear, had blood-red eyes and a nearly insane expression. Are you going to talk or not? Jiang Xia could only emit muffled sounds, the excruciating pain exploding like bombs on his nerves. He thought to himself, damn it, you've covered my mouth and still want me to talk. How the hell am I supposed to say anything? The young man with the earring let go, roughly grabbing Jiang Xia's hair and pulling his face up. Speak. Jiang Xia gasped for breath, not expecting to be found so quickly. What he needed to do now was to buy time. He had already shared his phone's location with Jiang Xia, and Jiang Xia could find him through it. But it had barely been 5 minutes since he called Jiang Xia. Even if Jiang Xia and the others were fast, even if they disregarded traffic rules and sped, it would still take at least 7 or 8 minutes to arrive. Chapter 106. Demon Team. The 2 members of the wolf den felt a pressure like a mountain. Their gaze first fell on the woman leaning against the motorcycle at the door, then returned to the dragon-headed fellow 3 meters in front of them. We won't interfere. If you 2 can defeat him, you can leave tonight. I keep my word. Li Sitong, leaning against the motorcycle, crossed her arms. The 2 looked at Jiang Xia, their expressions heavy. Impossible. They could not be his opponents. This guy had just shown up and already killed the strongest among them, Yuan, with just his tail. Even if the other two didn't attack, they still couldn't be a match for this guy. But if they wanted to survive, they had to give it a shot. Boom! As the heavy rain fell, the two wolf den members moved at the same time, completing their transformation into the same werewolf form in the blink of an eye. But just as they charged towards Jiang Xia, a black claw suddenly grabbed one of their faces, crushing it violently, deeply caving in the flesh, tearing away half of his face. As the piercing scream rang out, the other one was also kicked away. Yang Ji wanted to help or take revenge himself, but was called to stop by Li Sidong. Chapter 107 An odd way of cooperation. You must be the demon hunting team that is making the same kind uneasy in Xinghe City, right? Jiang Xia assessed the three demons, starting with the bird-bodied, human-faced guy in the hospital square, who, from several dozen meters away, gave off no familiar aura. The two on either side had calmer auras, making it hard to gauge their strength, but they were definitely not weak. They were almost identical in shape. And even their clothes were similar, both in black cloaks and raincoats. The only thing distinguishing them was the masks on their faces. The one on Yang Ji's left wore a deep red demon mask, while the one on his right wore a pitch-black demon mask. The anxious ones are all weak. As for the strong, they eat well and sleep soundly every day. As for those who say we provoke public outrage, that's just the whining of the incompetent. Is it fair that they can prey on ordinary people while we can't act against them? The man with the deep red mask spoke, as Yang Ji slipped over to Jiang Xia's side. That makes sense, I completely agree with your point. Li Sidong curiously asked. Is your team just the three of you? Chapter 108 An unreasonable situation. The first to attack was a blackbird with a human face, extending its sharp claws as its massive body charged towards Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia and Yang Ji dodged. The next to move was the man with the deep red mask. He lunged towards Li Sidong, his right hand transforming into a massive black saw. The saw was about 1.5 meters long, its blade resembling black flesh, exceptionally sturdy, with rows of white serrated teeth along the edges. As the saw struck the motorcycle, Li Sidong leaped back. Beauty, curiosity kills the cat. I also have something to tell you. A greedy heart can swallow an elephant, eating too much can lead to choking. Li Sidong showed no fear. And as her knife-like tentacles lashed out, the 4 tentacles behind her attacked the blackbird not far away. Thanks to Li Sidong's timely support with her 4 tentacles, Jiang Xia avoided the claw attack, dodging the swift strike and rolling his body to the back of the blackbird. His green tail struck towards the back of the blackbird, but the next second, the blackbird's wings suddenly spread, creating a fierce gust of wind. Jiang Xia was struck by the wings, as if hit by a massive rock, and his body was sent flying. Chapter 109 Waiting for you to finish. The intense pain caused Yang Ji to have stomach cramps, bending over and retching repeatedly. Li Sidong, holding her arms, said softly, "It can't be that bad. You didn't seem to be in this much pain when you were injured before." Yes, the wolf's den, that bite. The mucus on its teeth. Yang Ji spoke in fits and starts, taking a full 30 seconds to finish his sentence. Maybe there's some toxin. I can't take it anymore. This feeling was strange. Sometimes it hurt less, but then it would suddenly be excruciating, making life feel worse than death. Should we take him to see Dr. Lin, the medical demon? Jiang Xia insisted. Right now, the pain Yang Ji was experiencing, if it were to happen to anyone else, only 1 in 10 would be able to endure it. He remembered when Yang Ji was stabbed in the chest by that awakened one, he didn't even groan. During the fight with Aunt Kin in the suburbs, he was nearly dying, but didn't he complain about the pain? Yet now, it was clearly not a fatal injury. But it could hurt him like this. If they didn't take action quickly, he might just be killed by the pain itself. They could no longer ride the motorcycle. And their current situation wasn't suitable for taking a rideshare, as the driver could very well be a powerful awakened one who could see through their problems at a glance. Chapter 110 The most dangerous evil demon. Those 3 evil demons must die. Li Sitong suddenly increased the pressure of her pen. And if it weren't for the good quality of the paper, it might have been torn. That blackbird has targeted you. I'm sure the harsh words it left before leaving were serious. If we don't kill it, what awaits you is to be eaten by it. Is it just because of me? You seem quite interested in them too. Jiang Xia sensed a hint of excitement in Li Sitong. Perhaps her sudden increase in writing pressure was related to this emotion. I am quite interested in the one that didn't make a move. It gives me a strange sense of mystery, and I can't help but be drawn to it. Li Sitong revealed a strange smile, looking at her slightly trembling shoulders. Jiang Xia realized that Li Sitong was the most terrifying and dangerous of the evil demons. Among all the evil demons, Li Sitong was not at all on the same level as the three evil demons tonight. While all could devour their kind to grow stronger, Li Sitong mostly looked down on devouring the weak. Even with the corpses of her kind in front of her, she wouldn't feel much appetite. She was only intensely interested in consuming the strong among her kind. Chapter 111, Strange Points of Pleasure. It seems like your foot stepped on me again. Jiang Xia no longer pretended not to know. This intentional or unintentional contact felt like flirting. Or was the other party seeking stimulation? After several repetitions, he felt there was no need to continue pretending he didn't know anything, as that might make the other party think he was intentionally getting close to her, making her aware of all his actions. He remembered seeing a similar plot before, where a woman went to plead with her boss to prevent her husband from being laid off, enduring the boss's unintentional touches for her husband's job, ultimately leading to tragedy. Is that so? Chen Yusin glanced under the table and quickly apologized. Sorry, it might be that this table is too small. The table isn't small. Maybe your legs are too long, Jiang Xia replied humorously. Are you complimenting me? Chen Yusin looked at him with affectionate eyes, making it hard for Jiang Xia to discern whether she was craving his body or his essence. Jiang Xia smiled and changed the subject, asking, what information did you mention last time about the new situation in Xinghe City? Chen Yusin didn't hold back and shared what she knew. The official channels are riddled with holes, as you know. Now in Xinghe City, or rather nationwide, a new department has been established outside the original Special Emergency Management Department, tentatively named Dawn. This department is very secretive and has significant privileges. It can be said that currently, anything and anyone in Xinghe City must give way to this department. They have the right to go anywhere and take any action against anyone. Almost all major incidents related to the demon species are handled by this department, and the management within is very strict. Every 3 days, everyone in the department must undergo a review to check if they have transformed into demon species. Chapter 112, The Peeping Video. The scene was set at night, in an old basketball court, with light rain falling. In the video, a gigantic bird-like demon with a human face was feasting on the corpse of another similar creature on the ground. The body of the demon clearly hadn't been dead long, still retaining its demonized state, not having reverted to human form. Across from it, another evil demon was sharing the meal, judging by its saw-like right hand. It was undoubtedly the one wearing a deep red mask. The two were competing for food, and from their movements, it even seemed like they were protecting their meal from each other. A few meters away, a person wearing a black mask was crouching. What was puzzling was that he didn't indulge in the meal like the other two demons. Instead, he was dividing another corpse, which had retracted into its human form, into countless pieces, packing them into plastic bags, then wrapping them in cling film, and finally stuffing them into 2 black tote bags. Why take them away? Jiang Xia didn't understand this behavior. Was he, like Chen Kai, a demon species that was very picky about where to eat? Unable to eat on sight? Did he need to take the meal home to plate it nicely before having an appetite? Chen Yusin shook her head. I'm not quite sure either. Maybe he wants to eat in a different environment, or maybe he has some strange psychological quirks, like wanting to cuddle the pieces as he sleeps overnight, to develop a bond. Chapter 113, The Enigmatic Woman Jiang Xia straightened up. What method? You could disguise yourself as one of them, getting costumes and props is easy. I'll pretend to be the victim, and at night in an alley, you can attack me, and then we'll record the video to send out. To ensure the video's authenticity, you could even nibble on me a bit. Chen Yusin said, her eyes sparkling. From her gaze, Jiang Xia actually saw a hint of excitement and thrill. No, just say it, what's so exciting about this? Chen Yusin continued. I think those 3 evil demons will be really confused when they see the video. They might even investigate to figure out who's impersonating them. Jiang Xia didn't know how to respond. This plan sounded good in theory, but it would be challenging to implement, and the success rate wasn't high. Of course. The most unacceptable part was if he pretended to be an evil demon and attacked Chen Yusin. It was possible that instead of luring out those 3 evil demons, he would be mistaken for one of them and get killed by his fellow demons. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Seeing Jiang Xia's speechless expression, Chen Yusin bit her lip. Okay, this plan indeed doesn't work, they shouldn't be that foolish. Knowing that many of their kind are searching for them. Once this video is out, they'll definitely realize it's an attempt to draw them out. Chapter 114, An unexpected action. Such a response made Song Min's cheeks tremble. Before Song Minute could react, the young man with dark skin standing by the table slammed his hand on the table, glaring angrily. Kid, are you still pretending? The attention of the surrounding tables was drawn over. Everyone paused their conversations, curiously watching the conflict unfolding here. Ordinary people have a penchant for spectacle, let alone the demon kind. What am I supposed to do? Your people lost something and come looking for me. Should I expect to be contacted every time some random cat or dog goes missing? This isn't lost and found. Jiang Xia slowly pondered, not understanding why there were so many idiots from the wolf den. Since you think they killed someone from the wolf den, why keep asking questions? What is the point? They sent someone to deal with Yang Ji, and now their people are gone, and they still have the face to ask. Does this wolf queen have such a big face? What are you doing? Chen Yusin walked over, her eyes like ice. Song Minute lifted her head to glance at her, saying lightly, chatting. Chatting is fine, but don't disturb the other guests. If you want to cause trouble, let me tell you. This is not a place where anyone can make a scene. Chapter 115, Exciting scene. The heat surged to the top of Jiang Xia's head, and his entire body was sweating, even feeling like sweat was pouring from within. Another mouthful of black water uncontrollably spewed into the lake. The black water quickly diluted in the lake, gradually being pushed away by the ripples. On the other end of the phone, hearing Jiang Xia vomit, Yang Ji asked in confusion, Hey, Xia, what happened? Did a beautiful girl pull you into a small room to do something unspeakable? Isn't that a good thing? Why are you throwing up like this? I'll hang up, I'm not feeling well, I'll talk later. The phone beeped, and the call ended. Jiang Xia leaned against the railing, and after a minute, as the temperature in his body gradually decreased, his condition eased a bit. Passers-by shot him strange looks, deliberately avoiding him from a distance. Damn it! Jiang Xia thought to himself, looking towards the cafe, feeling indescribably frustrated. Crazy. He had never seen such a perverted woman. Why make such a request? She actually wanted someone to bite her, and if they didn't, she would tear her own flesh and force it into their mouths. The strange personality of the demon kind was truly eye-opening. So what was wrong with him? Why did he feel this way after tasting her blood? Chapter 116, Different effects. Just as Jiang Xia returned to the villa and finished telling Yang Ji what had happened, Li Sidong came back. Throwing her backpack onto the sofa, Li Sidong sat next to Jiang Xia and scrutinized him. Nothing special, right? Are you feeling any worse now? Jiang Xia shook his head and replied, I felt terrible at the time, but it's much better now, just like usual. You didn't eat. Just had a bit of blood on your mouth, and you're like this? Li Sitong asked. Jiang Xia sighed, I didn't eat. Just a bit of blood got into my mouth, not much, just a little bit. Who knows why the reaction was so big? Now I'm fine. Just don't know if there will be any after effects. If Chen Yusin wanted to eat him, that would be much easier to handle. He could just refuse to meet her privately. Even if she bit him a couple of times in the storage room, even if she was stronger than him. Jiang Xia was confident he wouldn't let her completely devour him. But this situation, where he had to eat her, was hard to guard against. Even if he didn't want to, she would force it. You really can hold back. A woman actively says she wants you to bite her, and you actually resisted. Li Sitong clicked her tongue, curious if Jiang Xia really had no thoughts of biting her at that moment. Chapter 117, You can't sleep unless you go crazy. Time passed for 20 minutes. And the discomfort Jiang Xia and Li Sitong felt gradually faded away, as the heat dissipated, returning to calm. Sitting on the sofa, Li Sitong looked at the remaining third of the coffee. She had Yang Ji take a sip again, and the result was the same as before, after drinking. Yang Ji felt comfortable and energized, and could feel his wounds healing. But after she and Jiang Xia took a sip, she began to vomit black water again. With only a bit of coffee left at the bottom of the cup, Li Sitong didn't touch it, covering it with the lid and falling into thought. Jiang Xia was also deep in thought, both wondering what they had in common, why the coffee, or rather Chen Yusin's blood, had the same effect on them, but a different one on Yang Ji. They racked their brains, but still couldn't find a plausible answer. It seemed the truth could only be obtained from Chen Yusin. As the sky was about to darken, Li Sitong asked Jiang Xia to send a message to Chen Yusin, inviting her out to watch a movie. Jiang Xia took out his phone and quickly typed with both hands, but didn't directly say he wanted to watch a movie. That would be too overt. Jiang Xia, if nothing unexpected, did that cup of coffee also have your blood and flesh added? After I came back, I savored it a bit, and the taste was really good. If I had known your taste was this good back in the storage room, I would have listened to you and bitten you hard. Chapter 118 Jiang Xia, do you want to die? Looking at Lin Yuan's expression, he seemed to know something. Jiang Xia awaited the answer. Lin Yuan didn't respond immediately, but looked at Jiang Xia and asked, have you tasted this cup of coffee? Li Sitong glanced at Jiang Xia, thought for a moment, and said, Jiang Xia has also tasted it. He, like me, vomited black water. What's wrong? Is it toxic? Lin Yuan set down the tray and leisurely dipped his finger in the coffee, tasting it. While savoring, he pondered, still not answering right away, and asked again. Are you sure it's because of the added blood of the same kind that it's like this? Yes. Li Sitong nodded. What about the remaining body of that same kind? Lin Yuan asked again. Not very interested in him, I only took a bit of blood. The body was probably cleaned up by the authorities by now. If I had known there was a problem with his blood and flesh, I would have kept it. Lin Yuan still didn't answer immediately, as if contemplating something, and after a few seconds, he smiled and shook his head. What a pity. Such a good thing was just thrown away by you. Jiang Xia immediately asked, what's wrong? It sounds like it's not bad news. Lin Yuan looked at the three of them calmly. Congratulations, this isn't poison, it's actually a great medicine. I suspect the same kind you killed was also a medical demon, and his blood and flesh have healing effects. Chapter 119 A completely unfair vote causing trouble. The two S words left Yang Ji momentarily confused, but the next second he became interested. How to cause trouble. Currently, we have many enemies to deal with. Jiang Xia needs to become stronger, and I need to become stronger, and we also need to pay Lin Yuan's consultation fee. So we have to kill as many of the same kind as possible. Li Sitong added, besides that, you need to get stronger too, so we must take action. Wait. Jiang Xia said, somewhat puzzled, I know we're going to take action against the wolf den tonight, and I can become stronger through tonight's battle. But what about Yang Ji? How does tonight's action help him get stronger? Li Sitong looked at Jiang Xia and said, the wolf den has a blood bank. Blood bank? Jiang Xia blinked, and Yang Ji beside him also became interested, his eyes shining. The members of the wolf den store a portion of their food after hunting. Using the Wolf King's words, to prepare for emergencies. Li Sitong continued, many of our peers actually have such habits. But the amount stored is negligible compared to the wolf den. So tonight, are we going to get rid of this blood bank? Jiang Xia suddenly felt like a thief. But this operation was indeed quite interesting. It wasn't just about simply killing peers. Chapter 120, Luring the Snake Out of Its Hole as a Key University in the Province. Xinghe University has over 36,000 students. Behind the university town is Xinghe Memorial Park, which is vast and tranquil, featuring statues of many famous figures from throughout Chinese history. On both sides are dense residential areas and public rental housing, where many students preparing for graduate school live nearby. Right ahead are two commercial streets filled with various shops. Although it was already midnight, there were still many young people mingling in the commercial streets until the rumbling of thunder echoed from the clouds, signaling that a heavy rain might come soon, and the pedestrians on the street gradually became sparse. A white frost covered the surface of the street lights. Yang Ji was dressed in a black sports jacket, wearing a hood and a mask, with his hands in his pockets, revealing the aura of a demon seed on him. Walking through the commercial street, there was no need to sense the aura of the demon seed on him, just by looking at his attire. He appeared to be a suspicious person. Yang Ji searched the surroundings with his gaze, locking onto two fashionable women walking ahead. According to the agreed plan, he didn't actually need to hunt, he just had to pretend to hunt and follow the prey. If the people from the wolf den noticed, they would come out. The wolf den, which has a strong territorial awareness, would see any kind of hunting by peers on their territory as a provocation. Chapter 121. Hard to prise open. The two members of the wolf den exchanged serious glances, both clearly sensing the strong aura of peers emanating from Li Sitong. This unsettling aura signified danger. Although Jiang Xia's aura of peers was not as strong as Li Sitong's, it still felt somewhat dangerous to the young man and woman. Without much hesitation, the two took off running into a narrower alley nearby, followed by four slippery tentacles. In the pitch-black alley, barely wide enough for two people to pass side by side, the young man and woman sat on the ground, their bodies tightly wrapped by the tentacles. And no matter how they struggled, it was futile. Li Sitong pulled off the masks from the faces of the young man and woman one after another, revealing two fairly good-looking faces. A tentacle tightened around the young man's neck, making it hard for him to breathe, and he struggled to speak. We are members of the wolf den. How naive, Li Sitong said helplessly as she stroked the young man's face. Those who can be scared off by a name are not worth much. Those who are worth something wouldn't care whether you are from the wolf den or the dog den. Guess, am I someone worth something or not? Chapter 122. Stealing heads. Watching their female companion walk out of the alley, the young man felt puzzled. He couldn't understand why they were willing to let one person go first. Could it really be as they said? That they didn't care about the food in the blood bank, and were merely betting with someone, only needing to find out the location of the blood bank? Weren't they worried that letting one person go would allow them to report back to the Wolf King? Surrounded by the three, the young man approached the mouth of the alley, looking at his companion, who had already reached the opposite side of the street, feeling relieved. If they could let her go, did that mean if he was willing to talk, they would also let him go? He didn't think revealing the location of the blood bank would be a betrayal of the wolf den. Exposing the location of the blood bank might only harm the interests of the wolf pack, and the Wolf King, who cared about his members, wouldn't do anything to him. He might even tell everyone that they could do this to save their lives in the future. Li Sitong crossed her arms and looked at the young man, saying lightly, "Are you willing to talk now? Where is the location of that blood bank?" Seeing the young man hesitate, Li Sitong added, "I hate people who don't keep their promises. If you are unwilling to talk, I'll kill you right now and then chase her down and kill her. She is safe for now. But I think as long as I chase at full speed, she won't escape. Chapter 123. Free Buffet Under the Night Sky. Jiang Xia and Li Sidong climbed over a metal fence, searching for a while before arriving at the entrance of the underground parking lot. It was pitch black below, but their strong night vision allowed them to see the surroundings clearly. After scanning the area cautiously, the two ventured deeper. The parking lot was under renovation, with a pungent smell of construction materials in the air, making it uncomfortable to breathe. The parking lot was large, at least over 10,000 square meters. And aside from some construction materials, there was nothing else in the vast space. Even though their footsteps were very light, in this open area, even the slightest sound made on the ground would be impossible to ignore. For ordinary people, this sound might not attract attention, but for demon seeds, it was enough to lock onto their target. Standing at the entrance of the second basement parking lot, Li Sidong scanned every corner. After confirming there was no danger, she looked at Jiang Xia and said, "He said it's in the northeast corner. Which way is northeast?" "Northeast. That's not hard," Jiang Xia thought as he looked around, expecting to determine the direction in a second, but after several seconds passed, he still couldn't figure out which way was northeast. Chapter 124. Deep Red Dragon Egg Jump. Jiang Xia tried to give commands, but his clone remained motionless. In the blink of an eye, he commanded it to kneel and open its mouth. The clone still showed no response, like a wooden stake. Li Sidong sneered, "Fool. Since it's a clone, it should be controlled by thought. It would be great if it could understand human speech." Control by thought. Jiang Xia had a brainwave. He felt an invisible bond connecting him to the clone. Under mental control, the clone began to jump in place. "Wow, this is great. In the future, I can leave the dangerous tasks to the clone." Jiang Xia was quite satisfied with his special ability. The only thing he wasn't happy about was his form after demonization. He didn't like looking like a kangaroo. Li Sidong coldly said, "This isn't a place for you to study special abilities. Step aside and don't disturb Jiang Xia while he feeds." After cancelling the ability, the clone approached the main body, and the two flesh and blood forms merged together in a gruesome pool. Jiang Xia withdrew to the side after undoing his demonization. Feeling exceptionally excited after completing his second evolution, his strength had increased significantly, and he wouldn't drag anyone down anymore. Li Sidong grabbed another bag of blood and continued to feed Jiang Xia. The nutrition required for the third evolution was much more than that for the second, and she wasn't sure if the reserves in the cold storage could help Jiang Xia complete the third evolution. Chapter 125. Respecting the opponent. A minute passed, and the light red liquid, like nutrient solution, was absorbed halfway. Li Sidong took a step forward, placing her palm on the hot eggshell, not caring at all that the high temperature was burning her hand. The intense heat of the eggshell made her feel alive, very well, and very comfortable. Jiang Xia stood a few meters away, observing the situation inside the eggshell, not daring to speak out and disturb her. Even from several meters away, he could feel the waves of heat coming from the surface of the eggshell. Jiang Xia inside the egg is like a cub absorbing the nutrient solution from the eggshell. 2 minutes later, the internal nutrient solution is completely absorbed, and a sharp claw breaks through the shell. The cracked eggshell gradually loses its luster, turning into something resembling a black stone. Standing in the shattered eggshell, Jiang Xia inspects his body that has absorbed the nutrient solution. The wound on his wrist, where Li Sidong had bitten off a chunk of flesh, has completely healed. His body feels as if it has undergone a special cleansing, full of vitality and energy. Does it have healing effects? Li Sidong looks at Jiang Xia's healed wrist in astonishment. Does this mean I can endlessly taste Jiang Xia's flesh and blood? After each bite, Jiang Xia enters the dragon egg to recover, and after he comes out, I can bite him again, repeating this cycle. Chapter 126. No mercy without a few packs of cigarettes. The Wolf Queen's words are astonishing. Fusion? What fusion? Jiang Xia has a bad feeling. His instinct tells him he can't give the opponent enough time to prepare and must strike first. Clearly, Li Sidong beside him thinks the same way. And they both rush forward. Before understanding what the Wolf Queen means by fusion, the best strategy is to separate them. In the dark parking lot, two figures suddenly crouch and dash forward. Jiang Xia's target is the woman wearing glasses. But before he can get close to her, a massive figure swoops in, creating a strong gust of wind that slams into him. It's the woman without glasses, likely having completed 3 evolutions. Bang! Their bodies crash onto the concrete floor a few meters away, rolling and entangled as both sides enter their demonic forms. Jiang Xia is pinned to the ground by the woman's voluptuous body, and with his not fully transformed arm, he violently pushes her off. Once fully transformed, he kneels on one knee, a sharp claw on the ground, his eyes glowing red, and he realizes that his left cheek has been torn with several blood marks. The woman attacking him has also completed her transformation, standing about 2 meters tall in her werewolf form, but unlike the several wolf den members he encountered before. This woman has fur, black long hair covers her entire body, revealing only a pair of crimson eyes. Chapter 127, Danger Level. The man in black retracts his hand knife and knocks out 3 security guards in just 1 second, the fastest speed he has ever achieved. Beside him are 3 other men in black who are similarly dressed. One petite figure, resembling a female, has a flash of amber light in her pupils, closes her eyes, seemingly sensing the situation below the parking lot. After a dozen seconds, she opens her eyes and shakes her head. Speaking in a voice like a lowly, "They are killing each other down there, it's very intense, and it's dangerous for us." The young man who knocked out the 3 security guards asks, "How dangerous?" The little lowly's expression is serious, "It's not something we can handle." The demon seeds below are not ordinary ones. The estimated strength includes 2 level 1 dangers, and 1 might have reached level 1. 3 level 2s, 2 level 3s. With our group's ability, it's impossible to cope unless we request support. Another woman in black speaks up, even though her body is wrapped in a black windbreaker. It can't hide her impressive figure. Other teams have been dispatched to other places tonight, and it's impossible to withdraw support in a short time. The little lowly in charge of scouting says, "Can we call the mobile team for help?" Chapter 128, Ability Restraint. The speed of the twin sister, Xiao Shuang, is incredibly fast. She no longer engages Jiang Xia in close combat. Outpacing Jiang Xia in speed, she chooses a very conservative strategy, hit and run. After each successful attack, she quickly distances herself from Jiang Xia. Each attack doesn't inflict fatal damage on Jiang Xia. At most, he ends up with a few torn wounds. But when these injuries accumulate to dozens or hundreds, they will severely impact his ability to move. Rip! After tearing another wound on Jiang Xia's shoulder, Xiao Shuang quickly pulls away, standing 7 or 8 meters away, grinning at him, licking the deliciousness on her fingertips that she can't resist. "You can't do it either. Weren't you fierce at first? How come now you can't even touch my body?" Xiao Shuang's tone begins to show a hint of pride. "Why don't you just stop resisting and lie down obediently so I can enjoy you properly? I promise my dining sequence will make you very happy." Jiang Xia realizes that the opponent seems to be using some special ability, which is why her speed suddenly increased. At this point, he can no longer hide his strength. He can't wait for Li Sidong to deal with her before helping him, instead. He needs to resolve his opponent faster to assist Li Sidong. Chapter 129, Leave the rest to me. Before confirming whether this special ability could cause him any major fatal harm, Jiang Xia dares not take the risk of leaving a survivor. The red tail pierces through Ming's chest, and when the red tail comes out, a bloody heart is also pulled out. A sound escapes from Ming's throat, and his rapidly twisting, expanding flesh gradually calms down, his eyes filled with unwillingness, as he looks at Jiang Xia. "Don't struggle, maybe I'll spare your life." Saying this, Jiang Xia grips Ming's neck with his claws and violently tears off a large chunk of flesh, ripping the entire werewolf's head off in a bloody and violent manner. Ming. A few dozen meters away, Xiao Shuang in werewolf form gasps in shock. Thud. Ming's body collapses to the ground. And the pitch-black blood splattering onto Jiang Xia's body hisses and steams under the scorching heat. Jiang Xia holds Ming's head in one hand, tilts his head, and looks at Xiao Shuang. Aren't you going to come over and take revenge on him? The woman's gasp, Jiang Xia's madness. And the scene give Jiang Xia a feeling that they seem like evil villains. Noticing Ming's death, the Wolf Queen and the twin sisters' attacks become even more frenzied. Watching the head of her companion in the hands of the red dragon demon, Xiao Shuang's hands tremble, a deep sense of guilt surging in her heart. Chapter 130, The Golden Cicada Escapes Its Shell. Hearing this answer, Li Sidong suddenly laughs. The snake's body, with flesh accentuating its form, leans down towards Jiang Xia's face. Not caring at all about the high temperature of the red scales, extending her tongue to lick Jiang Xia's face. Do you really not want to leave? Or do you know I'm pretending? Both? Jiang Xia is not blind. He has also noticed Li Sitong's fight with the Wolf Queen and her companions. Yes. They are strong after merging, but Li Sitong has never been at a disadvantage. Moreover, just now, Li Sitong's way of saying goodbye and her tone have nothing to do with her personality. You rest, I'll go deal with them. Li Sitong looks at the Wolf Queen and her companions, who are in despair. We need to resolve this quickly, or else when the Wolf King arrives, we really want to be able to leave. A beam of red light spreads from her eyes, rippling through most of the parking lot, landing on the two corpses killed by Jiang Xia. Whoosh! The little sister's corpse in the big sister's hands suddenly regains its demonic state, and sharp claws suddenly stab out, piercing one of the big sister's eyes without her being prepared. The pain seemed to be shared. The Wolf Queen let out a mournful howl, and Da Shuang covered her exploded eyes with both hands, screaming in agony, while the centipede body writhed violently against the concrete floor. Chapter 131, Evolution Difficulty. The Wolf Queen fled for her life, like a rat being chased by humans. She felt both grief and anger. She had thought that after merging, she could kill her opponent, but the final battle process was completely beyond her expectations. The opponent could control corpses, and they were the corpses of their own people. What puzzled her even more was how her partner, who merged with her, suddenly died. At that moment, she felt as if something had burrowed into her body. That thing was crazily gnawing at Da Shuang's heart, and the process was extremely brutal. In just a short moment, it had gnawed a hole in Da Shuang's heart, and then burrowed completely inside. To prevent that thing from also burrowing into her heart, she had no choice but to. Then, just as she was about to be strangled or killed by the tail that had pierced her head, she chose to abandon her physical body. This trick, known as Golden Cicada shedding its shell, was also one of her unique abilities. Abandoning her original physical body, she was still a demon seed that had completed 4 evolutions. But she would fall into an extremely weak state, needing to continuously consume nutrients for at least 3 days to recover. She now regretted why she always felt she had the ability to handle things on her own. If she had temporarily held back and informed the Wolf King first, perhaps tonight 3 companions wouldn't have been killed by her own overconfidence. Chapter 132, Powerlessness. It's not that she could evolve again. Li Sidong thought for a moment and continued, let's put it this way, when reaching the bottleneck of 5 evolutions, one can choose whether to start evolving. Choosing not to evolve temporarily allows one to continue absorbing nutrients into the body. These absorbed nutrients will not be absorbed by the flesh and blood for the time being and will be compressed and stored in a certain part of the body. The more nutrients stored, the higher the success rate of evolution. Conversely, there is a high possibility of evolution failure. Once evolution fails, the body will return to the bottleneck before the 5th evolution, and the previously stored nutrients will all disappear. Jiang Xia understood, so if you hold on a little longer tonight and store a bit more nutrients, you won't fail. I don't know Who knows how many nutrients need to be stored to guarantee that the fifth evolution will be successful? I don't have any prior experience of failure. Li Sidong took another sip of wine, but if it fails, it fails. Experience is accumulated through failure. Perhaps the evolution process after the fifth evolution will be like this. Are there demon seeds that have undergone 5 evolutions in Xinghe City? Jiang Xia asked. Yes, as far as I know, there is one. That person is quite familiar with me. When I first became a demon seed, just like you, I knew nothing and could never get enough to eat. It was she who helped me understand this world, making her my guide. Chapter 133, Family Dinner. Jiang Xia knew the reason Chen Yusin called him in the middle of the night. In the afternoon, to trick her into coming out. He had sent her a long text, and she hadn't replied. Now it was clear that the call was because of those texts. Hello. Jiang Xia, are you asleep? Chen Yusin's tone was a bit excited on the other end of the line. I was just about to sleep. Sorry. I was busy with something and just saw the message you sent me. Chen Yusin's tone was urgent. As she was unusually excited about the few texts Jiang Xia sent. Is what you said true? Is my taste really that good? Jiang Xia was silent for 2 seconds before replying, Indeed, it's quite good. Okay, where are you now? I'll come find you. Chen Yusin sounded a bit impatient. As if she wanted Jiang Xia to bite her again. Jiang Xia glanced at Li Sidong, and after seeing Li Sidong shake her head in refusal, he said, It's too late, I need to rest. Let's talk about it tomorrow. If I have time, I'll come to the cafe to find you. All right. Then you come find me tomorrow. I have a lot of new information to share with you tomorrow. New information? What kind of information? Well, it's not exactly classified information. Just some gossip among our kind. I know you quite like hearing this gossip. If you can't wait to hear it, I can come find you now. Chapter 134, The Principal Still First. Half an hour later, the Wolf King emerged from a resident's home, leaving the black leather jacket he wore inside the house. His expression lingered, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, leaning against the wall at the door, he sighed. Another unforgettable family gathering. It's a pity that my daughter is a bit disobedient, but it's the rebellious phase. That is how it should be in an ordinary family. Was? Taking out his vibrating phone from his pocket, the Wolf King answered the call. After hearing the report on the other end, his expression suddenly changed. In the hotel. After hanging up the call with Chen Yusin, Jiang Xia muttered, This Wolf King is quite perverted. After listening to Chen Yusin recount the Wolf King's perverse hobbies, he understood what those neatly hung skins in the cold storage were for. Turning others into clothing, wearing it to his home, and dining and chatting with his family in that person's identity. Oh heavens, will you ever run out of inspiration for creating demon seeds? Can't you tone it down a bit? The perversion rankings have been updated again. The Wolf King is competing for the top spot with the principal. And the two are evenly matched. The principal's level of perversion fluctuates, depending on the new tricks he occasionally comes up with, while the Wolf King consistently maintains stable performance. Chapter 135, An Unmatched Opponent. In the cafe, as soon as Chen Yusin saw Jiang Xia enter, she set aside her work and immediately approached him. Even though the manager here is a bit perverted, Jiang Xia still quite liked coming to this place. Every time he came here and chatted with Chen Yusin, he would gain a lot of useful information, and each visit felt like opening a small door to a new world. Sitting across from each other by the window, Jiang Xia did not immediately taste the coffee Chen Yusin had brought him this time. You said my taste is good, right? Hurry up and try it. I also added my blood into it, Chen Yusin urged impatiently. Jiang Xia picked up the coffee and looked at it, but under Chen Yusin's expectant gaze, he still didn't drink it. He put the cup down and looked at her. What strange psychology do you have? Why are you so excited about me tasting your flesh and blood? At this point, Chen Yusin no longer hid anything, speaking rapidly. I don't really like food. On the contrary, I feel that I am the food. All along, I have been looking for someone who can taste my flesh and blood, and until I met you. I was sure that person is you. Jiang Xia looked into Chen Yusin's eyes, which didn't seem to be a lie. Sadness and sorrow could perhaps be faked. But the excitement in her eyes could not be. Chapter 136, Mobile Medical Box. Jiang Xia went to the restroom, and when he returned, Chen Yusin had calmed down. He didn't want to beat around the bush any longer, and Chen Yusin was eagerly anticipating the reward after finishing speaking. Without further ado, he got to the point. This is the magic sauce. A photo was placed on the table. Jiang Xia picked it up and took a look. The photo showed a mass of black flesh, presenting a shape that was similar to a circle but irregular, about the size of a fist, with a deep red hue mixed in with the black, and a viscous liquid on the surface. Using rotten meatballs to describe it is very appropriate. It has no life, cannot move, it is unclear how it was created. And it is also unclear where it can appear or whether there are other forms of magic sources. Currently, we know very little about this newly emerged thing. Chen Yusin continued, the magic source in the photo appeared not long ago, at our country's northwest border. It is said that before it appeared, the magic seeds within tens of miles smelled a very unique fragrance, and without exception, they were all lured by the scent. And this. Chen Yusin handed over 2 more photos, which also showed 2 similar clumps of flesh. These 2 were captured abroad, with no differences in appearance. And their effects are the same. Nearby similar beings will be attracted by the fragrance, their appetites surging, unable to resist. Besides this, Chapter 137, One Strong. 1 week at Jiang Xia's home, he used a red marker to make several marks on the map of Xinghe City and its surroundings. Jiang Xia was not very satisfied with these selected safe zones, crossing them out with the red marker and stating his reasons. This unfinished building won't work. If I can think of hiding here, others can too. Once society descends into chaos, I'm sure many people will flock here. And it's likely that many of our kind, or awakened ones, will also consider this a refuge. The underground air raid shelter in the ancient city won't work either. This place is clearly likely to hide people. If we are inside and a similar being passes by, it's highly probable they will sense our presence. And surely others will enter here as well, so the safety factor is not high. This place won't work either, mainly due to its poor geographical location. Jiang Xia pondered for a moment. I think the entire Xinghe city is not suitable for creating a small safe zone. There are too many people in the city. Once society becomes chaotic, people will pass through everywhere. It's best to choose a place far away from dense crowds, outside the city, in the suburbs. Near some small towns and villages, the deeper into the mountains and forests, the better. Chapter 138. The little fetal demon seeks father. The woman sitting on the sofa is Jiang Xia's cousin, Wang Hui. Although she looks somewhat different from 2 years ago, Jiang Xia recognized her at a glance. The woman looked over and greeted him with a smile, Jiang Xia. Seeing the old man on the other sofa safe and sound, Jiang Xia's heart relaxed, and he breathed a sigh of relief, pretending to be casual as he walked over. Cousin, why didn't you let me know in advance you were coming? I called you, but no one answered. Maybe it's because I changed my phone number that you didn't receive it. Jiang Xia's gaze fell on the woman's prominently rounded belly. And he could also sense a very dangerous similar aura, pretending to be surprised. Cousin, what is going on? How did you suddenly get this? It's a bit complicated. I'll explain it slowly when I have time. Wang Hui sighed and then looked at Jiang Xia, her eyes flashing for a moment. Also pretending to be casual, this is your friend, Jiang Xia, right? Jiang Xia smiled as he approached. You still remember me? Of course, I remember. You were a little handsome guy back then. It's only been less than 2 years since we last met. And you've become quite a bit more handsome and mature. Wang Hui hasn't changed in this regard. She used to praise Jiang Xia for looking good whenever they met. Chapter 139. Let there be one less monster in this world. Wang Hui flicked her hair, exuding an intellectual beauty of a virtuous wife. She is indeed beautiful, even with a big belly. Her beauty cannot be concealed. But Jiang Xia is not perverted. He has no interest in big bellies, especially the thing in this belly, which is disgusting. That is not human, it is a true monster, like a beast, no. Even wilder than a beast. If one must use a more vivid metaphor, it is not much different from the aliens in movies, and even more disgusting. I have a girlfriend. I think she wouldn't agree to me helping other women raise children. Jiang Xia said slowly. Wang Hui hurriedly said, You have a girlfriend. Don't worry, I won't mind. You can take time to accompany her after fulfilling your duty of raising the child. I am very open-minded. If she is one of us, that would be even better. You can ask her if she wants to be the stepmother of the child. Our family of 4 can live together happily. Jiang Xia fell silent again. Talking to this woman always feels like having a conversation with a brainless person. But it seems that most conversations with neurotic magic beings feel like talking to a brainless person. Because of their magical nature, they are inherently abnormal. How could they possibly say anything normal? Chapter 140. Fetal Education Method. Yang Ji showed an anxious expression. His biggest concern was for the 3 elders, his grandfather and grandparents. Now, a troublesome relative is likely targeting his grandfather, making him feel uneasy. Jiang Xia added to reassure him, All right. No need to look like it's the end of the world. I only said it's fierce, not that it can't be dealt with at all. You might find it a bit difficult to handle alone, but with Li Sitong, it will definitely be easy. He was only amazed that a mother demon could give birth to such a strong fetal demon. But that doesn't mean they have no way to deal with this fetal demon. So far, Chen Kai and others have been killed. And the combined wolf queen has also been killed by them. No matter how powerful this fetal demon is, can it surpass Chen Kai and the combined wolf queen? Yes. It might be a bit difficult for him to deal with Yang Ji, but with Li Sitong, there will definitely be no problem. Isn't it just a fetal demon? Even if it has evolved a few times, isn't it still in the womb? Moreover, this kind of fetal demon does not have much rationality, its intelligence is low. And it probably can't even understand basic arithmetic. Compared to those truly 4-time evolved magic beings, the overall difficulty of confrontation is not even in the same league. Chapter 141. The follower. From the moment Jiang Xia stepped out of the community in the morning, he sensed something was off. After exiting the cafe and then leaving Yang Ji's home, he confirmed that he was being watched. This feeling was not paranoid or baseless, he wasn't that capable. Relying solely on instinct to determine he was being targeted. The origin came from a faint trace of blood energy he sensed when he left the community. That trace of blood energy was very weak, almost negligible, intermittent, sometimes present, sometimes absent. It is quite normal to have blood energy in the air. It is not something to be overly concerned about. After all, magic beings are particularly sensitive to the scent of human blood. Even slightly weaker magic beings can usually smell blood from a wound within a range of several dozen meters. With such a dense population in Xinghe City, it's completely normal to smell blood when walking outside, and it's not something to make a fuss over. The key point is that this trace of blood energy is not human blood. Jiang Xia can eat the same food as magic beings, and can also consume fresh animal blood and flesh, so besides human blood. His sense of smell is also very sensitive to the scent of animal blood and flesh. He discerned that the faint trace of blood energy wafting in the air was not human blood, but animal blood. Chapter 142. Strong connections. Upon hearing this, the man remained unmoved. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Do I need to make my words clearer? Blackbird. The man's calm demeanor made Jiang Xia somewhat insecure, wondering if he had not deduced correctly. But he still firmly believed that his elimination method had no problems. If this person wasn't Blackbird, then he couldn't think of who else it could be. The man ignored him, slowly walked away with his hands in his coat pockets. Passing by Jiang Xia, and heading towards the direction of the lakeside cafe, New World. It seemed he was avoiding the issue, and didn't want to answer the question directly. Jiang Xia exchanged a glance with Li Sitong, made no effort to stop him, and silently followed behind the man, like two pieces of gum that couldn't be shaken off. As they walked, Li Sitong checked the clothes Jiang Xia had bought for her in the gift box. Each piece was exactly to her liking, and she loved every style. A few minutes later, the man couldn't take it anymore and turned around to face the two. "Why are you following me?" Jiang Xia replied lightly. "That statement of yours isn't very nutritious. Just because you're with me, doesn't mean we can't follow you." "Hey, don't say that. Following others is illegal. We are good citizens who abide by the law. How could we do something illegal?" After saying this, Li Sitong looked at the man and smiled. "We are just taking a walk and definitely have no intention of stalking you. Don't be so neurotic." Chapter 143, Guards and Survival. After hearing what Jiang Xia said, Li Sitong felt it was somewhat exaggerated. A mother demon helping the fetus inside her complete 4 evolutions. Is that true? My instincts can't be wrong. Jiang Xia wasn't very sure if it was 4 evolutions, but the similar aura from the fetus indeed made him feel a hint of danger. He had already undergone 3 evolutions himself, and an aura that could make him feel danger likely had to be from a 4 evolution or higher. Li Sitong exclaimed. That woman must eat a lot to raise her child so fat in just 6 months. Not to mention her hunting abilities are pretty good. Or did she find many fathers for her child? Are they all helping her hunt? Jiang Xia said, the mother demon, Yang Ji's cousin, probably only has 1 evolution. At most 2. Li Sitong pondered for a moment, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. All right, she's the one. Jiang Xia understood that she planned to take this mother-son duo as nourishment. Aren't you unable to bring yourself to eat those 2 kinds of demons? Li Sitong replied seriously, who said I couldn't? A fetus demon that has evolved to this extent still makes me quite appetizing. The key is that this meal is relatively easy to obtain. An unborn 4 evolution fetus demon is definitely easier to hunt than other 4 evolution peers. Chapter 144, Dragon Egg Test. This time, the one who initiated the monster topic wasn't the team leader, Gunman, but the one who last claimed not to believe in monsters. Crossing the path risks life. He first sent a video. The footage looked like it was recorded by surveillance. Appearing to be in a small town at night, where 2 thick black tentacles emerged from a well, forcefully dragging a person in. Crossing the path risks life, all members. Damn it. Monsters. There really are monsters. Captain, come out quickly. Gunman, I told you there were monsters a long time ago, do you believe it now? Zhong Zui. Eat thunder, is this for real? Where did this video come from? P.S. The tech is pretty good. Crossing the path risks life, what the hell? The video shows a small town in our county, and this video has spread. It's said that many people have gone missing in that town recently. Damn. I don't even dare to go out now, even in broad daylight, it feels like a chill in the air. Gunman, covering mouth, chuckling, what are you afraid of? Didn't you say last time that no matter what monster it was, it couldn't withstand 762? Crossing the path risks life, the key is I don't have 762 in hand. Captain, please explain the situation in detail. You mentioned your brother is in some emergency management department, what is going on? Is it the rumored 749 bureau? Chapter 145, Give her a taste. Now going to the New World Cafe by the lake, Jiang Xia already felt like he was returning home. In fact, going to the cafe had always been a very dangerous thing to do. Those awakened individuals who hadn't allied with the authorities might have already set their sights on the cafe in secret. They just needed to hide in the shadows and observe closely to see who frequently visited the cafe, which would likely allow them to accurately identify the demon species and choose suitable targets to strike. But not going was not an option either. The cafe had a lot of information they needed, and at this point, Jiang Xia even had reason to suspect that he had already been targeted by a few awakened individuals. The reason they hadn't taken action yet might be that they didn't see him as a suitable target, or that they hadn't found the right opportunity to strike. In short, Jiang Xia was very on edge. Ever since he was followed by Blackbird during the day yesterday, he felt that even in bustling places on the street, he wasn't 100% safe. Just seeing a dog by the roadside made him feel uneasy. After having breakfast with Li Sitong, he took a cab to the cafe, intending to get a clear understanding of the Blackbird situation before proceeding with actions regarding Yang Xia's cousin. At the cafe, before Jiang Xia arrived, Chen Yusin had already prepared a lavish breakfast for him. Chapter 146. Chilean dragon and heavenly rat, birds of a feather flock together, and people are grouped by their kind. During this time, Jiang Xia had encountered too many individuals with quirky personalities among the demon species. He felt that he had mostly been influenced by them, which was why he had developed a somewhat excited emotional response to some peculiar matters. He wanted to try to become a bit more normal. But this subconscious emotional response was hard to control, or rather, it was beyond control. It was like encountering something happy. The initial instinct would definitely be to feel happy. Even if he pretended to be indifferent on the surface, the inner joy couldn't be suppressed. He was very afraid of developing any demonic tendencies himself. From his perspective, observing the demonic tendencies of other demon species, some were quite interesting and amusing. But such things could often be fatal weaknesses, once he developed a demonic tendency, becoming obsessed or addicted to something that would be troublesome. Just after leaving the cafe for less than 20 meters, the woman whose emotions he had stirred suddenly chased after him like the wind and grabbed him. She immediately asked Jiang Xia to bite her. Jiang Xia looked around, gazing at the very agitated woman in front of him, and said lightly, "Here. Of course, we could also change to another place. You've stirred my emotions. I can't just leave like this, right?" Chapter 147. Visiting Relatives. Chilean Dragon. Jiang Xia thought this codename was pretty good. Not only did it fit the characteristics, but it also wouldn't be too common, at least not to the point of being overused. But it seemed no one had stipulated that a codename had to match the image characteristics. The codename was temporarily set as Chilean Dragon. Jiang Xia was too lazy to think of other names. While a codename was important, he couldn't spend too much time on it. After a 20-minute drive, the car stopped at the entrance of Yang Xia's cousin Wang Hui's residential community. The community was quite ordinary, not a high-end one, but it had all the necessary facilities. Turning off the engine, Yang Ji gripped the steering wheel with both hands, his expression grave as he stared at the 8-unit building not far ahead. "I can't reach my cousin's family, the phone is unreachable, and there's no news at all. My cousin, who usually loves to play games, hasn't logged in for a long time. They must have already fallen victim to my cousin's deadly hands." Jiang Xia also speculated that Wang Hui's family had likely encountered tragedy. The mother demon indulges her child in the womb to an extreme degree. As a mother demon, Wang Hui finds it very inconvenient to hunt with her large belly. After all, her belly is so exaggeratedly large that even ordinary human pregnant women with twins do not have a belly as big as hers. Chapter 148. This child cannot be left alive after a long time. Wang Hui smiled faintly. "If I said no, you wouldn't believe me." Although Yang Ji had already guessed the outcome, hearing Wang Hui admit it in person still shocked him greatly. Jiang Xia also looked serious. He didn't know whether to say that the woman sitting in front of him was cold-blooded and inhumane. If he said yes, she still cared for the child in her belly. If he said no, she actually harmed her other family members, and she even smiled when admitting it. This woman has completely surpassed the boundaries of humanity. The mother demon is truly willing to do anything for the child in her womb. Yang Ji nodded slightly. "I guessed a bit of it yesterday. Do you think I'm cruel?" Wang Hui's calm expression suddenly revealed a hint of sadness. Actually, I'm also very sad, but there's nothing I can do. During that time, my appetite wasn't very good, maybe because of the pregnancy, which made me not very hungry for other foods. No matter how much I ate, I would throw it all up. Yet, at that time, the smell of my family could stimulate my appetite. Once, when my brother cut his hand, I couldn't help but taste a little, and surprisingly, it helped me increase my appetite. I know they are my family, but the baby is also very pitiful. It hasn't even been born yet to see this world properly. If I continue to be unable to eat, throwing up everything I eat, it might affect it. Chapter 149, Glory to the Ancestors. All right. It's settled then. Yang Ji patted Jiang Xia's thigh. From now on, we each have our own roles. You call me brother, and I'll call you brother-in-law. Wang Hui immediately chimed in, not giving Jiang Xia a chance to speak. Then from now on, we are family. Looking at the prominently rounded belly, Jiang Xia still felt 100 unwillingnesses in his heart, but since it had come to this, he accepted it. It seems that I really have a connection with this child. All right then, I'll take on the role of its temporary father. I can feel that it will be excellent. Having such a child is also a kind of pride for me. Do you want to touch your child? Wang Hui looked at Jiang Xia, as if inviting him. If possible, that would be even better. Upon receiving Jiang Xia's answer, Wang Hui did not shy away and lifted her maternity outfit, revealing her veiny belly. The belly was stretched like a thin plastic film, resembling a ripe watermelon, as if it would burst if lightly tapped. The embryonic demon's form was faintly visible, and a black object could be clearly seen. Unsure whether it was a tail or a tentacle, Jiang Xia showed no signs of excitement or eagerness. He even felt a bit resistant. Just looking at it was somewhat unbearable, and he was grateful that he couldn't accept such an embryonic demon. Chapter 150, Nighttime Strike. After confirming everything, they decided to lie in wait. Instead of using other methods to lure Wang Hui out, it was better to let her starve until she couldn't take it anymore. It was still early, so Jiang Xia and Li Sidong drove back home first. After consuming Chen Yusin's piece of flesh, Li Sidong still felt nauseated and vomited black liquid. But the good news was that after a bout of vomiting black liquid, although she still felt nauseous, no more black liquid appeared, indicating that most of the bad substances in her body had likely been cleared out. In the evening, the car was parked along a street near Wang Hui's house. Li Sidong could conceal the demonic aura on her body very well, so she personally kept watch downstairs at Wang Hui's building. Jiang Xia and Yang Ji waited in the car for the right moment to strike. The two had made sufficient preparations, including Yang Ji preparing 2 bottles of super strong pepper spray, adding a lot of high-purity alcohol. The car windows had been tinted, so as long as the lights inside were off and no strong light shone in, it was impossible to see the situation inside from outside. Leaning in the driver's seat, Yang Ji lamented about this messed-up world, never imagining that one day he would have to kill his cousin, who was related to him by blood. Jiang Xia said, I have it worse. I've accepted this embryonic demon as my son. Once this matter gets out, those who know will think it's a strategy, a tactic, and those who don't will definitely say I can even harm my own child. Chapter 151, Strange Route. In the back seat, Li Sidong leaned forward, her sharp gaze fixed on Yang Ji, who was driving. What if she's deliberately leading us this way? How does she know we are going to make a move against her? Yang Ji quickly turned his head to glance back and then looked ahead. What? Do you suspect I tipped her off? She's your cousin, it's not impossible, is it? Damn! What do you take me for? Am I that kind of person who eats inside and digs outside? This matter with my cousin began because of me. Are you saying I'm being a fool? You help me deal with her, and I would sell you out. What good would it do me if you die? Yang Ji looked at Jiang Xia in the passenger seat. Xia, you be the judge. Am I the kind of person who colludes with my cousin to betray you? Jiang Xia joked. What if your cousin introduces you to 10 super hot women with huge breasts? Don't get worked up, I'm just asking casually. Lee Sedong sat back, leaning against the seat, and continued, you guys think carefully. Did she show any flaws when we interacted with her during the day? Jiang Xia thought carefully, she didn't show any flaws, but I'm not sure if she sensed anything. Chapter 152, Becoming a Stepfather. The dim light illuminated an open space, which was not very large, about 45 square meters, surrounded by abandoned cars, with a row of small houses at the back, resembling a staff lounge. A woman with a prominent belly sat comfortably in a reclining chair, her maternity outfit soaked and stained red with liquid. A middle-aged man lay dead on the ground, his chest missing a large chunk of flesh, revealing a hollow cavity. Most likely the taxi driver. Next to Wang Hui, a man in his 30s wearing blue work clothes squatted, his face gaunt and his eye sockets deep, making his eyes look very protruding. His hands were covered in blood as he affectionately stroked Wang Hui's swollen belly, then leaned his head against it, listening to the movements of the fetus. When the fetus moved, he became excited, his joy evident on his face. His eyes were filled with affection for the fetus, mirroring Wang Hui's doting, clearly not pretended. This scene left the three of them bewildered. The man in work clothes exuded a similar aura, and judging by the aura emanating from him, his strength was not weak. Jiang Xia could sense he was quite strong, but without a dangerous aura. It was estimated that he had undergone 3 evolutions. Chapter 153, The Birth of the Embryonic Demon. In the open space, Wang Hui feasted heartily. As food slid down her throat into her stomach, her belly wriggled like dough, as if the child inside was competing with her for nutrients. When a sudden whooshing sound pierced the air, the man in work clothes, who had been squatting and stroking the pregnant belly, suddenly reached out and grabbed the tentacle that was attacking the pregnant belly. Wang Hui's hand, which was stuffing food into her mouth, abruptly froze, and she quickly raised her head to look straight ahead. The 2 boys who emerged from the shadows left her in shock and confusion. What are you doing here? Yang Ji shrugged his shoulders, retracting the tentacles that shot out from behind him, and without further ado, he got straight to the point, here to kill you. Kill me. Wang Hui's eyes flickered as she struggled to stand up with the help of the man in work clothes. Jie, what are you talking about? I'm your cousin. You want to kill me? The man in work clothes quickly stepped in front of her, his gaze warily scanning the surroundings. Yang Ji whispered, my cousin is already dead. She died the day she became a mother demon. Killing you serves 2 purposes, for my family's old man, and to let my cousin leave this world with dignity. What nonsense. Wang Hui took a step back, clutching her stomach with both hands, realizing that her little cousin was not joking. His eyes indeed radiated a strong killing intent. Chapter 154, The Corpse Comes Alive. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xia's expression momentarily faltered, making him feel a bit insecure. It sounded as if they were cold-blooded villains committing an unforgivable act. The man in work clothes tried to chase after the direction the child had disappeared, but Jiang Xia blocked his path. Sorry, but your whole family must die tonight. The man's cheeks trembled with rage, spitting out words, you would even harm a newborn. You are nothing but beasts. This statement nearly made Jiang Xia's waist twist. Look at what your child looks like. Is that even a child? As the man in work clothes lunged at him, Jiang Xia shouted, Yang Ji, kill your cousin first, before confirming whether Wang Hui had any abilities. It was best to deal with her first. Jiang Xia did not want to end up like this man, truly becoming the father of that fetal demon. Wang Hui stretched out her hand, her face showing anxiousness, as she looked toward the darkness where the child had disappeared, listening to the sounds of a fierce fight. She cried out, Child, my child. Yang Ji extended his hands like claws, seemingly determined, and charged toward the woman lying on the ground, who had just given birth. Chapter 155, The Mischievous Child. Injecting the obsession before death into the body, the fetal demon still had fighting strength after death. This was the ability that the man in work clothes had evolved without even knowing it. It was entirely a self-activated ability after death. The body had no thoughts, felt no pain, and was unaware of death. It was a living corpse, yet it was even fiercer than a beast. A deafening roar, sharp like a sword, accompanied the man in work clothes as he violently charged toward Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia sidestepped just in time, but the man in work clothes quickly attacked again. Even with one eye pierced by a green tail, it did not affect his actions. Jiang Xia was certain that it was not Li Sitong's ability controlling the man in work clothes, and he was also sure that the man was already dead, otherwise he wouldn't have the energy that emerged after slaying a demon. He speculated that this should belong to some ability evolved by the man in work clothes. Swish! The green tail sliced through the air like a blade, aiming for the man's head. But this guy did not dodge, taking the blow to the head directly. Even though a deep groove was carved into most of his skull, he lunged at Jiang Xia like a ferocious beast. The mantis's mouth opened and closed, its sharp teeth embedding deeply into Jiang Xia's arm. Jiang Xia staggered back, gritting his teeth against the pain in his arm as the claws pushed aside flesh and blood. Reaching for the heart. Chapter 156. The Fire of Midnight. The fetal demon was in a difficult situation. Upon closer inspection, not only was its left arm severed, but even that wet tail was gone, leaving its back bald. Many parts of its body were also marked by the blade-like tentacles. It saw the corpse of its mother, Wang Hui, but felt nothing. There was not a shred of familial affection in its eyes, only primal ferocity. This confirmed one of the questions Li Sitong wanted to clarify. The fetal demon did not have feelings for its mother like the mother demon did. It was indeed a creature with only beastly instincts. The fetal demon scanned its surroundings and suddenly locked onto Yang Ji, moving swiftly with a claw raised, charging toward him. With its 4 times evolved strength, even just born, it was not something Yang Ji could stop. However, the other two were not to be underestimated. A blade-like tentacle and a green tail swept simultaneously toward the fetal demon, hitting it almost at the same time. Boom! The massive force could leave a mark even on steel, sending the fetal demon crashing to the ground, rolling several times and letting out a squeaky cry similar to a rat's. At a glance, it seemed a bit too extreme. 3 adult men and women, staying up late, surrounding and beating a newborn child. Chapter 157. The light bullet comes flying. The flames reflected on Li Sitong's face, warming it with a warm hue. Yang Ji changed into a set of clothes collected by Jiang Xia from the flat, dispelling his demonic state, facing the firelight with a hint of sorrow in his expression. Jiang Xia, having changed his clothes, looked at Yang Ji. He understood that this sky mouse was probably cursing this damn world, wishing to drag out the culprit who caused the world to become like this and subject them to torture. This world was indeed very messed up. It could turn family and loved ones into enemies. For her, this was the best ending. Li Sitong said as she looked at Yang Ji, "Let's go. It's not suitable to warm up here." Yang Ji looked at Li Sitong and chuckled, "What a cold joke." The next moment, there was a loud bang. A blue light exploded on the right side of Li Sitong's face, sending her entire body flying with the shockwave, rolling several times on the ground. Jiang Xia quickly looked toward the direction the blue light came from, and in the next instant, his body transformed into a demonic state, charging toward Li Sitong. Bang! Another loud noise erupted, the sound piercing the sky like rolling thunder. Li Sitong rolled with Jiang Xia, and a blue light ball the size of a fist landed on the ground, creating a deep pit with the power of a mortar. Chapter 158. It seems we've encountered the protagonist group rolling to evade the attack. Jiang Xia quickly pulled Li Sitong to the side of the flat. Li Sitong leaned against the wall, her head feeling dizzy. Half of her face was mangled from the explosion, bright red blood flowing down her jaw. She shook her head vigorously, her mind buzzing as if a giant machine was operating, making noise that she couldn't suppress. An awakener. Was this a planned ambush targeting us, or just a coincidence? There was not a hint of fear in her eyes, and her tone remained unusually calm. Jiang Xia observed her condition. "Are you okay?" Li Sitong did not answer. The temporary ringing in her ears made it hard for her to hear what Jiang Xia was saying, let alone understand the situation outside. She opened her mouth to release a parasitic demon to check the surroundings. The parasitic demon moved swiftly, disappearing into the darkness behind them in a flash. If we can't escape this time, remember to die in front of me. Huh? Jiang Xia looked confused. Shouldn't it be you run fast, don't worry about me? Li Sitong, gradually able to hear sounds, looked at Jiang Xia. Even with half of her face covered in blood, she still smiled, because I don't really want you to see how I was surrounded and killed by the awakened. It's just right for you to die in front of me. Chapter 159, Who takes the initiative? Thanks to the nutrients from Jiang Xia's flesh, within 2 minutes, the scars on Li Sitong's face disappeared, replaced by her originally fair and delicate visage, although there was still quite a bit of blood smeared on it. To ensure safety, Li Sitong had been sending her parasitic demon to patrol ahead and around them as they moved forward. When they exited the residential area, Jiang Xia and Yang Ji had changed into 2 sets of clothes they had stolen from a yard. After entering the city, they took a cab straight to the dreamy hotel, as all 3 agreed that it would be safer to stay there tonight. Jiang Xia continued to share a room with Li Sitong. After finishing his shower first, Jiang Xia lay on the floor out of boredom. His phone, which he had bought only a couple of days ago, was shattered from the battle, but it was still barely usable. Without any nutritional intake, his wounds were healing very slowly. However, having developed a high tolerance for pain, he could endure this level of discomfort, or rather, he had already gotten used to it. Li Sitong came out after drying her hair, wearing a bathrobe, and sat on the single sofa, reviewing the situation from tonight. Regardless of whether those awakened were official or from a civilian organization, if they had already set their sights on us, then we would not only need to guard against those enemies among our kind, but also stay alert for them at all times. Chapter 160, Everyone is laughing. Jiang Xia, calming down, lay back down, resting his hands behind his head, and casually said, I'm just joking with you, actually. I feel that maintaining our current relationship status is pretty good. Li Sitong turned to her side, resting a hand on his chest. Jiang Xia waited for her to speak. But after a minute and then 2, when he turned to look, the woman had already closed her eyes and fallen asleep. In the morning, before dawn, Li Sitong got up and went out, returning to the hotel room at 8. Besides bringing Jiang Xia a new set of clothes, she also had the latest smartphone. Along with that, she brought a backpack full of breakfast. There was a lot, packed in individual blood bags. Where did you get this from? Did you just go out hunting? It's food storage, I've kept it at my home, and now I've taken it all out. Eat it all. I don't want you to wander around injured, and that enticing scent on you attracting attention from others. If you must be eaten, it should be by me. Li Sitong smiled, but her expression suddenly felt a bit eerie. After a simple wash and sharing breakfast, Jiang Xia checked his wounds. Some minor cuts had healed significantly during the night. Chapter 161, Protecting Food. In the cafe, more than 20 customers were present, and more than half of them emanated a demonic aura, not including the 4 female staff members, including Chen Yusin. It could be said that this was the second gathering place for demons aside from the dreamy couple hotel. Many demons came here during the day, while the dreamy hotel was more frequented at night. The bespectacled young man appeared to be a rich second generation. A silver 2-door sports car was parked at the entrance. Presumably his. He looked to be in his 20s, wearing a British-style coat, with an average appearance, but a good sense of style thanks to his wealth. Didn't he understand why the surrounding customers laughed when he said he wanted to buy out the cafe and have it stop operating? Was that statement really that funny? Not to mention buying out the cafe, what difficulty would it pose for him? Chen Yusin suppressed her smile. Take your flowers back. I'm not hungry right now and don't want to eat. What I want to eat, you can't provide. What do you want to eat? The bespectacled man appeared very capable, as long as it's in Xinghe City, I should be able to get it for you. Chen Yusin shook her head. There are many customers in the store right now. I just want to finish my work first. You should go back. Chapter 162, The Food of the Father Dragon. Jiang Xia said, but you have a lot of diverse information in your hands. What I know might be something you already know. You go ahead and say what it is, maybe I don't know. It's about a unique ability of the mother demons. Unique ability of the mother demons. Chen Yusin became more interested. I only know that mother demons can gestate a new life within them, called fetal demons, which are violent and ferocious. What other abilities do they have? They seem to have the ability to transform our male kind, turning the male demons among us into the fathers of fetal demons. Any male demon that gets transformed will treat the fetal demon as their child, prioritizing it above their own lives. Jiang Xia didn't want to always be the one asking for information. It felt like he was leeching off her every time he left. Keeping the mother demon's unique ability to himself wouldn't he be of any use, it was better to share it. Otherwise, if he kept coming to ask Chen Yusin for information without offering any reward, especially taking something from her body, it would become increasingly awkward. Chen Yusin was surprised. I really didn't know that. Jiang Xia continued, let us tentatively call this transformed male demon the father demon. They will diligently hunt during the mother demon's pregnancy cycle, helping the fetal demon grow, even foregoing their own meals to leave food for the fetal demon. I speculate that the mother demon has the ability to transform more than one father demon, but the specific transformation process is unclear. Chapter 163, Growing Up. The issue of codenames remained unresolved until Jiang Xia left. However, he learned some new information from Chen Yusin. The first piece, it is known that the newly established special department in Xinghe City has at least 3 groups of awakened, each with more than 4 members. Their combined strength is quite strong compared to the demons in Xinghe City. Not to mention being able to crush one, they are definitely not weak. The second piece concerns the Wolf Den and the 3 alien demons. Recently, the Wolf Den formed an alliance, recruiting many similar organizations to come together and discuss how to deal with the 3 alien demons, aiming to restore a good hunting environment for the demons of Xinghe City. However, the actual situation is that aside from the Wolf Den members who are tirelessly searching for the 3 alien demons, other demon organizations rarely put in any effort. It's even possible that even if the Wolf Den finds the 3 alien demons, they won't lend a helping hand. The third piece is about the large safe zone. Up to today, many people have entered the safe zone, according to rumors. The internal situation of the safe zone is far more strict and secure than anyone imagined. The internal structure is divided into countless small zones, with each small zone managed separately, guarded by security personnel at the connections. Chapter 164, The Oppressive Feeling from Father. Jiang Xia was very worried. On one hand, he was concerned about how his mother was doing, whether she was safe. On the other hand, he was worried whether his father might have some malevolent tendencies towards the family. If it came to that, he thought he wouldn't be able to bring himself to act against him no matter what. Thirdly, he was worried about his sister Jiang Ling. She might not have changed much yet, but no one could explain why normal humans would suddenly become demons. Would she always remain his sister in her normal human form? Would she one day also turn into a demon? Or an awakened? She is a 12-year-old girl, and becoming an awakened may not necessarily be a good thing. These issues are worth worrying about. But Jiang Xia understands that thinking is fine, but overthinking will only lead to mental exhaustion. Many of his nightmares stem from worrying about his family. Dad, last time you said Mom is not alone. Has she joined some organization? Is it official or unofficial? He doesn't know much about that organization. He only heard her say it was very united. It used to be unofficial, but whether she has joined the official now, I don't know. Jiang Guohai comforted Jiang Xia again. Don't worry too much about your mom. She has the ability to protect herself. Chapter 165, Becoming a Third Party. When the student Fang Siming from class 3 entered, she had a cold expression. However, when Li Sidong introduced her, she still showed a polite smile to Jiang Xia, the only elder at the table. As soon as the two girls sat down, that quirky little girl seemed to think of something again. Tugging at her older brother's arm and leaning close to his ear. "Bro, I thought about it carefully. If you already have a girlfriend, then you can't flirt with this girl class leader. We can't do such things." It's somewhat comforting for Jiang Xia, as an older brother, to hear such words from his usually unserious younger sister. Although this little girl learns all sorts of random things, at least her thoughts and values haven't gone astray. After taking their seats, Fang Siming immediately wore a cold expression again. It's unclear whether she was born that way or if something made her a bit unhappy. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult to gather such a table together. But now, the situation is different. The atmosphere at the dining table was awkward, with no one willing to break the silence, and everyone quietly ate. It wasn't that they didn't want to chat, they just didn't know what to talk about. In normal situations, Jiang Xia would definitely ask questions, such as inquiring about Li Sitong's academic performance, then asking about Jiang Xia's situation at school, and finally asking this academically gifted class leader to take care of his son and tutor him. Chapter 166, Beast Demon R. Jiang Xia felt a moment of confusion again. So, he is the latecomer. Wait. Still the same saying. One shouldn't easily believe this woman's words. Has she not teased him enough? She probably doesn't know the relationship between them, right? If she knew, she would definitely kill me. Jiang Xia leaned back on the sofa, joking along with her words. Li Sidong smiled and stopped teasing her very serious boyfriend. About 2 months ago, I saved her from an awakened. Since then, for some reason, she has been sticking to me, and she listens to me a lot, even claiming she can do anything for me. It's a bit like I rescued a puppy from a butcher, and now this puppy is very loyal to me. This analogy left Jiang Xia speechless. Li Sidong slowly looked at the boy beside her and smiled mischievously. I feel like she has some kind of alternative feelings for me. So how is your progress with her? Hearing Li Sidong say this, it was indeed clear that their relationship was unusual. Could it be that he is really the third party? Had Li Sidong already been with her? So what do you want our relationship to progress to? Li Sidong put down her book, facing the boy, her face gently leaning in. Chapter 167, Both fathers have issues. There must be something wrong with Dad. That high and mighty, imposing sense of oppression is not just felt by him and Li Sidong, even Fang Siming can sense it. What is the answer? He desperately wants to know, but he has no idea where to start. Do you think your dad poses any danger to you? Li Sidong asked. I don't think so. Jiang Xia shook his head, reasoning positively. My mom is an awakened. If my dad has some demonic quality that makes his personality cold-blooded and evil, he should have targeted my mom long ago. He indeed hasn't felt anything bad about his father. Li Sidong thought for a moment and proposed a hypothesis. Could it be that this is some kind of ability of the hidden demon, completely suppressing his aura, giving off a sense of oppression that makes others feel he is difficult to deal with? But if this is one of the unique abilities of the hidden demon, Yang Ji never mentioned it, and we have never felt this way about Yang Ji. Jiang Xia slowly contemplated. I'll go over tomorrow and see if I can discover any more problems. All right, then you continue to find out what's wrong with your dad. I also need to go back and check on my dad. He seems to have some issues too, Li Sidong said with a serious expression. Chapter 168, Bet Code. After 3 evolutions, my appetite has really increased a lot. Just as I stood up from the sofa, my stomach began to growl incessantly. The breakfast in the fridge indeed had become a bit stale. But it wasn't spoiled, it just tasted quite different compared to truly fresh and warm food. Jiang Xia wasn't picky, he didn't want to be fussy about this, as that wouldn't be a good thing. Just after finishing breakfast, Yang Ji called. Hey Xia. Do you have any activities today? Not for now, if there are any, it would be in the evening. All right, then I won't go out today. I'll stay home and play chess with my old man. By the way, there's something I want to tell you. I'm going to quit indulging in lust. Jiang Xia, the sky rat. From today onwards, I will never again be dominated by demonic tendencies. This statement was powerful and stirring, like a wayward son suddenly waking up. Determined to mend his ways. Jiang Xia paused. Did you just pull up your pants? Outside, the sun was shining brightly, and a gentle breeze was blowing, making it a rare good weather during this long winter. Jiang Xia called his dad to chat, only to find out they weren't home, but at a nearby outdoor sports field. He knew that sports field, it was not far from here. Just a few hundred meters away. Chapter 169, Complete Domination. Jiang Xia calmly said, let's keep it simple, best of 3, whoever loses 2 games first loses. No other complicated rules, just don't touch the net, and don't step out of bounds. Can I transform? If this sentence counts as a joke. It was the first time Jiang Xia heard this cold-faced girl make a joke. Sure, if you want so many people around to appreciate your transformed state. He walked over to Jiang Ling and took the racket from her hand. Ling, cheer for me, let me show you what real skills look like. On the other side of the net, Fang Siming also took the racket from the boy's hand. Watching their conversation, they seemed to be siblings. So she wasn't focusing on Jiang Ling here, but on her brother. The unrelated parties retreated to the sidelines, and a little boy ran to Jiang Ling's side, saying, "Is this your brother? He's quite bold to dare to compete with my sister." Jiang Ling immediately replied, "What do you mean by bold? My brother is very good at this sport." The little boy crossed his arms defiantly. "HMPH, no matter how good he is, he can't be better than my sister. I've never seen my sister lose in a game. Of course, that's because she has never encountered my brother before. Do you think my brother is an ordinary person? He has won first place in many competitions before." Chapter 170, The Irresistible Sense of Conquest. For the past few seconds, Fang Siming had just come back to her senses and softly said, "A bet is a bet. What nickname are you going to give me?" She had already guessed what Jiang Xia would call her. Most likely, it would be something humiliating. Definitely bad for her. Otherwise, this guy wouldn't have used a nickname as a wager. "I'm not interested in the wager. I just want to have a match with you because I'm bored." "You can choose whatever name you want, I forfeit," Jiang Xia smiled. From the beginning, he never thought about giving this woman a nickname. Make it something nice. Why should I rack my brain to come up with a nickname for someone else? Even if I have a lot of brain cells. That's not how they should be used. Make it something more humiliating. I'm not that kind of boring person. This match, in essence, was just to take down this woman's arrogance. She was too cold and dismissive, which was very unpleasant. He just wanted to see if this woman could maintain her aloofness after being defeated in the field she thought she excelled in. It was a bit boring. However, it felt quite satisfying. The woman stared blankly at Jiang Xia, seemingly surprised by his decision to forfeit the naming rights. Seeing that the girl was still sitting on the ground, Jiang Xia handed her the racket, signaling for her to get up. Get up, competition second, friendship first. Chapter 171, Highly Concealed Means of Transportation. The incident started yesterday morning. Li Sitong's father is a well-known entrepreneur in Xinghe City. But what people are more familiar with is his identity as a philanthropist. Perhaps due to his past misdeeds, he has been dedicated to charity for many years, often donating to support impoverished areas, especially enjoying funding impoverished students to complete their studies. Early yesterday morning, he went to Xinghe No. 3 Middle School. No one knew exactly what he was doing there, but it might have something to do with donations. Coincidentally, Fang Siming was at that school and happened to run into Li Sitong's father on the playground. The incident began when Li Sitong's father had a nosebleed on the playground. She was very close at the time, but felt nothing. It should be known that normal human blood is exceptionally sensitive to demon species. Even if separated by several meters, even dozens or hundreds of meters, even if the wound is under clothing, that enticing scent still escapes the keen sense of smell of demon species. However, Feng Ximing did not smell a hint of the enticing aroma. There was indeed blood, but the smell did not evoke any appetite in her. Instead, it made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. She recognized the man as Li Sitong's father and sensed something was off. So she arranged to meet Li Sitong after school to explain right away. Chapter 172. The relationship is too complicated. Jiang Xia did not get into the car, nor did he speak. After a few seconds of eye contact, he frowned slightly. What does this woman want? Could it be that she just lost and is unwilling to accept it, planning to have another match? Yang Ji beside him was already dumbfounded. The girl in the car was as beautiful as Li Sitong, making him involuntarily lick his lips. Seeing that the two outside were motionless, Feng Ximing spoke again. What's wrong? Didn't Li Sitong tell you? She asked me to join you, or do you not want me to come along? If so, I'll just tell her that. Yang Ji looked enlightened, his face full of enthusiasm, rubbing his hands. So you're one of us. Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Xia received a message from Li Sitong on his phone. I told Feng Ximing to help you, her abilities should be a great help. And she will follow your arrangements throughout the process. Even with Li Sitong personally confirming it, Jiang Xia still didn't open the car door to get in. It wasn't that he doubted Li Sitong. As the saying goes, more people means more strength. And he believed this woman's ability to cultivate demon beasts could be very helpful. However, he had no substantial trust in this woman. Even if she listened to Li Sitong, the sudden cooperation still made him uneasy. Chapter 173. A beggar with principles. Right after leaving Li Sitong's house, Jiang Xia sent a message to Chen Yusin, hoping she could help check on the target's situation, but there had been no response until now. If Chen Yusin had detailed intelligence about the target, it could greatly assist their operation. But until now, she hadn't replied. He sent 2 more messages to Chen Yusin, asking if she was busy. Still no reply. From what he knew about Chen Yusin, she should be doing something that kept her from looking at her phone, otherwise she would have likely replied immediately. Just as he put down his phone, the girl in front asked, "Why does Li Sitong like you?" Jiang Xia looked out the window and casually replied, "Maybe I'm handsome, smart, and a person worth relying on." Feng Ximing replied flatly, "Are all men this narcissistic?" Jiang Xia said softly, "Compared to insecure men, I think being narcissistic is a bit better, right? By the way, you seem to have a big issue with men." "Yes. And it's not just a small one." "All right then." Jiang Xia turned his gaze to observe the situation outside the car. Disliking men, could that be her demon nature? No. That shouldn't be. Logically, her demon nature should be to find someone to acknowledge as a master, right? Chapter 174. The taste of the wealthy. With that said, Jiang Xia became more interested. After all, even if you could turn lions and tigers into demon beasts, it wouldn't be convenient to carry them in the city. And keeping them at home was impossible. The most likely would be dogs. The appearance of the demon beast after transformation might resemble the hellhounds from movies. It could also be a cat. Or possibly a snake, or a rat. From what you said, your demon beast has nothing to do with fierce beasts like lions and tigers. It's highly likely to be something ordinary people wouldn't think of. Jiang Xia pondered, racking his brain, but still unable to guess the most likely animal. Go ahead, besides that large safe zone, where else will it be sent? Feng Ximing asked. Jiang Xia came back to his senses and answered, a small safe zone. Many cities in Huaxia have established small safe zones locally. Perhaps there's a small safe zone right beneath our feet in Xinghe City. Just after he finished speaking, Yang Ji messaged him, saying he found the target, who was dining with a man in a restaurant, and asked Jiang Xia if he needed to enter the restaurant for close observation. Jiang Xia told him to observe the surrounding environment first, and if there was no danger, to enter the restaurant and sit in a position close to her to observe the situation. Chapter 175. Even the qualification to resist is non-existent. The young man, with food still in his mouth, looked puzzled. He could clearly see that the woman in front of him was acting very strangely. After paying, the woman hurriedly left in her high heels under the gaze of a bunch of infatuated men. Jiang Xia asked, "Should we chase after her?" Now that they had found the person, they certainly couldn't let her escape. Chase. Jiang Xia immediately got up and followed, afraid that if he was a moment late, the woman would vanish without a trace. If they had already startled the snake, then they couldn't let this woman disappear from their sight. "Sister, what's wrong with you?" The young man hurriedly followed the woman, confused about what had happened. Just a second ago, they were chatting and eating well, and the next moment she seemed to have lost her soul, as if she had just borrowed money from a loan shark and ran into the creditor. The woman hurriedly walked a distance and turned back, seeing the three young men and women following her, her brows furrowed. "Don't say anything, just hurry up." She grabbed her brother and quickened her pace, heading straight towards the exit of the commercial street. As soon as they stepped out onto the street, she took out her car keys from her bag and unlocked a black luxury car parked on the side of the road. Once inside, she didn't even buckle her seatbelt before starting the car, but it was still too late. The three young men and women were already standing on the side of the car closest to the road, blocking their way out. Chapter 176. The demon seed behind Zhao Meng remained motionless, her body stiff against the chair. The phone didn't have fingerprint or facial recognition, only a password could unlock it. The password. Faced with the boy's inquiry, she remained indifferent. Jiang Xia, not very patient, said, "We didn't come to play house with you. If you don't speak, I'll tear your brother apart and stuff him in your mouth." The woman's hesitation to reveal the password suggested that there must be something unspeakable on her phone. Zhao Meng thought for a moment and said with difficulty, "Whether I say it or not, I can't survive, so I might as well die quickly." Jiang Xia smiled. "Assuming someone is behind this, if you cooperate, we can consider letting you live. If you don't cooperate, I can certainly make your death not so painless." The dangerous aura hit her face. The woman glanced at her brother outside the car, pondered for a moment, and finally revealed, 7527. As soon as Jiang Xia released her hand, the woman coughed violently, tears streaming from her eyes, successfully unlocking the phone with the password. Jiang Xia first opened her social media app, scrolling through the chat list, but found no suspicious friends or conversations. Chapter 177. The wonderful coffee. After hearing the whole story, Jiang Xia understood the truth behind it. It was simple. A demon seed with a certain special ability transformed people into pseudodemons, controlling them to become his hunting helpers. To put it nicely, they were helpers. To put it bluntly, they were cattle and horses. This situation was somewhat similar to the mesmerizing Aunt Qin they encountered before. The difference was that Aunt Qin directly made people lose their minds and produce illusions, making them absolutely submit and obey her. Now, this demon seed turned people into pseudodemons, directly making them into monsters while controlling them through torture to ensure their obedience. Whether this matter would be tricky to handle was uncertain. It depended on whether they could easily pull out the hidden hand and how strong that hand was. Jiang Xia asked, "Did you choose to target Li Zhengming directly? Or did you try a few before?" "First, there was a woman, but she couldn't be successfully converted. Later, I chose Li Zhengming. I had no choice. If I couldn't convert someone similar to me in a short time, I would definitely be tortured. I can't express that feeling of being worse than dead. I doubt you could endure it either. It's not just physical, but even mental suffering." Moreover, his meaning was that as long as I could successfully convert 3 or more, I could become a small leader, and from then on, I wouldn't have to struggle to find food. I would just manage these 3 people. Chapter 178. Chen Yusin's love invitation. Hearing about the pseudodemon flesh, Jiang Xia's heart tightened. He had come to find Chen Yusin for the matter regarding the pseudodemon. And she just happened to have concocted a cup of pseudodemon flesh coffee. Could this matter be related to her? Noticing Jiang Xia's dazed expression, Chen Yusin asked, "What's wrong? Don't you know what a pseudodemon is?" Jiang Xia came back to his senses and calmly replied, "I know." "Why do you go to such lengths to turn people into pseudodemons just to make a cup of coffee? I've heard that not everyone can be transformed into a pseudodemon. It's not that easy. There's a rumor that if you keep feeding people our demonized flesh and blood, they can be transformed into pseudodemons, but that's actually not true. The probability is quite low." Chen Yusin smiled mischievously, "But I have a way to increase that probability a bit." "What way?" Jiang Xia suddenly felt that Chen Yusin might really be involved in this matter. Could she be the hidden hand behind it? "A secret," Chen Yusin said mysteriously, smiling. "Unless you accompany me for a walk, I might consider telling you and maybe even share a bit. Aren't you working now?" "I've been busy since I opened my eyes. It's time for a break now," Chen Yusin revealed a fatigued expression. Chapter 179, Special Game. 2 rows of sharp fangs fell on her fragrant shoulder, piercing through her tender skin and deeply embedding into her flesh. "Ooh!" Chen Yusin's body instantly tensed, the searing pain sweeping through her entire body. But this only made her appear more excited rather than showing any signs of pain. "What are you doing?" she questioned, yet showed no intention of resisting. Jiang Xia released her. "You want to lure me in. You just want me to take a bite before you're willing to talk, right?" "Nonsense." Chen Yusin refused to admit it. The fangs fell again, this time tearing more flesh. "Stop it. Please stop. We're outside," she urged, but still showed no signs of resistance. "Don't you like this sudden approach?" "Don't worry, there's no one nearby. Even if there were, we wouldn't be afraid," Jiang Xia said ambiguously, exerting more pressure with his jaws. At the same time, he felt something strange in his mind. "No, this way of conversing feels very inappropriate. I won't tell you, even if you eat me whole. I won't say anything." Chen Yusin breathed heavily, one hand steadying herself against the pavilion's pillar. "Stop pretending. If you really didn't want to say anything, you wouldn't have chatted so much with me from the start. You could just say you didn't know his true identity. There was no need to say you knew who he was. That was redundant. I don't believe you have such a good relationship with him that you wouldn't want to betray him." Chapter 180, The sword-bearer. Jiang Xia looked helpless. "What can I do? Go find that informant to pry information out of them. Otherwise, how could I possibly pull out the hidden hand so quickly?" Li Sitong sniffed again. "There's a faint smell of blood. Did you bite her again? If she refuses to speak, then I can only take a few pieces of flesh from her," Jiang Xia said calmly. "Isn't she enjoying it?" Li Sitong grinned. "What kind of talk is that?" Jiang Xia was utterly speechless. "What about you? If you bite her now, wouldn't you be enjoying it too?" Jiang Xia glanced at the hand resting on his waist and said seriously, "You know I've always disliked this flesh and blood. It's quite disgusting to bite her." Li Sitong smiled and withdrew her hand, asking again, "Did she say anything? Is there any way to turn a pseudodemon back into a normal person?" Jiang Xia paused for 2 seconds and shook his head. "Currently, there are no known methods to resolve this." Li Sitong's smile gradually faded. "It's also my fault. Perhaps I should have told my dad about this earlier, so he could be more cautious." One can completely feel that, although she often calls her father a jerk, the bond between them is not shallow. Chapter 181. Yes, yes. Yes? The young man did not answer, but looked at the surface of the water pushed by the school of fish. The fisherman was calm and unhurried, grabbing a handful of bait and scattering it. Suddenly, the water surface splashed. "If you want to kill me, just do it. I won't fight back. I'll just sit here and let you kill me. It would be best if you stab me in the back, so I can die quickly." After a pause, He looked at the sword in the young man's hand. But before you kill me, could you use that sword to roast a fish for me? The young man looked exasperated. Can you be serious? I'm serious, the fisherman said softly, looking back at the water surface. The young man raised his head to look at the night sky. I've been wondering why the damn heavens have turned two friends who get along so well, almost like they are wearing the same pair of pants, into adversaries. Why aren't you an awakened, and why am I not a demon seed? The fisherman smiled faintly. You're still distinguishing between awakened and demon seeds. No, I gave up that idea a long time ago. Some things might not be believed even if they were spread. Like how an awakened grew up with the help of a demon seed, and was saved by that demon seed several times. Since you're so grateful to me, let us keep my life for now. If you really want to kill me, my suggestion is to keep my life for the time being. Killing me now won't be much use to you. Trust me, go kill a few more demon seeds. When you feel you're about to reach the fifth awakening, then come kill me. That way, without much effort, you can directly enter the fifth awakening. Chapter 182 Fang Siming's Beast. The fisherman looked intrigued. It seems like a good combination. Li Sidong said calmly, are you planning to fight us three on your own, or do you want to go one-on-one with me first? The fisherman spread his hands and smiled slightly. Let us go all out. Li Sidong didn't speak, instead surveying the surroundings, and releasing the parasitic demon in her hand again. This fisherman gave her a feeling of excessive confidence, which felt off. Even after the parasitic demon returned from its reconnaissance, its behavior was also very odd. Even though she didn't take the fisherman seriously, it was better to be cautious. The fisherman's eyes flashed. The parasitic demon was extremely fast, and due to the night, ordinary people's eyes could hardly catch it, as it swiftly disappeared into the darkness. It only took a very short time to circle around the nearby woods. By the time it returned from another direction and jumped into its master's hand, its creator had just taken off his coat, rolled it into a ball, and thrown it away. Looking at the parasitic demon that was acting very aggressively in her palm, Li Sidong was convinced that something was wrong. Staring at the little creature with its tentacles thrashing violently, the fisherman spoke softly, Jun, come out, you've really exposed yourself now. Chapter 183 Blood Battle. Awakened. After being demonized, Fang Siming looked very much like a cat girl. Her facial features still retained their original general appearance, and her long black hair at the back was still unrestrained. But her eyes had transformed into blue-green vertical pupils, and a pair of black fluffy ears had grown on top of her head, with sharp claws covered in a layer of fine fur. Due to her overall body shape not having significantly shrunk or grown after demonization, her clothing showed no signs of damage, and was worn just as it was originally. It was unclear what her demonized body looked like beneath the clothing. Overall, she gave off a very good impression, still appearing quite beautiful even after demonization. However, Jiang Xia suspected she hadn't fully demonized. Who has a pale face after complete demonization? Aside from her vertical pupils, her face had hardly changed at all. This awakened indeed looked very strong, she said in a deep voice, her gaze suspiciously fixed on Jiang Xia. For some reason, she caught a strong scent of blood that deeply aroused her appetite and taste buds. That tempting scent made her eager to find the source of it and start feasting immediately. She had smelled the taste of awakened flesh before, and she was certain that this smell was most likely from an awakened. Chapter 184 Dying in Summer would be great. Who? The awakened named Jun had flames raging in his eyes. He raised his remaining right arm, flames swirling around his palm, the 5 remaining fingers trembling as if plucking strings, and a sword made of fire appeared before him. The floating fire sword was not in solid form, but composed of thousands of red flames. Although it wasn't solid, the edges of the sword gave an extremely sharp feeling, as if it could pierce through anything. A rolling heat wave spread like ripples, boiling the air. With a casual wave, the fire sword shot out, leaving behind a trail of fire. Jiang Xia quickly dodged the fire sword attack. In the next moment, the awakened swung his hand twice more, and the flames from his palm swiftly formed two more fire swords that whistled out. The speed of the fire swords was astonishing. From the moment they appeared to when they reached Jiang Xia, it was nearly instantaneous. Trees were sliced through by the sword edges, then consumed by the raging flames. From a distance, on the open ground, 3 fire swords darted like fish in water, and every once in a while, a new fire sword would join them. Zing! The sword tip grazed his cheek, knocking off several scales, and the pitch-black blood flew out, turning into black mist before it even hit the ground due to the high temperature. Chapter 185 Evil Aura Ajahn. At the moment his body fell, the fisherman gasped, his eyes trembling. Before the sound faded, a shadow suddenly attacked. Not giving him a chance to resist, it bit down, and several tentacles wrapped around his limbs, the thick body of a python overwhelming his entire form. The fisherman was completely bound by the tightly coiled python, the sound of its scales scraping against each other like a mournful death song. Knowing he was doomed, he did not resist much throughout the process. Moreover, even if he wanted to resist, he couldn't. In the end, a mouthful of pitch-black blood mixed with shattered internal organs was coughed out. He looked at Ajahn's corpse, his eyes showing no pain, as if reminiscing about something, and then died 1 minute after his companion. Until the demonic aura from the other party completely dissipated, Li Sitong's coiled body slowly loosened. She had lost several chunks of flesh. Although her opponent was a medical demon, they were indeed quite difficult to deal with. She stood up, dispelling her demonization, while using her tentacles to pull back the clothes she had thrown far away, covering herself in front. The forest was ablaze, illuminating her bare feet, as she stepped into the scorched earth, the rolling heat waves disturbing her hair. Chapter 186 I have an idea. Just as the 3 of them left, a miniature drone flew over the fish pond, resembling a bird and making almost no sound. After surveying the area, the drone flew away into the distance. Drones like this are not just one. Every night, they rise into the sky, like a pair of eyes surveying the ground in the darkness. At 23:17, the car entered the urban area of Xinghe City. Along the way, Fang Ximing was almost silent, with only the couple in the back occasionally exchanging a few words. It was strange. Gradually, she found that she no longer disliked the boy sitting in the back. She calculated that the boy had saved her 3 times that night. The first time was when the fisherman first appeared. He grabbed her collar and pulled her away, preventing her from being knocked down by that tree. If that tree had attacked her, it wouldn't have caused much harm. But the next 2 times were indeed life-saving. He pulled her away with his tail once, saving her from being hit in the head by the flame sword. The last time, although it was a bit rough, kicking her over 10 meters away. It also prevented her from being pierced by the flame sword and consumed by the flames. She thought maybe it was impossible for her to feel disgust towards someone who had saved her multiple times. Chapter 187, The Head Outside the Window. What business? Jiang Xia stopped playing around. Yang Ji glanced at the girl sitting at the dining table. What do you think of that girl? Reliable. Sensing Yang Ji's sneaky gaze on her and the sudden drop in their conversation volume, Fang Ximing realized they were probably discussing her. She's okay. Jiang Xia didn't know much about the woman, so he couldn't judge for now. However, his impression was that she didn't seem to fully obey Li Sitong, as she had said. As for whether she was trustworthy, it was hard to say. Although they had experienced life and death together, that was because she had to give it her all to survive, or she would die. However, the fact that she was willing to take risks and follow along, despite it not being her business, indicated that she had deep feelings for Li Sitong. Speaking of which, Jiang Xia quite liked the kind of beast she transformed into, completely fearless and fully obedient to her commands. To put it bluntly, you could call it cannon fodder. To put it nicely, it was called the vanguard. If it weren't for those 2 beetle beasts sacrificing themselves, it would have been hard for him to find an opportunity to sever that awakener's arm. Remembering that awakener, he had to once again marvel at the fact that 4 awakeners were really not easy to deal with. Chapter 188, The Invitation to Feast on the Alien Monster Buzz. Jiang Xia's head exploded, and all the hair on his body stood on end. He admitted he was scared. Now, after 4 evolutions, he could say that he wasn't afraid of ghosts. But he was genuinely frightened by that head resting on the windowsill, drenched in rain. The man's hair was completely soaked, sticking tightly to his scalp, with the corners of his mouth pulled back to his ears, giving a very creepy smile. "Blackbird! Damn you!" Jiang Xia shouted, grabbing a bottle of mineral water and throwing it, venting his anger while suppressing the rising fear. Another flash of lightning illuminated the outside, and the blackbird smashed the window with a punch. Jiang Xia quickly rolled to the ground, standing up rapidly, ready for a bloody battle. However, the blackbird did not come in, still holding onto the windowsill, with a twisted face grinning at him through the broken window, looking like a real psychopath. After a while, that rain-soaked head shrank back. After 30 seconds to a minute passed, confirming there was no trace of the demonic seed outside, Jiang Xia slowly moved to the window. In the pitch-black rain curtain, the blackbird was no longer in sight. Bang! The door to the room was kicked open, and Fang Siming stood at the doorway. Before she could speak, she saw the boy by the window hesitate for a moment before jumping out. Chapter 189, The frenzied black armor formed. The torrential rain poured down, like the sky had opened a hole. One must say, Li Sidong had great foresight, arranging for Fang Siming, who had also undergone 4 evolutions, to spend the night with Jiang Xia. Perhaps, being an alien monster herself, she understood how persistent one could be when another of their kind was targeted, not letting go of any opportunity to strike. Jiang Xia, with a fierce aura, stared at the blackbird. "Less talk, if you want to eat me, come on." Who eats whom in the end is still uncertain. Yes? Just like that. The syllables bursting from the blackbird's throat were wrapped in sharp tremors, its pupils repeatedly dilating and contracting, drool dragging from the crooked corners of its mouth into shimmering threads. "I love this. I absolutely love you like this." It covered its face with both hands, its whole body leaning forward. Jiang Xia fell silent, gently exhaling a breath of extreme helplessness. He wanted to overpower the blackbird in spirit, showing that he wasn't afraid of it. If it wanted to eat him, he would eat it too. But the blackbird's appearance was indeed unmatched, truly unmatched. It was a real freak. Enough talk, let us go, let it live a few more days. The butcher had originally arranged for the blackbird tonight, while Jiang Xia was to take this suddenly appeared woman. Chapter 190, Chen Yusin's plea for help. The rain grew stronger, each drop crashing down onto the concrete ground, as if heaven was venting its anger on the earth. Jiang Xia knelt on the ground, trembling all over. Fang Siming stood not far away, one hand covering her arm, which had been scratched by Jiang Xia's claws, leaving several bloody cuts. Her vision was completely blocked by the rain curtain, and even with her strong night vision, she couldn't see Jiang Xia's situation. Confirming that the evil aura coming from Jiang Xia had completely disappeared, she slowly approached him, coming to his side. "Are you okay?" she asked. Jiang Xia looked up, his eyes showing traces of madness. He glanced at her wounds, recalling that he had just pushed her, and softly said, "Sorry." "Huh? The rain is too loud," Fang Siming said, not quite hearing what he said. "I said sorry." Jiang Xia raised his voice. Fang Siming was silent for a few seconds, then calmly said, "It's fine. Let's go back first." This was Jiang Xia's first battle using the black armor form, and the results were completely beyond his expectations. First, his strength increased significantly. Secondly, bloodthirsty. Too bloodthirsty. Crazy. Too crazy. Chapter 191, The first encounter with the Wolf King. Chen Yusin is in trouble. Looking at the message on his phone, Jiang Xia was half convinced. If Chen Yusin had trouble elsewhere, he would believe it, but in the cafe, that was their territory. The outside world was saying that the hidden hand controlling the New World Cafe came from the kingdom. Although the kingdom was currently out of sight, it certainly existed and was recognized as the strongest demonic team in Xinghe City. There was an 80% chance that there would be 5 times evolved demonic seeds in the team, and there might even be more than one. Who would dare to lay a hand on her, the manager of the cafe? Could it be an internal conflict within the kingdom? Did something happen to your mobile medical box? Jiang Xia stood behind, looking at the distress message on his phone. Jiang Xia tried to make a call, but no one answered. Sending a message also received no reply. Let's go, let's check it out first. Jiang Xia put away his phone, sat in the back seat of the car, and opened a cooler beside him, a wave of cold air hitting his face. Inside was the leftover material from the fourth awakening mentioned by Jiang Xia. Last night, while entangled with the black bird, Jiang Xia sustained several injuries. Although his scales protected him from severe harm, he still had multiple wounds bleeding. Chapter 192, The Anxious Wolf King. As time ticked to 10:30. Chen Yusin gripped the edge of the table tighter, her nails scraping against the surface, her eyes trembling. This minute felt infinitely long to her, slower than an entire day. Yet, in this very minute, she had already experienced it 10 to 20 times within 24 hours. It wasn't until the time changed to 10:31 that she let out a breath. In an instant, she felt like a deflated balloon, her gaze soft and powerless. The Wolf King's eyes flashed. Manager Chen, what's wrong with you? Chen Yusin exhaled softly and calmly replied, it's nothing, let us continue. Saying this, she glanced at Jiang Xia, her expression somewhat dejected, then looked at the time on her phone, waiting for the next 30 minutes. A few minutes later, their conversation concluded, and the Wolf King stood up to leave, glancing at Jiang Xia before exiting. Jiang Xia had been estimating the demonic aura emanating from the Wolf King. It felt very strong. He guessed that, like Li Sidong, the Wolf King had reached an evolutionary bottleneck, striving to store nutrients in preparation for his 5th evolution. Currently, most members of the Wolf Den were desperately hunting, prioritizing all the food they caught for this Wolf King. Chapter 193. A game beyond the rules. Do you agree then? Jiang Xia hurriedly asked. No. Chen Yusin shook her head. This isn't a bank where we can give loans. The boss has said not to extend credit to anyone. What the Wolf King said sounds nice, that he would return 50 portions in half a month, but what if he dies in half a month? Who do we ask then? Even if he doesn't die, what if he runs away? What if he defaults? Even if we kill him, we can't get back what we lent him, can we? Hearing that Chen Yusin did not agree, Jiang Xia let out a sigh of relief. If that Wolf King were to evolve to the 5th stage right now, it would be too dangerous for them. Yes, they could hide and not come out. But as long as they wanted to grow stronger, they had to go out and hunt their own kind, increasing the likelihood of being tracked by the Wolf King. Counting Fang Siming, they had 3/4 evolutions on their side, and 3 of them against a 5th evolution Wolf King could still have a chance. But let us not forget, the Wolf Den had other wolf pups too. How about this, given our relationship, can you lend me a couple 100 portions? Jiang Xia suddenly asked. Dream on. Chen Yusin pointed at his forehead. This store isn't mine. All our reserves are for exchanging information. Unless you provide some special information that we don't know, but is highly valuable, maybe we could negotiate. Chapter 194. High-end questions. Arriving at Li Sitong's home just in time for 11 o'clock. She was still sitting alone in the living room. All the messy things had been wrapped up in the blood-stained carpet and thrown into the storage room. After getting the sealed bag containing Manager Chen's flesh, Li Sidong entered her room alone, and not long after, she came out and nodded at Jiang Xia. Is it done? Jiang Xia was astonished at how powerful Manager Chen's flesh was. Did it spit out black water? No, the situation has stabilized a lot. That woman's flesh is indeed quite effective, but I don't know if it can remain stable. Li Sidong continued, you and Yang Ji need to go to Lin Yuan's place and give him the black liquid you got from the fisherman. Just in case that woman's flesh can't fully heal, let Lin Yuan see if he can research an antidote. I've already talked to him, just go directly. Jiang Xia suggested, why not bring your dad along too, let him try to absorb it and see if he can get something out. I was thinking the same. But he said to bring that bottle of black stuff to him first. Absorbing it recklessly might not be a good idea. Li Sitong pointed at the door, oh. And take that over to him. Chapter 195. A shocking discovery. Lin Yuan didn't beat around the bush, and directly nodded in acknowledgement. I have a premonition that soon, perhaps not long from now, this vast slaughterhouse of a world will completely take shape and start operating. By then, looking to find a team to band together will be like a last-minute prayer. Even if you find one to join, it may not be reliable. And the mutual trust will be nearly non-existent. That shouldn't be difficult for you, Yang Ji said, you are a healer. And those like you are in high demand now, and will be even more sought after in the future. There should be quite a few demonic teams that know your identity and want to recruit you, right? Lin Yuan smiled wryly, many teams want to recruit me. But not every team is worth joining. Some teams only value my healing abilities. When push comes to shove, they would probably kick me out without hesitation. To be honest, even the Wolf Den has sent me an invitation, hoping I could join them, but I turned them down. Jiang Xia couldn't understand, if you need a reliable team. Isn't the Wolf Den great? Joining them means becoming family, and you can develop mutual affection, absolutely reliable. If anything happens, they would go out of their way to avenge you. Chapter 196. The Kingdom's appearance. Lin Yuan is in cahoots with the Blackbird. Jiang Xia remembered a video Chen Yusin had shown him a few days ago, the one about the only clue of the three. Filmed by the demon called the Peeping Tom. In the video, the Blackbird and the Butcher were eating on one side, while another figure wearing a deep black mask squatted in the rain, using a very sharp claw to neatly chop a demon's corpse into pieces, packing them into a cooler bag. It was exactly like what was happening in the treatment room now. At that time, he had wondered why the mask didn't eat on the spot like the Blackbird and the Butcher. He even mistakenly thought perhaps this was a demon that was particular about its eating environment. It turned out it wasn't at all. Which was why it didn't eat on the spot. He is a healer, and he needs fresh blood and flesh from his kind to make medicine. However, relying solely on consultation fees clearly couldn't meet his needs. After all, it's not like someone would always bring him a complete and fresh corpse of his kind. In hunting solo versus cooperating in a team, he chose to team up with those two. Additionally, Jiang Xia remembered the first time he met that masked. They were fighting against the Blackbird and the Butcher, and he just stood by watching without saying a word. Chapter 197. The structure of the kingdom being suddenly called out like this, Jiang Xia felt a sinking feeling in his heart. He thought, wouldn't this guy have discovered that he had seen through his identity? Lin Yuan is strong, although he is a healer. Jiang Xia was sure that Lin Yuan was very strong. He turned around, his expression calm. What is wrong, Dr. Lin? Lin Yuan stood up, his voice soft, but his expression serious. I sincerely hope you can have a good discussion with Li Sitong. I think your team really suits me, and likewise, I will definitely be a good fit for you. I won't let you down. Jiang Xia replied without hesitation, I will talk to her properly. If she goes to the Demon Seed Club tonight, maybe we can discuss it face to face. All right, then take your time on the way back. Walk slowly. Lin Yuan spoke very politely, maintaining the proper decorum even though the person across from him was just a high school student. From the clinic until he got in the car, and throughout the journey home, Jiang Xia behaved very naturally. It wasn't until he returned to Li Sitong's house that he revealed everything in front of the two of them. Damn! Yang Ji exclaimed, suddenly sitting up from the sofa. So this dead doctor knew me all along, and that night he was thinking of taking my life. He even fought with that butcher over me. He really wanted me dead. Chapter 198. Occupying seats. They stayed at Li Sitong's house until it got dark. Jiang Xia chatted for a while, then lay down on the sofa to rest for a bit, in case something unexpected happened tonight. After waking up, it was already dark. And he didn't waste time, playing Dao Di Zhu with Jiang Ling on his phone for 2 or 3 hours. By 10:30 at night, it was time to take action. Li Sitong suggested that Yang Ji stay behind to watch the house. Upon hearing this, Yang Ji pulled a long face. Class monitor. Can't someone else do it? There's a buffet tonight, and I might just indulge and evolve 3 times. Hearing this, Li Sitong laughed, looking at him with a somewhat naive expression. Seriously, do you really expect the little food provided by the principal to help you evolve 3 times? Have you thought about it? He has 100 fruit platters wrapped in sauce. Are there even 2 people? Yang Ji thought about it. That is true. Aji. It's not that I'm not letting you go, it's just that something might happen tonight, like an encounter with that alien demon group. Are you worried I'll hold you back? Yang Ji looked at Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia said seriously, what do you mean I'm worried you'll hold us back? You should consider, if we let you go, and you end up fighting with them, wouldn't that be bullying them? Chapter 199. Club Revelry. Li Sitong glanced in the direction where the man in the Black Panther mask had left, looking innocent. What happened to him? Why did he get up and leave? Is he dissatisfied with me? Jiang Xia had never been so speechless, chuckling. Maybe he went to the restroom. Li Sitong didn't say anything, casting a sidelong glance downwards, and the boy across from her understood the hint and sat down next to her. The girl leaned her head against the boy's shoulder and softly said while holding his hand, next time, don't wait for me to call, be a bit more proactive. Although the words were directed at the boy, her gaze was on the girl sitting opposite them, as she playfully patted her thigh. Do you want to lean over here? Fang Siming's face turned red, and she quickly looked elsewhere without saying a word. This girl blushed, although the lighting was dim and it was hard to see her expression. Jiang Xia was sure that she was probably blushing. This ice queen, can she also blush? Wait a minute, this seems to be more than just about blushing. This situation is quite messy, isn't it? It felt strange, a girlfriend leaning on his shoulder, while playfully teasing a girl across from them who liked her. It wasn't uncomfortable, perhaps because it was a girl. Chapter 200. Source of the waiter. Lin Yuan's arrival made Jiang Xia miss the exciting scene at the opposite booth. Jiang Xia felt strange, caught between being abnormal and not. He didn't want to be abnormal, but many times he found himself drawn to some really bizarre things. If it were just curiosity, that would be one thing, but sometimes he even felt a slight thrill from these bizarre things, as long as they weren't too extreme. Li Sitong didn't beat around the bush, and got straight to the point. I heard from Lin Long that you want to join us. Lin Long. Lin Yuan's gaze fell on Jiang Xia, mumbling to himself, slowly nodding as if he remembered Jiang Xia's code name, then turned to Li Sitong. Yes. Li Sitong asked, there are plenty of demon seed teams in Xinghe City that would suit you. Why did you suddenly think of coming to us? I've already explained my reasons to Lin Long. Other teams aren't suitable for me. The forced familial bonds in Wolf Den disgust me, and they are too wild. Those guys are all lunatics, downright insane. While I'm not very fond of quietness, I also don't like that much craziness. I'm quite crazy too. Don't you know? Their craziness is different from yours, they are truly insane, not a second of normalcy. Just talking to them feels like conversing with lunatics escaped from a mental hospital. Chapter 201. The cool sunglasses guy. Twisted, chaotic, dark, decadent, corrupt, murky, morbid, obsessive. These words collided in a concrete way in this underground demon seed club, boiling in the darkness. Any normal person staying here for 2 minutes would probably go insane. However, there were a few demon seeds sitting quietly, but Jiang Xia didn't see peace in them. He only saw a more insane soul hidden beneath their masks. Time passed second by second, and various activities emerged one after another. The principal was right, Tonight was a lively night for the demon seeds. A grand event of continuous excitement. Li Sitong was playing cards with Fang Siming, and Jiang Xia didn't he join in, with Lin Yuan participating as his substitute. Jiang Xia felt very off. The excited shouts around him crashed into his soul like a bell tolling. The plate of iron cage food on the table, which hardly anyone touched, gradually turned red in his sight, like waves surging towards him. He felt like he had integrated into the demon seed world and had gotten used to its lifestyle. But amidst the blood-red scene, he saw a large mud pit, where laughter sometimes emerged, and at other times, terrifying wails echoed. Chapter 202. Speaking with a hand over the mouth, Jiang Xia felt it was unbelievable. This was truly incredible. Almost no one knew about his bet with Fang Siming regarding the code names, not even Li Sitong and Yang Ji. But how did Wang Guo know? Did Fang Siming leak it? But looking at her expression, she seemed just as shocked. Clearly, she was also puzzled about why Wang Guo would know about this. Li Sitong curiously said oh, glanced at her boyfriend, and then asked the blood guard from Wang Guo, what code names? They were playing cards. Whoever wins can give the other a code name. Your little boyfriend won. The man leaned back, crossed his legs, and casually put a cigarette in his mouth. With a wave of his hand, a flame appeared in his palm, igniting the cigarette, as he took a puff and smiled, explaining, it's just a little magic trick. I don't have the ability to control fire. So cool. Oh, you even know about this? Who told you? Or how did you find out? Although Li Sitong's expression was calm, she was internally astonished. This matter was not even told to Jiang Xia, yet this guy actually knew about it. The man smiled, no comment. Li Sitong no longer struggled with this issue and asked, isn't your kingdom always well hidden? Why would you expose your identity in front of us? Chapter 203. Layers of deception. I can handle the blackbird one-on-one. It shouldn't be a big problem. Jiang Xia certainly wanted to quickly resolve especially that blackbird. That bastard really had his sights set on him as prey. If he didn't deal with the blackbird soon, it would be like having a beast lurking in the shadows, waiting to devour him. Who knows, he might even see that bastard's head on the windowsill tonight. That would drive him insane. But there seemed to be something wrong. What is it? Jiang Xia looked at Li Sitong. Li Sitong had one hand on Jiang Xia's waist. The next moment, her previously smiling face suddenly turned cold, and she twisted. You actually didn't tell me about playing ball and betting on code names with her. I heard it from someone else. You're looking for death, aren't you, Jiang Xia? Let go. Jiang Xia hurriedly tried to grab the hand that was on his waist. What's wrong? Does it hurt? It shouldn't hurt. You're almost at your 5th evolution. Does it still hurt to be twisted? Of course. I'm at the 4th evolution. And you're almost at the 5th. Does it not hurt to twist me? Knowing it hurts, yet you dare to hide it from me. She twisted even harder. When did I hide it from you? I just didn't have time to say it, Jiang Xia retorted, unwilling to back down. Chapter 204. Medicine Body. The sky was overcast with dark clouds, occasionally illuminated by lightning that lit up the surrounding unfinished buildings. A light rain mixed with the sound of wind filled the air with the damp smell of dust and rust. Lin Yuan stopped and turned back, a cold laugh escaping his throat, like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. You think I exposed myself on purpose? Then guess why I dare to do this. If you guess it right, I can tell you something about why I'm so determined to take action against you. If I'm not mistaken, you're planning to leave, to exit Xinghe City. Li Sitong's gaze was still searching the direction where the butcher might appear. She vaguely remembered that when the Black Deer withdrew from the organization, he mentioned he might leave Xinghe City and head south to a small country connected to the border of Huaxia. Lin Yuan nodded. That's right, the answer is correct. His voice unchanged, he continued, it's time to go. The authorities are already well aware of our demon identities. And more than 80 of the same kind in Xinghe City might have been secretly marked by the authorities. Staying here Waiting for the authorities to prepare fully before striking us accurately is a dead end. Thinking far ahead, it makes sense. So you want to pull off one last job before leaving. Since you have to go anyway, why not just expose your identity and set us up? Li Sitong said. Chapter 205, The Laughter of Pure Hunting Boom. A thunderclap like the roar of an ancient beast slammed down. Just a moment ago, it was a light drizzle. And after a thunderbolt, a torrential downpour fell from the sky in an exaggerated manner. The rain hit Jiang Xia like falling onto a large furnace, white steam hissing up. Yet it showed no signs of extinguishing the flames. Hot. The moment the red scales touched his body, the black bird felt like it had slammed into a red-hot steel furnace. But it did not retreat. Enduring the burn of the scales, as its serrated fangs broke through several scales, deeply embedding into flesh. Jiang Xia was equally unafraid. Biting at the blackbird with blooded jaws, his claws slicing across the blackbird's chest, blood and flesh mixing with rainwater exploding in the air. In the next instant, Jiang Xia suddenly released his grip, ignoring the flesh torn from his shoulder, aiming his dragon head at the blackbird's head, spewing forth a stream of red molten iron like a fire dragon's attack. Yet, the blackbird seemed to have anticipated this move, flapping its wings to push him away just before the red molten iron erupted from his mouth. Jiang Xia's body crashed into the rain-soaked ground, landing in a shallow pit already filled with standing water. In just a few seconds, the surroundings were enveloped in white steam. Chapter 206, Extreme Madness. Not only was the blackbird severely injured, but Jiang Xia was also hurt badly. If he hadn't had the scales to protect him, he might have been injured even more severely. Regardless, he had finally dealt with the most threatening enemy at the moment. Killing the blackbird with his own hands granted him a significant boost in power. He did not look at the blackbird again. Grabbing the head that had lost its skin and turning to head towards another direction where there was movement. The battle between Fang Siming and the butcher had already moved from the open ground to the first floor of a shopping mall. The sound of fighting was loud. In such an open environment, any attack could echo throughout the entire floor. Although lacking experience in one-on-one combat, Fang Siming relied on her agile speed to avoid falling behind in the battle against the butcher. Even though she had a terrifying scar from the butcher's meat saw on her shoulder, her claws had also left numerous gashes on the butcher's body. The butcher sensed that this woman was troublesome. Although she lacked battle experience, her speed was incredibly fast. She had no intention of confronting him directly, always fighting in a roundabout way, her extreme speed causing most of his attacks to miss. Chapter 207, Li Sitong's second fifth evolution. Jiang Xia was also heavily injured. Assuming he had no scales for protection, he might have been injured even more severely. But in any case, he had managed to eliminate the greatest threat to him at the moment. Killing the blackbird had granted him enough energy to become significantly stronger. He no longer glanced at the blackbird, holding the head that had lost its skin and turning towards another direction where there was commotion. The battle between Fang Siming and the butcher had already progressed from the outside to the first floor of the shopping mall. The sounds of fighting were loud. And in such an open space, any attack could echo throughout the entire floor. Although lacking experience in one-on-one combat, Fang Siming relied on her agile speed to maintain her edge against the butcher. Even though she had a terrifying scar from the butcher's meat saw on her shoulder, her claws had also left numerous gashes on the butcher's body. The butcher felt that this woman was troublesome. Although she lacked combat experience, her speed was impressively fast. She had no intention of confronting him directly, always maneuvering around, her incredible speed causing most of his attacks to miss. Chapter 208, Why should the blue armor suffer for the black armor's bragging? Jiang Xia, look at me. This was the sentence that Li Sitong, undergoing evolution, shouted with all her might. Without her saying it, Jiang Xia was already looking, not even willing to blink, fearing he would miss any exciting moments. Fang Siming was also enduring excruciating pain, holding her breath, afraid of interrupting. Li Sitong's fifth evolution was crucial, it determined their ability to respond to the new situation ahead. This is not a matter of failing and being able to store nutrients again. Once they fail, and their enemy, the Wolf King of the Wolf Den, enters the fifth evolution, their entire team will be in great danger. And then there's that very mysterious kingdom, which currently only reveals a corner. Although they haven't shown hostility yet, it is always a sword hanging over their heads, ready to strike at any moment. Perhaps if they were given a few more days after a failure, a week or so, even Jiang Xia could attempt the fifth evolution with Li Sitong. But it is very likely that in that week, the situation could change drastically. Fortunately, when Li Sitong's two knife-shaped tentacles transformed, all worries became unnecessary. Li Sitong's original form is a human head with a snake body, with 4 tentacles on her back and 2 knife-shaped tentacles for arms. Chapter 209, Baby. Take your medicine after washing up. Li Sitong walked into the room, drying her wet hair. Yang Ji and Fang Siming have gone back. One said he wanted to see his old man, and the other said he wanted to see his younger brother. It's fine, I'll stay with you tonight, Jiang Xia said, raising the sketchbook towards her. Have you wanted to conquer me for a year now? What, is that not okay? Li Sitong walked over, snatched the sketchbook, and admired it carefully. You should draw the steps more forcefully, and change the part you're stepping on, directly step on your head. Then she put down the sketchbook, sat on Jiang Xia's lap, wrapped her arms around his neck, and smiled. Don't say it so harshly, what do you mean by conquering you? We are a pair, coexisting peacefully. There's no such thing as one conquering the other. Jiang Xia didn't want to speak. Although he didn't say anything, silence doesn't mean he had nothing to say. All right. You can go now. Huh? Jiang Xia was taken aback. Where to? Next door to sleep, Li Sitong said, leaning in front of him and whispering, this is my home. My dad is still next door. Aren't you afraid he will find out you're in the same room as me and come out to tear you apart? He dotes on me a lot. Or are you reluctant to leave me now? Wanting to stick with me? Chapter 210, Brutally Slaughter the Wolf King at 8:20 a.m. The scattered cumulus clouds revealed a gap, with golden light falling on a corner of the city. After a night of heavy rain, the ground was covered in puddles, and the sound of car tires splashing through the wetness echoed throughout the city. At the cafe, compared to before, this time Jiang Xia felt completely different. Previously, when the kingdom had not yet shown itself, his first impression of this cafe was as a demonic species intelligence station. And only then did he think it might be the kingdom's territory. But now that the kingdom's blood guards had appeared, personally acknowledging him as the owner of this cafe, his impression naturally flipped. First, he stepped into the kingdom's territory, and only then was it the demonic species intelligence station. Although it was morning, there were already quite a few customers in the cafe. Jiang Xia, holding a suitcase in both hands, was about to go in when a call from Li Sitong suddenly stopped his steps. He waved to Chen Yusin, who saw him in the store, raised his phone, and signaled that he would take the call first. He stepped back from the door, moving a few meters away to answer the call. Hello. What's up? Are you at the cafe now? Just arrived, haven't gone in yet. That is fine, the plan has changed. Lin Yuan's 2 boxes of medicine will be kept for now. I have other uses for them. You go in and scout the situation in Xinghe City, and call me after you come out. By the way, don't deal with her flesh for now, my dad probably won't need it. Chapter 211, 3 cannons destroy the demonic soul before long. Chen Yusin returned, holding an iron box. Inside the box were 2 items, about the size of a regular lighter, resembling 2 medicine tubes. The outside was a steel shell, with a small gap the size of a pinky finger exposed in the middle, containing a glass test tube. One tube contained blue liquid, and the other contained orange-yellow liquid. One end had a sealed cap, as if it could be injected directly into the body. What are these? Jiang Xia asked curiously, although he vaguely guessed what they were. Chen Yusin first picked up the one with the blue liquid, This is an enhancer developed by the World Anti-Demon Organization Alliance. As long as ordinary people inject this enhancer, there's a high probability that their physical fitness will be permanently or significantly improved for a long time. Of course, it can't compare to the once-evolved demonic species, but it far exceeds ordinary people in every aspect. Some people can even take 3 injections. Anyone who can finish all 3 injections may have strength comparable to that of a once-evolved demonic species. After speaking, she picked up the one with the orange liquid. This one is called a temporary enhancement agent. After being injected into the body, it can also enhance physical fitness. And it's much stronger than the blue agent. There isn't much change in defense, but strength increases significantly. The downside is that the duration isn't long. For some, it's 20 minutes, for others it can last half a day. Once the effect wears off, the body will enter a period of weakness. Chapter 2:12. New game. Jiang Xia looked at Chen Yusin and asked seriously, if, and I mean if, one day you learn that the kingdom is going to make a move against me, would you inform me? After all, the situation changes rapidly, and no one knows what will happen in the future. I would, Chen Yusin answered seriously. Really? Chen Yusin replied calmly, I'm not a member of the kingdom. I'm only in a contractual relationship with them, but I'm good friends with you. It's like if you worked at a company and found out that the company was about to act against your good friend. Would you choose to give up your job and inform your friend? Or would you choose to abandon that friend and keep your job? I would definitely choose the former. This job is actually optional for me. Her analogy was very vivid. Chen Yusin stared into Jiang Xia's eyes and said earnestly, I will tell you, for sure. But I think if there comes a day when they want to act against you, based on my relationship with you, they probably wouldn't let me know. If they did let me know, it would definitely be to guide me to reveal it to you, deliberately leading you to do something. Jiang Xia was momentarily stunned. Chen Yusin's last sentence made him feel that compared to the kingdom, she seemed to really lean more towards his side. Chapter 2:13. Setting out to act. After relieving his hunger, Jiang Xia went to the villa area. Taking advantage of the time, he spent a while with his dad and younger sister. The sense of oppression from his dad, which sometimes appeared and sometimes disappeared, still existed. This made Jiang Xia feel that there was too much fog around him. He originally wanted to understand his dad's situation indirectly through Chen Yusin, but he was worried that it might involve some secrets. If he told Chen Yusin and the kingdom behind it found out, would there be any bad consequences? There were too many things to worry about. This can't be trusted, that can't be blindly believed. With a slight misstep, he could fall into a trap of death. Several times he felt like he was about to go crazy, even sleeping made him anxious and restless. At 2:29 p.m., just a few minutes before Li Sidong returned, Jiang Xia returned to the villa. How's your dad's condition? Jiang Xia got up from the sofa and asked the girl who had just entered. Much better. That kind of mental torment seems to have completely disappeared. The only thing I don't know is whether the issue of his short lifespan has been resolved. After saying that, she didn't hesitate and got straight to the point. Pack up your things, bring Lin Yuan's 2 boxes of medicine, and let us go. Where to? Where to go can't be said, just follow me. Chapter 2:14. Strange fragrance. This is an indescribable scent, hard to put into words. It feels like threads of silk, creeping into the body through the mouth and nose, wrapping around every cell and piece of flesh. Their entire bodies, including their souls, are tightly held by this fragrance. Li Sidong couldn't control it, Jiang Xia couldn't either, and the men and women in the back seat felt the same. The 4 of them now had their tongues filled with a craving for the source of the fragrance. Not only that, but they were all extremely hungry. Damn! What is this smell? It's so delicious. Could it be that someone made it, and it's toxic, just to make us demon seeds inhale it? Yang Ji placed one hand on the car window button, wanting to roll the window up to cut off the temptation of this scent, but his fingers remained still, as if reluctant to part with it. He even felt an impulse to jump out of the car window right now to chase after the source of the fragrance. Babe. If I nibble on you now, you won't mind, right? I feel like my appetite has been completely ignited. Lee Sit-ong glanced at her boyfriend beside her. No. Jiang Xia refused. He tried to hold his breath, but the desire for this scent was too strong, making him unconsciously want to take a few more breaths. Chapter 2:15 Calm Dad. Soon, several uniformed security personnel rushed over with riot shields and steel forks. However, the owner of the black car remained frenzied. Even when caught by the riot shield, still looking like he was about to go wild, breaking free from control. Quite crazy, Lee Sit-ong muttered, scanning the area outside the car. It wasn't long before traffic resumed. Lee Sit-ong started the car and drove a few hundred meters along an asphalt road. Officially entering Lingyun County. The county isn't small, although there are no skyscrapers, there are tall buildings, and all the necessary facilities are present. The windows were open, and everyone was still exploring the scent caught in the wind. The fragrance persisted, but they couldn't find the source or determine which direction it was stronger from. Clearly, their demon seed sense of smell should be extremely sharp. Yet they couldn't distinguish from which direction this scent was coming. Jiang Xia opened his phone to check the map. Lingyun County spans over 2,000 square kilometers, and besides the county town, there are 6 towns under its jurisdiction. If they couldn't pinpoint the source of the scent, finding the demon source in a short time would be like searching for a needle in the ocean. Don't rush. Let's drive around first. I know what you're worried about. We might not return to Xinghe City tonight, but even if we are not there, your dad and the others will be fine, Lee Sit-ong said calmly, fully rolling down the window to observe the situation outside. Chapter 2:16 Pet food. As the last hint of orange faded from the sky, a grey twilight crawled up the utility poles, and rows of streetlights replaced the remaining light. After driving in circles around the county town, they still hadn't found the source of the scent, and instead, it only made them hungrier. It was Feng Siming, who took out a small glass bottle from her pocket, distributing a few pieces of black-red flesh the size of a fingernail to everyone. They couldn't gain any nutrients from it, but it could somewhat alleviate their hunger. According to her, this was pet food she had concocted using her special abilities. She was now starting to raise demon pets again, and since they couldn't eat too much at first, she only prepared this little bit and stored it in a small glass bottle. Not bad, it does have a different taste, Lee Sit-ong remarked. Isn't this like ordinary people eating dog food? Jiang Xia asked. Haven't they been sitting in the back eating our dog food all along? Lee Sit-ong chuckled. Damn. After searching for so long, where on earth is the source of this smell? It's making me feel itchy. Like seeing a super hot beauty on my phone, but only being able to look and not touch. I have to say, Yang Ji's metaphor is quite vivid. Chapter 2:17 Being a real demon seed. The man, who just entered the tailor shop, was also around 28 or 29 years old. He wore a black trench coat, was thin, and had many signs of wear and tear on his face. Upon closer inspection, one of his pupils was slightly cloudy compared to normal people. So, did you say it or not? The man closed the door, noticing the woman's anxious expression and rapid breathing. Didn't you tell me not to say anything? The woman replied. Then it's good to hear that the woman hasn't reported it yet, the man sighed in relief. Why not say it? The woman asked, puzzled. Let me briefly tell you what this scent is, the man said, moving a chair to sit down with a slight smile. Have you heard of the demon sauce? The woman shook her head. What is the demon sauce? The man explained, it's a lump of meat, a dark-colored lump of meat. And not many of the same kind know about it. Once this thing appears, a strange fragrance that only we demon seeds can smell will waft within a radius of several miles, even dozens of miles. It is said that a small portion of ordinary people can smell a faint scent, and some ordinary people may experience hallucinations due to this scent. Their tempers becoming strange and violent, and in severe cases, their entire character may change. Chapter 2:8 In Life and Death Game. The young woman sitting on the bench making a phone call was very young, just out of college, quite pretty, and well dressed. She had a pair of long, smooth legs and was wearing a pair of black leather shoes, with her ankles covered by white frilly socks. She held her phone, seemingly talking to her good friend or bestie. "Don't worry. I've got him wrapped around my finger. You have no idea how much he's drooling over me. For several nights in a row, he's been saying he looks forward to seeing me, and when the time comes, he'll definitely devour me, leaving not a single bite. Anyway, we'll see how he performs tonight. I'll go shopping for a bit, and if he behaves well, then I'll let him have a taste. All right, I'll stop talking. It seems like his car has arrived." The woman looked at a glaring car light approaching from a distance. It was a bright red sports car, very eye-catching. "Shrink your aura, keep it to a minimum," Jiang Xia immediately told the other three. The red sports car stopped by the roadside, and the woman stood up, maintaining a proud demeanor. A stylishly dressed young man got out of the car. The young man looked to be in his mid-20s, holding a bouquet of flowers, and when he saw the woman, his expression was bright and sunny. He approached the woman with the flowers, but when he reached her, the smile on his face suddenly froze. Chapter 2:19 Odd Revelations. The young man's expression was one of disbelief, his pupils trembling. What is going on? He had coins in both hands. This woman is not playing by the rules. Li Sidong clicked her tongue, shaking her head with a look of pity, half laughing and half crying. "I really wanted you to live. But you managed to find a dead end amidst two paths of life, so I can't be blamed." The young man fell silent for a moment. And the next second his figure suddenly moved, unwilling to just die here. He wanted to seize a glimmer of hope. He ran for his life, dashing away in the blink of an eye. The four demon seeds by the bench watched him quietly, with none making a move to chase after him. They certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to kill him here. If you really want to kill him, he won't even have a chance to run. The main purpose is to find the source of magic. Li Sidong let out a silver bell-like laugh. "You run pretty fast." Jiang Xia raised his head and pouted. "You're too bad." Li Sidong blinked, hands on her hips, looking like she was in the right. "What have I done wrong? I gave him a way out with both my hands. I doubt you can find anyone better than me in this world." The young man's date looked confused, staring at the young man, who quickly disappeared from view, then looking at the red sports car still parked in place, before shifting her gaze to the two men and two women. Chapter 2:20 Strange Occurrences. It can be confirmed that they are on the right track. The further they went down this road after leaving the city, the more people seemed to be losing their sanity, as if they were all hallucinating. Jiang Xia never expected the influence of the source of magic on ordinary people to be this significant. It wasn't just mistaking an oil truck for an electric vehicle. This female employee at the gas station actually mistook a person barking like a dog for a cat. The most surprising part was that the boy being yelled at actually stretched out both hands to chase, and the dog-like person being chased turned around and barked wildly at the boy. "Damn, this cat is fierce," the boy exclaimed in surprise. "Sorry. It seems like this is a pure electric vehicle and can't be refueled, right?" The female employee looked at Fang Siming, speaking very politely. "What should I say?" Fang Siming looked helplessly at Li Sidong in the passenger seat. "Isn't this a charging station?" Yang Ji pointed at the gas tank beside him. The female employee smiled and said to Yang Ji, "Sir, please don't joke, this is a gas tank." Yang Ji slowly turned to Jiang Xia beside him, equally at a loss. "What should I say?" "Stop wasting time with her, go down and get the gas nozzle, we'll refuel ourselves." Chapter 2:21 Chaotic Town. The woman had a resentful look in her eyes, raising her hand to twist the ear of the man in front of her. "You're a pervert. Why can't you just eavesdrop on others?" The man, grinning, leaned closer to his wife. "Come on. Let's go to the bedroom and have a contest with that couple next door to see who stops first. You deadbeat." In the adjacent building, on the same second-floor living room, a woman was struggling on the ground, covered in blood, with a monstrous creature with sharp teeth and a green face pressing down on her. Delicious. So delicious. Quiet down. Quiet down. The woman left 10 bloody streaks on the clean white tile floor with her hands, her eyes wide open, her neck spasming in extreme pain from the gaping wound. Yes. Just like that, give up the struggle, as long as you cooperate, I'll be gentler. The monster's bloody mouth quickly wrapped around the woman's neck, its sharp teeth biting down hard, and as the woman's body stiffened, its mouth was instantly filled. Gulp, gulp, gulp. It swallowed this exquisite delicacy in large mouthfuls, its entire body trembling with satisfaction from the feast, the green waste shimmering under the light as food flowed in. Chapter 222. Official information. As the blood-colored haze covered his pale pupils, the man felt his bloodlust fully awakened. He no longer dodged, allowing the kitchen knife to hack at his body, face, and neck. The balding middle-aged man went mad with rage. I'll chop you to death. I'll chop you to death. But after dozens of strikes with the kitchen knife, he couldn't even cut a sliver of skin off the demon in front of him. At most, it left a very shallow mark on his face, almost invisible to the naked eye, which disappeared in an instant. The blade struck as if hitting steel, or like a dull knife hitting rubber. A minute later, the demon man struck back, grabbing the balding man's throat, his eyes covered in blood, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. You can't kill me standing still. Just as this hand was about to tighten and crush the throat it held, the man's other hand quickly climbed up the wrist, as if engaged in a fierce psychological struggle. No. Don't act. Don't lose your reason in a place like this. As the blood color in his eyes was slightly suppressed, the red faded, and the balding man was thrown out, his body crashing into a hardware store. Watching the balding man faint on the ground, his bloodshot eyes calmed down after a few seconds, revealing his pale pupils once again. Chapter 223. Eating Frenzy. Chen Feng frowned. Can't. Why? I have a question I want to ask you. Can you guarantee that those demons will immediately eat the source of magic once they find it? The woman questioned. Commander Chen fell silent. The commander, surnamed Shu, continued on the phone. If they immediately eat the source of magic, that would be fine. But what if they find the source of magic and don't eat it, but take it away? What if they take it to a bigger city? May I ask if your forces there can 100% prevent them from leaving the town with the source of magic? Or do you plan to directly flatten the entire town? If that's the case, once the commotion gets that big, the situation will completely unravel. Moreover, the source of magic has a small chance of helping the demons directly complete their next evolution. Although we know this probability is low, it does exist. If we help them find the source of magic and let that eye snake, which is likely to undergo 5 evolutions, eat it, once she evolves 6 times. What do you mean? Chen Feng asked. My suggestion is this: you not only must not help them find the source of magic, but you also need to delay their search for as long as possible until the support team of awakened ones arrives. That way, even if they find the source of magic, our awakened team can control them and prevent them from leaving the town, thus buying more time for more awakened teams to arrive. Chapter 224. The first day of being a demon by Tong was surrounded by 1 5-time evolved, 2 4-time evolved, and 1 hidden demon. A strong sense of crisis appeared on his face, his nostrils catching the scent of death, and the hairs on his body were stimulated to stand on end by the presence of his kind surrounding him. Yet the next second, he smiled dismissively, the tension on his face dissipating completely. I'm not one of the kind who works for the officials, at least not now. Looking at the girl who threw her heart like a tennis ball, as he said this, Bai Tong felt a great sense of relief. It felt as if he had expelled all the dirty things from his body, removing everything that didn't belong to his flesh and soul. He had mutated half a year ago. Just 2 days after the mutation, he was pulled into the officials by a friend who discovered his abnormality. The first food he consumed after becoming a demon was a corpse, a woman's body that had been frozen for who knows how long. With the help of his friend and the psychologists provided by the officials, he quickly accepted the fact that he had become a monster. Everyone around him told him that becoming a monster was not his choice, that it wasn't his fault, and that even as a monster, he could still become a hero protecting the world. Chapter 225, Beautiful, Elegant Miss Tongtong still not leaving. Waiting for a late-night snack. Li Sitong looked at Bai Tong. Or do you plan to treat me to a late-night snack? Bai Tong was silent for a few seconds before suddenly looking up at the girl in a pink and white climbing outfit. What you just said gave me a great insight. My name is Bai Tong. The mountains and waters are promised, and love is endless. We will meet again and speak joyfully in the future. The mountains are high and the roads are long, take care. The other three looked at their suddenly eloquent companion with strange expressions as he left. Bai Tong left quickly, his feet almost running so fast that they were smoking. Just now, he wasn't afraid, really not afraid. But now that he learned that the other party didn't want to kill him at all, he felt very nervous. He wished he could install 2 engines on his legs to make them run a bit faster. The reason he said those 2 strange, eloquent sentences before leaving was simply that he felt it would look awkward to run away without saying anything. But now that he thought about it, it seemed a bit embarrassing. Let's go too, we can't delay here any longer. If we wait for reinforcements to arrive, we'll be in big trouble. And the magic source will be lost to us. Li Sitong glanced at the several drones in the sky watching them, grabbed Jiang Xia's hand, and left. Wait. Don't run so fast. Wait for me. Chapter 226 Unexpected Method. Li Sitong didn't admit it, but there was a mysterious smile in her eyes. What are you talking about? What magic source? Jiang, you wouldn't be hallucinating too, would you? Yeah, what magic source? Didn't we not find it? Yang Ji quickly looked at Jiang Xia, wearing a confused expression, as if something had happened. Really not found? Jiang Xia smiled at Li Sitong's profile, looking as if to say, don't pretend. I'm starting to like your cleverness more and more, Li Sitong said, taking out a fist-sized lump of meat from her clothes. The meat lump was blood red and emitted an incredibly enticing aroma, almost alive, with the flesh on the surface wriggling. What's going on? Yang Ji widened his eyes in disbelief. Jiang Xia carefully examined the magic source. It looked quite similar to the magic source in the photo Chen Yusin had given. At first, he was indeed tricked by Li Sitong and left the town with her. But after being out for so long, the hunger in his stomach had not only not eased but had intensified. Without a doubt, the magic source was most likely with Li Sitong. He could guess the sequence of events. From the very beginning, when they entered the town and separated to search, Li Sitong had found the magic source. Chapter 227 Ownership of the magic source. The car stopped in a quiet open space, the sound of flowing water from a nearby artificial ditch playing alongside it. And not far away was a reasonably sized village. Inside the car, the 4 were discussing who should eat the magic sauce. Li Sitong wasn't domineering and didn't say she wanted to eat it. From start to finish, she had no intention of eating the magic sauce. Or rather, she wasn't interested in this method of becoming stronger through the magic sauce. What she preferred was to become stronger by devouring her kind, especially those powerful ones. Every time she grew stronger by consuming the flesh and blood of her own kind, she felt an immense sense of satisfaction. She didn't particularly like the method of becoming stronger through the magic sauce. The reason she went through the trouble to find the magic sauce, she couldn't explain why. In short, she never intended to eat it herself, probably wanting to feed it to her boyfriend. Yang Ji didn't admit he was weak, but he could tell the situation clearly. Among the 4 present, he was the least suited to eat the magic sauce. Currently, 3 possibilities were known about what happened after consuming the magic sauce. The first, it helps evolution. Whether it can directly complete 2 or 3 evolutions, or just 1 evolution is unknown, but it's likely the latter. The second, gain a unique ability. The third, upgrade an existing unique ability. Chapter 228 The Eagle and the Sparrow. While Jiang Xia was taken away by the giant bird, the local anti-demon unit's mobile team, several kilometers away, also noticed the anomaly. Okay, I got it. Currently, those strong magic species are worried about being surrounded and have already left. I've sent 2 awakened individuals from our local area into the town to look for the magic source. Chen Feng reported the latest situation over the phone. A combat team member approached with a computer in hand, looking tense, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, and even his tone was a bit panicked. Captain Chen, the situation is not right. What happened? The chaos in the town has stopped. Stopped? Chen Feng paused, puzzled. How could it stop? Did a magic species find the magic source and eat it? Or did Qingping and the others find and destroy the magic source? That shouldn't be the case. I don't know, but the nearby villages seem to be even more chaotic, especially Baishi village, which was not that chaotic before. But now it's as chaotic as the town center was earlier. What? Chen Feng's eyes trembled. The combat team member said even more nervously, and the anti-demon army said they can't contact Team C anymore. In an instant, Chen Feng stood frozen in place, his hair standing on end, his face filled with disbelief. Chapter 229 Terrifying Creature. What to do, what to do? Jiang Xia was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. The giant bird swooping down and taking Jiang Xia away happened in an instant. The time was so short that he didn't even have time to sense how strong the kin aura on the other party was. Where? Li Sitong also had no clue, and could only chase in the direction Jiang Xia was taken. She hadn't placed a parasitic demon inside Jiang Xia. Or rather, she might have done so before. However, the temperature of Jiang Xia's body in his red armor form was just too high. Not only the surface of the scales, but also inside, especially when he sprayed the red liquid. That liquid was produced from within his body. No parasitic demon could survive in that form. At least, she hadn't yet refined a parasitic demon that could withstand such high temperatures. She had a very bad premonition in her heart. The giant bird's speed was extremely fast. It was likely that it had already taken Jiang Xia to a location they couldn't reach. Li Sitong rushed forward, her eyes filled with endless killing intent. No matter who took Jiang Xia away, as long as Jiang Xia was in trouble, she would find him and kill him. She would kill everyone related to him, not leaving a single one. Chapter 230 Explosive Kill. Just as the giant bird was about to ascend and leave, the black-armored dragon man shot up from the ground like a cannonball and struck its abdomen, causing its body to flip in midair. One wing was grabbed by 2 sharp claws, and even in midair, the giant bird's mouth began to frantically tear at it. The giant bird's body swayed, and a prolonged shriek came from its throat, as black feathers were pulled out from its wings, revealing red, worm-like flesh that twisted and writhed in the air. Under the relentless tearing of the black-armored dragon man, the giant bird's body staggered in midair, no matter how it flapped its wings. It couldn't shake off the enemy entangled on its right wing. From a distance, the giant bird looked as if it was ensnared in a net, desperately flapping its wings, trying to distance itself from the ground, as if it knew that the outcome of landing wouldn't be good. In the sky, he is the ruler, and even opponents stronger than him can be toyed within his wings. But once he lands, he will completely lose all his advantages. What eagle can fight a beast on the ground? Moreover, this beast has undergone 5 evolutions after consuming the magic source, especially in its current state. Just as he had previously sensed, it is a ferocious creature. Chapter 231 Making an entrance in style. Li Sitong knows that Jiang Xia has undergone 5 evolutions after consuming the magic source. Accompanying his 5 evolutions is an upgrade of his black armor form. Even from dozens of meters away, she can feel the brutality and evil emanating from those scales. She has observed that the area of about 100 meters ahead is shrouded in a dense aura of malevolence. She is unsure if anything will happen outside the circle. But inside the circle, the black-armored dragon man will most likely treat any creature that steps into the circle as an invader and kill them. As expected. Her verification is correct. Just as she stops Jiang Xia, the crimson gaze of the black armored dragon man locks onto Jiang Xia's forward-stepping right foot. That right foot is just one step away from the circle. Go back, Li Sidong waves her hand. If Jiang Xia were in his previous black armor form, she would have confidence in defeating him. But now, in this black armor form, she cannot win. After all, she cannot go all out to kill this black armored dragon man. He is not Jiang Xia if she kills him. Wouldn't that be equivalent to killing Jiang Xia as well? The three of them step back slowly, as if they have accidentally invaded the territory of the beast, gradually distancing themselves from its domain under its watchful gaze. Chapter 232, The Miserable Demon Seed. The four of them are moving quickly. Whether to say they are fleeing or completing their objective, and retreating is valid. In the sky, the air is torn apart by a massive object, and continuous vibrations echo across the sky above Lingyun County. Damn, it wouldn't be another giant bird, would it? Jiang Xia raises his head, still haunted by the memory. There can't be that many giant birds. Li Sidong looks up, her strong night vision allowing her to barely see what is whizzing past at low altitude. Strategic bomber. Jiang Xia blinks and swallows hard. It wouldn't be coming for us, right? If it lays an egg, can we withstand it? If we can, we wouldn't need to run. Jiang Xia has never underestimated the power of the officials. Even now, after 5 evolutions, he knows he is just an ant in the face of the powerful official forces. These tangible bombers are the best deterrent. Just listening to the terrifying roar of the engines in the clouds makes one feel they absolutely cannot withstand such a strike. Boom, boom, boom. A few more strategic bombers roar past at low altitude. Let us go. Li Sidong retracts her gaze. Jiang Xia quickly follows. He knows that this time they managed to obtain the magic source, not due to their own capabilities, but because they stumbled upon a great opportunity. Chapter 233, Powerful yet even more insignificant, disgusting enough that you definitely can't eat. Just thinking about that scene makes Li Sidong feel a bit nauseous. That guy's demonic nature is the most. Come on. Can you stop teasing? Jiang Xia is eager to hear about what bizarre and unusual kind of pervert it is. All right, don't ask. Just saying it makes my mouth feel dirty. It's sickening me. I'd rather have walked back to Xinghe City than drive this broken car, Li Sidong says, feeling queasy. Jiang Xia is also curious about what kind of demon seed it is. What a spectacular scene. Perhaps the appearance of this demon seed could update the list of perverts. But his intuition tells him it's best not to ask for now. The journey is already bumpy, and if he hears it, he might end up throwing up all the way back. As they approach Xinghe City, the inspections along the way are very strict. Although they are dressed like ordinary law enforcement personnel, they are definitely part of the official special forces. It can basically be confirmed that the current official layout has already gained control over the entire Jiangbei province. Should any unexpected situation arise, they can quickly take control. Li Sidong does not want to stir up trouble. Whenever she sees an inspection ahead, she has Fang Siming take a detour. Chapter 234, Immersed in the scene. Jiang Xia shakes his head slightly. Not really. It's just the sound of those bombers that made me keenly aware that there are indeed so many powerful enemies in the future world. How strong must a demon seed or awakened one be to withstand that kind of aircraft bombardment? Not to mention being unharmed. He had never experienced such a thing before. Jiang Xia had always imagined their power, but tonight he heard the noise whistling past the clouds. It sounded like a giant dragon roaring in the sky. How strong must an awakened one, or a demon seed be to withstand an attack from those mechanical giants? How many evolutions must a demon seed have gone through to be able to withstand a nuclear bomb? Jiang Xia is very curious. Just imagining it makes him feel the terror of such beings that could resist a nuclear bomb. It's likely that even a breath from them could kill him. Along with a heavenly rat. This is not being overly anxious. As long as they keep moving forward, one day they will encounter such a strong opponent. The future world is indeed filled with uncertainty. It's a good thing to be cautious in times of peace. Although both of us have undergone 5 evolutions, we must work even harder. Li Sitong brings a towel closer. Let us not talk about that. First, tell me about your condition tonight. How did you feel in that state? That upgraded black armor form. Chapter 235, 5 Evolutions debut at 8:55 a.m. The dark clouds were torn apart, as if by a pair of invisible hands, and sunlight rushed down. The cafe was crowded, every table filled with customers. When the boy who had been outside observing for half a minute walked into the cafe, almost instantly, every customer felt a heavy weight in their hearts. And their gazes focused on the entrance. The originally lively cafe fell silent in an instant, with only the music continuing. Even the imagined Chen Yusin suddenly opened her eyes. The other cafe staff also stopped what they were doing, their gazes unified. All the customers and all the staff felt an incredibly powerful and slightly terrifying aura emanating from this young man who walked in. It was like facing a great enemy. Many people's eyes trembled, and even a few customers felt an impulse to escape from there. A woman with wavy long hair trembled, her face pale. Whispering in shock, "How can this be?" That terrifying aura. The man sitting across from the woman, who has undergone 5 evolutions, suppressed his unease and exclaimed, "Xinghe City has 5 evolutions." Everyone, without exception, was shocked by this aura of 5 evolutions. Chapter 236, The World Changes. Coming back to her senses, Chen Yusin asks the boy opposite her, "Is your girlfriend also a 5-time evolution?" "Yes." Jiang Xia replies calmly. "This is not a big secret, if not now. They will find out sooner or later, perhaps even today." Chen Yusin expressed her surprise. 2 5-time evolutions, your team combination must be the strongest demon team in Xinghe City. It's hard to say, your boss behind the scenes is probably stronger than us. Jiang Xia still firmly believes that the overall strength of the kingdom must be ahead of many demon teams in Xinghe City. It's better to imagine the opponent as overly strong than to underestimate them. I thought there would be similar beings with 5-time evolutions appearing in the past few days. But I really didn't expect it to be you, which truly surprised me. Chen Yusin sighed. But her heart was still deeply shocked by the overwhelming strong aura of the similar being. However, she soon began to enjoy this powerful aura. In her mind, this strong aura rapidly approached her, pinning her down without giving her a chance to resist. First, it grabbed her throat, then her arm. And then mercilessly bit down on her chest, its serrated teeth sinking deep into her flesh. She could only watch helplessly, as chunks of her flesh were brutally torn away. Chapter 237, The Preparation of the Whole World Outside. Jiang Xia said the second hint. Outside, Chen Yusin bit her lip again. "Can you give a little more hint?" "Just a tiny bit." "Your upper body," Jiang Xia continued, "let's set the time for 10 o'clock tonight. If you still haven't guessed by then, we'll implement a little punishment." After some hesitation, Chen Yusin finally nodded in agreement. "Okay, if I can't guess by 10 tonight, you can bite me twice, any part is fine." "Huh?" Jiang Xia was momentarily stunned. "Wait, you call that a punishment for you? So you also want to reward yourself for losing, right? How is this punishment not good?" Chen Yusin blinked. Jiang Xia suddenly thought of something interesting, asking Chen Yusin to bring paper and a pen, quickly writing 2 lines on it. Then folding it into 1,000 paper cranes and handing it to her. "What did you write?" Chen Yusin looked at the paper crane in confusion. "Game upgrade." Another part added. Jiang Xia mysteriously said, "No, it says the punishment content if you don't guess in time. You can try to guess what the punishment is. And if you get it right, there's a game reward." Chapter 238, Blacklist. Delete. The video sent by the principal was less than 2 minutes long. And the screen was black before clicking in. Jiang Xia hesitated, unsure whether to watch. If he didn't watch, there might be that similar being from outside in the video. Seeing the other party's appearance could help recognize them next time they met. But if he did watch, there might be some disgusting scenes. After a 2-second hesitation, damn it. Who is Jiang Xia? What kind of big scenes hasn't he seen? 1 minute later, Jiang Xia was patting his chest, feeling extremely uncomfortable. His eyes were dirty. No. Even his phone was dirty. He had truly never seen such a scene. The video, lasting just over a minute, had 2 clips of the principal in a white coat performing surgery. The first scene was in an operating room, where the principal, wearing a white coat and holding a scalpel, was performing surgery on a struggling woman lying on the operating table. A flower was growing in the woman's abdomen. And without anesthesia, the principal personally cut it out, leaving the root still connected to her flesh. Beside the principal stood 2 trembling assistants. Chapter 239. Jiang Xia leaned back, glancing at the high heels on the shoe surface, and calmly said, "Not to say. But temptations from beauties like you are quite hard to resist. So you can't hold on. Then you should be careful, some seductive demons have very tempting methods. And with your weak willpower, you might get caught one day." "No, I can hold on, I'm usually very strong-willed." Jiang Xia pulled his foot back. Although he said this, deep down, he really found it hard to resist. He didn't think it was because of his weak willpower. Any man would struggle in such a situation. Faced with a woman who had no flaws in figure or appearance, and dressed so sexily, if he could feel nothing, then he wouldn't be a man. Even if he could, he would be a man who didn't like women. Continuing the previous topic, give me a little more hint. And then I'll tell you about other mutations. After teasing the boy, the woman pulled her foot back. Jiang Xia shook his head, saying without hesitation, "No more hints. If you want to tell me the remaining mutation news, go ahead. If you don't want to say, then forget it. It seems like I'm here just for this information." Chapter 240. The coldest joke. Busy until 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the whole house was spotless. Jiang Xia wiped the sweat off his forehead. Feeling as if he had accomplished something significant, and looking at the clean house, his mood lightened considerably. At 1:47 p.m. After meeting with Li Sidong at the agreed location, Jiang Xia was taken into a nearby custom clothing store. The bald owner personally helped measure his size and recommended several nice suit styles. While waiting for the owner to make the clothes, the two sat on the sofa in the lounge area chatting. Jiang Xia was puzzled. "Why suddenly make me a suit?" "There's an important occasion tonight," Li Sidong said, holding a cup of cold drink she made herself. Jiang Xia suddenly understood. This should be why Chen Yusin said they would meet again tonight. But what important occasion would Chen Yusin attend, and Li Sidong too, even needing to make him a suit beforehand? If even Chen Yusin was going, then there would probably be many other demons present. What important occasion? Jiang Xia asked. Li Sidong remained silent, becoming mysterious again, focusing on slurping her cold drink. When she could no longer drink, she handed the remaining half cup to Jiang Xia, asking him to finish it off. Chapter 241. Frequently attending high-end occasions. Li Sidong explained, "The principal has been getting close to a similar being from outside these days, that being codenamed Director, whose strength is unknown. They've only been in Xinghe City for a couple of days and are already making connections with similar beings everywhere. They have a very strange ability that can completely change a person's personality into another. For example, if they want to turn you into a killer, your personality will completely change into that of a killer in a short time, and you might even be assigned a task. If they want to turn you into a duck, you might end up going out to accompany rich women that very night." This ability made Jiang Xia recall the chat records with the principal. No wonder the principal said participating and becoming one of the roles would be fun. So that's how it is. He thought, how could the principal like acting so much in a typical drama? This is no longer acting. This is truly becoming that character from the heart. For a playful and fearless principal, this director is indeed his kindred spirit. I infer that he might be a mind devil. Which is why he asked you not to look at the script. Although it's unclear whether anything will happen after seeing it, it's best not to look. Lee Sit-ong continued, this guy likes to choose his kind as actors, and he has been getting along well with the principal lately. He might show up at the banquet tonight, so be careful and don't fall for it. Chapter 242, dealing with all the teasing women stepping into the main castle. A strong scent of blood filled the air, stirring the appetite deep within. A 12-meter-high dome hung with a crystal chandelier. And a crimson wool carpet spread from the entrance to the hall, continuing up the spiral staircase. The hall was crowded with guests, men and women dressed in finery. With 4 rectangular tables covered in white tablecloths displaying various strange foods. The butler stood politely behind Jiang Xia and the others, saying, Sir, Madam, Mr. Bai is currently occupied and cannot accompany you right away. Please allow me to apologize on his behalf. You two can rest for a moment. And feel free to call me if you need anything. All right, thank you. Lee Sit-ong nodded. The entire interior of the castle was bright and spacious, with no sense of oppression. In simple terms, it was like moving a modern banquet into a medieval-style castle, apart from the ancient atmosphere of the castle. Everything else was quite modern. There were about 70 to 80 guests in the hall, both men and women, with the older ones in their 50s and the younger ones like the 3 of them. Without exception, everyone was dressed formally. And there was no trace of demonic energy on anyone, nor did anyone wear masks to disguise themselves. Everyone showed their true selves to the public. Chapter 243, the third purpose. The first to approach Jiang Xia was a flamboyantly dressed woman, with wine-red wavy long hair and light pink lipstick. She wore a light purple strapless gown and shiny silver high heels. A striking diamond necklace adorned her collarbone. And she exuded a strong yet not overpowering scent of high-end perfume. However, in Jiang Xia's view, what truly enhanced this woman's charm and sexiness was the pair of glasses she wore. Though her eyes had an artistic flair, they made her appear even more alluring. If Chen Yusin's beauty was delicate but not gaudy, then this woman's beauty was seductive to the core. Looking at the woman's friendly outstretched hand, Jiang Xia hesitated for a moment. If this woman were a mind devil, the act of shaking hands might be a medium for her to ensnare him. He had to be cautious. Who are you? Jiang Xia did not extend his hand. My name is Su Ying, the woman replied, lowering her hand. Is that your code name? No, it's my real name. Jiang Xia was somewhat surprised. Most of the demonic beings he had encountered usually introduced themselves by their code names. You're not from Xinghe City, are you? Jiang Xia asked tentatively. The woman replied, No, I am from Xinghe City. Chapter 244, an engaging game and winning rewards. Jiang Xia was taken aback. No? What was this woman talking about? If she lost, would she give me a chance? What kind of chance? It seemed easy to understand. Would she go to such lengths to achieve her goal? Wow! The rewards for winning this game were substantial. Wait. Are we sure this woman is a mind devil? She had been alluring since her entrance, and with this tempting reward, shouldn't she align more with a love devil? Jiang Xia did not answer for the moment. He felt that after she said this, the sickly sweet girlfriend sitting next to him might go mad. However, she did not. Lee Sit-ong's response once again exceeded his expectations. Wait, did I hear that right? Lee Sit-ong said, looking surprised as she raised her head to look at Jiang Xia. I didn't expect your charm to be so great that a woman would actively want to give you a chance. Especially a beauty with such looks and figure. I know my brother well. He has never liked playing games since childhood, but I enjoy them. Yang Ji craned his neck to look at the woman's body. And from his expression, he was almost losing control. The woman smiled at Jiang Xia, her voice magnetic. If 1 time isn't enough, 2 times is also fine. Chapter 245, the game begins. Lee Sit-ong laughed. Just say whether your words count. Su Ying followed with a charming smile. They count, of course. You are so eager for my body. I can't let you down, can I? But then she continued, I want to change the punishment for your loss. Li Sidong asked, what punishment? To be honest, I really have my eye on both of you. I've created a new script, which I consider the most perfect script so far. 2 roles in it are only suitable for you. If you lose, you will take on those 2 roles. Don't worry. I won't harm you. I've never thought of harming you. The woman closed her eyes, biting her red lips with an expression of enjoyment. I just want to create a truly perfect work. More perfect than all previous works. The actors must be flawless. We won't lose, as long as there are indeed awakened ones among them. Li Sidong said confidently. Siying opened her eyes. I guarantee there will be. Li Sidong said, 10 minutes is too short. How about half an hour? Siying took out her phone from her handbag and placed it on the table, starting a 20-minute countdown. If the time is too long, it won't be interesting. 20 minutes it is. The game starts now. I'll go first, and the rest is up to you. Chapter 246. The fire burns back at first. Jiang Xia and Li Sidong mistakenly thought that the young man in the red suit was an awakened one. After all, his nervous expression and occasionally dodging gaze looked just like an awakened one who had mistakenly wandered into a demonic banquet. But they quickly realized that things weren't that simple. Or rather, the game couldn't be that simple. This man was merely an actor arranged by Siying to mislead them. Awakened one. The guests in attendance began to chatter. In an instant, countless gazes darted around the banquet hall. Yes, there is an awakened one. The principal shouted. What is going on? How could there be an awakened one here? How could an awakened one appear here? Is the official action tonight? Who is the awakened one? Come out so I can take a bite. Everyone need not worry, the official has no action here. This awakened one is just a mistaken intruder. The principal laughed excitedly. What is the point of drinking the full moon wine? It's much more interesting to drink the blood of that awakened one. Let us find him together and share the spoils. Jiang Xia's gaze fell on the spiral staircase. Siying stood at the top, holding a DSLR camera with one hand. Her expression excited, her eyes trembling, capturing the scene in real time, elevating her excitement to the highest point. Chapter 247. You're next to be killed. From the moment the principal joined the game, Jiang Xia had a bad feeling. Some things weren't complicated. But as long as this old man was involved, the situation would be thrown into chaos. Of course, for those demonic beings who loved excitement. The principal was indeed their lucky star. As soon as the principal's plan was announced, Li Sidong's gaze fell on Jiang Xia, giving him a meaningful look. And then clapped. Good, this plan is not bad. Jiang Xia looked at Li Sidong with a head full of question marks. What? You don't oppose it? And now you're supporting it? Then the second one will be up to you. The principal said with a smile. Li Sidong shook his head and laughed. Why? Do you think I am that awakener? The principal shook his head and said, whether you are an awakener, I know in my heart. But no matter how well I understand you, there will always be things I don't understand about you, right? Everyone present should be treated equally. So this game will be interesting. Li Sidong leaned back slightly. I think the second one shouldn't be up to me, to avoid messing up the order. Let's start with the person closest to you. Chattering, asking you to make a cut is like asking for your life. I'll do it. The yellow-haired boy who had just contradicted the principal imitated the principal's demeanor, tearing off a large piece of flesh from his wrist. Chapter 248. Overwhelming torture. If we have to say who is the most domineering in the audience right now, it must be Jiang Xia and Li Sidong. The powerful aura they exhibited was like 2 invisible giant hands unfolding from their bodies, enveloping the entire venue from above. Their calmness, the confidence they displayed, and their disdain for the yellow-haired boy caused the other similar beings present to whisper among themselves. The personality of the ice snake really didn't disappoint me. Who is that man next to her? Bro, you're out of the loop, you don't even know who he is. No, How am I out of the loop? I've really never seen him. This kid's code name is Linlong, the first 5-time evolved being in Xinghe City. No. To be precise, he should be the first 5-time evolved being to appear in the public eye. 5-time evolution. Are you kidding me? Who's joking? I heard he made an appearance at the New World Cafe today, and his aura suppressed all the similar beings present. No, I've never heard of this kid before. How could he suddenly appear in public as a 5-time evolved being? I guess the eye snake has also entered 5-time evolution. Just wait and see. Seeing the crowd gossiping and the calm demeanor of Jiang Xia and Li Sitong, the principal seemed to understand something and quickly said, "Hey, hey, hey. What does this have to do with me? It's him forcing you, not me forcing you." Chapter 249, Half-Demon Old Bai stood in the center of the banquet hall, surrounded by guests in a half-moon shape. Even Su Ying, who was on the spiral staircase, paused her filming and came down. Some welcoming and thankful remarks made Jiang Xia's head swell. But one could tell from his words that Old Bai was someone who had seen big occasions. Even before he became a demon species, he had experienced quite a few storms. As for why he had to hide everyone's aura, it was because his child is a half-demon, and he can also sense the aura of similar beings. Everyone present is a strong person, and their similar auras are higher than each other. To avoid disturbing him, this method was adopted, and I hope everyone won't take offense. Hearing the old man say that everyone present was strong, Yang Ji, who stood in the back, crossed his arms, puffed out his chest, and suppressed the smile on his face, looking both smug and annoying. He really liked the way this old man spoke. "Old Bai, does this mean we can see your son's face tonight?" a man asked. "Naturally, tonight is my child's full moon banquet, and he should be brought out for everyone to see, so he can soak up everyone's good fortune." Old Bai's gaze turned to the butler standing at the door, signaling with his eyes. The crowd's attention turned to the banquet entrance. Chapter 250, A Ray of Hope. Old Bai held the child and walked in front, while the other guests followed behind in a clamor. Su Ying walked towards Jiang Xia and the others with one hand holding the camera, picking up the phone that had fallen on the ground and checking the time on it. "There isn't much time left, you might lose. That awakener took the demon species script you created, right?" Li Sitong asked. Su Ying admitted, "That's right, this is a demon species script specifically tailored for the awakener. But now I have lifted the script's effect, and he has regained his consciousness. You have less than 3 minutes left." Li Sitong immediately looked at the guests following Old Bai. "So that means we just need to observe their expressions to find him. That awakener is far calmer than I imagined. I had already lifted this effect a few minutes ago, but he still kept acting after realizing it." Su Ying couldn't help but sigh. It's really rare to have such good acting skills like him. Outside, fireworks rose into the sky. Bursts of fireworks bloomed in the night sky like flowers, colorful and dazzling. Old Bai held his precious son in front of the fountain, his face full of spring sunshine, coaxing the child who was crying in fright from the noise. Chapter 251, A Choice of Survival. The sounds of the demon species swallowing saliva rolled like thunder, and thick saliva was secreted from their dry mouths. Awakener. Just these 3 words stirred the cravings of many demon species present. The rumored delicious feast was right in front of them. Who wouldn't be tempted? They could hardly wait to rush forward, letting the scent of the 2 awakeners' flesh fill the entire manor. "Old Bai, I think it's better to just eat them instead of wasting time talking," a woman said, swallowing hard, struggling to control her appetite. Others echoed in agreement. "Yes, Old Bai, since they broke in, they should be prepared to be eaten. They shouldn't be given a ray of hope. Although these 2 awakener might not be enough for us to share, together they should weigh around 300 to 400 pounds. Right? Just the flesh, each of us can have a pound or 2 without any problem. As for the bones, we can use them for soup, everyone can drink together. I propose we set up a stove and roast them alive. What's the point of roasting? Once the food is cooked, it loses its original flavor. And the nutrients will greatly diminish. This is an awakener. Do you know how to eat? Why not raise them? Treat them well every day, fatten them up. And make them into two big fat guys, weighing 500 pounds. Then we can take them out to slaughter at the next gathering. And each of us can eat our fill. Chapter 252, Living Meaningfully. The woman brought in was in her 30s, dressed like an ordinary housewife, plain looking. But her skin was tender, as white as snow, and her face was streaked with tears, still in shock. She trembled and quickly crawled to Old Bai's feet. Her voice choked, stammering her plea, "Let me go, let me go." The young man with the code name Wu Cheng frowned, looking at the woman begging on the ground. Then suddenly raised his head to look at Old Bai. "Old man. What do you take us for? If you eat her, you can leave." Old Bai repeated again. "Ha ha ha." The principal laughed excitedly, gripping his forehead tightly. "This is fun. So much fun. Old Bai, I didn't expect you to be so interesting. It's beyond my imagination. I've decided, you will be a member of my Demon Species Club from now on." "No, a super member." The other guests also became excited. "Old Bai, I have to say, you play better than we do." "Yes? That's how it should be. This group of awakeners keeps saying we harm others. Now it's time for them to experience the feeling of not being able to survive without food. Honestly, compared to the first way out, I would prefer them to choose the second, although they can't taste the flesh and blood of the awakeners. The feeling of turning two awakeners into beings like us is simply wonderful." Chapter 253, The Angry Ms. Tong Snake Boom. A loud noise shook the night sky. In the distance, a blue light spot rushed over. Just a tiny 0.01 centimeters away from the throat, it exploded against the bull's head, with power like a cannonball, causing flesh and blood to fly from the bull's face, and its body was also thrown away. Boom! The second blue light bullet arrived the next second, crashing into a fly-headed demon species' back, along with two demon species pressing down on Wu Chang, sending them flying away. The familiar blue light bullet made Jiang Xia and Li Sidong instantly realized the situation, and they quickly turned their gaze towards the direction from which the light bullet came. Outside the manor, a young man in black clothing with a gun was aiming his scope at Jiang and Li, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Oh, old acquaintances, let me give you a shot." The two gunshots made the frantic demon species calm down and disperse. Old Bai slowly turned around, his gaze scanning the surroundings, quickly locking onto the entrance of the manor. In the distance, a shadow cut through the night sky, rapidly flying towards the castle like an arrow released from a bow. Boom! When the figure landed, the stone slabs on the castle square shattered, and the surrounding demon species guests quickly retreated. The newcomer was a young man wearing a floral shirt, with the top two buttons undone, exposing his collarbone and a small part of his chest, while the lower half was a pair of black knee-length shorts, and he wore black flip-flops tightly on his feet. Chapter 254, Core Mission. Watching the three leave. The young man in the floral shirt did not stop them. He looked around and said lightly, "Everyone, the banquet ends here for tonight, please disperse." Old Bai glanced at Jiang Xia and the three who were leaving, his brow slightly furrowed, and he exchanged a glance with the butler beside him. "Disperse? Are you joking?" The principal exhibited a powerful aura as he stepped closer. He was very excited. So excited. He even hoped there were really 10,000 people outside surrounding them. Even if they would die, it didn't matter, as long as he could see a battle between demon species and awakeners. An unprecedented battle that perhaps had never occurred in the whole Jiangbei province. Of course, if you haven't had enough fun, you can continue to play, but this person I will take away. The young man in the floral shirt glanced at the two winged leopard brothers beside him. Before Old Bai could speak, the principal chuckled. "You say you'll take us away just like that? What do you think we are? Let them go." Old Bai smiled without showing his teeth. The officials have personally come to ask for people, so naturally, we have to give some face. The principal suddenly looked at Old Bai, his eyes no longer holding the previous politeness. Old Bai, are you joking? Just let them go like this. Wouldn't it mean that our strongest demon species in Xinghe City were scared off by just a few awakeners sent by the officials? Not only did they leave unscathed, but we didn't even dare to make a sound. Chapter 255. Secrets under the forest. The principal's expression was expected, his brow relaxed. Besides you, are there any other awakeners? The young man in the floral shirt ignored the principal, scanning the surrounding demon species guests, and continued, you should know that there are still people outside. Yes. Perhaps if you all work together, you can gain something, but definitely, a few of you will be killed by me. And the shooter outside, and the archer's ambush. You won't be able to defend against. He continued, I know that you won't let us leave just like that, otherwise, it would be embarrassing for you. And you wouldn't be able to face your kind outside saying you are the demon species of Xinghe City. So, I will exchange some very important intelligence with you. Intelligence that you currently cannot obtain. Even in the whole Jiangbei province, very few people know this information. Mentioning important intelligence indeed piqued the interest of many demon species guests. Behind the castle was a large golf course, and in the distance was a dark, dense forest. To the right, there were a few smaller castles. But they were much smaller in scale compared to the main castle. Where are we going? Jiang Xia walked beside Li Sitong. Are we leaving the manor from another direction? Chapter 256. The beast demon reappears. Strange things happened again. When they entered this forest, the scent of their kind that emanated from them disappeared again. As if they had entered a restricted area set by Old Bai. Li Sitong sniffed the scent of her kind's blood in the air. Sensing the location of the trapped parasitic demon, and moving forward. Yang Ji followed in the middle, with Jiang Xia bringing up the rear. After walking about 100 meters into the woods, Li Sitong looked around and muttered, it's underground. She suddenly looked up, her gaze piercing through the darkness. Locking onto a small wooden house a dozen meters away. The headquarters of the kingdom can't possibly be here, right? Yang Ji murmured. Hard to say. The impending revelation excited and thrilled Li Sitong. Jiang Xia realized that Li Sitong belonged to the type that was completely unafraid of death. As long as it was something she wanted to do, no matter how dangerous, she would go all the way. Three of you, how did you get here? Upon hearing the voice, the three turned around. But in the next second, Jiang Xia quickly turned back, focusing on the direction of the small wooden house. The three stood in a triangular formation, ensuring a clear view of their surroundings from all angles. Approaching them was a butler dressed in a tailcoat, wearing white gloves. Walking with a standard, unhurried pace. Chapter 257. Cutting vegetables in the silent woods, not even the sound of nightingales could be heard. The air was filled with a faint scent of blood, which both Li Sitong and Jiang Xia could detect. The butler repeated once more, please leave. So you know you can't keep up the act anymore, right? You clearly have nothing to do with the kingdom, yet you dare to say this is their headquarters. Li Sitong smiled, raising an eyebrow, and continued, I don't believe you can get rid of the three of us by yourself. The butler furrowed his brow, what do you want to do? Li Sitong exuded a powerful aura, the question should be asked by me, what is down there? The butler's gaze hardened, his palms sweating. At this point, he knew that admitting there was nothing down there would only make the other party more curious. He understood that he had been too anxious from the beginning. Fearing the secret would be exposed, he was eager to get them to leave. He realized a saying, haste makes waste. He looked up at the three before him. How did you know there was a problem here, and find your way here? Li Sitong didn't explain. She didn't feel the need to waste words explaining to someone in this role, actually. I wasn't very curious about what was down there. At first, I just thought you had a connection with the kingdom, so I wanted to check it out. Chapter 258 Underground Secrets. Jiang Xia had no time to deal with the silly sky mouse, quickly took off his suit stained with monster blood, and disdainfully threw it far away. He truly couldn't stand this smell for even a second. Even with the clothes off. The blood that had seeped into his skin seemed to have invaded the very fibers of his bones, lingering unremittingly. Looking over there. The butler had already been subdued by Li Sitong. The mutated butler had deep-set brow bones, bulging crimson eyes, presenting a human form, with deathly pale skin. He looked like a resurrected vampire, but devoid of any hair, with a hideous expression. His right wrist had been severed by a blade-like tentacle. And he was kneeling on the ground, covering the bloody stump in extreme pain. Gritting his teeth and gasping for breath, thick, pitch-black blood surged from the severed end. Some even splattering out like a rushing stream. The butler hunched over, holding his stump, letting out deep, beast-like groans of agony, his breathing becoming increasingly labored in the woods. Li Sitong held the severed hand of the butler in one hand, while the other held something resembling a remote control. She threw the hand away and shook the remote. Asking, "What is this?" A signal for help. Chapter 259 Secret room. Pushing open the wooden cabin, the space inside was not large, about 20 square meters, simply furnished. Resembling a hunter's cabin. The butler approached a pillar, took down a cowboy hat hanging on it, and a password lock screen appeared. Li Sitong threatened, "If you dare to do anything, I guarantee that not only will I expose the secrets here, but I will also kill your Bai Lao." Once the butler finished entering the password, the floor of the cabin suddenly split apart, revealing a downward passage, with dim light seeping out from below. Li Sitong did not rush in but asked, "How did your Bai Lao manage to cover up the demonic aura on us?" The butler shook his head. "I don't know, Bai Lao has never told me, and I've never asked." "All right, I'll reluctantly believe you." Li Sitong looked at the password lock on the pillar and commanded, "Close the passage and then reopen it." The butler complied. "Did you see the password?" Li Sitong asked Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia nodded. "Good." Li Sitong walked to the edge of the passage, where there was a set of stairs leading down, resembling a basement. She could roughly speculate why her parasitic demon was trapped below. Chapter 260 Deeper Secrets. After watching the third one, Jiang Xia already felt a bit uncomfortable. Looking at newborns should be a joyful thing, but the appearances of these babies were increasingly bizarre. He found it hard to accept such changes in the world. Especially the appearance of those women, children lying quietly on the bed, while their mothers were acting madly. The scene was overwhelmingly oppressive. Jiang Xia felt sympathy for these women. Although he only saw a few women in front of him, they were merely the ones who had successfully given birth. How many had failed to give birth to even half-demons? As for the future of these children, Jiang Xia shook his head. This seemed like something he shouldn't be worrying about. Jiang Xia took a deep breath of the air. Compared to outside, the atmosphere inside was quite refreshing, with a faint scent of milk wafting through. Perhaps the ventilation was good. In any case, there was no smell of rotting flesh. Even if there was, it was very faint, most likely just wafting in after the door was opened. In the entire monitoring room, there were 4 children and 4 maddened women. Though the children looked strange, or rather had some odd body parts, they still exhibited the typical obedient demeanor of infants. Chapter 261 Bai Lao's Conspiracy. It was you. Li Sitong also recalled and asked again, "How could this happen? How are you here? What about those 2 inside?" The woman's gaze fell on the butler. And upon seeing him, she looked as if she had seen a ghost, displaying great fear. "Don't worry, just speak. Don't take him seriously." I was captured by that Mr. Bai." The butler coldly replied, "Madam, please explain properly." Jiang Xia tightened his grip on the butler's throat. "Say another word, and I will tear your head off." Wang Rui lowered her head and thought for a moment. Then said truthfully, "I was deceived by that old man with the surname Bai about half a year ago, around this time. I met him by chance. And soon we developed into hunting partners, and before long, I was pregnant with his child. Then, he forced me to give birth, saying that it was rare for demons to have children with each other. Perhaps among hundreds of demon couples, only one pair can conceive a child. He begged me, even kneeling down to bow to me, urging me to give birth to the child. At first, I agreed, but gradually. All right, no need to say more. I understand how it is now. Chapter 262. A battle with no way out. It looked like it was about to be born. Let's go. Jiang Xia pulled on Li Sitong's hand. If the two of them joined forces, they might be able to deal with these two fully formed second-generation demons about to be born. But it wasn't worth it. This was Bai Lao's territory, and if things went wrong, he would come over quickly. Also, they were unclear about how many awakened ones had intruded into the manor, and the official forces within the manor. The current situation was not favorable for them. Escaping as soon as possible was the safest option. But the first to break through the fetal body was the white second-generation demon. Its sharp claws piercing through the approximately 1 centimeter thick fetal membrane, with clear yet viscous white nutrient liquid gushing out. The butler glanced at the already birthing black second-generation demon. Then looked towards Jiang and Li as they were about to leave, saying in a deep voice, "You have disrupted their grand feast tonight. They will not let you go. Don't leave, don't leave. Take me with you." Wang Rui knelt on the ground, her body seemingly drained of all strength. Whoosh! A shadow flashed in. Although it was the black one that later pierced through the fetal body with its claws, it was the black one that emerged first. It dashed to the doorway. Towering over 2 meters, looking down at the butler, its crimson gaze sizing up this loyal servant of its father. Chapter 263. Take off your pants. Jiang Xia did not attack other parts of the black turtle, but grabbed its 2 sharp claws. Opening his mouth once more to accumulate red liquid inside, pouring it out without reservation, covering the entire head of the black turtle with the red liquid. The combat experience of this black turtle was indeed very poor. All its movements resembled a child fighting. Under the intense burning pain of the liquid fire, it flailed its legs, trying to push up against the red armored dragon man pressing down on it. Jiang Xia dove down, biting at its elongated turtle neck. He admitted that the blood and flesh strength of a demon that had undergone 5 evolutions was extremely fierce. No matter how hard he bit, it wasn't so easy to penetrate. Especially since this black turtle had tough skin and thick flesh. But just because it was hard to bite didn't mean it couldn't be pierced at all. The bloody mouth first landed on the turtle's neck. The sharp teeth breaking through the skin, and with a forceful tug, it pushed aside the surrounding flesh, sinking deep into it. When the bloody mouth swung away, a large chunk of flesh tore away, revealing a stream of red liquid flowing from the gaping neck. Just as Jiang Xia was about to bite down again, the black turtle's head suddenly retracted into its shell, quickly pulling its limbs back in as well, freeing itself from the dragon's claws. Chapter 264. The official detailed plan. Jiang Xia wanted to claim the head, but by the time he emerged, Li Sitong was already playing with an eyeball from the second-generation white turtle. The shell of the second-generation white turtle remained unscathed, but its body was connected by several tentacles. Its feet suspended, held in front of Li Sitong. Their shells were really hard. Li Sitong looked at Jiang Xia, tossed the item she was playing with into her mouth. And with a crunch, blackish liquid splattered out. Damn, Jiang Xia felt regret for being a step too late. Go out and wait for me, observe the situation. I'll be quick, he said. Li Sitong's eyes were filled with a strong desire to devour. She wasn't particularly interested in the black turtle. But she had said before that she wanted to gnaw the second-generation white turtle until nothing was left. Of course, the shell didn't count. She couldn't bite through it. Seeing Jiang Xia walk up from the passage, Yang Ji quickly asked, "Xia, how's the situation? Is it at the point where I need to step in?" Jiang Xia's brows were tightly furrowed, his gaze anxious. "Take off your clothes and pants, hurry." Huh? What happened? No time to explain, hurry. Seeing Jiang Xia's tense expression, Yang Ji didn't hesitate, and quickly took off his clothes and pants. Chapter 265. The principal's support. The principal was clever. He shared the same thoughts as Jiang Xia and Li Sitong. From the moment those awakened ones stormed the manor to rescue people. He understood that the old man named Bai had little to do with the kingdom. A dozen minutes earlier, after Jiang Xia and Li Sidong left, the old man Bai immediately signaled his butler to follow them. It was clear he had something to hide, and was afraid of being discovered. So after Jiang Xia and Li Sidong left, his attention had been on the old Bai. As soon as Bai left, he immediately followed. Bai was anxious, as he should have reached his child minutes ago. However, due to the pursuit by the white tiger, he had to take a detour. Yet he still couldn't shake off this guy. Bai has no secrets to hide. Don't you like a lively scene? It's lively over there, you can still rush over. Bai's heart was racing like an ant on a hot pan. He had a very bad feeling that something had happened to his child. Intuition told him that the ghost in his heart might bring him even greater chaos. Chapter 266, The Principal's Tag Emerging from the Woods. They saw the red signal flare suspended in mid-air, emitting a blinding red light. They were unsure whether this was a signal for retreat or an attack. However, since there hadn't been any large-scale attacks on the manor yet, it mostly indicated it wasn't an attack signal. Should they kill the old Bai as well? Jiang Xia held onto the idea of cutting off the roots. They had already killed Bai's two most cherished children. If they couldn't eliminate the roots, they should deal with Bai too. Once Bai finds out afterward, he would undoubtedly seek revenge. Li Sidong calmly said, "Kill, of course we must kill. Killing an old Bai isn't difficult, at most, he has 5 evolutions. With the two of us working together, he can only die. But right now, we don't understand the situation, so let's figure things out first." Roar. The roar of a beast and the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground caught Jiang Xia's attention. Emerging from the woods, they saw 2 giant beasts fighting. The most striking was the white turtle, standing about 2.6 to 2.7 meters tall, with a white shell on its back resembling a giant round table. Chapter 267, Want to whisper to the principal. After knocking the principal away, the giant turtle did not pursue, but quickly spun and dashed towards the forest. It was clear it had already anticipated that something was likely wrong with its child. Just spinning away, the giant turtle left a nearly 2-meter wide trench on the grass, with dirt mixed with crushed turf splattering to the sides like rain. The principal, who had been knocked to the ground, struggled to get up. His body suddenly changed. Hands crawling on the ground, flesh twisting and pulsating. Gradually, he transformed into a nearly 5-meter-long black tiger, not counting the tail, about the length of a small truck. The black tiger's face was fierce, its mouth able to easily crush a table, hairless all over, muscles twisted tightly like a twisted pastry, with several black tentacles growing from the joints of its limbs. The most noticeable were its 2 saber-like teeth hanging like bombs at the edge of its mouth. In a few leaps, the black tiger leaped dozens of meters, chasing after the giant turtle that had rushed into the woods. "The principal has a second form," Jiang Xia murmured. Judging from appearances alone, the principal's second form was more fitting for the term beast. That rugged body, astonishing length. Chapter 268, Surrounding the white turtle they had been discovered. Li Sidong whispered. She wasn't sure how they were discovered, but it seemed related to the roar that had just come from the principal. That sound hit them like ripples, seemingly possessing the ability to detect prey. At that moment, the giant turtle's limbs and head retracted into its shell again, entering a spinning form, charging towards the principal with overwhelming force. Under the principal's lead, the spinning giant turtle charged towards Jiang Xia and the others. The giant turtle resembled a massive forest harvester as it passed. The giant trees it collided with shattered like sugarcane, and the guards stationed at the manor fell one after another in the night. Flash! 3 figures darted out from either side of 2 trees, and the next second, the giant turtle swept past, uprooting the trees. Li Sidong knelt on one knee, one hand on the ground, watching the giant turtle that was dozens of meters away. Then shifted her gaze to the principal in his second form a few meters away. "Principal, you are being a bit excessive. Boom! A giant tree nearby crashed to the ground, and the shattered leaves and branches flew into the air like snowflakes. You can't expect me to take all the hits alone. Can you? Chapter 269. Luckily, the Sky Mouse took action. I suddenly remembered I have something to handle at my club, so let's talk about any whispers tomorrow at school. Conveniently, I have something to discuss with you all tomorrow as well. The principal stepped back slowly, keeping an eye on Jiang Xia and Li Sitong's every move. Principal. What are you afraid of? Worried we'll eat you. You think too badly of us. Li Sitong smiled with a hint of harmlessness in his crimson gaze. What are you talking about? You are my dearest students, and I am your most respected principal. How could anything like this happen between us? As he spoke, the principal's gaze shifted to the kneeling Yang Ji in the distance, his tone friendly. If you're not feeling well, Xiaoyang, you should go back and rest. Watching the principal leave quickly, Li Sitong couldn't help but grin. This old guy is quite amusing. Jiang Xia squatted down beside Yang Ji. How are you, Ji? Are you okay? I have to say, this old tortoise has some skills. The damage to the split body also affected Yang Ji's main body, leaving him in an extremely weak state, where even standing up was difficult for a short time. Jiang Xia patted his shoulder, speaking solemnly, of course. It took you to subdue them. I can't even imagine how dangerous it would have been if you weren't here tonight. Chapter 270. A distant next evolution. Did it turn into a firebird and fly away? A flicker of doubt crossed Li Sitong's eyes. Jiang Xia played with his smooth black hair. Yes, Chen Yusen said that the awakened ones were hiding behind a flame barrier. After a few minutes, a red flare shot up into the sky from outside the manor, and then a firebird broke through the barrier, taking those awakened ones away. This is strange. If they had the ability to run directly, why wait for the flare? Li Sitong recalled the situation. I remember that flare. We heard it shortly after we came out of the cabin, right? Yes, Jiang Xia analyzed. Is it possible that the official forces sent tonight were actually targeting Old Bai's children? The awakened ones hiding in the dark saw us come out of the cabin, indirectly completing their task, which is why they signaled for a retreat. Very possible, Li Sitong continued to analyze. Old Bai's 2 children have already undergone 5 evolutions. If his scheme succeeds tonight, one of them might reach 6 evolutions. Once these second-generation demon seeds are born, the situation will be uncontrollable. The Star River City officials likely thought to kill them before they were born, which not only undermines Old Bai's scheme, but also prevents serious chaos if the 2 children were to run amok in the city. Chapter 271. Abundant sense of security. You all are rushing towards 6 evolutions. When will I reach 3? Yang Ji sighed. Full of longing, I really want a tentacle that can turn invisible. The things I could do would be endless. Jiang Xia's face darkened. Stop with that daydreaming expression. Don't think I don't know what you're fantasizing about. Li Sitong said, it's time to help him improve his strength. If Yang Ji can evolve a skill that hides his teammates' demon seed aura, it will be a great help for us. What about those red snakes? Have you tested their specific effects? Are they poisonous? Jiang Xia asked. I don't know, I need a few more practices, Li Sitong said. A glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes, then grinned. I plan to randomly catch one of our kind in the next few days to be a test subject. Of course, there's another way. Li Sitong suddenly leaned closer to Jiang Xia, blinking with an eager expression. Darling, would you be willing to test this ability for me? That way, I won't have to go through the trouble of finding a test subject. I'll sleep. Jiang Xia stood up and rushed up to the 2nd floor without looking back. Chapter 272. The Return of the Blood Guard. 8:22 a.m. After getting up, Jiang Xia didn't rush to the coffee shop, but sat on the 1st floor chatting with Jiang Ling on his phone. When he learned that his dad was taking her out to buy groceries, he immediately dragged Yang Ji out. He wanted to test whether his dad really acted indifferent towards the aura of a 5 evolution counterpart, as Li Sitong had said. Arriving near the villa they lived in, Jiang Xia stayed out of sight, hiding behind the wall of another villa. Soon, he saw his dad and sister come out of the villa. Jiang Xia, who had been suppressing his aura, immediately released it to the maximum range. He was curious about his dad's next reaction. However, 1 second passed, then 5 seconds. And nothing happened. His dad showed no reaction at all. He seemed perfectly normal, as if he were an ordinary person completely unaware of the demon seed aura. Watching his dad drive away without any sign, Jiang Xia murmured, "What's going on? Why didn't he show any reaction?" Yang Ji quietly said beside him, "It seems he didn't feel your aura at all." "That's impossible," Jiang Xia thought to himself. He was sure that at the distance his dad was standing, he should have sensed the demon seed aura spreading out from him. Chapter 273, The Director's Bewitching Tactics. Jiang Xia paused. "No way. I wasn't speaking loudly at all. We were several meters apart, and he could hear me. Or is it that he wasn't talking to me?" Jiang Xia walked over, pulled out a chair, and politely said, "Sorry to interrupt. To be honest, sometimes it feels quite nice to quietly read a newspaper alone." The man put down the newspaper and looked at Jiang Xia. "So, I shouldn't be disturbed?" "No. Not at all. I was just bored, so I was reading the newspaper. Since you're here, let's chat." The man straightened up. Sitting upright, "I heard you and your little girlfriend have reached 5 evolutions. That's quite quick. It's SOSO. There are quite a few 5 evolution people in Star River City now, and besides, no matter how fast, it can't compare to your kingdom." Jiang Xia was being modest but actually probing. "Our kingdom is actually quite ordinary." The man pulled out a dark red cigarette from his pack, lit it. And a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Jiang Xia sighed, "To be honest, I really didn't expect you to be so calm and open about your second appearance. Why shouldn't I appear like this?" Chapter 274, The Location. On the note, Jiang Xia remarked, "To be fair, the ability of the mind-bewitching demon is probably the most troublesome and complex among all types of demon seeds. It can't be activated directly. It must be done through a certain action or event, using some intangible things as a medium." The man smiled faintly. If their abilities could be activated directly and interfere with others' minds to create illusions, then other demon seeds besides the mind-bewitching demon would be useless. Jiang Xia politely asked, "So, do you think this person is dangerous?" "Whether it's dangerous depends on you. For me, there's currently no danger," the man said. Glancing at Chen Yusin, who was waving at him, and stood up, "It's about time. I have a tea appointment with a friend. Let's chat again next time we meet." "All right, take care." The man patted Jiang Xia on the shoulder as he left. After walking a few steps, he turned back and said, "I can tell you're quite curious about us. Perhaps you could try following me. You might just uncover everything about our kingdom." Jiang Xia smiled. "The moment you said that, it means you're not afraid of me following you at all." The man nodded, pushed up his sunglasses, and left the front desk with the account book that Chen Yusin had organized. Chapter 275, Punishment. You said before that you understand a bit about painting, right? Jiang Xia rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table. "Try to get it done, within 3 days, give me 10 paintings, and they must be exquisite." The woman looked at the note with the word punishment written on it. Her breathing gradually became heavier. She understood that for the next few days, she would probably be tormented by this punishment to the point of wishing she were dead. On the note, Jiang Xia's punishment for her was to let her freely create 10 paintings based on Jiang Xia's verbal descriptions within 3 days, using A4-sized paper. And they had to be colored. Why this punishment? Chen Yusin adjusted her breathing. She didn't dare to think about how torturous the painting process would be. Each stroke to paint, each detail to color, the entire painting process would be a mental torment for her. This was far more lethal than mere fantasy. What? Is this punishment not good? Are you doing this on purpose? Making me paint stroke by stroke, isn't that just deliberately tormenting me? Chen Yusin bit her silver teeth, her high-heeled sandals grinding against the foot of the boy across from her. What kind of torment is this? Let's just consider it, it fits the punishment quite well. Doesn't it? Chapter 276, Mysterious Phone Call, but what? Chen Yusin put down her hand and replied, recently, many outsiders have come to Xinghe City. But we haven't grasped the intelligence on how many of them have undergone 5 evolutions, including that director. It's still uncertain how many times she has evolved. Her words were indeed a hassle. Jiang Xia didn't understand how he and Li Sitong had caught the attention of this director. It was very likely that the director, after getting to know the principal, asked him to recommend a few actors that fit her script, and then that bastard principal recommended him and Li Sitong. The director took a look. Oh, not bad. Jiang Xia really found the principal quite a headache. Finding ways to get rid of him didn't seem worth the effort for now, at least given the current situation. There was no need to waste energy on him. But keeping him around was truly like having a troublemaker. Chen Yusin seemed to suddenly remember something. By the way, this morning our boss reminded me to be cautious with whatever I do during this time. It seems that among those outsiders, a few are not very settled. But he didn't specify how they are unsettled. Chapter 277, Need to check the old grave. Jiang Xia tried to call the man again, but it indicated that the phone was turned off. What does this mean? Text messages and calls seem to be a prank. But who would be bored enough to pull such a prank? It seemed like it was from the same kind. Intuition told Jiang Xia that this matter was likely not just a simple prank. The man's voice on the phone was very crazy, very excited. And that voice gave an unsettling premonition. Although he wasn't sure if he could find anything through this number, he still sent the prank call to Chen Yusin, asking her to help check it out. Just after he asked Chen Yusin, Yang Ji called. Hey, Xia. Where are you? There's trouble. On the other end of the line. Yang Ji sounded very anxious. What happened? Someone just sent me a text saying that Li Sitong has been eaten by him. Hearing this, Jiang Xia's eyes darkened. Where are you now? I'm out shopping, currently near a cafe. I just called Li Sitong, but it seems the line is busy. Okay. Wait for me at the place you parked near before, I'll be there soon. Even Yang Ji received a similar prank notification, leaving Jiang Xia increasingly confused. Chapter 278, Corpse Demon. The noon sunlight was bright and gentle, spreading over the clear blue sky, with a few white clouds floating leisurely, fluffy and white. A couple of days ago, they took the northern highway to the provincial city, but this time, following Li Sitong's instructions, they took the western highway. Until they got on the highway, Li Sitong didn't mention what the purpose of this trip out of the city was, nor what the new matter was. Along the way, the 4 of them kept an eye on the back. They no longer had to worry about the Wolf King following them like last time. If the Wolf King really had the ability to follow them out of the city, he would definitely be the one to die. But they still had to be vigilant. Is no one following us? Li Sitong looked somewhat disappointed. I thought that going out of the city would draw out that prankster looking for trouble. So you mean going out of the city is just to see if anyone follows us? Jiang Xia turned his head back. Of course, there are other matters, Yang Ji. Navigate to Lin City. Lin City. Jiang Xia blinked. What are we going to Lin City for? I was raised by the old man. Today is the anniversary of his death. I want to go visit his grave. As Li Sitong spoke, her gaze turned to the window, recalling the moment when she got her first perfect score as a child and was praised by the old man. Chapter 279, Irrefutable Answer. Jiang Xia nodded, scratching his cheek with his fingers. It seems we must go to Lin City, but when we get to this so-called demon seed trading market, if there really are things we want inside, what will we trade for them? This is simple. Li Sitong blinked, logically stating, there will definitely be many outsiders like us visiting the magic market in Lin City. Then we can find a few suitable ones to kill and trade their corpses, right? The corpses of stronger kind will definitely be useful. This answer left Jiang Xia speechless. It actually made a lot of sense. All the way, Jiang Xia thought about his sister and father. He had planned to test his sister tonight. But now it seemed he would have to wait until after returning from Lin City. Besides, there was now another matter to worry about. That prank surrounding Li Sitong. Intuition told him, no, it's not just him, it's all of them. In the shadows, a large hand was reaching out to them. And the main target of this hand was likely to be Li Sitong. Although he and Li Sitong were both at the 5th evolution stage now. Facing each other could solve many troubles. But this unknown enemy was lurking in the dark. Who it was, no one knew. Not even whether it was a man or not could be determined with certainty. Chapter 280, Your shop isn't clean. Standing in front of the tombstone was a man in his 30s, wearing a white jacket, handsome but exuding a melancholic aura. Behind him was a woman who had just arrived, a few years younger than him, probably around 24 or 25, with a smart neck-length bob, very beautiful. And her green sweater made her skin appear even whiter. Is she your childhood sweetheart? The short-haired woman's gaze was fixed on the woman's portrait on the tombstone. Her emotions complex. I don't know how to say it, the man smiled, but there was no smile on his face, which only heightened the melancholic aura about him. Your first love. The man took a deep breath and said, I have two very good friends, you know, right? Yes, the two named a Yang and a Jun. Yes. Our families were the poorest in the village back then, and the worst off was a Yang. He not only had to take care of himself, but also his elderly grandfather, who couldn't get out of bed. However, the three of us have hardly ever gone hungry since childhood, thanks to the help from the villagers. During the new year, we would receive a little bit of pocket money, although it wasn't much, it was still something. Chapter 281, Dancing under the moonlight. The chubby boss looked towards the front desk, his gaze hesitant. This is. Li Sitong propped her chin with one hand. Her eyes sparkling as she smiled and said, You're not going to say this is just a decoration, are you? This? Li Sitong continued, boss. Isn't this a form of promoting feudal superstitions? Jiang Xia raised his head and looked around. Logically speaking, it should be dinner time now. Yet your restaurant has no customers at all. This place is so clean and in such a good location, it shouldn't be doing this poorly. Li Sitong added. It seems itself not just your place. Those two restaurants next to you also seem to have no business. I remember this street was quite famous in the old town, but there are hardly any pedestrians outside, and several shops are closed. The boss sighed. His brow furrowed. It's all that thing causing trouble. My shop has hardly opened for 2 days. If you hadn't come in suddenly, I would have closed it. He kindly reminded them, You must be new here, listen to me, either leave quickly and catch the last high-speed train out, or find a hotel to stay in. Definitely before dark. Li Sitong asked, What, is it haunted? Chapter 282, The Hair-Raising Video. The second video. Still at the crossroads, under the cold moonlight. A woman in a white dress with half her face ruined danced gracefully, her skin paler than the moonlight. Beside her, a man in a black dance outfit danced along with her. The man was about the same age as the woman, his face equally pale, his eyes vacant. And his eye sockets sunken, with a terrifying wound that almost cut through his entire throat. Their dance had no music. Only the faint sound of their shoes hitting the ground and the friction, with movements very stiff, their waists twisting without fluidity, like two rusty gears turning forcibly. The overall atmosphere was absolutely silent, sending chills down one's spine. Even Jiang Xia, watching it, felt goosebumps on his arms. The whole video was simply too bizarre. The young man with yellow hair trembled beside them, scaring himself. It said that this man and woman were from a dance troupe. And on the night the woman left the mortuary, the man also went missing, and then last night they danced together. They all said that this dead woman felt lonely dancing alone on the first night, so she killed this man to keep her company. Jiang Xia observed the video closely. The video quality was very clear, unlike the grainy footage from surveillance cameras, and from the position, it didn't seem to be from nearby surveillance. Chapter 283, the eerie date being suddenly grabbed by Yang Ji nearly scared Jiang Xia out of his wits. What the hell? Can you not be so jumpy? Jiang Xia lowered his voice. Look for yourself, look. Yang Ji trembled and took 2 steps back, huddling in the alley, his chest rising and falling against the wall. Jiang Xia took a step forward, his entire body still hidden in the alley. Looking out from the alley entrance. There was a small street wide enough for 4 cars to pass side by side, the concrete pavement appearing as if it hadn't been repaired in years, full of potholes. The surroundings were dark, with no pedestrians, and the shops were all closed, with at most 1 or 2 still showing lights through the cracks of their doors. Jiang Xia's gaze crossed the street. About 20 to 30 meters away from him, at the mouth of an alley, stood a woman, positioned directly facing them. The woman appeared to be nearly 30 years old, her complexion deathly pale. Although she wore lipstick, there was no hint of vitality. Her eyes were like dead fish. Glassy and unmoving, dressed in a very fashionable winter outfit, with a red scarf around her neck, her hair flowing down, and holding a plain women's handbag. The woman was very quiet, so quiet that it seemed she wasn't even breathing. Jiang Xia carefully examined the woman's appearance. Chapter 284, The World Beyond Xinghe City is More Wonderful. Giggle, I forgot, you can't talk right now. The man smiled and shook his head, as if mocking himself. But I know you won't be angry because I gave you a second life, allowing you to stand up again, and you must have always loved me. His gaze became even gentler, filled with an excitement that couldn't be concealed. Starting from tonight's date, let's fall in love again, the kind that never separates. The ambient lights in the car illuminated the inside, allowing Jiang Xia to roughly see the situation. This man, Jiang Xia couldn't believe what he was seeing. This man was actually hugging the female corpse in the passenger seat, pressing closely against her, trembling with excitement. The woman sat motionless in the passenger seat, even when her hair was tousled by the man's face, she showed no reaction. Damn! Jiang Xia exclaimed inwardly. Is he that twisted? This is beyond his imagination. Okay. The perversion leaderboard has been updated again. Chang Wen, this little calamity, has been kicked out of the top 3. He doesn't deserve to compete for the throne with the other 3 big shots. Currently, the top 3 are, the principal, the Wolf King, and this man whose identity is unknown. The principal's performance is quite unstable, fluctuating high and low. Chapter 285, A Familiar Figure. No. It's not a female corpse. Li Sitong speculated about that man's psychology. He can bring the dead back to life, in his eyes. I think the other party is not a corpse, but someone living in a different way in his heart. Isn't that still perverted? Yang Ji corrected him, no. It's even more perverted. Jiang Xia looked around. I just don't know what that man's purpose is in bringing the female corpse here. Whether it's just a simple date for excitement, or if he wants to make a big scene and create panic. I should have gone over to talk to him back then. It would have saved me the trouble of following him here. The situation was unclear at that time. And the surroundings were pitch dark and silent with no one around. We were all separated, and showing up might not have been a good thing. Li Sitong deeply inhaled the rich scent of blood wafting in the air. Have you all smelled something? Jiang Xia also took a deep breath. Indeed, there is. The scent of blood was so strong that it whetted their appetites, making them feel starved, their mouths watering. One could conclude that it was highly unlikely that any person had a wound on them. The intensity of the scent suggested that there was likely a large mass of flesh that had been chopped up, the aroma irresistibly permeating most of the square. Chapter 286, The Locked 7th Floor. Jiang Xia's heart was very restless now. He was eager to see his mom, even if it was just a brief encounter. He could avoid asking her about his dad or his younger sister. Just ask her how she has been lately and see if she has changed. He longs for such a scene. He dreams of it. But given the current situation, if that woman really is Mom, it seems like it's not the right time or place to meet her. Let's go, RG, no need to search anymore. Jiang Xia's eyes were filled with disappointment. Just thinking about how he was about to find Mom made him feel a chill, as it could lead to trouble and danger for her. Yang Ji could sense Jiang Xia's low mood, and, without saying a word, patted him on the shoulder. RG, keep this matter a secret, Jiang Xia said seriously to Yang Ji. If I let out even a single word, I swear I won't be able to perform in my next life. For the heavenly mouse, who has always wanted to branch out and revitalize the family, this might be the most toxic vow in the world. After coming out of the supermarket on the negative first floor, Li Sitong and the others also came out from the parking lot on the negative second floor. Just in time to run into each other. Li Sitong asked, "So, how did it go? Any gains?" Jiang Xia replied, "I just encountered a fellow who should be a fourth evolution, but apart from that, not much has been gained. The scent of blood seems to be coming from upstairs." Chapter 287, The Death Restaurant compared to downstairs. The seventh floor was much quieter, with all the shops empty and pitch dark. Except for a restaurant at the end that had its lights on. The entire floor was filled with an extremely sinister smell of blood. Not to mention special people like Jiang Xia and the others. Even ordinary people, who stepped onto this floor and approached that restaurant would likely feel that something was off in the air. A short-haired woman followed the four. Her tone indifferent, "You can't approach the restaurant at the very end, but you can wander around anywhere else. Is there a secret in there?" Jiang Xia could tell that this short-haired woman seemed to just be a lackey, a subordinate. When she said to wait a minute, it was clearly to report back to her superiors. "There's no secret, it's just that our boss is on a date, and he doesn't want anyone to disturb him. Letting you up here is because 2 of you out of the 4 have undergone 5 evolutions. If it were other similar beings, they wouldn't even qualify to come up to this floor." "Who is your boss?" Li Sitong asked knowingly. "Someone who likes peace and quiet." The meaning in the short-haired woman's words was clear. Her boss preferred tranquility, and did not want anyone to disturb him. Chapter 288, Can Make You Feel Like Dirt. Jiang Xia noticed the young man in a black suit. This young man seemed to have some special charm. And he was quite curious about what it was. The female broadcaster, who Yang Ji mentioned had a beautiful singing voice, was being violently dragged by her hair, and pressed down onto a chair. Slap! A harsh slap landed on the woman's face, but even so, it couldn't stop her from screaming. It was only when the young man's hand tightened around her throat that her screams ceased. The woman's face turned pale, within just a minute. She was almost scared to the point of a mental breakdown by what was happening inside. "Miss, please be a bit quieter, there are other guests in the restaurant. Just have a meal with me, just one meal will do. If you continue to make a fuss and disturb others, I can't guarantee what will happen." As soon as the young man released his grip on the woman's throat, she stood up wanting to run. But she was violently grabbed by her hair again, and pressed back down onto the seat. 2 harsh slaps followed, nearly knocking her out. With overlapping handprints quickly appearing on her face. "I don't understand what you're afraid of. They might look a bit scary, but they won't eat you." The young man violently held the woman's hair, and leaned in close to her face, watching her eyes tremble in fear, grinning wickedly. Chapter 289, Even Li Sitong thinks it's perverted. The man in the leather jacket smacked his lips, gazing at the image of the black-armored dragon man. Taking a sharp breath, "All right, I admit, this demonic form is indeed impressive. But it's not enough to make me feel like dirt. And that's not all. The information says he seems to have other demonic forms, but there are no detailed descriptions." The girl clicked on other people's profiles. Li Sitong, 18 years old. Codename Eye Snake, an otherworldly demon, 5 evolutions. The information states that she is a very difficult demon to deal with, not only strong, but also extremely cunning and vengeful. She is in a relationship with the one coded as Lin Long. The leather jacket man stroked his chin, "Not bad looking. I have to say, she matches well with that Lin Long. Feng Siming, codename unknown, beast demon, latest information shows 4 evolutions, very fast, with agility maxed out. Unless you set a net to catch her, or have strength far exceeding hers, she can easily escape. This woman is also quite good looking. The leather man continued to praise. Last one, Jiang Xia, 18 years old, codename unknown, shadow demon with an initial evaluation of 3 or 4 evolutions. Their team's name is temporarily unknown. The official evaluation from Xinghe City is that they have a very strong team consciousness and cannot be internally dismantled. If one wants to take action against them, they need to ensure absolute secrecy about their identity and cannot let them know which force is behind it. It's best to eradicate them entirely, otherwise, it could provoke a crazy retaliation from other surviving members. The level of craziness might far exceed expectations. Chapter 290. A note hidden in flesh. A few minutes later, under the stunned gaze of Jiang Xia and the others. The man who could create corpse demons actually took out a ring from his pocket, knelt on one knee, and proposed to the lifeless female corpse. Including Li Sitong. Jiang Xia and the others' worldview was completely shaken. Proposing to a corpse is not something rare. Jiang Xia had read a novel before where the male protagonist loved a woman deeply, but on the night he planned to propose, the woman had an accident and died. Afterward, the male protagonist didn't abandon his proposal plan and proposed at the woman's funeral, creating a grand scene that brought tears to many. This was a form of infatuation that was touching. However, the scene before Jiang Xia felt like it had little to do with infatuation, and was not very moving, but rather extremely perverted. Say yes to him. Say yes to him. Li Sitong clapped. What are you making a fuss about? Jiang Xia rolled his eyes in despair. What do you know? We need to get their help for something, so we have to build a good relationship and leave a good impression, Li Sitong reasoned. That makes sense. Jiang Xia slowly nodded and started to join in. Say yes to him. Say yes to him. Chapter 291. Conspiracy revealed. Jiang Xia and Li Sitong fell silent. The woman in the green clothes suddenly told them to leave, giving them a bad feeling. It felt like they were falling into a trap. They didn't understand why that woman wanted to notify them to leave, but their instincts told them they needed to get out now. However, if they just left suddenly, the intention would be too obvious, and it might alert this guy, thus exposing that the woman in green had notified them. Strange, very strange. Clearly, the woman in green seemed to respect and obey this man. Why would she notify them to leave? Unintentionally, Jiang Xia glanced at Li Sitong. He could clearly sense a faint excitement in her eyes. Great. This woman is thrilled again, because of the invisible danger nearby. Li Sitong said calmly. We came to find you for a reason. I heard you have a way to bring the dead back to life. He, the man chuckled. I don't have that kind of ability, but I can let the deceased live again in another way. How about it? My masterpiece is pretty good, right? The corpse craftsman looked at the 2 waiters standing not far away. They were once human, working as waiters, but they would get distracted by many things while working. Now, they have no distractions, and their only job is to do their duties as waiters. Maybe their service isn't great, but it's definitely the most serious. Chapter 292. Entering the game. The corpse craftsman closed his eyes and took a deep breath. It's 9 o'clock at night. No, not even 9 o'clock yet. The entire commercial plaza should still be lively, but now, the liveliness is rapidly diminishing. There's hardly any liveliness left in the whole plaza. Li Sitong frowned. Has the authorities started clearing the area? Yes, they have begun to clear the area, silently. This means they have decided to take action against all of us. Tonight, this place will be a slaughterhouse. They must have dispatched no less than 4 awakened ones here. Possibly even 5, or 6. The corpse craftsman grinned, a sinister laugh escaping his throat. They will definitely kill me. They will do everything they can to kill me. While killing me, they will solve you all at the same time. Actually, they surrounded me last night, but they couldn't kill me, and instead, they lost an awakened one. They hate me to the bone now. Jiang Xia narrowed his eyes. I still don't understand why you dare to use such a method that puts yourself in danger too. This knife can kill us, and it can kill you just the same. Are you really not afraid of dying? Chapter 293, Change of Situation. Bang. Just as Jiang Xia pinned the corpse craftsman down, he was suddenly lifted by an unmatched force, and even Li Sitong was knocked aside by the transformed corpse craftsman. After his transformation, the corpse craftsman resembled a black rhinoceros, massive in size, far exceeding an ordinary rhinoceros, with black scales on his body, sturdy limbs, and a head adorned with several complexly arranged crimson eyes. Just standing there, he looked like a siege machine. His mouth was as big as a hippopotamus. And with a dry heave, countless black viscous liquids surged out from his throat. Before the black liquid could hit the ground, it transformed into palm-sized creatures resembling corpse insects. Each with a mouth the size of a normal person, lined with 2 rows of red sharp teeth, rushing chaotically toward the few people in the restaurant. The green-clad woman named Xia turned pale, realizing she had also become a part of the corpse craftsman's revenge plan. She was a beast demon. But before meeting the corpse craftsman, she had already recognized another person as her master. That person was killed by the corpse craftsman, and to take revenge, she disguised her identity and created various coincidences to approach the corpse craftsman. She had attempted her revenge plan twice. The first time, the corpse craftsman escaped. And the second time, just last night, the corpse craftsman died, but he came back to life. Chapter 294, Prisoner and Guard. The corpse craftsman's face looked like it had been struck by lightning, his eyes trembling violently, and his pupils constricted to pinhole size. The previous smugness completely vanished, replaced by terror. The unique abilities he had evolved within himself seemed to have vanished into thin air, as if they had never existed. He could not feel or use them. Not only him, Li Sitong felt the same way. Her gaze turned to the pale blue environment outside, then lowered to her own demonic claws. Her body could still transform, but she could no longer use those special abilities within her. In the next second, a pleased smile appeared on Li Sitong's face. Corpse craftsman, if I'm guessing correctly, you also can't use the abilities you evolved, right? Including that ability that brought you back to life. Creak! The heavy glass door of the restaurant swung open, and a man in a leather jacket stood at the entrance, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. He waved away the smoke in front of him, his gaze landing on the corpse craftsman with a cold smile. So, corpse craftsman, are you feeling confused? Not just the corpse craftsman, but all the magical beings present were completely baffled. Xia, this is bad. I can't use my doppelganger ability either. Yang Ji hurried to Jiang Xia's side. Originally, I could withstand 2 absolute destructive strikes, but now I can only withstand 1. Chapter 295, Terrifying Enhancement. On the other side of the building's rooftop, a youth with long hair looked astonished, unable to believe the overwhelming battle situation on the 7th floor. How could this happen? The woman in black controlled her excited breathing. I'm curious too. Didn't you say that as long as they are magical beings, they are all prisoners in your prison and can't use special abilities? The woman in black had her own reasoning. My ability is not invincible either. I'm just a 5-sense being, and with so many magical beings on site, I might not be able to suppress them all. Missing just one is already considered good. After all, you initially said there was only one that had undergone 5 evolutions. If I could suppress all magical beings, according to your logic, even if there were 105 evolution beings in the prison, I could suppress them, right? So why don't you enhance them? Didn't you say you could enhance the guards? Why has old Liu not only not been enhanced, but instead became weaker? It's not that he has become weaker, but that the opponent is too strong. Just the power of that punch. If he were not a 5-sense being, his body would have been turned into minced meat on the spot. So why is the opponent so strong? The long-haired Taoist's breathing became heavy, even if old Liu's green armor is the weakest of all his armors. It shouldn't be getting beaten like this. That Linlong, his strength could be on par with 6 evolutions, right? Chapter 296, 1 against 2. Steadily in control, you two take care of this dragon man, the woman is mine. The long-haired Taoist's gaze landed on Li Sitong. And the yin-yang taiji in his hand quickly spun, the black and white colors merging together until they completely turned black and merged into his body. Using magic to counter magic. Damn, this chaotic battle clearly calls for the immortal form. Whoosh! An ominous wind burst from his body, sending the wooden hairpin that bound his long hair flying, and 3,000 strands of black hair danced in the air like spilled ink. Black gas wrapped around his body, causing the Taoist's figure to swell, his face darkening, his eyes turning crimson, and a pair of horns resembling those of demons sprouted from his forehead. Li Sitong's clothes tore during the complete transformation, and she chuckled lightly, "Dragon, I didn't expect you to be this strong. I have to let the opponent send out 2 to deal with you. Don't get too attached to the fight, charge out for the main goal," the corpse craftsman said, choosing his target first and turning to charge towards the man in white armor. Li Sitong raised her head to glance at the woman in black standing at the edge of the rooftop, overlooking them. In the next moment, her crimson gaze fell upon the demon path, and the tentacles behind her surged toward him simultaneously. Glancing back at the 2 fierce battles erupting behind, Jiang Xia stepped forward toward the awakened man and woman in front of him. Chapter 297, Dragon's Breath. Seeing this situation, Zhu Yao no longer held back and unleashed a large amount of energy from within her body, causing an even stronger chill to burst forth from her curved blade. It was as if a giant air conditioner had suddenly appeared in the scorching summer, and waves of cold air surged forward, driving the high temperatures to the outskirts. Rapidly consuming energy alongside her was the woman in black standing on the 5th floor rooftop. Raising the strength of a prison guard naturally required her energy. It could also be said that she temporarily injected her energy into that prison guard, enhancing his strength while possibly making one of his abilities even more powerful. Perhaps the most exhausted person present was this woman in black. Besides needing to assist the prison guard, she also had to maintain the prison's existence and suppress the prisoners. The reason she created this prison in the first place was to trap Jiang Xia and the others inside. Firstly, she needed to put on a show. Secondly, she needed to test whether the contract with 002 was truly effective. Although the results still left her somewhat confused, it seemed to be developing in a positive direction. As the high temperature within the fire column was driven out by the cold air, the scales on Jiang Xia's body could no longer absorb the external heat for enhancement. And soon several bloody marks were carved into his body. Chapter 298, No Chance of Victory. The Wind Hunter duo consisted of one wielding cold currents, and the other wielding fire currents. They reached their target one after another, launching a fierce attack so swift that ordinary people couldn't even see their movements. Each strike of the cold blade carried frost explosions, while the fire blade's slashes were accompanied by fiery impacts. The cold blade grazed the dragon man's throat as Jiang Xia pulled back his neck, quickly raising his left arm's bone blade to block a violent slash from the fire blade beside him. Seeing the dragon man's vertical pupils fixated on her abdomen, Zhu Yao's pupils constricted sharply. If it weren't for her companion's timely kick, she would have likely been violently kicked away by the dragon man. Another round of metallic clinks echoed, as most of the duo's attacks were blocked by the bone blades on the dragon man's arms. Even though 2/10 of their attacks landed on the dragon man, most of the power was absorbed by his scales, making the blood marks ineffective. Facing the 2 curved blades slashing from both sides, Jiang Xia leaned back, allowing the blades to cross over his chest, causing the colliding air currents to explode in front of him. Seizing the opportunity, he struck simultaneously with both dragon claws, pinching the backs of the 2 curved blades tightly like a pair of pincers. The 2 awakened ones, seeing this, infused energy into their blades, causing both curved blades to erupt with flames. Chapter 299, A difficult situation. Seeing the red-armored dragon man approaching the wildly rampaging corpse craftsman, The two severely injured awakened men and women looked on in astonishment. Zhu Yao breathed heavily, puzzled. What's going on? It seems like he doesn't want to fight us anymore. The two fifth-level awakened ones wondered if the temptation of flesh and blood wasn't great enough for him. Is he going to help the corpse craftsman? The young man also seemed confused. No, it looks like he's going to kill the corpse craftsman. Zhu Yao analyzed. It's very likely that he's going to kill the corpse craftsman. It seems they have a grudge, and he knows the corpse craftsman has a resurrection ability. Killing him here is the best opportunity. If he misses tonight, it will be difficult to kill him again. Under the corpse craftsman's rampage, the man named Old Liu found it hard to find an opportunity to attack. When he saw the red-armored dragon man walking towards them, his heart sank, fearing being surrounded, and hurriedly distanced himself. Jiang Xia approached the corpse craftsman. The massive body of the corpse craftsman stopped, exhaling heavily from its nostrils, and the eyes on its face turned to glance at the severely injured awakened pair 100 meters away. Then it withdrew its gaze and praised the red-armored dragon man beside it. Little brother, your strength is impressive. Far surpassing my expectations, you actually took down both opponents. It seemed that tonight, none of them would have any issues. Chapter 300. Going to another world to accompany him. Jiang Xia looked at the hesitant white-armored man. You can't kill us, even if you have special means. And even if that woman up there who hasn't made a move joins you, you still can't stop me. Once I activate my other form, you will all die. The probability of both sides suffering losses with your current states is less than 40%. Let them go. The young man wielding the fire blade came to Liu's side. His eyes lacking hatred for the failure of the mission, instead filled with admiration for the enemy. He knew this guy indeed had a black armor form. A couple of days ago, during the magic source incident, this guy activated an incredibly brutal black armor form and killed that giant bird. He understood that once that form appeared here, none of them would survive. The young man looked at Jiang Xia and continued, You are the strongest opponent I have ever faced. You are the first to have beaten me like this. Go ahead. I won't stop you, but I will work hard to become stronger. I look forward to our next encounter. What's your name? Jiang Xia had no intention of staying to battle again. He knew that his mother on the rooftop was about to reach her limit. It was precisely because of her continuous support that the energy within him remained overflowing, allowing him to maintain peak condition. Chapter 301. The uniqueness of undercover agents outside the square. The crowd had also been dispersed. As for the official reasons for the evacuation, and how to explain it to the public later, that was no longer Jiang Xia and the others' concern. After exiting, Jiang Xia did not leave immediately. Even though he felt his mother would be fine, he needed to ensure it. While waiting for 2 minutes, Li Sitong and Fang Siming went to a nearby shop to change into 2 clean outfits, and stuffed the corpse craftsman's body into a large suitcase. Hiding in the shadows. Upon seeing his mother safely emerge, Jiang Xia felt a slight sense of relief. He did not keep his attention solely on his mother. To prevent the officials from having a line of sight, he acted as if he was waiting for Li Sitong and the others to change clothes. Yang Ji handed Jiang Xia the phone he found in the 7th floor cafeteria. Jiang Xia opened it to take a look. The screen was shattered, but it was still usable for making calls. After the 2 girls came out, the 4 of them quickly left the vicinity of the square. As they walked, they observed that within a radius of about 500 meters centered around the commercial square, the officials had cleared the area. They did not drive all the people within that radius to the outskirts, rather, they aimed to ensure that the streets were as empty as possible. Nearby residential shops had also been cut off from power, lights, and fire. Chapter 302. The demon pet. Yang Ji. Jiang Xia raised his head and looked seriously at the 3 of them, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Tonight's events must not be disclosed. He initially did not want to expose that the woman in black was his mother, but it was unavoidable, as Li Sitong and the others had already guessed it. Fang Siming nodded gravely. Don't worry, we will keep it under wraps. Yang Ji patted his chest. I won't say a word, I promise. So your mother is with the officials? Fang Siming asked. Jiang Xia didn't care about that. It doesn't matter whether she is with the officials or not. Her attitude towards me has been clear tonight, hasn't it? Your family's situation is quite complicated. Your father is a similar type, and your mother is an awakened one. Your sister, Fang Siming, is quite obviously not an ordinary person. Given their high explosion rate and her quirky nature. Jiang Xia didn't say anything. He had been wanting to figure out whether his younger sister was an ordinary person. Seeing that Jiang Xia was deep in thought, Li Sitong didn't disturb him and gave him some quiet time to think. She went to the master bedroom, with Fang Siming to study the corpse of the corpse craftsman. After 4 evolutions, Fang Siming's previous special ability had upgraded. Chapter 303, The Winner Takes All. Xiao Xia. The woman was equally excited as she quickly walked up to Jiang Xia and reached out to touch a faint scar on the boy's face. After more than half a month, her appearance hadn't changed much, just a bit paler. Jiang Xia calmed his excited heart. Mom, how have you been lately? Where have you been? Xiao Xia, time is pressing, let's be brief. Are you leaving again? The corner of Jiang Xia's mouth twitched. Although he could guess that tonight's meeting was only temporary, he still felt reluctant to part with his mother upon hearing that she would leave again. Jiang's mother also looked reluctant as she affectionately stroked the boy's forehead. I also want to stay with you, but there are many things to do. Some things I must leave you for. Once I finish, I will definitely stay with you. Did you join an official organization? Jiang's mother shook her head. The organization I'm with is quite complex, not part of the official. It's called the Divine Temple, a very powerful organization. Considered the strongest awakened organization in Jiangbei province and even all of Huaxia, aside from the official one. Divine Temple. Jiang Xia had never heard of it. You'll learn about it later. In any case, rest assured, I have always been safe. My abilities are never used to face the demon species directly. I won't do anything too dangerous. Chapter 304, Losing Everything. The Winner Takes All. Just those 4 words conveyed an extremely large amount of information. And it indeed made Jiang Xia feel that his father was doing something very dangerous. Jiang's mother looked gloomy. Even though I've divorced your father and he has a new family now, I still worry about his safety. The phrase the winner takes all gives me a very bad premonition. If he becomes a king, what will happen if he loses? I've been trying to find out what he's doing. But so far I've come up empty. Jiang Xia lowered his head to analyze. The reason Dad doesn't tell us the truth might be because he fears we'll mess things up, but more likely, he doesn't want us to get involved. I feel the same way, Jiang's mother said as she took out her vibrating phone from her pocket, her brows furrowing. She looked at Jiang Xia again, her eyes filled with reluctance, but still said, I have to go. Jiang Xia raised his head. Where are you going next? Back to the Divine Temple headquarters. Even if we don't get involved in your dad's matters, we must find out the whole story. The Divine Temple is currently the largest awakened organization in Huaxia, with intelligence not much less than the official headquarters. I think, perhaps at the Divine Temple, we can figure out what your dad is really doing. At least, your dad is likely connected to the kingdom in some way. Maybe we can find some information about the kingdom there. You also need to pay attention to your dad, and contact me immediately if anything happens. Chapter 305, The Intruder. 8:09 a.m. The sun broke through the morning fog, and the quiet city streets came alive again, with traffic flowing along the asphalt road outside. Due to the poor sound insulation of the old house, Jiang Xia was awakened from his sleep by the honking of cars outside. As he got up, he saw 2 girls already washed up, putting on their shoes at the door, seemingly ready to go out. So early, are you guys going out? Li Sitong looked at Jiang Xia and replied, Isn't today Thursday? There's a magic market tonight, and we need to go early to scout out its exact location, so we don't end up searching for it at night. To Li Sitong, The matter of the corpse demon was a well-designed conspiracy, even if she brought the corpse back. She couldn't create a potion that would turn her dad back into an ordinary person. But they still had to go to the magic market. There might be some strange and valuable items to find or crucial intelligence to gather. All right, wait for me a moment, I'll wash my face. No need. Fang Siming and I can go scout. You should rest well, even with 5 evolutions, you can't keep going like this. It's fine, Jiang Xia said. Chapter 306, Have you ever seen such harmless demons? The first question, you said you're used to petty theft, I believe that. Just looking at you tells me you used to do this. Jiang Xia said, as he pointed to the black handbag on the ground. But you should know what you've stolen. At least you can guess it's mostly related to our demon kind. How dare you take it? Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? The jars and bottles contained pet treats that were nothing like ordinary cat or dog food. They were all the size of fingernails and clearly not from an ordinary household. Aye. The young man stuttered, unsure how to respond. Jiang Xia asked again, do you have such a big? Knowing these things are related to your kind, you still dare to take them. Aren't you afraid of getting caught later? Or do you think being a 3-time evolved one means you can do whatever you want? Just then, Li Sidong called again. Hello. How's it going? Did you find the phone? I haven't gotten the phone back yet, but I caught a thief. A thief? Yes, a fellow thief. Fang Siming's jars and bottles were stolen, but I caught him. Chapter 307, The Magic Market Situation. The young man nodded, not daring to ask if it was true. He only wanted to survive. Just ask whatever you want to know. I'm somewhat familiar with the situation in Lincheng. Jiang Xia didn't want to waste too much time on this fellow thief. Tell me about the situation in Lincheng, both the official and the demon kind. I do know quite a bit about this. Among the local demon kind in Lincheng, the strongest is the hidden demon known as Thief Saint. Very few people know his true identity. He's my idol. Thief Saint. Jiang Xia said, that title sounds like it's related to stealing. Yes, he likes to steal things, but unlike me. He only targets powerful fellow demons, enjoying the thrill of stealing from strong ones. It's said that he often goes to steal from other places, appearing and disappearing without a trace, but there hasn't been any news of him lately. I speculate there could be 2 situations. What 2 situations? First, he may have already evolved 5 times. Stealing from local demons below 5 evolutions isn't tempting for him anymore. So he might have stopped operating locally and gone to other places. Chapter 308, The Magic Market. I have to say, Jiang Xia felt he came to Lincheng at the right time. Sometimes, he thinks Li Sidong is his lucky star. With this woman's help, he gradually learns about the world from being a complete novice. Although the time from the beginning until now isn't very long, I have become a seasoned demon seed. When I came to the city this time, although my main purpose was to help Li Sidong find the corpse demon, the biggest beneficiary turned out to be myself. Here, I met my mother, learned about her current situation, and got a phone number to contact her. I also found out that my father had undergone 5 evolutions a long time ago, and had some connections with the kingdom. And he is currently involved in some major event. I hope that in the future, I can learn more about the kingdom here. Time is long. Several things happened along the way. The first thing, under Li Sitong's coaxing, deception, and intimidation. The one codenamed Rat had to agree to be a test subject to see if Fang Siming could bind her kind as a demon pet. The result disappointed everyone. She couldn't. The second thing, Director Su Ying called them, saying she lost the last game and asked when Jiang Xia and the others could meet to collect their game rewards. Chapter 309, Novel things. The person trapped in the tree seemed to want to speak, but couldn't open his mouth. His appearance only had a rough outline on the surface of the tree. Li Sidong circled the tree, holding her arms. What is this? Symbiotic tree. Seller's introduction. I can't really explain how this tree fused this person in. It's possible that this person leaned against the tree to rest and got fused in. What is it for? It can be eaten, bears fruit, tastes quite good, the fruit has pain-relieving effects and can fill your stomach. The juice also tastes good and can fill your stomach. The seller said as he took out a knife and made a cut on the tree bark. The entire tree trembled violently, and the expression of the person fused within the tree became twisted with pain. Bright red juice collected in a plastic cup. And the seller handed a small cup to Li Sitong. You can taste it. Everyone could smell that this juice indeed had a very wonderful scent. This scent is hard to describe, mixed with the fragrance of fruit, the rawness of wood, and a hint of a blood-like smell. Li Sitong shook her head. Not interested in tasting. How much is it? There is currently no unified currency among us demon seeds. This thing has no fixed value. It depends on what you can offer to trade with me. Chapter 310, The Linlong Bounty. Upon hearing about the Blood Nest Information Station, Jiang Xia felt a surge of joy. It seemed that the information station in the provincial capital, similar to the New World Cafe, was run by the Blood Nest. But when he heard Yang Ji mention seeing his bounty notice, Jiang Xia couldn't help but be startled. Compared to the first, the second one definitely attracted his attention more. Under Yang Ji's lead, Jiang Xia arrived at a notice board that was 3 meters long and 1 meter wide. It was covered with many notices. Some were bounties for heads, some were for finding people, and others were for capturing people. There were awakened ones, fellow kin, even a few foreigners. And some requests for various clues. With just one glance, Jiang Xia saw his bounty notice on the board. On an A4-sized sheet of paper. At the top was his photo, below it were his basic information and bounty. Name, Jiang Xia. Age, 18. Codename, Linlong. Demon seed type, unknown. Very likely an unknown type of demon seed. Power, 5 evolutions. Note, very strong. The demonized form is highly combatant and aggressive. Ordinary 5 evolution kin should be cautious when undertaking this task. It is not recommended for kin below 5 evolutions to accept. Address, 602 Sunshine Community, Baiyun District, Xinghe City. Jiangbei Province. Chapter 311, Inheritance and Usurpation. Jiang Xia's gaze turned to the Blood Nest's information trading station not far away, and he hurried over. The information trading station consisted of a long table where 2 masked women sat, with a sign beside them reading, Blood Nest Information Trading. Around the table was a circle drawn marking a 20 square meter area. As long as a customer was trading, others could not approach. The Blood Nest's information trading was the hottest on-site event. It was just past noon, and many people were already in line. After waiting for over 10 minutes, it was finally Jiang Xia's turn. Although there were 2 receptionists, only 1 team was allowed in at a time, and a maximum of 2 people. Entering the circle to exchange information were Jiang Xia and Yang Ji. Yang Ji was carrying a black backpack, which contained their rewards for exchanging information. Both information traders were women, one with long hair and the other with short hair. There were several booklets on the table. And the short-haired woman said they could open and take a look. These contained some information directories. Of course, some information was not written there. And they could also try asking. Jiang Xia opened the directory and glanced through it, although this place was likely run by the kingdom. He still wanted to see if there was any information about the kingdom. Chapter 312, The Thief Who Offends Again. Jiang Xia glanced at the 2 cans of demon pet food that were left in the backpack. Now, he could exchange for 2 pieces of information. One of the pieces of information would definitely need to be about how to turn a pseudodemon back into an ordinary person. Just now, the medical demon who set up a stall, Li Sitong, asked but didn't he have a way to turn pseudodemons back into ordinary people. As for the last can, Jiang Xia felt a bit conflicted. He still wanted to use it for information regarding the kingdom. Such as asking how strong the kingdom appeared from the Blood Nest's perspective, and whether it had become one of the top demon seed teams in Jiangbei Province. Or perhaps inquire whether the kingdom's influence had already extended beyond Jiangbei Province. But it seemed there was also very important information that needed to be clarified. About that notice board, about his bounty. After making up his mind, Jiang Xia raised his head. For the next piece of information. Do you have any methods to turn a pseudodemon back into an ordinary person, or into a real demon seed? Saying this, Jiang Xia handed over another can. The short-haired woman shook her head. No, or rather, there might be a way, but we don't have the methods here. Seeing Jiang Xia take out another can. The short-haired woman said, since we didn't provide you with accurate information regarding the pseudodemon issue, this question can be exempt from payment. You can continue to ask. Chapter 313, the special ability that disappears again. After turning half a circle, the four of them arrived at a stall selling mutated insects. On the table were several plastic square boxes, each containing a strange mutated insect. One of the worms looked like a silkworm. Its body resembling that of a silkworm, but entirely blood red. Jiang Xia curiously asked, Boss, what is this? The seller was a man wearing a mask, playing with a black snake coiled around his wrist. Blood silk silkworm, this is not an ordinary mutated insect. The silk it produces can be used to make clothes. Has high toughness, and has some special effects, but has been restricted by others. Saying this, the seller stood up and looked at Jiang Xia. If you want it. Next time the demon market opens, I might bring another one. Fang Siming immediately took a liking to a blood-colored beetle in the middle box. The blood-colored beetle is likely a mutated version of a regular beetle. It looks much more ferocious than an ordinary beetle, with a mouth full of sharp little teeth, and a tail resembling that of a scorpion. What is this? Fang Siming is very interested. The seller introduces it, blood beetle. Very bloodthirsty, much more powerful than a normal beetle. As he speaks, the seller takes out a small paper box and throws in a few black, normal beetles. Chapter 314, the thief saint. The seller shakes his head slightly. I don't know, I'm not a local in Lin City. About the thief saint. I've only heard others mention it, but in my opinion, no thief would return what they stole, right? This can't be. Yang Ji is on the verge of tears. Even Fang Siming's eyes show a touch of seriousness. Her two special abilities are to make animals feel affinity, and to refine the blood and flesh of the same kind. With just these two abilities, she is already powerful among beast demons, even a standout. Given time, she might become the strongest beast demon in Jiangbei province. But now, her first ability has been stolen. This will greatly hinder her future contracts with magic pets, as she can no longer gain an advantage in developing a bond with her pets. Jiang Xia can see that Yang Ji is feeling very distressed. He was already weak, and now his only special ability has been stolen. Does he like to steal from strong peers? Yang Ji grits his teeth. It's no wonder I've been targeted. This guy really knows how to choose his targets. Jiang Xia says, even if the other party really has the means to steal abilities, it should be impossible to do it from a distance, right? At least they would need to come into physical contact or get close to do it, right? Chapter 315, the unexpected identity of the thief. Saint Li Sitong looks at the administrator and says, it's fine, just playing around. If you have any grievances, please resolve them outside. If you continue to disrupt the order of the magic market, I can only ask a few of you to leave in my capacity as an administrator. Li Sitong calmly says, sorry for disturbing everyone. The administrator glances at the rat. Seemingly not caring about the rat's earlier theft, perhaps because the rat returned the item, he chooses to turn a blind eye. After the administrator leaves, the rat covers his arm, which was scratched by claws, and looks at the girl who attacked him with fear and panic in his eyes. This appearance is far from that of the strongest magic species thief saint in Lin City. Fang Siming looks at the administrator walking back. Should we ask him? Maybe he knows something. Li Sitong takes a deep breath, shakes his head, and whispers, how embarrassing. 2 level 5 evolutions, plus your level 4 evolution. And you still don't know who stole your abilities, or when you lost them. Jiang Xia looks at the rat and walks over to pat his shoulder. Don't worry, we'll let you go as promised. How much do you know about your idol, the thief saint? Chapter 3:16, Selling Stolen Goods. The young man in black, codenamed Thief Saint, examines the two orbs of light in his hands. Both abilities seem pretty good. I'm hesitating about which one to sell. Sell? What are you selling? The young man in white is puzzled. That new ability I got after my 5 senses. I named it Selling Stolen Goods. The young man in white sneers. Selling stolen goods. That's a name only you could come up with. But it really fits my identity, doesn't it? Returning stolen abilities, extracting a portion of power, weakening the other party a bit while I gain strength. Isn't that selling stolen goods? The thief saint clicks his tongue and shakes his head. Unfortunately, the amount gained from selling stolen goods isn't much. If the other party were stronger, it would be better. If they are weak, it's practically for nothing. I've decided to sell one of these two abilities first. I'll forcibly keep the other one and see if the longer I keep it, the more I can sell it for. The young man in white is speechless. Do you know how strong the magic species you stole from is? If you don't know, how do you know if the selling price will increase over time? Wow, that's a good point. The thief saint slaps his forehead and then puts away the orb in his other hand. Chapter 3:17, Absolutely not an awakened one in the magic market. Jiang Xia and Li Sidong both find the matter regarding the thief saint somewhat strange. The four of them walk to the upper level of the audience area, where they can see the situation below clearly. Li Sidong expresses her views. I don't think the abilities of the thief saint are something a magic species can possess. Stealing 1 or 2 abilities from peers is barely acceptable, but being able to steal even the magic transformation form is a bit exaggerated. Jiang Xia's eyes flash. Are you implying that this thief saint might be an awakened one? Li Sidong shakes her head. I'm not sure. I just feel that this ability is a bit too beyond the norm. It's not that magic species can't take abilities from their peers, but the method is too incredible. Impossible. Jiang Xia waves his hand. Absolutely impossible. Seeing Jiang Xia's serious expression, Jiang Xia pauses. Not Xia. Do you also think the thief saint isn't a magic species? Jiang Xia's view is similar to Li Sidong's, but she's only suspicious. Finding it strange. I'm not sure. I also feel it's a bit too miraculous. Compared to peers, I'm more inclined to believe that an awakened one possesses this ability. But this is the magic market. The magic market, where our abilities are likely to have been lost. Are you suggesting that an awakened one came here to steal things? Chapter 3:18, A strange metaphor. Fang Siming's concerns are not unfounded. Just as the few were pondering, the administrator of the magic market came out, looking at Fang Siming. You just felt something, didn't you? Fang Siming is puzzled. What? Your abilities were stolen by the thief saint. At that moment, what did you feel? Li Sidong asks, what's wrong? Returning the opponent's abilities and extracting a portion of their power. This situation has never happened before. We speculate that he has awakened his 5 senses and gained a new ability. He doesn't even know that using this new ability will expose the general direction of where the seller is. Even if he knows, it doesn't matter. 5 senses. Li Sidong says, it seems my speculation is correct. This thief saint is indeed not a magic species. His ability is too inexplicable, unlike what a magic species would possess. Moreover, according to our investigation, many local magic species in Lin City have lost their abilities due to other magic species. He is an awakened one. An awakened one who can only rely on stealing magic species abilities to fight. The administrator looks at Fang Siming. Tell me the direction you felt earlier, so I can confirm if we are on the right track. The rest, you don't need to worry about. Chapter 3:19, Uncovering the Thief Saint. In the end, the vote passes unanimously, and the group doesn't hesitate, quickly pursuing. The administrator of the magic market has already disappeared from view. Li Sidong also didn't place a parasitic magic on that man. It's not that she didn't want to, but there were simply too many surveillance cameras around. No matter how skilled one is, they definitely can't escape these 360-degree hidden cameras tracking them. The group can only follow the direction in which that guy left based on their memories. All the way. Li Sitong used his several parasitic demons to clear the path around him, establishing contact with the parasitic demons at any time and place. After passing through several residential areas and arriving at the old town, the group still hadn't found any trace of the administrator. Just when they thought they understood the kingdom's purpose and were feeling defeated, a strange fragrance wafted through the cool breeze, invading their nostrils and whetting their appetites. This made the already hungry group feel even hungrier. Li Sitong immediately recognized it was the scent of an awakener, and it was nearby. Boom! A thunderclap echoed through the drizzling sky. In a dilapidated old basketball court, a male police officer named Liu Hua was swept off his feet by a kick to his waist, crashing heavily onto the smooth, wet cement floor. The attacker was a bipedal elephant creature, standing around 2 meters 60 or 70 tall, with black leather-like skin all over. Chapter 320. The sneaky trash. The thief saint snorted coldly, not believing that once he returned the other party's demonized form, they would keep their promise. How many of you demon seeds are trustworthy? The administrator calmly replied, I'm just giving you a chance to turn over a new leaf. You can choose not to return it, but my abilities will always be mine, and I will take them back in another way. You seem to be a very arrogant demon seed, or rather, you seem very confident in your strength without a demonized form. If you really have such ability, release my second brother, and we can fight. If you can kill me, your demonized form will naturally return. The thief saint continued, Oh, I forgot. You don't have a demonized form. No matter how strong you are, without the ability to demonize, you can't exert much power. Your laid-back attitude is quite unpleasant to me. As the administrator spoke, he looked at the 4 people hiding behind the greenery. You guys, I'm not the only one who has lost abilities. Come out and lend a hand, let's settle this quickly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xia and the others no longer hesitated and stepped out from behind the greenery. Walking step by step into the court, Li Sitong stood under a dilapidated hoop. Didn't you say to leave it to you and let us not worry? Chapter 321. The kingdom's blood guards. In the night sky, a black helicopter flew overhead, its rotor blades scattering the drizzling raindrops. Duan Ting, with his upper body wrapped in bandages, squatted at the cabin entrance, using night vision binoculars to observe the situation below. Hey, Duan Ting, talk. A man's voice came from the nearby radio communicator. I'm watching. Duan Ting put away the night vision binoculars and picked up the communicator. The situation below is complicated. So complicated that I can hardly explain it clearly. What about you? Have you clarified the identities? The man's voice came from the other end. It's already clarified. The one with the silver revolver is called Liu Hua, an awakener from Xinghe City, who had been hiding until a couple of days ago, when his identity was truly exposed, fully joining the official action group. As for that elephant creature, according to our intelligence, it is the demonized form of the kingdom's elephant guard. However, the one using the elephant form is not the elephant guard. What nonsense is this? Duan Ting frowned. You understand it like this. The current elephant is most likely the thief saint we've been investigating for a long time. He stole the elephant guard's demonized form. The man who hasn't revealed his demonized form is likely the elephant guard. As for why there are 2 elephant creatures with almost equal strength, that cannot be explained for now. Chapter 322. Mixed doubles. As the thief saint stumbled, a cyan dragon fist slammed into his face. The power of this punch was no less than that of a cannonball, sending his entire body flying, completely collapsing the already dilapidated rusty rim. Jiang Xia surged forward like a tiger out of its cage, launching himself from his spot, his claws slicing through the rain curtain, aiming to stab the thief saint, who had just stood up. Thud! The thief saint felt a sharp pain in his eyes as he grabbed the claw aimed at his heart, with several centimeters of flesh already torn open on his chest. He quickly raised another fist and swung it towards the dragon man's head. However, The dragon man's head merely tilted aside quickly, narrowly avoiding his violent punch. Jiang Xia raised another dragon claw, clenched it into a fist, and with the thief saint watching, he slammed it down on his head. The thief saint wanted to dodge, but his speed was not as fast as Jiang Xia's just now. The cannonball-like dragon fist landed on his face once again, sending him flying out of the court completely. Despite his tough skin in the elephant form, he was still blooded and battered by the two terrifying dragon punches, his face torn and bleeding. The rich, fragrant red blood flowed more violently than the rain, splattering across the elephant man's face. Chapter 323. The one who shouldn't have died. Liu Hua gritted his teeth and locked eyes with the elephant guard. He knew he was no match for this man. The power he unleashed was probably 5 evolutions. Although both were classified as 5th tier, this 5 evolutions was different from his newly awakened 5th tier status. The opponent had been dominant for a long time after 5 evolutions, and was probably already on the brink of a 6th evolution. Moreover, the opponent's skills were not inferior to his own, proficient in martial arts and even killing techniques. This guy must have been on the battlefield. Bang! A punch landed, sending Liu Hua flying, rolling dozens of meters away, out of the court. 5 minutes, you can leave if you survive. The elephant guard turned around, seemingly really intending to let this 5th tier man go, and walked to the extremely weakened thief saint. What, do you want to keep him for me to kill? The elephant guard joked to Jiang Xia and Li Sitong. Li Sitong expressed his concerns. No. It's just that I'm not sure if killing him will bring back our lost abilities. It might just disappear along with him. The elephant guard lowered his head, his gaze falling on the two brothers. The thief saint looked indifferent, sitting on the ground with his hands propped up, tilting his head back, his eyes still full of defiance. Chapter 324. Living once more without foolishness, feeling the third brother's body slowly stiffening in his arms and listening to the words of the second brother beside him. Liu Hua was stunned. In the next moment, he grabbed the second brother's collar and shouted angrily, "What did you say?" The second brother laughed crazily. "What? Didn't you hear what I said? The one who should die is me. I have indeed killed many people. The one who shouldn't have died is the third brother. From start to finish, he hasn't killed a single person. Not only did he not kill anyone, but he also repeatedly stopped me from killing. You're lying to me. You're lying to me." Liu Hua's eyes turned blood red, as he tightly clutched the second brother's collar. "You're lying to me, aren't you? Big brother. The one lying to you is not me, but yourself. You are unwilling to accept your long-standing misconceptions about the third brother. You refused to accept that at the beginning. You believed the third brother killed, and you didn't believe I killed. But the truth is, the one who really killed is me. He hasn't touched a single person. You have always held prejudice against him, thinking your prejudice is right, or rather, you think the third brother is just that kind of person. And it's not surprising for him to do anything. But now, you realize that your view of him has been wrong all along. You want me to admit that I'm deceiving you, but in fact, you're just looking for an excuse to deceive yourself." Chapter 325. Why not? Upon hearing the temple, Jiang Xia also raised his head, looking at the woman standing at the cabin door. It didn't seem like Mom. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Xia confirmed that the woman was not Mom. He just didn't know if Mom had come along and was nearby. Li Sichu also looked up, and after making eye contact with the woman in the sky, she lowered her head to glance at the new clothes she had just changed into, her brow slightly furrowing. This new outfit was brought along in her backpack when they set off, and she had thought that the outcome was already decided. So she took the opportunity to remove her demonic form and put on the clothes. It seemed that she had put them on a bit too early. Bang! Jiang Xia and Li Sichu both kicked out simultaneously, the blue energy blast slicing through the air above them, and Liu Hua was kicked away several dozen meters, rolling out of the court and crashing into a patch of greenery. Without any hesitation, Jiang Xia grabbed the corpse of the thief saint from the ground and retreated. What a joke, the corpse of the 5 senses, Just like that, to be discarded. He knew that Jiang Xia was a guy who liked to fantasize. He lived between reality and illusion. For him, spiritual life was more important than physical life. That's why he would say something like leaving the corpse behind. Chapter 326. Jiang Xia's ability upgrade. Fang Siming's 5 evolutions were within Jiang Xia's expectations. After all, the nutrition for awakeners was extremely rich. Especially for the awakeners of the 5 senses. Similar to Lisa Chu, who was an anomaly, she could consume her kind. However, the nutrients provided by the same kind after 5 evolutions were vastly different compared to those of the 5 senses awakeners. In short, whether in taste or nutrition, awakeners were top-notch. This is why so many demon species are so crazy about the bodies of awakeners. Moreover, this corpse of the 5 senses was fresh and even warm, with almost no nutrients lost. In the alley, Fang Siming's back was pressed tightly against the wall, her entire body tense. Her flesh twisted, and she completely transformed into a demon. In terms of size, she had not changed much, still looking quite similar to her previous form. What Jiang Xia couldn't understand was whether this woman, even after fully transforming, still looked so much like a beautiful cat girl. Jiang Xia had seen Fang Siming's demonic forms a few times. Her size was roughly the same as her human form, her features retaining their general appearance. Her hair not retracted, her eyes having a greenish vertical pupil, with black cat ears on her head and sharp hands. Chapter 327. Terrifying Strength. Yes. The avatar with Jiang Xia's consciousness raised its head and slowly stood up from the ground. Under Jiang Xia's control, his original body also stood up. Jiang Xia, standing at the farthest distance, observed closely. Jiang Xia's true body now looked almost indistinguishable from the avatar. Lisa Chu had a premonition that Jiang Xia's newly upgraded ability was likely very strong. Or rather, highly practical. Try to see if you can let the avatar retract its demonic form, which is the body where your consciousness currently resides. If so, then the avatar might also be able to become the original body. No, if I want to retract the demonic form, I must first retract this avatar ability. I need to merge the 2 bodies first. Jiang Xia shook his head. In simple terms, his avatar ability could only be used when the demonic form was fully unleashed. Not just him, but Lisa Chu's special ability to summon the red snake also required the demonic form to be fully unleashed. Including Jiang Xia, this special undercover. He also had to first transform into the green armor before he could switch to the red armor or black armor. Only in the red armor form could he use the dragon egg. Lisa Chu pondered. How about this, Jiang Xia? Let me try to turn your original body into fragments, and see if you can still live in the avatar after your original body is destroyed. Chapter 328. I appoint you as 9,000 years old brother, not asleep yet. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Ling's tone was not anxious, but it gave a feeling that her mood seemed quite low. Hearing her tone, Jiang Xia was relieved, confirming that nothing major had happened. Leaning back on the sofa and saying, almost asleep, why aren't you asleep yet? Nothing, can't sleep. Her tone sounded even lower. What's wrong? It sounds like you're not happy. Didn't Dad take you to the provincial city to play? Wasn't it fun there? Don't mention it, Dad just scolded me. Jiang Xia became curious. What could make him, this doting father, angry? In Jiang Xia's impression, Dad rarely got angry with them. He was always very patient when talking about things, especially with Jiang Ling, whom he spoiled excessively. It's nothing much. Where's Dad? Is he next to you now? Not here. Jiang Xia frowned. Not here. Where are you now? Don't tell me you snuck out alone. No, I'm in the hotel. I rented a suite, and Dad is next door. Jiang Ling continued. I want to ask you, when is Mom coming back from her business trip? I called her today and asked when she would be back, and she just said soon, soon. She said the same thing a few days ago. She never used to say that. She would return when she said she would. Chapter 329, 3 Stages That Night. Jiang Xia didn't sleep very well. In a daze, he was constantly worried about his parents' safety, and about that seemingly oblivious younger sister. At 8:30 in the morning, they drove back to Xinhe City. The car was not the same one they came in before. It was rented by Lisa Chu, and Yang Ji was driving. The remaining flesh of the thief saint was packed in the car, being taken back to their hometown. Yang Ji said that this leftover flesh would not help him reach the 4th evolution, and there were some scraps that he really couldn't bring himself to eat. It would be better to leave it for Fang Siming, allowing her to refine it into food for magical pets to nurture the blood armor bug with her new contract. Perhaps even that blood armor bug never expected that in its lifetime, it would actually taste the essence of a 5 senses awakener. On the way, Jiang Xia thought about whether Mom was still in Lin City. With so many foreign demon species gathering in Lin City, and the authorities dispatching strong forces to station there, a fierce battle could break out at any moment. He also considered staying in Lin City for a few days. If Mom was still in Lin City and encountered any danger, he would be able to provide support quickly if he were there. But he remembered that Mom had said that night that she would be returning to the headquarters of the temple next, so she probably was no longer in Lin City. Chapter 330, Internal Conflict. Chen Yusin's expression was serious. At this point, as long as one still wants to become stronger, both sides will become very chaotic. Jiang Xia pondered, does that mean awakeners have to kill awakeners, and demon species have to kill demon species? That's right, at this point. It's equivalent to reaching the door to the 6th evolution, or the 6 senses, just waiting for a key. Chen Yusin lowered her voice. For us demon species, this key is the heart of the same kind, and it must be from a kind that has undergone 5 or more evolutions. As for how many are needed, I'm not sure. For awakeners at this stage, their key is the awakeners of the other 5 senses. No matter what methods they use, they must hunt down a 5-sense awakener to enter the 6 senses. After hearing the information, Jiang Xia frowned. The requirement for both sides to reach level 6 was indeed beyond his expectations. This world is becoming increasingly cruel. I had thought about what special things the demon species needed for the 6th evolution, but I never expected it to be the same level of the same kind. And even less that the final condition for the 6 senses of awakeners was to kill a 5-sense one. Chen Yusin nodded in agreement. I was shocked when I first heard it too. Currently, 5 evolutions and 5 senses are gradually becoming the trend, but in fact, most 5 evolutions and 5 senses will only become stepping stones for both sides to reach level 6. The killing will become increasingly intense. Everyone has a common reason to become stronger. Chapter 331, The Principal's Request. After a few seconds, Chen Yusin regained her composure. The store has been quite busy these past few days, so don't mention the punishment here anymore. Jiang Xia couldn't quite tell whether mentioning punishment to this woman was a form of disguised reward or another form of punishment. This ability to influence someone's emotions and psychology is truly fascinating. All right then, you can slowly complete your punishment. Chen Yusin glared at him, not daring to think of any images related to the game punishment process. She stepped forcefully on Jiang Xia's foot under the table and complained, I said not to mention it. Fine, 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 I won't mention it. Jiang Xia quickly shut up. Realizing that if he continued, Chen Yusin's unusual reaction would likely attract the attention of all the customers in the store. Chen Yusin let out a gentle breath. She would take a few days off to lock herself in her room and properly paint those 10 pictures. In her subconscious, she still hoped Jiang Xia could bring it up and talk more about the punishment, but today the store was simply too busy. And there were many things to attend to. She absolutely could not embarrass herself or make any mistakes. Jiang Xia asked again, how has the situation been here while I was away from Xinhe City? Chapter 332, The Destroyer of the Game. Who has such great power to offend you like this? Jiang Xia could vaguely guess that it likely had to do with those restless outsiders. After all, among the locals, anyone who offended the principal who was currently at 5 evolutions, would probably be dealt with directly. Except for the Wolf King. Let's talk in detail at the school. I hope you're not setting a trap for me, Principal. If I wanted to set a trap for you, I wouldn't do it at school. Jiang Xia showed extreme distrust towards the principal. Who knows, with your love for excitement, you might even cause a ruckus at Longgong. All right, hurry up. I'm waiting for you in the office. Fine, I'll come over in a bit. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Xia turned to look at Su Ying, who was sitting in the cafe. Since Su Ying was here, it was highly probable that the principal was conspiring with her to set him up. Through the glass, Su Ying also looked at her, pointed down with her delicate finger, then slightly spread her legs towards Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia's eyes widened, and his expression froze. Damn! This is blatant seduction. Am I really the kind of person who can't resist temptation? He quickly turned his head away, planning to leave. But out of the corner of his eye, he glanced back. Chapter 333. This is to Li Sidong. After leaving the school, Jiang Xia knew Li Sidong was still busy. So he went home alone. The feeling of an empty house was a huge contrast for Jiang Xia. He was starting to forget the last time his home was lively, which seemed to be on his coming-of-age birthday. Leaning on the sofa, he closed his eyes to rest. He slept lightly, half awake. It wasn't until 3 in the afternoon that he received a call from Li Sidong, telling him an address to meet. After hanging up, he went to wash his face in the bathroom, looking at his bloodshot eyes in the mirror. This world is really terrible, even at 5 evolutions. One can't sleep soundly alone. The meeting point with Li Sidong was at Beijing Pavilion, a well-known and upscale restaurant in Xinghe City, located in Baiyun District. Jiang Xia had only heard of it before and had never been. It was said that a casual meal there could cost as much as a regular office worker's salary for a month. Entering inside felt like stepping into a palace. The high hall, crystal chandeliers, white walls, and golden floors all exuded a sense of luxury. Even the smallest crack revealed opulence. Li Sidong and Fang Ximing were already in a private room on the 2nd floor. Chapter 334. The situation in the outskirts. The young man was forced to take a step back by the 3 powerful presences of the same kind. His head suddenly felt heavy, and the smile from earlier was gone, replaced by sheer terror in his eyes. For a moment, he was even overwhelmed by the pressure of these 3 presences, almost revealing his true form. 5 evolutions. He knew this was 5 evolutions. 5 evolutions. Jiang Xia stood up and walked over. Yang Ji, is this the friend you just mentioned? I have something to do, so I'll take my leave. Without a moment's hesitation, the young man turned to leave, but his speed was no match for Jiang Xia's. Just as he turned around and hadn't taken a step, his shoulder was caught. Jiang Xia smiled and said, Since you're here, the meal isn't finished yet, what is the hurry? Give us the courtesy to sit for a while. Aye. The young man trembled like a leaf. He had heard that 5 evolutions were slowly appearing. He had felt the presence of a 5 evolution from afar in the outskirts, although he hadn't seen the person. That aura made him too afraid to get close. Now encountering 5 evolutions at once was beyond his imagination. It said that 5 evolutions are just beginning to appear. Some cities don't even have a single 5 evolution. Why did he suddenly encounter 3? Chapter 335, Meeting the Parents. 20 minutes later. A very imposing large luxury SUV parked in front of the restaurant. A burly bald man got out, tossed the car keys to the doorman, and swaggered up the stairs. Arriving at the door of the private room, he sensed a presence inside that was similar to his own strength and hesitated for 2 seconds before pushing the door. He glanced at the female server standing next to him. How many people are inside? After getting the server's reply, he nodded slightly. 3 kids and a young man. That shouldn't pose much danger. Huh? Dao, what do you want? Looking at a girl in the restaurant smiling at him, the bald man's eyes froze. And then his gaze swept to a black-clad boy who turned to look at him. Upon seeing the boy's appearance, his breath caught in his throat. He originally thought it was just 2 5-time evolutions, but unexpectedly, the breath of 5-time evolutions coming at him in the next second turned out to be 3. Looking at the malicious smile on Li Sitong's face, the man hesitated for no moment and turned to flee. If we wanted to kill you, we wouldn't have called you here to do it. Hearing Li Sitong's calm voice, the old crocodile stopped in his tracks, slowly turned around, fear buried in his eyes. Replaced by a forced smile, Sister Tong, what are you doing here? Chapter 336. Both parents agreed. Li Sitong's mind was racing. If I go with you, it means your dad probably won't tell you anything. I'm not quite sure. Jiang Xia thought the same. If his dad had any secrets to reveal tonight, it was highly likely that he would only let him go alone. Allowing Li Sitong to go along was perhaps a roundabout way of telling him, if you want to know what's going on with me, you can stop thinking about it for now. Li Sitong smiled lightly. Do you think your dad asked you to bring me along as a trap? He has already reached the 3rd stage of 5-time evolution, and is just waiting for the heart of another 5-time evolution being. Jiang Xia's expression darkened. Can you not think so darkly? Li Sitong casually twirled the teacup on the table. Just tell me. Are you 100% sure your dad won't make a move on us? Jiang Xia hesitated. The answer was already clear. He admitted that he wasn't 100% sure. Once a being of the demon seed, it's hard to say how their personality would change. He also understood that when Li Sitong said this, it wasn't out of excessive paranoia, but rather a reminder that, despite being his dad, he shouldn't let his guard down completely. After all, hadn't they encountered demon seeds who turned against their own family? Chapter 337. Father's Revelation. As several wine glasses clinked together, the moment Jiang Xia took a sip, his body trembled. It was fine when it reached his mouth, just a slight sting on his tongue. But as the liquid slid down his throat, it felt like swallowing a knife, which then burst inside his stomach, shards deeply embedding in his flesh. Under the dining table, Li Sitong grabbed Jiang Xia's trembling hand, placing it on her thigh, signaling him to squeeze it tightly. Jiang Xia felt extremely uncomfortable. No longer caring about the smoothness of the drink, his fingers clenched tightly together. Li Sitong glanced over, giving him a gentle glare, as if saying, Jiang Xia, you really are squeezing it tight, huh? Compared to when he revealed his true form while drinking last time, Jiang Xia managed to hold it together this time. Perhaps it was because this was red wine, which couldn't compare to the potency of the previous high-proof liquor, if it had been amber-colored high-purity spirits. He might have truly revealed his true form. Putting down the glass and taking a deep breath, Jiang Xia tightly closed his mouth. Inside his body, he was fiercely rejecting that small amount of red liquid, his whole body heating up, and within moments, hot sweat burst from all his pores. In contrast, Li Sitong beside him remained calm and composed, taking a small sip of red wine and putting down her glass, showing no reaction at all. Not even a drop of sweat. Chapter 338. The financial backer. Yes, this matter has me very troubled, and I have no idea how to proceed. Jiang Xia truly had no clues about this matter. Even if he could lure the snake out of its hole, the most he could attract would be those claiming the bounty, while the real financial backer could still hide without a trace. Jiang's father said, do you remember the demon sauce you ate a few days ago? Jiang Xia's mind stirred. Is it related to the demon sauce? Or is it about the giant bird I killed? Jiang's father explained, that giant bird was codenamed Black Feather. Currently, there are very few flying beings among the demon seeds, especially a sky overlord like Black Feather. The one offering the bounty on you is Black Feather's older brother, the leader of the Liao Yuan in the provincial city. His death has caused him great sorrow. With the answer, Jiang Xia felt a bit more assured. He had thought that the giant bird's background was not simple, and had considered whether it was related to these powerful and famous teams, wondering if killing it would bring trouble, but he hadn't expected it would come in the form of a bounty. The leader of Liao Yuan wants to kill you to avenge Black Feather, but since they can't reach Xinghe City and don't dare to recklessly send people to act, They came up with the idea of a bounty. Jiang's father continued, I went to the provincial city this time for this matter. I talked to them. And they have already withdrawn the bounty on you. But that doesn't mean they have given up on their idea of revenge. They may continue to deal with you both openly and covertly. Chapter 339, Battle with the Demon. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the ancient city was bustling, with people crowding the streets, continuously coming and going. Arriving at the west gate of the ancient city, following Li Sitong's instructions, the car turned into a nearby narrow street that could just fit 2 cars, twisting left and right until the surroundings gradually fell silent. Jiang Xia recognized this area. It was an old district near the ancient city that had been designated for demolition about 2 years ago, with residents gradually moving out, but construction had yet to commence. Finally, the car turned left and passed through an iron gate. Inside was a sizable open space, and 100 meters ahead stood a 3-story hospital, the building quite old, giving off a vintage vibe from the last century, with yellowing and peeling walls. It lacked a hospital lobby and resembled an old staff dormitory, with a staircase in the middle and rooms on both sides. The entire building only had the 3rd floor lit up. One could clearly see a woman in a white coat bustling through the corridor, coming out of one patient room and quickly entering another. After parking the car, the 4 of them got out one after another. The light from the 3rd floor cast down, slightly illuminating the area below. Jiang Xia smacked his lips, no way. Even demon seeds have their own hospitals now. Fang Siming looked around, I'll stay below, just in case something special happens. Chapter 340, Double Trouble. Hearing the commotion, the girl with twin ponytails just walked out of the consultation room. What's going on? The man looked flustered, glancing at the 2 individuals exuding terrifying auras. Suppressing the unease in his heart, and said to the doctor's assistant, please save my wife and child. The pregnant woman, also in her 30s, had sweat sticking her hair to her face. The baby. The baby must be fine. Jiang Xia rolled his eyes and helplessly looked at Jiang Xia. All right, another mother demon. Li Sitong remained calm. Don't say that. It's not like only mother demons can have maternal love. The girl with twin ponytails had a cold expression, pulling out a card from her coat pocket, not caring how urgent the situation was. Just wait for your number. The man's expression was anxious, like an ant on a hot pot. Doctor, please, we can't wait any longer. If we delay, the baby might not make it. Just let us go first. You are number 10, there are still 9 numbers ahead of you. The girl with twin ponytails looked at Jiang Xia and the others, regardless of whether she had the authority to change numbers. She probably didn't dare to casually let in 2 5-time evolution beings. If they are willing to switch numbers with you, it should be your turn soon. Chapter 341, Successful Delivery. With a double punch, Jiang Xia bent down, holding his head. Shut up, what nonsense are you saying? Li Sitong coldly said, then looked inside. How is this nonsense? It's fine if your woman hits me, but why are you hitting me too? Jiang Xia had a confused expression and questioned Jiang Xia, who was raising his fist beside him. I'm wishing for you to have twins, isn't that a good thing? No, I'm not hitting you because of that. It's because you said before, if you get mesmerized by a beautiful woman, let me hit you a couple of times. Jiang Xia was speechless. He really had said such a thing. But isn't that uncontrollable? That Dr. Bayer, indeed, had no flaws. She had looks and a great figure. It was simply the ultimate temptation in a doctor's uniform. There is another way. I could cut open my belly, pry open their mouths, and give each a sedative to calm them down temporarily. Bayer's second plan surprised Jiang Xia. Is that reasonable? All right, fine, let's temporarily go with this plan. The man found this plan quite reasonable and feasible. Right here, Ahua, close the door to keep the cold wind out. Chapter 342, The Destroyer. Bayer quickly stood up. What happened? The girl with twin ponytails said in a panic. A similar creature just jumped from below to the 3rd floor and rushed into the ward, snatching the 2 newborns. Similar creature. Jiang Xia and Li Sitong exchanged glances, both sensing a similar aura of five-time evolution gradually approaching. Children, my children. The woman, who had just had her belly stitched up and hadn't even laid down for 2 minutes, shouted as she sat at the ward's door. The silk thread buyer used was indeed not ordinary. No matter how violently the woman moved, the wound didn't burst open. Let my children go. The woman's husband was equally distraught, standing at the ward's door, afraid the other party would strangle the children, not daring to step outside. Including buyer. Jiang Xia and Li Sitong rushed out of the examination room. 20 meters away, a leopard-like demon species was holding a swaddled baby in each arm, grinning savagely. This demon species was 2 meters tall, athletic, and naked, covered in black fur, with legs that appeared explosively fast, and eyes like blood-red gems, filled with sharp red teeth. A five-time evolution aura emanated from him. Yang Ji maintained a combat-ready posture, and whispered to Jiang Xia, "It's five-time evolution." Chapter 343, Unexpected Means Keikakik. An extremely arrogant voice came simultaneously from 6 destroyers, making it impossible to tell which one was the real destroyer. I thought you guys would panic seeing so many five-time evolutions. Li Sitong couldn't help but chuckle. Don't say you're few useless clones, even if there were 10 five-time evolutions. So what? Oh, it seems I've really stirred up a tough opponent. The 6 destroyers spoke again, at the same time. However, this time, one of them flashed its eyes. Jiang Xia and Li Sitong's gazes almost simultaneously landed on the real destroyer. The real destroyer felt a chill in its heart. What's going on? 6 identical selves mixed together. How did they notice my real body? One looking at me is fine, but why are 2 looking over at the same time? The destroyer looked down at the blood of the second-generation demon species on its claws and quickly understood everything. Although it could create clones identical to itself, external things couldn't be created along with them. Realizing it was about to be exposed, perhaps it already was, it dared not be stubborn anymore and quickly turned to flee. At the same time, 3 clones exploded simultaneously, dense blood mist instantly enveloping a large area of the square, making it seem like a smoke bomb, obscuring visibility just a meter ahead. Chapter 344, Going with the Flow. Jiang Xia said, "That's hard to say. First, does he know how important the hospital is to Dr. Vi? Secondly, he just escaped from under our noses, that counts as a narrow escape, he could wait until tomorrow to set fire. There's no need to take such a big risk tonight." Li Sitong wasn't yet enraged by that guy, but she was indeed somewhat displeased. "We need to find this guy and kill him quickly. I estimate that if he keeps stirring things up for another couple of days, he'll leave Xinghe City. He definitely hasn't just been bouncing around Xinghe City, he must frequently change locations. If we don't kill him, I won't be satisfied." Although Jiang Xia wasn't very displeased, he also wanted to capture this destroyer and kill it. After all, their team's current strength needed to improve, and to compete with those large demon teams, they needed to kill five-time evolution demons for the highest rewards. After killing it, he would let Li Sitong eat, maximizing efficiency in improving their strength. Feng Siming said, "The kingdom's intelligence capability is strong. Do you think they might have already grasped the identity of this destroyer?" "Hard to say. They might not have grasped it. This guy has probably only been in Xinghe City for a few days, and most likely he's still a hidden demon." Chapter 345, The kingdom's intelligence is provided by you. Jiang Xia made a quiet gesture, connected the call, and switched to speakerphone. "Is it Lin Long?" The voice of Old Crocodile came from the other end of the line. "Yes, it's me." Li Sitong also listened quietly. Old Crocodile said in a deep voice, "I've heard a bit of news here, which counts as intelligence, about those few outsiders, but I'm not sure how accurate it is." "Outsider similar creatures?" Jiang Xia became interested. "Yes, it's about the destroyers and the food snatchers. The news came from an outsider similar creature, I just heard it while chatting." Jiang Xia felt a surge of joy. "What do you call this?" The child is hungry, and the wet nurse has arrived. It's truly a case of missing something and having it come. This old crocodile is impressive. He just became an intelligence officer and quickly took the initiative to bring them intelligence news. Tell me more. Jiang Xia's tone was filled with expectation. He was certain that not only they, but the entire Xinghe city, was eager to know the intelligence about these outsiders. Regarding this destroyer and food snatcher, they are part of the same team. Continue. Jiang Xia had thought about this. These few outsiders, being troublesome demons, were likely a group. First of all, they appeared in Xinghe city at the same time and started causing trouble at the same time. Chapter 346. A sentence that makes Li Sidong behave. Li Sidong sighed. I speculate that the overall strength of this team must not be weak. Then, a look of anticipation and excitement appeared in her eyes. I can't wait to engage with them. I have a feeling that this guy must be very strong. The taste must be great. Fang Siming felt the same. To be able to snatch food from other vicious dogs and fatten themselves up, these dogs are not simple. Jiang Xia jokingly looked at the girls. Be careful, that food snatcher might hear you comparing him to a dog and come to snatch you tonight. What do I have that he would want? Fang Siming replied dismissively. Jiang, come up. Li Sitong's voice came from above. Jiang Xia stroked his chin. I just don't know how long they will stay in the galaxy. And whether we can figure it out and deal with it before they leave. Fang Siming analyzed. I speculate that when they feel they have had enough fun and their identities are about to be exposed, they will leave the galaxy and move on to the next place. Yang Ji came to Jiang Xia's side and patted his shoulder. I'm calling you. Jiang Xia ignored him and continued to analyze. I'm not sure if the kingdom has completely figured out their identities yet. Fang Siming said, it's hard to say. Even if the kingdom fully knows their identities, judging by the kingdom's inscrutable behavior, it's uncertain whether they will take action, and when they will do it. Chapter 347. Two predators. Jiang Xia took a deep breath. His eyes trembled, forcibly suppressing the pressure that surged up from his throat. He wasn't scared to the point of losing his soul. At least it was much better than the last time with the black bird. More than being startled, he was filled with anger. Damn it. These lunatics just won't quit, will they? Why does every single one of them like to crouch by the window on a rainy night and look inside? Bang! A blade-like tentacle shot out from behind Li Sidong, shattering the glass and turning the Black Panther crouching outside the window into a mist of blood. Clone! Li Sidong's eyes flashed, and he quickly looked towards the door. Not only him, but even Jiang Xia noticed that there were two more presences of fifth evolution kind in the villa, or rather, nearby. The two presences were very strong. Another sound of glass shattering echoed, followed by the muffled sounds of fighting coming from outside the door. The two of them simultaneously rolled off the bed, kicked the bedroom door open, and ran outside. Standing by the spiral staircase, their gazes unconsciously turned towards the bedroom from which the sounds of fighting were coming. Bang! In the living room below, a shadow crashed through the door of the left bedroom and flew out. It was Fang Siming. Immediately after, two figures, one blue and one red, also rushed out from the bedroom, like vengeful spirits, pouncing towards the fallen Fang Siming, seemingly intent on delivering a heavy blow together. Chapter 348. Something burrowing into the body. The glass windows in the room had been shattered when the two predators broke in, and the storm was pouring in through the broken window, causing the curtains to flutter violently in the cold wind. Bang! The red predator kicked Jiang Xia away and lunged at him, attacking without any fancy techniques, like a red-haired ghost seeking vengeance. Jiang Xia rolled on the soft bed. The red claws fell, easily tearing open the spring mattress along with the bedding, feathers bursting out like a ruptured artery. A piercing, blood-curdling scream erupted from the red predator's mouth, the sound stirring the soul, as if it could draw out the deepest fears in people's hearts. Jiang Xia's premonition was correct. As a predator its strength was formidable. Not to say it was the strongest fifth evolution he had encountered. But defeating this guy would definitely be a tough battle. In the narrow space, Jiang Xia's dragon claws erupted, 5 black sharp claws like instruments of death, clawing towards the opponent's throat, while his green tail attacked simultaneously. Faced with 2 simultaneous assaults, the opponent had no time to dodge, and both sharp claws struck, capturing the attacking claws and the green tail. Chapter 349. Don't mind calling you Dad. Sensing the strange fragrance spreading in the air, the red predator's scarlet eyes trembled violently. For a moment, she even doubted whether this guy was an awakener. Otherwise, how could the aura on him be like this? But she could clearly sense the powerful 5th evolution aura from him, as well as the demonic form of this dragon man and his violent attack methods. This was clearly a demon species. She didn't understand why the flesh of a kind of similar being would have this scent. Jiang Xia looked around. Until now, the destroyer, who was a hidden demon, still hadn't shown up and hadn't rushed into the villa to join Li Sitong and the others in the fight. He didn't understand why that guy was hiding. What worried him even more was whether there were other teammates besides the destroyer who hadn't shown up to join the battle. If they had 4 5th evolutions, it would be difficult to handle. But it seemed like there was no need to worry too much. After all, Dad was nearby. And perhaps he already knew something was wrong here. Jiang Xia didn't mind calling out to Dad in a critical moment. He just feared that Dad wasn't around, that he had gone out. By then, he would have no choice but to activate the advanced version of the black armor form. Chapter 350. Really being treated as trash. The appearance of the blood armor made the woman look even more bloodthirsty, her blood-red body radiating a fierce aura from within. Jiang Xia charged forward, not caring at this moment. No matter how fierce the aura was, he didn't take it seriously. Lightning illuminated the ground, highlighting the cold light on the black scales, and the 5 black dragon claws attacked the opponent. The woman suddenly turned her head, the claws grazed her skull, leaving 3 several centimeter-long gashes. The next second, both of them simultaneously extended their claws, and their claws grazed each other's chests, producing a sound similar to claws scraping against metal scales, grating and piercing. Because both had armor protecting them, their claws did not draw blood on each other, at most. There were a few shallow marks. Bang bang. Both sides simultaneously punched each other in the chest, the force of the punches turning into 2 opposing forces, causing both bodies to stagger back half a step. There was almost no gap, and both of them swept their legs simultaneously, one left and one right, landing on each other's waists. This time, it was not evenly matched. In terms of strength, Jiang Xia, who had activated the black armor, was definitely superior to the opponent. Chapter 351. Declaring war on the kingdom. Roar. The roar followed as the dragon's mouth fell. The woman flailed her feet and struggled with her head. And with a tearing sound, a large handful of white hair along with a huge chunk of scalp was pulled off by the dragon claws. Her throat was still being bitten by the opponent, and her body twisted vigorously. Finally, with a strong pull, her throat was freed from the dragon's mouth. The price was that her throat was torn apart, a large chunk of flesh ripped off by the tightly closed dragon teeth, and torrents of pitch-black blood gushed out from the wound, more ferocious than the rain. The woman's desire to survive was fierce. Or perhaps she knew that if she didn't fight back now, she would definitely die. She knew that once she used that move, she would have no strength left to fight, but if she didn't use that move, she would be torn to shreds. She truly didn't expect that this black-armored dragon man was so powerful. Poof! A muffled explosion suddenly came from inside the woman's body. It was unclear where the power came from, as if she had gathered all her strength in that second and forcefully flipped the black-armored dragon man off her. The result was that although it was partially lifted, it was not fully uncovered. Jiang Xia, sideways, grabbed the woman's white hair with one hand, while the other claw quickly climbed onto her shoulder. Chapter 352. Cut number. If these 2 useless beings could still fight. Jiang Xia extended his dragon claw and provocatively waved his hand. Come at me together. Bloodguard looked puzzled. He didn't understand why the other party was so confident. But he had a bad premonition. Before he could figure out the situation, an evil aura rushed towards him like a storm, crashing into him like a raging wave. Not only Bloodguard and the Blue Lion, but even the woman lying on the ground, who was already powerless, had her pupils tremble. Bloodguard looked down and saw a large mass of something indistinguishable as liquid or black gas rising from beneath the black-armored dragon man's feet, rapidly spreading in all directions. When he looked up again, a chilling roar erupted from the dragon man's throat, containing an endless explosive power. Just this sound was enough to make countless fierce beasts submit. Buzz? Jiang Xia raised the dragon head, and two scarlet beams shot out from his eyes. Bloodguard's gaze trembled. An unbelievable thing happened. At this moment, in those scarlet eyes, he saw not a shred of human rationality, only an intense battle intent. It was as if a true beast's soul had taken residence in this body. Bloodguard quickly extended his hand. But before the crimson shield in his palm could fully form, the dragon man's body suddenly charged at him in the darkness, glowing with a cold light. Chapter 353, The Victory of Sovereignty. The Blue Lion could not possibly be a match for the black-armored dragon man. His strength lagged behind that of the black-armored dragon man. His momentum was also lacking. Furthermore, he had one wrist severed. Although he had knocked the black-armored dragon man away, as soon as he landed. The dragon man immediately sprang up, a strong dragon claw pressing down on the blue lion's shoulder, flipping him over and pinning him to the ground. Roar! The dragon's mouth lunged directly at the blue lion's face. The blue lion also opened his mouth wide in response. The roars of the two beasts echoed throughout the villa area, shaking the hearts of all. The black-armored dragon man completely ignored the blue lion's attacks. Exuding an aura that seemed to say, "Do whatever you want, if you can kill me before I kill you, then you have the skill." Blood and claws rose and fell on the blue lion, while the black, conical tail stabbed violently into the flesh of the blue lion's side. Just as the tail began to violently impact, intending to force its way inside, Bloodguard, holding the shield, charged again. In those few seconds of pause, he observed the woman lying on the ground, unable to move. She was lifeless. The death was tragic. Already in a critically injured state. She had just suffered another round of torment and biting from the black-armored dragon man, with her head and shoulder barely connected by a piece of skin. Chapter 354, Even Li Sitong had to bow down and show weakness. A torrential rain washed away the traces on the ground, and with the dragon's roar ceasing, all sounds of the world were covered by the sound of rain. The black-armored dragon man slowly turned around, his gaze quickly locking onto the figures 100 meters away. He stared intently at them, his scarlet eyes filled with intense intimidation. Jiang Xia felt a bit nervous, even at a distance of nearly 100 meters. He could clearly feel the evil aura crashing against him, striking his soul. Could Xia be coming over to attack us? Li Sitong, who had just retrieved the red snake, said, "Just as long as we don't step into his territory, we should be fine." Jiang Xia worriedly said, "There should be others living in his territory, right? Will he kill everyone else in the area?" Li Sitong couldn't be sure. "I don't know, it's hard to say, but looking at his current state, he doesn't seem to have that intention." Feng Ximing also became extremely nervous, even not being in that black territory. She was still afraid that the black-armored dragon man would come over. But she remembered that Jiang Xia had said before that when he activated the advanced version of the black armor, as long as they didn't step into the territory, they would be fine. Among them, the most shocking was the Black Panther. Initially, when he saw Bloodguard coming, he thought he would be fine tonight. Not only was he fine, but before leaving, he could still provoke the other side a bit to irritate them. Chapter 355, Kill quickly. The Black Panther lay on the ground, breathing weakly. Now, he had one hand severed, and the fingers of the other hand were all cut off. He couldn't even end his own life. He had thought about biting his tongue to commit suicide, but he believed that as a 5-time evolved demon, he wouldn't die even if half his head was gone. Jiang Xia looked at the Black Panther and asked, 2 questions. What is your relationship with the kingdom? And who is the one who called Blood Guard to protect you? The Black Panther spoke with difficulty, still maintaining his demonized state. I won't say anything. Oh, pretty tough. Lee Sidong clicked her tongue. The Black Panther sneered, it's not about being tough, but whether I say it or not, I won't survive. So why should I tell you? Lee Sidong looked at Jiang Xia, her eyes filled with difficulty. It was clear that there was nothing they could do to make the Black Panther speak. Jiang Xia also knew that trying to persuade the Black Panther, with promises of freedom, was an insult to both parties' intelligence. Even if the Black Panther said they would really let him go, he wouldn't believe it, would he? Moreover, they indeed had no intention of sparing his life. There were no other options either. Chapter 356. For the first time, so confident after dealing with the Black Panther. The energy provided by the 5-time evolved demon surged into Jiang Xia's body, being crazily absorbed by his cells. Jiang Xia instructed Lee Sidong to quickly handle the bodies of the Black Panther and the woman, as she might also enter the second stage. While he went next door to look for the phone left by his mother. Although the window next door was broken by Lee Sidong's tentacle at first, it hadn't been much affected by the battle, and the rain soaked the entire bed. Jiang Xia grabbed his clothes that he had placed at the foot of the bed. Fortunately, both phones were there, one belonging to him and the other given by his mother. On his own phone, there was a message from his dad sent 2 minutes ago. Dad, did you drive away Blood Guard? Jiang Xia hesitated for a moment and replied with a nodding emoji. Dad, you've made progress. Being praised by his dad. Jiang Xia felt a tiny bit of achievement. Dad sent another message. Blood Guard didn't use his full strength tonight, but even if he did, he probably wouldn't be able to take you down. Jiang Xia, is Ling Ling okay? Dad, she woke up, disturbed by the noise, and is now searching on her phone where the dragon tribulation will eat people. Jiang Xia, based on your observations, how long do you think the truth can be hidden? Chapter 357. A well-prepared new residence. The villa has 3 bathrooms, 1 on the first floor and 2 in the upstairs master bedrooms, each with its own. Jiang Xia took a shower and came out. While Lee Sidong was also in the bathroom, he chose a blue and white shark-patterned pajamas from the wardrobe to wear. In the cabinet, there were not just clothes, but also several old-fashioned button phones that could detach the battery, along with SIM cards inside that could make calls. Jiang Xia was quite surprised that his dad had prepared so thoroughly for this villa. The computer in the room they were staying in was also connected to the surveillance system, which covered not just the villa, but the entire villa area. Sitting in front of the computer, Jiang Xia clicked the mouse to switch the surveillance feed to where his dad was staying. It was pouring outside, and his dad's villa was completely dark. Jiang Xia opened the playback of the surveillance. He wanted to see roughly when the Blood Guard had appeared and from which direction they had left. At the same time, he wondered if his dad had come out to watch while he was fighting the Blood Guard. He set the time back to a little over half an hour ago, fast-forwarding to focus on his dad's villa. However, until the time reached the latest point, he did not see his dad come out of the villa, not even showing his face. Chapter 358. The strange title of Brother Long. You've also reached the second stage of evolution 5 times, right? Lee Sidong asked curiously. Should be. I feel like my strength has jumped up a small level. That's right, it should be the second stage. Do you think you'll have a loss of appetite? Jiang Xia looked at Lee Sidong and shook his head. Seems like I won tea. You know how I absorb nutrients. It's advanced feeding, where most of the nutrients are stored in the flesh and not absorbed temporarily, then explode exponentially during battle before being absorbed by the body. Lee Sidong clicked her tongue. Then it seems this loss of appetite phase 1T be hard for you to get through. Jiang Xia looked a bit less confident. It's hard to say. I might still have a loss of appetite. For instance, the nutrients that can be absorbed and stored in the flesh might decrease. If that's the case, even if I can still display explosive power in battle, the nutrients stored in the flesh 1T be plentiful, and the effect 1T be the strongest. You know, Li Sidong said with a mischievous smile, extending her finger to stroke Jiang Xia's shoulder, her white nails pressing against his skin. Your scent is so unique, just like an awakened. Could you help us whet our appetite? No way, are you really going to be that ruthless? Jiang Xia blinked and continued, moreover, if I really could whet appetites, wouldn't I become an awakened? Chapter 359. The roar of the dragon. Jiang Xia turned around to look at the girl leaning against the door with her arms crossed, her hair disheveled. I'm not just making empty promises. Making empty promises means drawing something up, but not delivering. But I'm not lying to him. As long as we get an awakened, he's working so hard, he'll definitely get something in return. Jiang Xia always adhered to one principle. If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it grass. There's no such logic in the world, right? Even if it can run, it won't last long. For old crocodile, who is working hard to collect intelligence for them, appropriate benefits must be given. He needs to know that collecting intelligence for them has a future, so he will work harder, right? Li Sidong smiled. It seems that connecting you with old crocodile was indeed the right choice. Jiang Xia got to the point. He said that there are similar incidents like Director Su Ying over in Yang country. Li Sidong walked over to Jiang Xia's side, resting one hand on the armrest while looking down at the living room on the first floor, so there's a high probability that they are in cahoots. It's 9 out of 10, if Su Ying is in cahoots with them. It explains why this woman dares to act so recklessly, and offend so many of her kind in Xinghe City. Jiang Xia also felt that things were starting to become clear, or rather, the direction of the investigation had emerged. Chapter 360. The perception of ordinary people towards world changes after observing for a while. Jiang Xia patted Jiang Ling's shoulder. Didn't Dad say he was going to take you back to your hometown today? Jiang Ling looked up. This world is too dangerous. I feel it's better not to go out recently. Jiang Xia appeared eager to gossip. You're right. Judging by the scene, something must have happened last night, but it's unclear if the truth can come out. There definitely won't be a dragon. I'm sure of that, but something indeed happened here last night. Dad murmured and turned to Jiang Ling. Let us go, don't just stand here. No one will come over and tell you what happened. Jiang Ling gently tugged at Jiang Xia's hand. Brother, are you going back with us? Dad said, your brother isn't going. I told him last night, and he said he has something to stay for. Jiang Xia paused. From what Dad said, it seemed he wanted him to stay in Xinghe City to deal with the upcoming troubles. Or had he overthought it? Was he making it too complicated? Jiang Xia shook his head. There was no way, given the current situation, every word his father said was worth his consideration and analysis. He affectionately ruffled Jiang Ling's hair. You guys go ahead, I want to go. There's a classmate's birthday tonight. We'll go back together when winter break starts. Chapter 361. Do you have anything to add? The Wolf King looked troubled, lighting up another cigarette just as the previous one went out. If it weren't for the air conditioning in the shop, with his speed of smoking, the whole place would be shrouded in smoke. He seemed to have not slept all night, with bloodshot eyes and a somewhat tired expression. It seemed he had encountered something very tricky. Jiang Xia could mostly guess that the issue troubling the Wolf King was probably caused by that magical force from outside. As a 5-time evolved Wolf King, if there was something he couldn't solve, it meant the opponent must be very strong, right? Jiang Xia said, is it possible their blood bank was robbed again? How could there be so many blood banks? Moreover, just the blood bank issue shouldn't be enough to cause him to look like this. All right, I got it. The Wolf King stood up, his gaze icy, scanning all the customers present with a fierce glare. His eyes swept over each customer's face, not sure what he was looking for. Or perhaps he was memorizing someone's appearance. In that moment, Jiang Xia saw a sense of powerless rage emanating from the Wolf King. After the Wolf King left, Chen Yusin brought her coffee to their table. Today she wasn't wearing her work outfit. She was dressed very stylishly in a brown-red sweater, with both shoulders exposed, and her legs bare, wearing a pair of fish-mouth long boots that covered her calves, exuding a refreshing fragrance. Chapter 362. How many can stage performances? Don't say the blood guard was confused, even Chen Yusin was bewildered. The atmosphere suddenly felt as if the blood guard was Jiang Xia's subordinate. You're asking me? The blood guard tilted his head slightly. Jiang Xia replied calmly, what's wrong? Your employees seem to know a bit about this team. Don't you, as the boss, know anything? The blood guard smiled, took off his sunglasses, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. His eyes seemed ordinary on the surface, but were actually sharp underneath. I really don't know anything. Jiang Xia asked again, may I ask what attitude your kingdom has towards this team? Are you planning to intervene to stop them, or let them continue their reckless ways? Chen Yusin raised her coffee cup to her lips and took a gentle sip, her eyes darting between the two of them. She felt something was off. Jiang Xia's way of speaking and demeanor, with Boss Bloodguard, were completely different from before. A hint of a smile appeared in Bloodguard's eyes. This, I cannot disclose. Jiang Xia replied without hesitation, you are the #1 demon team in Xinghe City. No, it's not just a team. The outside world says that Xinghe City is your territory. You can't just stand by and let these outsiders run wild on your turf, can you? Chapter 363. Very well painted. Chen Yusin rested her chin on one hand and smiled. You even hit our boss, and I have such a good relationship with you. You wouldn't think our boss would take personal revenge on me, right? Jiang Xia lowered his head and glanced, helplessly saying, aren't you afraid that other guests will see your foot moving around down there? Chen Yusin refused to stop, instead lightly kicking him. I'm a girl and I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of as a guy? Jiang Xia laughed. Didn't you just say it? Your boss might take personal revenge on you because of our relationship, so why are you acting so nice to me? Aren't you afraid he will be even harsher when he takes revenge? To be honest, I'm not worried about that at all. Our boss won't do that as long as I don't betray him to you. Of course, I won't do something so treacherous. Jiang Xia nodded. Actually, I know that you knew your boss's whereabouts from the beginning and you know who he is. Chen Yusin said seriously, yes, I know. But I really can't tell you. Our boss provided me with such a good job. I don't even need to go out hunting. I have endless food and protection. And I won't get into trouble. He has already told me not to disclose his whereabouts and identity, so I can't say anything. Chapter 364. Major gains received. 2129, in the villa area, number 46, master bedroom on the second floor. Yang Ji sat at the end of the bed, bored, playing a game. Feng Siming moved a chair to the door and sat down, cultivating feelings with the blood armor bug in her palm. Jiang Xia sat in front of the computer, which was a laptop brought by Lisa Chuang, logged into social software, waiting for the other party to call. Time passed second by second, and Lisa Chuang was also getting a bit bored, resting her chin on one hand, her hair hanging down on both sides. Could old crocodile be lying to us? Yang Ji said after finishing the second game. Lying to us doesn't benefit him at all. Jiang Xia thought old crocodile wouldn't lie to them unless he was also deceived. But since the other party hadn't even mentioned the reward, and they hadn't given anything yet, even if the other party didn't call tonight, it couldn't be considered being deceived, right? At most, it would just be wasting their time. A few more minutes passed, and the other party called. After everyone put on their masks, Jiang Xia quickly connected the call. The video connected. On the screen was a man who covered himself completely, wearing black clothes, a scarf, and a mask, with even his eyes covered. Behind him stood a woman, who was also completely covered. Chapter 365. Victim of the double-faced bear. The young man on the other side of the video said, some say she is an alien demon. But I think she is a medical demon that has evolved 5 times. This news was told to me by a friend of mine from Yang country. Jiang Xia asked, how does your friend know she is a medical demon? It was leaked by the people of paradise themselves during a battle. They accidentally let it slip and the enemy found out. Jiang Xia further inquired, "How reliable is this news?" "I can only tell you what I know. I can't say if it's true or not. It's also possible she really is an alien demon, because some of my kind saw her devouring others of her kind after killing them." The young man's words made Jiang Xia feel somewhat insecure. Is she a medical demon, or an alien demon? Li Sichuan thought for a moment and asked, "What is the demonized form of the principal?" "A succubus." "A succubus? What kind of succubus?" "I haven't seen it. I just heard it's a succubus with blue-green scales, very powerful. The double-faced bear is already very strong. But she can overpower the double-faced bear and take the position of leader." Jiang Xia curiously asked, "What type of demon is this double-faced bear?" Chapter 366. The invader. On the other side of the video, recalling the painful past, the young man's emotions became increasingly agitated, his whole body trembling. The woman behind him reached out and patted his shoulder. The young man tightly gripped his face with both hands. "He brought out a lot of medicine at that time. And those medicines were poured on my wounds, making me faint from the pain several times. I dream of finding him and killing him." After taking a long breath, with his girlfriend's help, the young man finally calmed his restless emotions. He raised his head again, gritting his teeth at the camera, filled with anger. "The double-faced bear. He is a demon. If we are demons, then he is the demon among demons. I escaped from Yang country because I found a girlfriend of my kind. And we have a good relationship. I was afraid the double-faced bear would target me again, so I left. As a result, when I returned to Huaxia, I heard news about paradise in Xinghe, and I have to admit, I'm really afraid he will come looking for me again, so I can only leave Xinghe quickly. Perhaps, I really am a coward, always shouting in my heart that I want to kill him, but as soon as I hear he is nearby, I'm as scared as a frightened mouse." Jiang Xia thought for a moment and said, "As long as they continue to run wild like this, they will be destroyed sooner or later. No demon can tolerate their kind." Chapter 367. The first formal conversation with the Wolf King in response to Li Sichuan's words. The double-faced bear dismissed it. "I'm so scared. How? Is your strength really enough to fight against the entire kingdom?" Li Sichuan couldn't stand being provoked. And even more so, couldn't he stand being pressured by a powerful counterpart. The double-faced bear saying this not only didn't he make her feel a hint of fear, but instead ignited her desire to devour the kingdom. "Clean up and wait for us to come find you." She gripped the edge of the table with both hands. Her eyes filled with a desire to feast that seemed to penetrate the screen and reach the double-faced bear. Okay, I'll wait for you, little beauty. I'll wait for you, brother. As long as you have the ability to find me, I will definitely let you know how powerful I am." Li Sichuan took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Xia. "Curse him." Jiang Xia looked at the screen and shouted, "Hey, worthless thing." The double-faced bear's voice went crazy. Yes, call me worthless as much as you want. I also really like it when others call me worthless." Jiang Xia looked at Li Sichuan with a sense of despair. This guy is too cheap. Verbal attacks are completely ineffective against him. I'll curse him. Li Sichuan was furious, pointing at the screen and cursing, "You bastard. You?" Jiang Xia said, "Keep cursing." Chapter 368. The power of the officials. Jiang Xia was somewhat surprised. "You seem to know a lot about the officials. Not only knowing that they have a lot of power nearby tonight, but also knowing that the official strength in Xinghe City has been strengthened." Standing beside her, Li Sichuan added, "I'm saying, you're not an undercover agent planted by the officials among us demons, are you?" The Wolf King did not explain why he knew these things. "This noisy demon team didn't cause trouble for you." Jiang Xia didn't mention the previous confrontation. "Perhaps it's because we are stronger, and they dare not provoke us." "That's true, you have 3 who have undergone 5 evolutions. To cause trouble for you, they would at least need to mobilize 4 or 5 of their own. The Wolf King paused and asked again, by the way, how many evolutions has your hidden demon brother gone through now? Jiang Xia pretended to be mysterious and said, if he can stay with us 3 who have undergone 5 evolutions, what do you think? In fact, even if he has only undergone 1 evolution, it wouldn't affect you. Your team is already very strong with the 3 of you who have undergone 5 evolutions. But the number of you with 5 evolutions is a bit too much, plus, you are always in the open. Once a similar entity enters the 3rd stage of 5 evolutions, it is very likely to act against you. They might treat you as materials for a breakthrough to 6 evolutions. Chapter 369, Crisis Everywhere in the Bungalow. A man suddenly had a thought. Captain Shu, I was thinking. Since these several 5 evolution demons have gathered here, why don't we send out our ace team to eliminate them? After all, this area is a demolition zone. And the nearby residents have long moved away, so there are hardly any people left. This is an excellent location. Our strength is so strong now. It's not impossible to encircle them here. The woman on the other end of the phone thought for a moment. 5 evolution demons, if we can surround them. That would indeed be good, but Captain Shu, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. 5 evolution demons gathering in a place suitable for us to act, if we miss tonight. It will be extremely difficult to take them down one by one later. We can catch them off guard and try to control the battle area near the hospital. There are too many 5 evolution demons in Xinghe City now. If we don't kill a few tonight, it could lead to uncontrollable chaos later. The woman named Shu, the commander, thought for a moment. I know this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What I'm thinking about is which side the divine envoy of the temple and our ace team will enter the hospital to fight. And which side will seal off the outside. Chapter 370, Should we claim game rewards coming out of the ward? Su Ying expressed surprise and disbelief. You too? How did you get here? Li Sitong replied calmly, we came to find Dr. Bai to get something, but it seems there are quite a few official forces outside now. So we probably can't leave for the time being. Su Ying walked to the edge of the corridor. Outside the hospital was dark and quiet. Not even the sound of insects. If the officials really take action here tonight, gathering considerable forces nearby, I think now is the best time to break out. She looked at the 2 and continued, after all, if they are not taking action, it may be because our strength is too strong. If we wait for them to act, it means they have sufficient reinforcements arriving. Regardless of whether this is the case, I think now is the most appropriate time to go out. Jiang Xia exchanged glances with the 2. They naturally thought the same. They had just considered this point. If there are indeed official forces nearby, the current strength is uncertain, but when they act, they will definitely be strong. You're right, Jiang Xia, go call the Wolf King. Li Sitong walked to the door of the treatment room and shouted inside, Dr. Bai. Dr. Bai, who had changed into a white coat, walked out. What is wrong? Chapter 371, Combination Technique. Li Sitong observed the tense expression of Bai Ya, and then raised her head to look at the 2 helicopters flying in. You didn't know beforehand that the area was surrounded by official forces? Bai Ya squinted her eyes, seemingly lost in thought. As soon as she revealed her identity, the demon aura on her instantly transformed into that of 5 evolutions. Very strong. It's the officials, the official forces. The patients in the other wards were already in a panic upon seeing the arrival of the 2 helicopters. For them, whose average evolution level was only 2 or 3, perhaps none had directly encountered the official awakened teams. Don't panic, we have several 5 evolution ones here. Can't you see that these 5 evolution ones are also a bit anxious? Besides, if it really comes to fighting, would they care about you? The 2 helicopters hovered above the hospital in AV formation, the wind from the rotors creating 2 currents below. The 2 women standing at the helicopter doors had cold expressions, as they both extended their wrists glowing with golden light, palms facing the hospital square below. 2 points of golden light gathered in their palms, and as the glow became more dazzling, Li Sitong and Bai Ya quickly moved away from their original positions. Chapter 372, Kingdom mobilized in the dark alley. Jiang Xia heard the sound of helicopters whizzing overhead. Where did the Wolf King go? Previously, Jiang Xia had always been thinking about when he would have the chance to kill the Wolf King. Now, he desperately wanted to see the figure of the Wolf King alive right in front of them. No matter where he was, they rushed forward, aiming to break out of this area within 2 minutes. Li Sitong's several parasitic demons quickly scouted ahead for them. As long as they weren't surrounded midway, she felt that breaking out wouldn't be a problem. After all, no matter how strong the official forces were, they couldn't encircle this area like an iron barrel, ensuring that every direction and every exit was guarded by extremely powerful forces. Up! Jiang Xia grabbed Li Sitong's shoulder, lifted her up, and tossed her into the air, jumping up alongside her. Behind them, Fang Ximing and Yang Ji also leaped, landing on the rooftop of a 2-story building. The officials had drones. There might still be many hidden surveillance setups in this area. Running through the alley, the officials could know where they were, while their own vision was severely obstructed, making it difficult to assess their surroundings. On the other hand, jumping higher and running on top provided a clear view of the environment. Chapter 373, With awakened ones. The continuous sounds of battle around left Jiang Xia and the others in a state of confusion. Jiang Xia didn't understand how they had started fighting so quickly, and the commotion was so loud. There were sounds coming from the southeast, southwest, and other directions. It felt as if the truth couldn't be hidden anymore. Chaos had begun, and the demons were in a fierce battle with the officials. If the noise got any louder, even though this area was a demolition zone with few residents, it would likely stir up a commotion throughout Xinghe City. In the air, they could all smell the scent of awakened flesh. The smell was very strong. Either an awakened one had died, or they were severely injured. Li Sitong was also puzzled. What is going on? It seems no one is chasing us. Jiang Xia looked around, running, and grabbed Yang Ji, leaping to the highest rooftop of a nearby 6-story building, with the 2 girls quickly following and jumping to his side. Soon, Jiang Xia's gaze locked onto a rooftop several hundred meters away. Up there were Bloodguard and Xiang Wei, fighting against a woman wielding golden double knives. Surrounded by golden light, and soon another awakened one wearing a golden cloak joined the battle. Jiang Xia murmured, "Are they here to save by Ya?" Chapter 374, Breaking out of the encirclement in the Anti-Demon Command Center of Xinghe City. A woman in her early 30s with a high ponytail hesitated for a few seconds while holding a real-time communication pager, and ultimately issued a retreat order. The encirclement operation is cancelled. Don't block Lin Long and the others anymore. With just the 2 of you, it's impossible to be their match. There's no support available to help you. Don't throw your lives away for nothing. Let Ya and the others leave first. To avoid them turning back and joining the fight, it will be difficult for you to retreat then. All senses focused on Point E. Surround to support Captain A of the Divine Envoy team. Even if we can't hold on to Xiang Wei and the others, we must keep the bodies of the gunner and Xiao Ni. They absolutely must not be allowed to take them away." The order was given, and the woman sat in her chair, not angry or furious, but with a grave expression. Tonight's operation exceeded her expectations greatly. From initially dealing with 4 to 5 evolved beings, it escalated to 6. Encircling 6 5-evolved beings was already a significant operation. She thought the situation was under control. Even if 1 or 2 more 5-evolved beings suddenly appeared, they could still handle it together. Who would have thought that less than a few minutes into the encirclement operation, the kingdom would actually intervene? Chapter 375, Dual Identity of the Abnormal Demon and Healing Demon. Ahua nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "I'll cooperate. I will cooperate." The malevolent aura of the 5 evolved beings was right in front of her, and even though she tried to calm herself, she couldn't help but feel her pants getting wetter. She knew how embarrassed she looked right now. But how many 3rd evolved demons could remain calm when surrounded by 3-5 evolved counterparts. At least, she didn't have that kind of courage. Jiang Xia glanced at Ahua's lower body and said flatly, "Tell me everything you know about the paradise, and by YA." Ahua didn't answer immediately. Instead, she looked at Li Sitong, who was sitting on the sofa with her arms crossed, then glanced at Yang Ji and Fang Ximing standing behind Jiang Xia. Li Sitong said lightly, "What are you looking around for? I'm asking you a question." Ahua bit her lip. "If I tell you, will you let me go?" Jiang Xia replied patiently, "Yes, if you tell me, I will let you go." Ahua looked around, suppressing the fear inside her, and trembled. "I can tell you. But I want to change places." Jiang Xia was puzzled. "Change places? Where do you want to go?" "Isn't it quiet here, suitable for talking?" Ahua swallowed nervously. "To a lively place with many people, we'll sit down and talk, and I'll tell you everything I know. After I say it, you'll let me go." Chapter 376. Deep Roots with the Kingdom. Jiang Xia checked the time on his phone. It was just past 11. And the night market was indeed bustling. The group changed into clean clothes and took Ahua out of the villa area, hailing 2 cars to the nearby night market. The night market was large, with many vendors, mostly selling barbecued snacks. It was crowded, and from a distance, one could hear the noisy chatter, with the sizzling sound of barbecued meat rising and falling, and there were customers lining up in front of almost every stall. Jiang Xia had been to this night market before and remembered that a few barbecue places had good flavors. However, they weren't in the mood to eat. They just wanted to understand the situation quickly. At the back of the night market was a large building with a dining hall, which had been transformed from the night market, containing several shops as well. They didn't order anything, but found a table in the dining hall, and pulled Ahua to sit down. Ahua, whose lower body was almost completely wet, had also changed into a new outfit. The lively environment around her gradually calmed her anxious heart. But it was only slightly calmer. She was still very afraid. Her newly changed pants had already gotten wet again on the way there. Chapter 377. Ascension. Ahua said, "I'm not sure. But those 4 members of the kingdom said that YA needs to come back to unite the kingdom against that guy. The leader of the kingdom is the king. And if the king can't unite the kingdom, it must be because his daughter needs to come back." Jiang Xia struggled to process this information in his mind. After thinking it over, there was only one possibility. In a certain sense, the king was no longer in the kingdom. As for why he wasn't there, there could be many reasons: captured, missing, severely injured and unconscious, gone mad, or simply dead. In short, it was highly likely that there was some reason that led to the kingdom currently lacking the king's leadership. So they needed the king's daughter to come back to stabilize the situation. From this point, it can be inferred that at least before YA returned, the kingdom was internally discordant. Li Sitong pressed on, "Do you know anything about this powerful enemy they mentioned?" "I don't know. I'm at most by YA's assistant, or to put it bluntly, a prisoner of hers. If I weren't with her every day, I wouldn't know these things." Ahua continued, "By the way, there is something I don't know if it's important to you." Chapter 378. I'll solve it for you. Speaking of this, Jiang Xia suddenly found something puzzling. The director's mind control ability, and the detailed process of the script had been told to him directly by the blood guard. Since the director is by YA's person, and by YA is the king's daughter, why would the blood guard reveal the detailed process of their mind control methods? Jiang Xia temporarily set this question aside, and continued to learn about the members of Paradise. What about the two-faced bear? What unique abilities does he have? Ahua said, "The two-faced bear is a beast demon. He has a unique ability to eat other people's magical pets to become stronger. Besides that, he seems to have another ability that can control other people's magical pets, but it's not 100% successful. But don't underestimate the two-faced bear. Just because he is a beast demon, his strength is really formidable. He can fight with strong combat power without relying on magical pets at all." Jiang Xia asked, does he have any magical pets? This guy has raised many magical pets. But almost all of them have been killed by him himself. This statement shocked Fang Ximing. Are you saying he killed his own magical pets? Fang Ximing felt that this news exceeded her understanding of beast demons. All beast demons are very caring towards their magical pets, let alone tormenting them. They feel heartbroken even if their pets just get injured in battle. Chapter 379. Afraid they laugh at them regarding the young man who was drunk and wanted to hit on them. Jiang Xia could only smile helplessly. I do hope you can solve our trouble. The young man looked at Jiang Xia, feeling slightly displeased, a sense of being underestimated. What? Do you look down on me? Then, call the person who wants to bully you and let him come here if he has the ability. Li Sitong had a weak expression. That person is very powerful. The girl's delicate demeanor triggered the young man's protective instinct, or perhaps his desire to show off. Although he still felt that his strength was somewhat being looked down upon, he patiently sat down. He was most adept at handling girls of this age. As long as I show a bit of my strength, let them see how impressive I am, and evoke their admiration, I can gradually take them as my younger sisters. Little sister, don't be afraid, I've seen plenty of capable people. So, tonight, I will help you solve this matter, and we can be friends. Li Sitong was skeptical. How do I know you're not lying to us? What if we call that person over and you run away? Then we would be bullied here. The young man laughed. Have you heard of Brother Hai? Chapter 380. The frenzied principal on the other end of the phone. Old Crocodile was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. I ask you, are you drinking outside again? I'm at the night market, near Churfing Bun. Did you just drink and boast that you could easily deal with the paradise and the kingdom? They mentioned paradise and the kingdom to me, saying these two groups were causing them trouble, and I just said I could help them resolve it. The young man named Alang was confused. He didn't understand why Uncle Crocodile was calling this boy, or why he was so anxious about mentioning paradise and the kingdom. I'm just asking if you said you could easily deal with paradise and the kingdom. Yes, I said that. Old Crocodile gritted his teeth, suppressing his restless heart, and asked again, when you boasted about this, did you loudly mention my name, and did anyone around hear? I'm Uncle Crocodile, what's wrong? I'm asking you if you did or not. Old Crocodile was gritting his teeth, his voice sounding like he wanted to eat someone. Jiang Xia leaned closer to the phone and said, oh right, he said the kingdom and paradise are names only elementary school students would come up with. Old Crocodile. This trouble, I really can't solve it. Chapter 381. The restlessness of the parasitic demon. Li Sitong looked at Jiang Xia and smiled. No way, Jiang. You can't really think I have that much free time to waste with such an immature young person, right? Jiang Xia pressed. What's going on? Is there a problem? Li Sitong looked around to ensure no one could hear them before speaking softly. Just now, he got close to us, and I felt a parasitic demon inside me getting restless. The parasitic demon is restless. Jiang Xia looked at Alang, his eyes turning suspicious. Did your parasitic demon sense something? I don't know why either. I don't have a complete understanding of my parasitic demon. The parasitic demons I refined don't have fixed characteristics. Li Sitong explained. Simply put, some of my parasitic demons can emit a demonic aura, while others can hide very well. Some parasitic demons have no sense of smell, but some have very keen senses. There are also those that, while they can't perceive our demonic aura, can sense other things that we can't perceive. Jiang Xia gradually got the idea. I see, your parasitic demon sensed something about him, which is why you found it strange and agreed to talk to him and tease him at first. Chapter 382. A special birthday gift from Dad. The biting cold wind wrapped in rain and snow fell from the sky, causing countless people to swarm out of the night market, crowding the roadside to watch. It started to snow, and it was a blizzard. This is a rare scene in Xinghe. The snow and wind grew stronger, and in less than half an hour, the city was covered with a thin layer of snow. Back at the villa, Jiang Xia lay on the bed, pondering the situation. Li Sitong came out of the shower wearing a white t-shirt. Not to mention, your dad prepared this place quite well. It's not lacking in anything, even the shower gel has 5 or 6 different kinds. Lying on the bed, Jiang Xia spoke about his thoughts. I thought about it, we can't be too passive. We can't wait for them to come seeking revenge before we kill them. We need to find a good opportunity to take the initiative. We must also start with them, targeting by YA to understand the whole picture of the kingdom. Li Sitong smiled, okay, you say how to do it, and we'll do it. Jiang Xia was a bit worried, but their strength is very strong. Bai Ya is the king's daughter, and the members of the kingdom will not let her come to harm. Even if we take the initiative, the kingdom will still step in to rescue her. Last time, only Blood Guardian showed up. It's hard to say how many will come next time. Chapter 383, The Most Courageous Man at 1:49 a.m. The heavy snow fell, and the bleak cold wind howled through the dilapidated buildings, producing a beastly whimper. In the open space of the abandoned buildings, the double-faced bear squatted down, delivering punch after punch to Old Crocodile, who had just been thrown from the rooftop and was barely breathing. Only when Old Crocodile was on the verge of losing consciousness did he sit on the ground, exhaling deeply, his face showing extreme madness. Bang bang bang. Several figures jumped down from the rooftop. Blood Guardian lit a cigarette, remaining silent. Elephant Guardian suppressed his displeasure. Are you done playing? The double-faced bear casually glanced at Elephant Guardian. If you're afraid of the cold, you can go back. Following closely behind were Bai Ya, Director Su Ying, and Qing Shi. In Qing Shi's hands, he carried 2 young men in their 20s. One with a buzz cut and the other with one eye blinded, asphalt-colored blood covering his entire face. Old Crocodile still had a bit of breath left. The double-faced bear grabbed Old Crocodile by the throat, lifting his upper body, and pointed his head at the 2 young men held by Qing Shi. Open your eyes and look carefully. Tonight, you're not the only one suffering, the wolf den's people are too. How about you help me come up with ideas on how to torture them so they betray each other for their lives? Chapter 384, The Overhanging Killing Intent. Elephant Guardian's eyes darkened, filled with admiration. Wolf King, you're not here to save anyone, you're here to die. The Wolf King calmly replied, right, I'm not here to save anyone, I can't save them, but I'm not here to die. I'm here to accompany them to the end of their journey. The 2 young men from the wolf den were visibly moved, choking on their words. You've made me speechless. Double-faced bear slightly shook his head. Just for two evolutions. Elephant Guardian, didn't he understand? I know you're eager to save them, fine. Let us assume you're here to accompany them to the end, but there are others in the wolf den. What will happen to them if you die? The Wolf King's tone was calm. My death doesn't mean I abandon others, but if I don't come to die tonight, then I will abandon 2 family members. Elephant Guardian's gaze sharpened, looking at the double-faced bear, his tone brooking no argument. Let them go. Letting them go, of course, but if it's just like that, what is the point? The double-faced bear looked at the Wolf King, a playful expression on his face. Kneel. If you kneel, I'll let them go. Guge. You can't kneel. Chapter 385, The Start of War. The blizzard roared like a lion, running rampant between heaven and earth. The Wolf King saw the arrival of someone, and, unlike others, didn't he stand there foolishly staring. He squatted down, placing his wolf claws on the chests of 2 wolf cubs, the hot asphalt-colored blood soaking his furry palms. The double-faced bear looked up at the newcomer, astonished. Oh. You really came? Director Su Ying narrowed her eyes, straining to see through the wind and snow. 4 5-time evolutions, plus the Wolf King, one has 5. Although they have 6 on their side, 4 of whom are in the second stage of 5-time evolutions. The killing intent that came rushing in with the snowstorm gave her a bad feeling. Principal. Jiang Xia shouted, I'm not lying to you. They really have ties to the kingdom. You can still run away now. I want to kill him. Kill him. The principal's roar burst from his chest. loud enough to even drown out the wind and snow. He didn't even assess the opponent's strength, his gaze locked onto the blue lion, which had entered its demonic form, his eyes burning with anger, and in an instant, his body transformed into a white tiger. He leaped down from the high building, the roar of the tiger shattering the storm. Which form to use? As Li Sidong finished speaking, she felt an extremely evil aura strike her. Chapter 386. The most unlikely possibility occurred. The blood guard didn't care about the death of the double-faced bear. Such a person would die anyway, whether here or in the provincial city later. But he understood that the white crow must not die. The white crow looked at the seemingly unnecessary to save double-faced bear, her crimson pupils tightening. How to fight? Fight? The elephant guard chuckled, his chest trembling. Are you very confident in your three subordinates? The white crow's gaze shifted, her eyes narrowing. Not long after the battle began, the opponent's original numerical disadvantage was turned around. The double-faced bear was not dead, he still had one breath left. But it wasn't that the opponent couldn't kill him, rather they were intentionally leaving him with one breath, torturing him, making him experience a pain worse than death before he died. As for the blue lion, it was almost entirely gnawed to pieces by the irrational black tiger. The black tiger was too crazy, wanting to exchange blows with the blue lion. However, looking at the blue lion, it didn't have the ability to exchange blows with the opponent. In terms of size alone, the demonized blue lion stood over 2 meters tall, its body strong. But that black tiger was even more terrifying. Although it was lying on the ground, not counting the tail, its body length from head to tail reached an astonishing 5 meters. Chapter 387. The locking of 3 killing gods for the elephant guard. This was a very complex battle. He wanted to engage the black armored dragon man in a one-on-one real fight time and again. But Jiang Xia's attention was completely focused on the white crow, repeatedly trying to break through his obstruction and pounce on the white crow. For a moment, the elephant guard didn't dare to clash head-on, fearing that during the confrontation, Jiang Xia would open a gap, and in just a few seconds, the white crow would be pinned to the ground. He shifted from the idea of an intense battle to just blocking this black dragon. As long as he could block it, that would be enough. He realized this was a contest. But it wasn't a 3-on-3 contest, it was a competition among the black dragon, black tiger, and black wolf to see who could kill the white crow first. Bang bang. The black dragon claws formed into fists and struck at the elephant guard. The elephant guard raised his arms to block 2 dragon punches, and the black-armored Jiang Xia suddenly flashed his body, intending to circle around him. The elephant guard's eyes tightened, hurriedly turning his body, swinging his fist horizontally toward Jiang Xia. Over here. The white crow had to admit she was scared. These 3 madmen had directed their killing intent at her. The demonized blood guard was entangled with the Wolf King, the huge blood-red shield in his hand smashing against the Wolf King. Chapter 388. I've taken care of your daughter. The principal, who was in a 2-on-2 with Jiang Xia, quickly ran far away. Although he didn't know what had happened, nor understood how the evil aura on Jiang Xia had suddenly multiplied several times, thick enough to suffocate. He knew that keeping a distance from Jiang Xia was definitely the right choice. He didn't completely withdraw from the battle, but aimed for the target, rushing toward the White Crow and the Wolf King, who were fighting not far away. Each black dragon scale released an overwhelming evil aura, and the irrational crimson eyes were filled with brutality and wildness. A low growl, more powerful than a high-powered engine, resonated from the dragon man's chest. The blood guard suddenly looked at the elephant guard beside him, who had lost one ear, and quickly made a decision. I'll go fight the Wolf King and the Black Tiger, you let the White Crow come back to fight him. The elephant guard glanced at the blood guard, who preferred a 1-on-2 rather than a 2-on-1. Don't say anything that affects morale right now. Vaz? The black-armored dragon man raised his eyes, the evil aura striking the elephant guard and the blood guard, colder than the wind and snow, as if lying naked in the snow. The Blood Guard and the Elephant Guard felt a sense of crisis they hadn't experienced in a long time. This was a crisis that could kill them here. However, the primary target of the black armored dragon man was not them, but suddenly looked toward the not-so-distant blue lion, who was using all its strength to try to crawl out of the black domain. Chapter 389 Attack and Defense combined. The Blood Guard's departure attracted the attention of the black armored dragon man. The blue lion's head, completely separated from its body, was held in the black armored dragon man's hand, its gaze following the Blood Guard's movement, as if it had already chosen its next target. The Elephant Guard chose not to use the Blood Guard's shield. In the upcoming battle with the black armored dragon man, he would use all his strength, showcasing his proud fighting skills. Holding the shield would only hinder his performance. He lifted the shield with one hand, stepping forward bit by bit to block in front of the black armored dragon man, interrupting its line of sight, locking onto the Blood Guard. And the shield in his hand flew toward the Blood Guard. As the Blood Guard turned his back to him to catch the shield, he also prepared to face the black armored dragon man, clenching his fists, extending one fist while keeping the other at his side, lowering his body, pushing off the ground with his back legs for power, and stepping forward with his front leg. He was an invisibility demon. He hadn't evolved any unique abilities for combat, but his demonized elephant form granted him boundless explosive power. Although his combat stance was not as flexible and variable as the black armored dragon man's, he had mastered it thoroughly. He was not only proficient in martial arts, but also skilled in killing techniques, knowing how to execute moves and how to maximize the explosive power of his body. Chapter 390 Coexistence of Humanity and Beastliness. HMPH. The Elephant Guard posed defensively, listening to the low growl from the black armored dragon man's throat that seemed to carry a chuckle, and his brow couldn't help but furrow. He had a very bad premonition. This feeling was as if the black armored dragon man, who had clearly lost all reason, had changed to another form. Whoosh! White, surging hot air sprayed from the black armored dragon man's nostrils. His body slightly lowered, one fist extended while the other was coiled at his side. And the crimson eyes no longer lacked reason. Although he still appeared to be a brutal and wild beast, there was a hint of mockery compared to before. The Elephant Guard felt a sense of disbelief, even absurdity. Bang! Although he had learned the Elephant Guard's moves, the black armored dragon man did not focus on defense. This was his territory, his domain. The one who should defend was the opponent. He has learned a few moves from the black armored dragon man, but he hasn't used them. The reason he just posed was seemingly just to provoke and humiliate Jiang Xia. It was as if he was saying, "Look, I've learned your moves." His body compressed down like a spring and then launched like a cannonball toward Jiang Xia. It can be said that the current black armored dragon man has a bit of Jiang Xia's consciousness, but controlling this body is not Jiang Xia, rather. It's a version of Jiang Xia that has been completely corrupted, filled with evil beastly nature. Chapter 391, It's getting more and more lively. Jiang Xia, with one eye exploded by the dragon's fang, let out a muffled cry of pain from his throat. Despite being a tough man, he couldn't control his body's instinctive reaction. He punched the black armored dragon man, but in the next moment, the dragon man lunged at him again, tightly wrapping around his lower body and gnawing frantically at his waist. Bang! Jiang Xia clenched his fist and smashed it toward the dragon man's head. But suddenly a black dragon claw shot up and enveloped his fist. As the claw squeezed fiercely, the sharp claws sank deeply into the flesh of his fist. At that moment, his fist, larger than a soccer ball, was under immense pressure from the dragon claw, like a stubborn egg resisting, ready to explode at any moment. A black, conical tail shot toward Jiang Xia's head from the side, forcing him to use his other hand to grab it. He retaliated as well, wrapping his own black tail around the black armored dragon man's neck, trying to pull the head that was gnawing at him away. The result was that the dragon man's maw targeted his tail. In just a moment, it destroyed his black tail, rendering it useless in battle, with pitch black blood splattering everywhere. Chapter 392, awakened rationality the moment the wild and brutal dragon eyes fell upon him. The principal's heart trembled, realizing the crisis. He sensed that the dragon man was about to strike, and, just before the dragon fist was unleashed, leaped toward Jiang Wei in front of him. It seemed he would rather stand with Jiang Wei and the others than stay with this seemingly irrational beloved student. Jiang Wei was also stunned. Before he could figure out why the black-armored dragon man was attacking its own, it charged toward them. Both he and Jiang Wei assumed a fighting stance. Even though it was 2 against 1, there was considerable pressure on their faces. Especially for Jiang Wei, after just a few seconds of engagement. He had already experienced the dragon man's ferocity. His instincts told him that he and Jiang Wei had to use all their strength to subdue this dragon man. The premise was that Jiang Wei's current state could still support him in exerting his superior strength. Jiang Wei once again assumed a defensive stance, even with Jiang Wei's assistance. He couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. It wasn't fear, but uncertainty about whether the two of them could take down the dragon man. Bang! It wasn't them that collided with the black-armored dragon man, but a bull man charging in from not far away. Chapter 393. Opening Li Sitong's appetite. Fang Ximing stood behind the principal, and like Li Sitong, she was almost uninjured and could exert her full strength. The principal was shouldering the Wolf King. Although he was sandwiched in front and back, there was not a trace of tension in his eyes. Speaking harshly, Li Sitong didn't move, her gaze contemplative, as if weighing the pros and cons. She had the ability to keep the Wolf King, let alone the Wolf King. Even the principal could be kept. Both of them were heavily injured now, weren't they? But for various reasons, she still shouted to Fang Ximing, "Let them go." Indeed. My good student. The principal chuckled and coughed twice. I had a great time fighting tonight. If there's something this fun again next time, feel free to call me. Li Sitong smiled without reaching her eyes. Hurry up and take him away, don't make me change my mind. Letting the Wolf King go would undoubtedly pose a potential threat to them in the future. But Li Sitong understood that the Wolf King and the principal couldn't die now. Not to mention the upcoming matters concerning the kingdom, could they share some of the burden. Additionally, Xinghe City must maintain a state of balance. The existence of this balance represents that they could once again join forces to resist external enemies when necessary. If the principal and the Wolf King died, and any powerful external enemies entered Xinghe City, they would only have 2 choices left. Chapter 394. A life-and-death situation facing the death threat from Bai Ya. Jiang Xia refused to back down and retorted. Bai Ya's teeth clicked ominously. All right, I'm waiting for you, if you have the ability. Dude. Jiang Xia hung up the phone directly. Threatening. Not giving her the satisfaction, he held it in. Li Sitong could imagine how furious Bai Ya on the other end of the line was. How long until your father's birthday? Jiang Xia glanced at the date on his phone. About half a month. Li Sitong replied without hesitation. Not too long, not too short. If you want to kill Bai Ya before then and take her head, you need to hurry. Bai Ya should be going to the provincial capital next. We have to kill her, so we need to go to the provincial capital to find her. But why does the kingdom want to send her to the provincial capital? Jiang Xia lay back, thinking deeply. Since his return, he had been pondering this question. Were they afraid Bai Ya would die if she stayed in Xinghe City? Killed by us or someone else? But with the kingdom's immense strength, if they didn't want Bai Ya to die, even if she remained in Xinghe City, nothing would happen. On the contrary, sending Bai Ya to the provincial capital, where the situation is more severe, should be more dangerous. He continued analyzing. It's highly likely that the provincial capital is safer for Bai Ya. Li Sitong had also considered this question. Is it possible that the kingdom's stronghold isn't in Xinghe City at all? Chapter 395. This team is enough. Jiang Xia, is the kingdom in charge over there? Jiang father, not at all. Jiang Xia, you said before that Liao Yuan and Blood Nest together aren't the kingdom's opponents. How come the kingdom's not in charge? Jiang father, that was in their prime, when the kingdom is united as one, don't underestimate Blood Nest and Liao Yuan, especially Blood Nest. Jiang Xia, when we get there, will the leader of Liao Yuan come after me to avenge his brother? Jiang father, even if I say he won't. You still need to be cautious, right? Jiang Xia, until now, still can't tell me anything about you, about the kingdom. Jiang father, I suddenly realize that the more I don't tell you, the more you have this adventurous spirit, and this spirit makes you grow quickly. Honing not just your strength, but also your mind. Bring back by Ya's head, and you'll know everything you want to know. Jiang Xia, didn't you say going to the provincial capital is a life and death situation? Then why let me go? Jiang father, as my son Jiang Guohai. Even if I die, I hope to die bravely, not in cowardice. Think for yourself, if you don't want to go, stay in Xinghe. If you want to go, then go and see the world. As I said, if you poke a huge hole, Dad will back you up. No matter how strong the enemy is. Dad will support you. Chapter 396. Journalists interview invitation. Jiang Xia temporarily had no thoughts of entering more similar perspectives. Let me think about it. And I'll contact you once I decide. As the saying goes, fame frightens people, and pigs fear becoming fat. There's no need to stand out. Reporting it will allow the entire Jiangbei province, and even similar regions nearby, to have a good look. Only someone like the principal, who enjoys the spotlight, would agree to an interview. This woman has evolved several times and Jiang Xia doesn't care, but it's certain that with such ambition, her capabilities must be significant. It all depends on whether she can gain recognition in the early stages. All right, I will be in Xinghe City for the next couple of days. So feel free to contact me whenever you're ready. The woman handed over her business card, which had her contact information and code name on it. Although Jiang Xia didn't feel repulsed by this polite woman, he maintained a sense of vigilance. There are simply too many bizarre and crazy demon species. One must always be on guard with anyone. Just as the reporter left, Chen Yuxin, who had just become free, came over and sat down. At first glance, she noticed the boy across from her had a visible scar on his face that had only recently healed. Injured? She was taken aback. The boy in front of her had undergone 5 evolutions, so whoever could injure him was likely not an ordinary opponent. Chapter 397. Provincial capital landscape. After finishing her words in one breath, Chen Yuxin felt a bit dry in her mouth, so she took a sip of coffee. My understanding of the provincial capital is roughly this much. As for the specific strength of the blood nest and the fire spread, I'm not clear. Jiang Xia asked, how many 5 and 6 times evolved beings are there in the provincial capital? I only know that any demon team that has made a name for itself should have at least one 5 times evolved member. As for 6 times evolved, perhaps there are some, but I haven't heard of any team with them, nor have they shown themselves. Chen Yuxin continued, that place has a lot of competitive pressure. And many teams have divided up their hunting territories. If outsiders dare to hunt in their territory, they will be chased down and killed no matter where they go. In simple terms, in terms of territorial awareness, the demon species in the provincial capital are much stronger than those in Xinghe City. Just listening to this, Jiang Xia could feel the gap between the provincial capital and Xinghe. The provincial capital is a cruel hunting ground. A restaurant that can only accommodate the strong and not the weak. Compared to it, Xinghe City is much better off. Although most of the demon species here also have their own territories, the boundaries are quite vague. Only the wolf den has truly marked out a large area where trespassers will die. Chapter 398. Confirmed gaze. The next morning, Jiang Xia slept until after 11 o'clock before getting up. After a quick wash, he met up with Yang Ji and Fang Ximing at the entrance of the villa area, and everyone was ready to go. Yang Ji checked the time, and at exactly 12 o'clock, confirmed it was an auspicious time to set off. Fang Ximing was driving a white 7-seater business vehicle from Li Sitong's family, which was mainly focused on comfort, making it feel like a vacation while sitting in the back. Although they all said they were venturing into a den of dragons and tigers, in reality, everyone was quite calm. After all, they had experienced countless life and death crises. So they wouldn't be too tense, just because the situation in the provincial capital was severe. Among them, Jiang Xia was the most relaxed. From when he got in the car to when they hit the highway, he had been chatting with a pretty girl on his phone. The car headed north. Along the way, Jiang Xia and Li Sitong played card games. By 2 in the afternoon, the car had completely left Xinghe City, passing through several counties. With snow gradually disappearing and continuous rain. After playing more than 10 rounds with Li Sitong, Jiang Xia felt a bit sore in his back, and threw out. Jiang Xia hadn't joined their game, instead chatting with the girl in the back and smiling like a blooming flower. Chapter 399. Both sides fell silent on the rain-soaked highway, with towering hills on both sides. The traffic jam extended for a kilometer. Dark clouds loomed over the nearby mountains, indicating that heavy rain was imminent. Although it was only 2:30 in the afternoon, the sky was as dark as dusk. In Jiang Xia's words, in such a ghostly place with ghostly weather, he would believe there were monsters in the mountains. Inside the black car, Duanting took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, pulling out a lighter to light it. As the captain of the Hunter Wind team, he had seen countless storms, and while he had thought they might encounter something on the way to the provincial capital, he never expected it to be this situation. The short-haired girl driving glanced at him, frowning. "Can you open the window if you're going to smoke?" Duanting replied, "Are you sure? Either open the window or get out and smoke." Zhu Yao always spoke like this, and she really hated the smell of smoke. The window rolled down. Zhu Yao, the vice-captain of the Hunter Wind team, noticed 4 faces from the nearby white business vehicle staring at them. The window rolled up again. This time, it was Zhu Yao who rolled up the window. The blonde youth sitting in the back also disliked the smell of smoke and waved his hand to cover his nose. "Open the window, why did you close it again?" Chapter 400. A man with problems inside the white 7-seater business vehicle. Through the recent exchange, Jiang Xia had somewhat grasped the other party's situation. They were also feeling uncertain upon encountering them. "Don't worry, everything will be fine." Jiang Xia waved his hand and said, "Not only will it be fine, but there will also be good things." Jiang Xia was puzzled. "Good things? What good things?" Jiang Xia said proudly, "Since I left home this morning, my left eyelid has been twitching, and the left eye represents romance, which means not only will there be no issues, but I will also have a romantic encounter." Jiang Xia wasn't particularly worried about encountering this team of awakened ones causing trouble here. It was clear they didn't want to engage either. It's just that he didn't know how long they would be stuck in traffic. The longer they were stuck, the more variables there would be. In another car, Duanting said, "It seems that there are only a few of them. From what we can see, they probably won't engage with us here. But we still need to be careful. My eyelid has been twitching, could something bad happen?" The blonde youth in the back rubbed his eyes. Eyelid twitching could mean a romantic encounter, Duanting joked. "It depends on which eye is twitching." "Is there still a distinction?" "Of course, there is. The left eye twitches for romance, and the right eye twitches for misfortune." The blonde youth fell silent for 2 seconds. What if both eyes twitch? Chapter 401. Still a romantic. The rain continued to fall like needles, and the highway between the 2 mountains was enveloped in mist. Upon learning that a landslide had occurred ahead, the drivers behind were filled with anxiety, restless like ants on a hot pan, fearing that the surrounding mountains might suddenly collapse as well. Soon, around a bend, Jiang Xia saw the road blocked by earth and rock a few hundred meters ahead. The extent of the disaster was severe. If the blocked section was indeed dozens of meters long, it might take 2 or 3 days to clear. From a distance, under Li Sitong's instruction, everyone minimized their demon presence to the smallest range. After reaching the second stage of 5 evolutions, Jiang Xia could now reduce his demon presence to nearly 2 meters, though it was quite exhausting. akin to holding one's breath. Jiang Xia, as a hidden demon. Didn't he have such concerns? They were all uncertain about what dangers lay ahead. The more they moved forward, the stronger their vigilance became. The man running at the front finally arrived in front of a large RV, anxiously turning around to look at several young people willing to help. The RV was cramped, and only 3 people could go inside. Jiang Xia looked at Duanting and the others. You guys go in. Duanting withdrew his gaze from his phone, his eyes flickering with a smile. You guys should go. We only know a little about medicine. We can't compare to you medical university students. It's better for you to go. Chapter 402, Monsters on both sides. The collision of high-grade demon species and low-grade demon species auras was like a bloodline suppression. This was a terrifying pressure that could even make low-grade demon species unable to control their demonic forms. A few levels of difference could make the blood of low-grade demon species surge. It was like a meteor of several thousand degrees of flame approaching a cup of cool water. In an instant, the water in the cup boiled. The child in her belly, not to mention going through evolution once, was even inferior to the most ordinary demon species that hadn't completed an evolution. Jiang Xia murmured, the aura of the same kind in her belly has disappeared, a second-generation demon species with hidden demonic characteristics. Child, my child. The woman clutched her belly and cried out in pain. Li Sitong remained expressionless. It seems like our kind's aura scared it to death in the womb. After learning that the child had been scared to death, the man broke free from Jiang Xia's grip and rushed to the bedside, shaking the belly in an attempt to wake the unmoving child. Are you guys going to make a move, or are we? She should only be a second evolution. Killing her should be simple. Jiang Xia didn't care what kind of demon the woman was. The man was a bit unhinged, not quite normal. And it was very likely that he was being controlled by the woman using some means. Seeing Jiang Xia's gaze fall on him, Duanting jokingly said, the child just died, and you want to kill the couple. Isn't that too cruel? Chapter 403, a tsunami-like assault. The dark clouds pressing down on the highway finally couldn't hold back the pressure, and the rain poured down like steel needles striking the road. Sensing something was wrong, Li Sitong also rushed out of the RV, looking up at the mountain on the side. Overwhelming demonic energy. Duanting looked at Jiang Xia. Although he couldn't sense the demonic energy, he understood the weight of those 5 words. Just from the boy's severe expression, he could feel how dangerous the situation was. This guy's strength was top-notch among those who had gone through 5 evolutions. If he showed such an expression, the situation was not optimistic. Since coming into contact with the demon species world, Jiang Xia had never encountered such a situation. The demon energy, like a magma tsunami, surged from behind the mountain, its momentum as overwhelming as a flood after an earthquake. For a moment, even he, a second-stage demon species who had undergone 5 evolutions, felt small. What was going on? A 6th evolution? Jiang Xia couldn't tell if this was the aura of a 6th evolution demon species. It was simply too overwhelming. The rain was too heavy, drowning out Jiang Xia's voice. Duanting could only vaguely hear something about the 6th evolution. 6th? Are you saying there is a 6th evolution demon species? He shouted, stepping back, already deciding to run away. Chapter 404, but Jiang Xia's cries grew fainter and higher. Jiang Xia's heart tightened. He didn't care how strong or how many opponents there were. He only knew that he had to rescue Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia's voice pierced through the flapping of wings and the sound of the downpour, barely audible. He was surrounded by a swarm of bats, black mist blocking his vision. Even he couldn't tell which aura of a 5th evolution demon species was Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia disregarded the bats crashing into him and dashed towards Jiang Xia's voice. Just as he reached the edge of the road, a 5th evolution aura suddenly attacked from behind him. Before Jiang Xia could turn around, 2 sharp claws firmly grabbed his shoulders and lifted him up into the air. Jiang Xia tilted his head and spewed out a stream of red fire liquid. But it was blocked by a large bat that was sending him to his death. Its two claws reached out, closing in like a guillotine, and unexpectedly, two more claws suddenly extended and grabbed his arms. The giant bat monster holding him had not just one pair of claws. Jiang Xia could clearly feel that this demon species was very strong. It was at the 5th evolution, but it wasn't a weakling just entering the 5th evolution. From the right side, another 5th evolution aura surged towards him. Chapter 405, An Unexpected Encounter at the Damp and Smelly Cave Entrance. The young man with yellow hair named Qing was suffering from the poison, feeling unbearable pain. From being able to talk at the beginning to now, their muscles began to twitch, curled up on the ground, groans of pain escaping their mouths. Qing gritted his teeth, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. His body enduring the impact of the poison time and again. Whether he lived or died didn't matter to him. Dying at the hands of a demon species, or an awakened one, was the same to him. What he cared about most was that if he died in this godforsaken place, no one would probably know, leaving this terrible world silently. The female bat, ranked 3rd in the bat family, frowned. If this continues, they might die, right? The male bat, ranked 2nd, said, it's possible. The poison we release this time is hard to endure even for 5th evolution counterparts, let alone them. The female bat demon said, should we give them the antidote? Big Brother said we can't let them die. The two bat demon species reached an agreement. The female bat demon opened her mouth and spat out 2 black meatballs covered in white mucus, throwing them to the ground. Eat these, and the poison in your bodies will be resolved. Chapter 406, The Final Answer. The rain in the mountains was heavy. The raindrops falling on the leaves making a rustling sound, like thousands of sieves working simultaneously. A few people were wearing raincoats, about 100 meters behind Jiang Xia, closely followed by a male and female awakened one. They reached an agreement with the 3 demon species in front to enter the mountains and rescue people together. Du Ting and the others also detoxified, but they didn't use Chen Yusen's flesh, they used their own precious antidote. For the 2 of them, even though the poison in their bodies had been removed, following these 3 5th evolution demon species into the mountains was still very dangerous. No one could be certain whether the 3 demon species in front would suddenly stop and surround them here. It was a gamble. If they won, they might be able to rescue their teammate Qing. If they lost, including Qing, the 3 awakened ones would probably perish in this sprawling mountain range. Zhu Yao kept close to Du Ting, quickly adjusting her breathing. This rescue has a lot of variables for us. The probability of something going wrong is over 70%. Because there was no signal, they couldn't call for support, and they couldn't wait for support to arrive. No, it's 80%. Du Ting understood that this was not just a simple matter of charging in and killing the demon species that had taken Qing away. Chapter 407, Blood Pool. The young man named Qing had a look of disbelief. He gritted his teeth and glared at the male bat demon with fiery eyes. You bastard, if you have the guts, just eat me directly, don't drag this out. The male bat demon grinned sinisterly. I'll play with you first, then eat you. Isn't that both fun and satisfying? Little brother. Inside the cave, the leader's voice echoed, bring both of them in. The male bat demon looked disappointed. What a pity. It seems I don't have time to play with you anymore. Let's go. Swish, swish, swish. Several tentacles extended from the male bat demon and bound Qing, lifting him off the ground by his shoulder. Qing tried to struggle, but he found that any use of energy in his body caused unbearable pain. The poison hasn't fully dissipated yet. The female bat demon was very gentle towards Jiang Xia. Little handsome guy. Let's go in and see what our big brother wants to say. If he spares your life, then you still have a chance to play with me. At that moment, Jiang Xia was unsure whether he wanted to live or not. If he had to die, he had already made up his mind to commit suicide. He absolutely could not wait to be killed after the fun was over. A male and a female bat demon escorted the 2 of them into the cave. Chapter 408, Reinforcements arrive in the mountains. The rain gradually lessened. Jiang Xia and the others crouched on a hill, looking down at the babbling stream below. They had reached a position near where the parasitic demons were shared. Two awakened ones approached Jiang Xia and the others with great vigilance, keeping their guard up and ready to respond to a surprise attack from temporary allies at any moment. Li Sitong looked at the halfway point of the mountain opposite. Do you see that cave? The person is inside there. Duan Ting crouched down next to Jiang Xia and whispered, Are our people still alive? They should still be alive, Li Sitong replied. When she said this, Jiang Xia hesitated for a moment. Duan Ting and the others were not demon seeds. They could not smell the extremely rich scent of awakened ones that permeated the air, almost filling the entire gorge. The smell was so strong that it couldn't just be simple injuries, there must be large wounds exposed. Li Sitong was deceiving Duan Ting. Only by tricking these two awakened ones into believing their teammates were still alive would they cooperate. The opponent was very strong. Jiang Xia had sensed that during the encounter on the highway. If it weren't for the help of these two awakened ones, the risk of their three evolved 5 times trying to defeat the opponent was not small. The rich, fresh scent of awakened one's blood and flesh indicated that the young man named Qing was most likely dead, cruelly consumed in the cave. Chapter 409, The Battle Outside the Cave. Duan Ting naturally knew that time was of the essence. Every passing second increased Qing's chances of dying. They couldn't rush into the cave, nor could they wait here for the enemy to come out. The only way was to lure the enemy out. Li Sitong looked at Duan Ting and asked, Captain Duan, do you have any good ideas to lure the enemy out? We are all here to rescue people, so we should think of a way together. Duan Ting said, There are many ways to lure the enemy out. The simplest method is for you to reveal the demon seed aura on your bodies. If they sense something, they might come out to check. But there's also the possibility that they might sense danger and flee. We don't know this area well, there might be more exits than what we see. And they could escape from other places that we can't see, like behind the mountain. That's a good point. Li Sitong had been hesitating to act because she hadn't come up with a good way to ensure that they could lure the enemy out, and that the enemy would definitely come out from the cave entrances they could see. She could pinpoint that the strong scent of awakened blood was wafting out from the cave where the parasitic demons were located. The awakened one named Qing was likely inside the cave, along with the parasitic demons. Chapter 410, A brilliant strategy. Not only were they fighting at their doorstep, but under the intimidation of the powerful 5-time evolved demon seeds, the opponents remained unfazed, which made the female bat demon somewhat displeased. It felt as if someone was causing trouble at her doorstep without giving her, the homeowner, any face. The male bat demon, arms crossed and looking relaxed, said, Sister, let them fight, just watch. Once one of them is dead, we can go down and clean up the other. I'm just not happy. The female bat demon licked her lips. I've already released my demon seed aura, and they can feel my presence, yet they still refuse to stop. The male bat demon replied, That's normal, from the looks of them, it's clear they want to fight to the death. At this time, if anyone stops, they might get killed by the other. The entire battle lasted about a minute. The black armored bug's limbs were torn apart, leaving only a breath. The red blood bug spat out a jet of scorching gas, its eyes savage, turning to look at the 2 bat demons standing at the cave entrance. Seeing that the blood bug showed no hesitation and was about to flee, the female bat demon sneered, Want to run? Whoosh! She spread her wings and flew out of the cave. Just as her body flew out of the cave, several tentacles attacked her from above. Chapter 411, The head of a companion. Yang Ji was initially puzzled, but soon he felt something quietly crawling onto his face. He strained his eyes to look down, and with the sensation at the tip of his nose, he realized it was Li Sitong's parasitic demon. That nearly transparent parasitic demon, which was hard to detect without careful observation, was now perched on the tip of his nose. He looked further down and clearly saw Li Sitong's solemn expression as she gestured to him. He understood her meaning. The situation was very urgent. They couldn't remain in a stalemate. They couldn't expect anyone to come up from below to rescue him, he had to rely on himself. She could only provide him with some appropriate help. Jiang Xia knew how critical his situation was. The awakened one Qing was dead, and in a minute, Duanting below would take action. As soon as Duanting acted, his life would quickly be pushed to the brink of death. If he wanted to survive, he could only take a gamble. He needed to protect his chest, as long as his heart was unharmed and his head wasn't directly knocked off. With the powerful life force of the demon seed, he wouldn't die. After thinking about a strategy in his mind, Jiang Xia covered his chest with one hand, blocking his heart, and with the other hand, he reached out and patted the body of the bat leader, straining to shout. Chapter 4:12, The Fracture and Transformation of Ally Relations. Swish, swish. Two curved blades sliced through the air and spun toward them, forcing Li Sitong and Fang Siming to dodge to the side. Duanting and Zhu Yao had no time to climb the mountain, and could only rush down the gorge. They no longer cared about where the exit was, they just needed to run away first. Fang Siming was the fastest, her movements agile and quick. Even though the two awakened ones were ahead of them, she gradually closed the distance. Duanting looked back and saw that the distance between the black cat girl and them was getting closer, and the not fully demonized snake girl was close behind. He realized that if this continued, neither of them would escape. I'll hold them off, you go. Duanting resolutely made the decision to sacrifice himself. No. We either go together or die together. Zhu Yao turned around, conjuring a blue curved blade in her hand, a terrifying cold air bursting forth from the blade, briefly pushing back Fang Siming, who was charging at them. Both of them knew in their hearts that they were likely going to fall here. The opponent's strength was above theirs, and staying to fight was not an option. Even a single dragon demon could take them both on. Running together was also not feasible. The black cat woman's speed was simply too fast for them to outrun. Moreover, in terms of stamina, the demon was far superior to them, the awakened ones. Chapter 4:13, The protagonists counterattack. Thousands of bats followed in retreat, and the mountain gorge gradually quieted down. The sound of the stream flowing once again became apparent. Jiang Xia sat in the stream, his upper body almost stained with blood, his clothes already in tatters, barely covering the important parts of his body. Jiang Xia squatted down to ask, "How are you, Ji? Are you all right?" A piece of flesh had gone down, and the wound on Jiang Xia's throat had already healed. Not only healed, but Jiang Xia's stage 2 flesh nutrition was simply too abundant. For Jiang Xia, a demon who had undergone 3 evolutions, it was a tremendous boost. Besides healing his wounds, he even faintly felt that he was just a step away from his 4th evolution. "I'm fine," almost kicked the bucket. Through this experience, Jiang Xia deeply felt what it meant to be on the brink of death. It was really close, just a hair's breadth. He had risked his life to escape from the demon's claws, and even now, his heart was still pounding wildly. Li Sitong returned, holding a headless corpse. This was what she had just snatched from the bat army with her tentacles on her way back. They hadn't managed to deal with those 2 awakened ones or wipe out the 4 members of the bat family. But this headless 4 evolution corpse was their biggest gain from this trip. Chapter 4:14, A wonderful feeling. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Xia became excited. "So, can you absorb it?" "Yes. Absolutely." Threads of nutrients flowed into Jiang Xia's body through his fingers. He was extremely excited, his mind filled with images of himself rampaging after his rise. Jiang Xia quickly walked over, looking at Jiang Xia's demonized hand. "You can only absorb it after demonizing. That should be it." Jiang Xia didn't dare to jump into the blood pool completely, he only knelt on the ground, stretching one hand into it, while the 2 dark purple tentacles behind him also reached in. Since he didn't go all the way in, and couldn't obtain nutrients through eating, the entire absorption process was very slow. At this rate, it was likely that he wouldn't finish absorbing all the red liquid in the blood pool until after dark. Jiang Xia knew they didn't have much time, they couldn't stay here for long. If he didn't have any negative reactions in a few minutes, he would jump into the blood pool. A few minutes later, the overflowing state of the blood pool didn't change much. But it was clear that Jiang Xia had indeed absorbed some, as no more red liquid was spilling out from the blood pool. Jiang Xia's body suddenly trembled. Sensing the arrival of his fourth evolution, he quickly withdrew his hand from the blood pool, his whole body trembling as he lay on the ground, fully unfolding his demonized form. Chapter 4:15, The Splitting and Merging of Clones. Jiang Xia didn't hesitate. He was also looking forward to entering the fifth evolution and dominating the four guards of the kingdom. Actively initiating the evolution sprint, this time. Jiang Xia stood in the blood pool, his muscles tensed all over. The nutrients stored in his body exploded like a nuclear bomb inside him. He could even clearly hear the sound of cells bursting and expanding. The flesh stirred during the evolution process, muscles becoming even stronger and firmer. And his body expanded outward in addition to the changes from the fourth evolution. Jiang Xia's head resembled that of a kangaroo, this part didn't change. His entire body stood upright, his eyes glowing red, and a skin-like armor resembling crocodile leather tightly adhered to his body. Although his defense wasn't as high as Jiang Xia's scale armor, compared to most other fifth evolutions, this layer of leather armor definitely had a significant advantage in defense. The biggest change was in his legs. Compared to before, Jiang Xia's legs became longer and more muscular. It seemed he had gained incredible jumping ability and speed. The transformation of his body and the expansion of his flesh indicated that Jiang Xia's sprint to the fifth evolution was successful. Jiang Xia didn't miss any details of Jiang Xia's fifth evolution. It was certain that during the fourth and fifth evolutions, Jiang Xia completely discarded his previous tentacles. And his entire demonized form focused more on close combat and speed. Chapter 4:16, Research attempts on the red snake ability. Seeing the aura of fifth evolution emanating from Jiang Xia, Li Sidong stood up. Oh, you've reached the fifth evolution. Congratulations. Congratulations, turning misfortune into blessing. Jiang Xia reigned in the aura of his demon form. I feel incredibly strong now. I can't wait to smash Bai Ya's head in the provincial city. Li Sidong asked, what new abilities have you evolved? Jiang Xia explained the upgrade of his abilities. And Li Sidong exclaimed, so you mean with this first stage of fifth evolution, you can now unleash the power of the second stage? Not necessarily. It's just that my strength has increased. Whether it has reached the second stage is hard to say. As they spoke, Jiang Xia had a sudden idea and asked Li Sidong, have you figured out your red snake ability? I guess it's not a good ability. I've researched it several times. Biting the same kind is useless. It seems to have no poison, and can't share location either. It has little power. It's okay against weaker peers. But against those of similar strength, at most, I can just bite a few blood holes on them that don't have much effect. Li Sidong continued, I'm so lazy to use this ability now. Every time I summon these red snakes, it consumes quite a bit of my energy. And the gains from using the ability are simply not proportional to the energy consumed. Chapter 4:17, A powerful demon gathering place in the vast mountain forest. The surrounding environment was identical, with trees, wet mud, thorns, and green vegetation everywhere, making it easy to get lost and confused. Fortunately, on their initial journey to rescue Jiang Xia, Li Sidong, who led the way, had used the knife-like tentacles on her back to clear many thorns, effectively creating a clear path out. Following this path and heading in the general direction, the four of them dared not stop. Half an hour later, they finally emerged from the forest. Due to the fact that their route differed from the way they came, they didn't see the highway upon exiting. Only a national road. Following the national road, they headed downwards, searching for a populated town. After half an hour of traversing the forest, even though the rain had stopped, they were still drenched from the rainwater on the vegetation, looking like drowned rats. The most troublesome were the two girls. Their t-shirts were already thin, and now soaked. They were inadvertently revealing too much. Jiang Xia and Jiang Xia wanted to look but didn't dare to. They each contributed their t-shirts for the girls to wear on the outside, and the two shirts layered together barely covered their enchanting figures. At 1749, the group arrived at a small town, bought new clothes on the street, and found a hotel where they booked a few rooms to take hot showers and wash away the unpleasant odors from their bodies.